And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, we knew if we kept showing up to work one day, the Giants would win a game, and they did. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Thank God for the Colorado Rockies. Marcus Boucher, thank God for the Colorado Rockies.
Thank God for Kyle Harrison, the only man that can buy a win for the San Francisco Giants right now. We can talk about the Colorado Rockies being one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball, but the Giants are now on a 5-game winning streak in the last 5 Kyle Harrison starts. Give me some more Dirty Harry in my life, Murph.
Dirty Harry. Are we going with Dirty Harry?
I'm going Dirty Harry.
Is it Papa's intellectual property?
Are
or what?
you feeling lucky, punk? Are you feeling
That's
lucky?
what he said to... God, I'm trying to think of a Rockies hitter.
Are you feeling lucky,
Give me
Papa?
one Rockies hitter.
Are you feeling
I just
lucky?
watched the game, and I can't even come up with a single... I watched the game, I can't come up with a single Rockies hitter.
Right? Who you want, like a
Give me
Ryan
one.
McMahon or something?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Ryan McMahon, are you feeling lucky?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, listen, it's a fun nickname. I do hesitate if it is Papa, you know what I mean, to just be picking Papa's pocket like that. But hey, a good nickname's a good nickname, right?
What is it? Good artist, steal, borrow,
Yeah,
take whatever the hell you want.
yes.
Papa, it's my nickname now. I'm going Dirty Harry.
Dirty Harry. I like
Which was surprising because last night he wasn't even that dirty. He was just more efficient. Maybe we should call him Efficient Harry.
That's not very dirty. Clean Harry.
Clean
How about that?
Harry.
Yeah.
Only 2 strikeouts on the night.
Well, he was Clean Harry.
It's not like his stuff was unhittable. He was just getting a lot of ground balls, getting a lot of quick outs, and having a lot of efficient work innings. He got through 7 innings last night, a career high on 86 pitches, I believe it was.
Yeah. Kids work efficiently. It's the Great Bull Durham line. You might want to get that out there, kids. Strikeouts are fascist and boring. Ground balls are more democratic, right? You know what I mean? I'll throw the first controversial hot take of the day here on a Wednesday morning.
Here we go.
Should they have let him keep going?
I thought about it, but knowing that this was the first time he's ever completed 7 innings in his career, I had no problem going to the bullpen at that point.
Just, throwing it out there because the bullpen has been, quote-unquote, banged up and worn down and all that stuff. And yes, 7 innings is 7 innings, but 86 pitches is 86 pitches. And he was cruising, buddy.
He was on cruise
There was no signs of
control.
turbulence,
And that's
unlike apparently the Giants' flight.
I
Did you
heard
hear
about
that?
this. So Flem told a story on the broadcast yesterday,
And,
right?
and I happened to be in the car when Rizzo and FP were starting their broadcast, and they were talking about it on the radio. And they weren't joking around too much, man. They said it was FP said there was about 5 minutes when he thought it was pretty much time to meet the maker.
Wow.
How about that, brother?
Well, shout out to the pilot. Was it Bam Bam in the cockpit? Got him through the turbulence. What, I can't riff?
You got me on that one, man.
I can't riff?
You got me on that one.
Come on.
They need that autopilot from the movie Airplane, that inflatable one. Yeah.
Those planes fly themselves anyways.
Listen, man, I mean, there's nothing even to riff about. I have, knock on Formica, have never really been in a like death spiral in a plane. I hate to even bring this stuff up. Have you ever been in one that really rattled you?
Earlier this year, me and Mike Holder flew out to Boston, and we hit this like mountain turbulence. And I was like, wait, there's mountains in the middle of the sky? I guess it was because of the clouds. I don't know. He looked into it. He's a plane nerd, so he knew all the breakdown. But I literally felt like I was on Drop Zone at Great America.
Okay.
Like my stomach dropped. And I was
Okay.
like, whoa, what the hell was that?
Yeah, so it startled you a little bit.
Yeah, it will startle you.
And in the 30 seconds that you had that little drop zone, you're like, just let me see the Raiders win one.
That's it.
Just let me see the and then they hit the turbulence like, oh, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, then I landed and I found out the Raiders lost that weekend.
So it was Raider related. Anyway, yeah, the kid was fantastic. And by the way, so they have 2 wins on this trip, and
And they're both Kyle Harrison's.
he started both games.
Yeah, you can go back the last 5 games that Kyle Harrison has started. They've won all 5 of those ball games.
It's win day.
It's win day.
It's Dirty Harry win day. Well, God bless the kid, man, with the high socks and that unique little pause when he moves his right foot to the right,
Pause.
and he can kind of vary that. And that fastball is playing as one of the better in the league, and he was just fantastic last night. And the last time a Giants pitcher pitched 7 shutout innings in Colorado, you got to go back, baby. Back, as our buddy Berman would say.
Back.
To 2012 when Barry Zito did it. And that was similarly after the Giants were having a rough start. And it was kind of one of those things where it was like a flag planting moment. And obviously 2012 winds up being the year that Barry Zito has those two epic starts in the postseason, saves their season in St. Louis in Game 5, and then wins Game 1 of the World Series in Detroit with the help of 3 Pablo Sandoval home runs. So it's a significant sort of milestone that it's been that long. It was a lefty. Only 6 Giants pitchers have ever gone 7 innings at Coors Field. You ready for the list here, buddy? Obviously, Dirty Harry, as you like to call him. Barry Zito. So those are 2 right there.
Dirty Barry.
Of course, Timmy the Kid did it. Tim Lincecum did it. Of course, the guy who just quietly does things like this and nobody talks about him, Matt Cain, up in Petaluma right now.
Not a surprise.
And then 2 great names from the Copes era. Shout out Jason Schmidt and shout out Russ Ortiz. There's a couple great names there. Very Copesian names there. Then I consider 98 to 02 kind of. That was Copes' wheelhouse, wasn't it?
Oh, that's Copes' heyday right there.
Yeah. So anyway, well, we got to call it in, guys, because it's been a while. Or as the kids would say, it's been a minute.
It's been a
what
hot
they said.
minute. Murph.
So, I'm trying to, by the way, I'm nailing down this thing. Yeah, the Giants had started their year 0-3. They got swept at Arizona. So they were 0-3, and then Zito went in and threw that gem. Actually, I want to say he went the distance. In fact, I think, he did. But anyway, point is, Pat Burrell, much maligned, picked up the cell phone and called Rob Manfred. And Manfred said, wait a minute, you still have my number? I thought you forgot how to dial. He said, easy, you empty suit.
Manfred said, new phone, who it is?
Put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 5, Colorado Rockies 0.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you. Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Hey, yes, finishing it off. Very good.
It's been a while since we've heard that.
What was it It was when the getaway day in Boston last Thursday. So almost
Thursday or Friday
almost
morning,
a full week.
Yeah.
Almost a full. By the way,
Feels like it's been longer.
See, the Phillies continued their bludgeoning. They beat the Blue Jays 10-1 last night.
Beat up on the Blue Jays.
Harper
last
hit
night.
a grand slam.
Yeah.
Hey, it's just probably break up the Phillies. So don't feel so bad, Giants fans. That's the moral of that story. And then the other big story yesterday is we got to talk about it is that San Jose Sharks are in our lives.
Number 1, baby.
We're number 1. We're number 1. And I looked it up. It's rare that the Bay Area gets the number 1 pick. We were kicking it around as a possible big hit. The Giants have never had the number 1 pick.
Which led me to ask the question, does that mean Joey Bart was the highest draft pick ever by the San Francisco Giants?
He's at least tied.
He's got to be.
They had
He's
a number 2
overall pick, yeah.
Buster was number 6, I think.
Wow.
I think Matt Bumgarner and Lincecum were like 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10, something like that.
It's a good thing the Giants DFA'd him for Dalton Jeffries, who then they later DFA'd.
I did see Susan Slusher made sure to note in her little newsletter, Joey's had a little cold spell. He's on the interstate now. So there you go.
Well, hell, the Giants don't have a catcher right now. They got Blake Sable. Hey, Blake Sable had a couple good at-bats yesterday.
Actually, Pat Bailey's due back. They say he's due back Saturday.
Let's go.
Oh, man. Send a rescue boat for him.
I need
My
Patty
God.
Barrows back in that lineup.
Throw that life. So I'll just do whatever I can to get that guy back. So that's knock on wood, by the way. All things going that way. So they've never had number 1. The Giants have never had number 1. This is if my research is correct. The 49ers have had it 3 times. 2, I got to tell you, thought I knew my Niners. I did not know. 1953 and 1964. That's on me. I got to go run down the hallway and talk to Tonelli. 1953, they drafted an end named Harry Babcock. What?
Babcock.
Never heard of him. And then in 1964, they drafted a wide receiver named Dave Parks at a Texas Tech. Now, I've vaguely heard of the name, had no idea he was the number 1 pick in the draft. And then, obviously, in your lifetime, Alex Smith, 2005.
Yeah.
2005. And then for the Warriors, there's been 3, and 2 of them I know very, very well from my lifetime, but one I did not. I did not know 1965 Fred Hetzel. Fred Hetzel at a Davidson? Somebody help me on that one. Who? And then for me, definitely in my wheelhouse, 1980 Joe Barry Carroll out of Purdue. Waterboy, one of the all-time nicknames. Ready for this? Guy's name is Joe Barry Carroll. Played very laid back, very little aggressiveness, very little energy. Soon earned the nickname Joe Barely Cares.
Oh, a little too laid back.
Joe Barry Carroll became Joe Barely Cares.
Yeah, that's not a great nickname. Jeez, that's actually one of the worst nicknames I've ever heard.
Brian Barely Cares Murphy. And then in 1995, Joe Smith out of Maryland. They had high hopes, brother. They had high hopes, and it didn't work out. Anyway, guys, there you go. There's a little history of the number 1 pick because the San Jose Sharks got it.
Wow, and I'm surprised Murph didn't drive off the road to take a shot at me and the Raiders and Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, yeah. I did with well, I'll take my shot at you by saying I was only dealing with current Bay Area teams.
Hey, Murph, we were at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and they had those silver and black balloons.
And I openly questioned it. I said, we're still going with the silver and black balloons here. So, but members of that team are in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
They're in the hall, baby. They're in the hall.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to go back and look at the Raiders number one.
Jamarcus Russell has been the only number 1 pick overall franchise history. Robert Gallery was the number 2 pick, but I believe Jamarcus was the only number 1.
Okay, we'll go back and we'll verify that. But yeah, there you go, Jamarcus. You took a shot at yourself.
Yeah, I know. I'm out here doing friendly fire on myself.
Say good morning to young Tony Farias on the other side. Get our guest list and continue to celebrate Kyle Harrison, a.k.a. Dirty Harry, a.k.a. De La, saving the day on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Pacifica. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The one and only Sergio Romo stopped by the Murph and Marcus show yesterday morning to talk about Brian Sabian being inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, but to also break down the start of the Giants season and a comparison he made between Bruce Bochy and Bob Melvin. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
To pitch, a swing, ground ball towards second. Moving to his left, Cairo Estrada will field it, and from the edge of the grass, he'll throw out back at first. Side retired, and for Kyle Harrison, 7 shutout innings tonight in his first career start at Coors Field.
Well, I think that's always the approach, and that's something that I've really been trying to do this year is come out and throw strikes and attack these guys. And, if you're playing at a ballpark like this, you definitely want to come out and attack. Can't have any wasted opportunities.
There he is, talking about first-round draft picks. Or he was not a first-round draft pick. We were talking about Macklin Celebrini likely being the Sharks' #1 pick in the draft in the history of Bay Area draft picks. But he was a third-rounder right in the pandemic draft, right?
I believe so. That was
2020. It was the
same
weird. They only
year.
had like 5 rounds that year, right?
I think you are right. Was that the Patrick Bailey or the Casey Schmidt draft?
No,
Bailey,
both.
right? Both.
I think all the above.
I think it went Bailey, Schmidt, then Harrison.
Yeah, that has been Farhan's draft of choice.
That's
draft.
Farhan's little draft, baby.
Yeah. Bailey and Harrison in the same draft. I mean, maybe we were just talking to Brian Sabian about all his draft success. If indeed the Giants can ever become the team we want them to be, maybe Bailey and Harrison will be his Lincecum and Posey, right? I mean, that's
fingers crossed.
Yeah. Bailey was taken 13th in the draft that year. And then in the second round, the Giants took Casey Schmidt. And then in the third round, took this kid who was committed to UCLA with the 85th pick. And, I know, exactly. And but they knew that, and it got a little wonky with the money. Like they cut back on money on other draft picks to give him more so that he would choose the Giants over he had a price. He said, meet my price. And they did.
And thank God they did, Murph.
Yeah.
And they got the kid out of De La Salle, which is why I had Tony rejoin with a little De La Soul, me, myself, and I. Because right now, the only guy winning games right now for the Giants is me, myself, and I through the perspective of Kyle Harrison.
If Kyle Harrison means De La Soul in every rejoin, then we look forward to every Kyle Harrison day.
It's De La, John.
The other De La. Yeah, we can go deeper, too, than beyond just the biggest hit. I love it. So, yeah, guys, Kyle Harrison does this thing. You're saying 86 pitches. Again, the only controversy, just to save the bullpen, would you let him go back out there?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Well, as we get the guest list today, and I'll spill Tony's beans, we can ask. We can ask Bob Melvin.
That's a question for
9:30 today.
9:30 today with the skipper sitting down live from Colorado.
I think we can share with everyone the story of us booking Bob Melvin. And, when the Giants go on an East Coast road trip, we, the morning show, home in on Giants players on the road because we don't, when they're here, they're not getting up till noon, right? That's their deal.
It's hard to ask a big league player after a night game to hop on the show at 6:30 in the morning.
Although Sergio Romo used to do it.
That's what's up.
And it was a little sleepy, but he did it.
And shout out Sergio coming on yesterday.
But again, so the idea of the Giants going to Boston and Philly, our eyes lit up like, oh, we should get a bunch of players and managers and things like that.
That's why it was great to get Mike Yastrzemski one day after getting Carl Yastrzemski.
Correct. So then we said Bob Melvin. It's always good to talk to Bob Melvin. First of all, just to further lay the groundwork of his and mine Bay Area sports podcast that we're going to do. But as we decided to find a day for him, he said, how about Monday morning because they have a day game in Philly? We're like, okay, sounds good. And then Friday in Philly. Well, then they lost 2 or 3 in Boston. Then Friday in Philly happened. And then Saturday in Philly happened.
Saturday, yeah.
And then Sunday, and then we got a text from the Giants saying, Melvin would like to punt to another day. We're like, yeah, he would.
Bob Melvin and the Giants went full Derek Carr on us.
Pump that back a little bit.
Let's pump that interview back a little bit.
And I said, listen, as the great, who was it? The great Joe Rogan once said, I understand. Yeah, so we granted Melvin a gentleman's mulligan to pick another day, and he bravely announced, I'll come on Wednesday. And I was like, hey, brave man. You think you're going to get that win in Colorado? Because, dude, what if it had gone the other way and we had Melvin today?
Oh, dude, if they would have lost yesterday and we would have continued the theme of the Giants' 1-7 road trip, now they're 2-6, which isn't much better.
Yeah.
But maybe he just kind of flipped the coin and said, hey, I got Kyle Harrison going on Tuesday. That's been our best chance at winning so far, so I'll pick Wednesday morning, I should say. I appreciate Bob still coming on.
I mean, obviously he's a pro, so he'd do it. But he was smart enough to say, I'm going to take, it's like roulette. I'm going to take my chances on Kyle in Denver versus a fourth straight game in Philly with a rookie on the mound, right? So anyway, Melvin, we'll ask him about the 86 pitches and also about, in fairness, why Mason Black was asked to go longer than he had gone at any time in his season this year in Philadelphia, of all places.
Major league debut.
Yeah, so Kyle Harrison continues to be the guy. You, as an old college pitcher, what are you admiring about his approach, his stuff, his craft, his attack, his game plan?
To me, it's been more about his demeanor and the way that he's been handling himself on the mound. We talked last week to Mike Krukow about how he kind of struggled with a tight zone out in Boston, was still able to deal with some controversy and work throughout the game. Last night, I mentioned it. His stuff really wasn't there, which will happen in Colorado because of the altitude. You won't have that same spin on your slider. Even looked like his fastball was running a little bit instead of rising. Again, that's the Colorado air for you. Only had 2 strikeouts yesterday. And something that has stood out to me about Kyle Harrison this year, he's sitting about 93 throughout the entire game, which is different than what we saw last year in his rookie season or when he was making his MLB debut. He'd get up to 95, 96. Hell, I saw him in AAA last year out in Las Vegas, hit 97 on the gun. So we haven't seen that same velocity, but still the approach, knowing that he wants to work deeper into ball games. I think he's not going out there and trying to throw it through the catcher's mitt on every single pitch. He's kind of relaxed. He's kind of taking a different approach this year. And so far, with the addition of the changeup, with his slider picking up over the last couple of games, he's really looking like a true pitcher versus just a fastball thrower that some people were trying to label him as last year.
Well, dude, if he can, he's already got the nasty fastball, and it already is, that rising four-seamer is problematic for big league hitters. If he adds other aspects to his arsenal, then we're looking at something special, which is what we thought all along. Yeah. What people have been saying about him since he was a high school kid out in De La Salle.
Correct. And that's the crazy thing. Like, even with this fastball, when he's sitting 93, 94 miles per hour, he's still blowing it by big league hitters. Now, that goes to the deception of his arm angle, his windup, how it's kind of running up on guys and catching them by surprise. I mean, it's one of the oldest sayings in baseball. Batters will tell you how your stuff is, and they're late on this fastball, even though it's not the triple digits when we see this around the league of guys throwing harder than him.
He did say that the oxygen didn't affect him as much. He's pitched in Salt Lake City and Reno. Now, I haven't checked the elevation of those places compared to Denver, but he said the shape of the pitches were fine, honestly. Yeah. So anyway, it was great stuff. And by the way, how about them breaking their offensive drought with a couple of dribblers in the infield? How classic was that?
Yeah.
And when are we going to start talking about Lamont Wade's season, bro?
Dude,
this guy
Wade
is
a dude.
Just doesn't say a word and just continue. Did I read he has the highest on-base percentage in Major League Baseball? He just hasn't qualified?
All this guy does is get on base. And I'm surprised he hasn't qualified with the amount of righties that the Giants have faced. But even in yesterday's game, I believe he got a hit lefty on lefty. If Lamont Wade's out here getting hits and getting on base, leave Lamont Wade in the lineup. Because that's the thing. With his eye, his ability to draw walks, his on-base percentages, which has been phenomenal for the last couple of seasons, he's a weapon right now in that Giants lineup, just being able to get on base.
Yeah, right now Mookie Betts leads with the qualified on-base percentage of .455. But Lamont Wade at .485 would beat that. And he has 77 at-bats. I don't know, again, was it like, there's something about like 2.1 at-bats per game or something like that. Now, Mookie has 149 at-bats.
Okay.
So Mookie almost has twice as many. But still, 485 OBP, brother. That says, Pavlovich and the crew were saying last night, Bonzian, 485 on base.
Phenomenal. So we're at this point of the season, he's still hitting .351 with a .442 slugging also. I mean, the guy got 3 walks yesterday, got on base.
Nobody talks Wade.
Broke that game open yesterday, put him up 4-0.
We're talking Wade right now. We're currently talking Wade.
We're Wade heads. So, yeah, Lamont Wade Jr. was great yesterday. And shout out to my guy, Jung-Ho Lee. First 3-hit game of his Major League career.
Interestingly, he did an interview after the game with a translator.
Don't tell that to John Joe.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. Talk about, like, first week on the job.
By the
swings
way,
and misses.
I don't think I talk about this enough. I just love watching Jung-Ho Lee run out of the box. Like, he gives you a hard 90 each and every time.
Yes, he does.
In this day and age where you got Bryce Harper being choked out by Jonathan Papelbon for not running hard down the first base line, he'll give you a hard 90.
I love it, baby. So, all right, everybody's feeling better after one win, but hey, they need to. I called for the sweep. I need a sweep, but you can only sweep them one game at a time. Let's say good morning to young Tony Farias. Farias, who you cannot see.
Where's he?
You cannot see on the microphone. Young Tone, I miss you, buddy. I can see you. They can't.
I know. We got a lot of stuff going on over here, though.
What is going on?
Good morning.
Is there some sabotage? Are we telling all y'all it's sabotage on the camera over there?
Good thing is we're on the air and you guys are on the air. That's the most important thing. Back here, we're doing some work on PC3. We got the control room camera kind of, flunky. It's a weird day. It's a Wednesday.
The young Tony Army wants to see him. They demand to see him.
I can see him outside with their torches and pitchforks.
Yes.
They're demanding a young Tony.
A handsome kid. You should have seen him in his loan officer suit at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Hey, what'd you think of Kyle Harrison, kid?
Dominant, dude. Dominant. They're 6-2 in the last 8 games that Kyle Harrison has started.
So here's my advice. Keep starting Kyle Harrison.
Exactly.
That's my advice. So already looking forward to Dirty Harry Day. What will the next? Will he pitch against? Oh, does he get the Dodgers?
Oh, he might get the Dodgers.
Well, no, or he might get the Reds on Sunday because let's see, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So he'll get the Reds on Sunday.
Okay, good.
Right. Reds have lost 5 in a row now.
Yeah, that's a great Mother's Day gift to everybody out there.
There you
Kyle
go.
Harrison on Sunday.
Because he's a bad mother.
Ooh.
There you go. All right, guest list, Tony on a Wednesday, 5/8/24, May 8. It is Mother's Day Sunday, don't forget. Bone up on your mom's day, gifting and brunching and all that stuff. What do we got, brother?
Yeah, it'll sneak up on you. All right, Mike Kruko at 7:30 this morning, starting the show off.
We get some Dirty Harry breakdown from him for sure.
The big hit at 7:50. Sam Amick is going to stop by the show at 8:15 this morning, senior NBA writer for The Athletic. Nice. We got a cooler content at 8:30, and then big guest of the show, Bob Melvin, at 9:30 this morning.
How about that? All right, this number 1 pick draft history in the Bay Area is interesting. The Sharks have it. Let's dive in. What does this mean on the Sports Leader?
My name is Jung Lee. I love you. See you soon. Thank you.
Just keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
With the first selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Alex Smith, quarterback, Utah.
Okay, there it is. One of the... Is that Paul Tagliabue reading that? Who was that? Is that Tags? Another one of those stiff commissioners. God. NFL commissioners, man. From Tagliabue to Goodell. Grossly overpaid. Grossly overpaid suits. That makes like $45 million a year. Are you kidding me?
For what?
Give that back to the people, Goodell. Give that back to the people in the form of beer prices and ticket prices. My God.
Preach, Murph.
Anyway,
preach.
but I'll get off that horse right now. So number one pick, you're like, wait, why did they just play Alex Smith as a rejoin right now? It's 6:33 in the morning on Wednesday, May 8th, 2024. Because the only good news that happened to the San Jose Sharks in the last several years happened yesterday, and it happened to the Bay Area. The Sharks drew the number one pick in the NHL draft. I don't want to get too into the weeds, but did you read the story of how secretive and complete and thorough the league was about making sure that there was no hoax? Bro, it's crazy.
What are we talking about? Like scandals in the NHL draft lottery?
What's his face? Gary Bettman had to do a thing where they filmed him. Dude, it had to do with all these ping pong balls, and it had to do with him getting filmed, and he had to hold up a copy of the Wall Street Journal and like the New York Times to prove that it was that day.
Wow.
Yes. And then it was 4 ping pong ball combinations come out to identify the team, but they had to do it multiple times, and it came out as the Sharks, and then they had to do it like again. Then they came out for the second pick, and the Sharks got the 4 ping pong balls, and then they had to confirm with some neutral Ernst & Young that it was crazy, dude.
I wonder if they added all this after the conspiracy theories came out that they fixed the lottery so that Connor Bedard would go to the Chicago Blackhawks.
Quite possibly.
Because there was a lot of accusations when Chicago, of course, this kind of marquee franchise in the NHL, gets the top prospect, essentially the LeBron James of hockey.
So, man, I'm just telling you, man, if we had to pull off the NHL draft lottery secrecy thing, I couldn't have done it. I got lost halfway through. I could have held up the paper and take a picture of that. I could do that. It's like a hostage video. But anyway, winds up with the San Jose Sharks getting the number one pick for the first time in their franchise history. And, yes, of course, because we are an open book on this show, the fact that it's Macklin Celebrini is quite funny because we had a Celebrini song that Paulie had.
Celebrini.
That was so awesome.
Celebrini.
And while it technically might be KNBR's property, out of respect. We're not going to play it, but it was to Falco's Amadeus, which you could use as a rejoin just for fun, just for laughs. But the fact that, this all came about because the Warriors, do you remember when they had the trainer before him was a female with the popped collar? And she was a big part of the first championship, 2015. Do you remember? We used to talk about her all the time. Gosh darn it, what was her name? And then she got so famous, she got like a contract offer to go somewhere else. And we were like, because she was very visible on the sidelines, and we were like, who's this female trainer for the Warriors who's getting all this airtime right now? And I can't remember her name. Gosh darn it. Chelsea. That's it. Thank you very much. Chelsea Lane, thank you. And I want to say she was Australian. Is that right? Anyway, point is that she became kind of a celebrity. And then when she left, we were like, oh, man, no Chelsea. And where's the pop collar of a Chelsea Lane working on Andre Iguodala's ankle, you know? And then they're like, well, who are they going to hire? And they hired this guy, Rick Celebrini. We're like, this guy's got big shoes to fill. But then he started kind of becoming his own dude. And then Steve mentioned him, Kerr mentioned him all the time. So it led to an on-air riff of like, can Kerr just not mention Celebrini one day? So it was like, this guy's his own. Now he's achieved Chelsea-like celebrity. And then Durant injury, all the injury concerns, Steph and all that stuff. And then we finally, Paulie just made a song for him to Falco's Amadeus.
It's got to be one of his best parodies.
Celebrini.
He made a parody song for an athletic trainer.
This is the original. Which is, and again, this is very generationally specific, but this song, when it was a hit in the 80s, I was like, what the hell's going on here? Why is this song a hit? It's about Mozart, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Tony, do you know this one?
No, literally never heard this.
Let it play a little bit here. I mean, this is how we were doing it, guys, in like 86, 87.
This is how you were doing it, huh?
Falco. By the way, the late Falco.
Oh.
Tragic. a car accident in like the Dominican Republic, even though he was Austrian, I want to say. Anyway, so here it goes. We'll get to the Celebrini. So in honor of Paulie, the fact that after all that, the Sharks get the number 1 pick, and it's going to be this.
So it's hilarious, too. And, of course, Paulie was the puck guy on the show. Paulie loves hockey.
Right.
And so to see Celebrini's kid now potentially go to the San Jose Sharks, man, that's particles.
That is particles. So maybe the Sharks will hoist a cup one day in the next 5 to 7 years. I don't know. But it does lead us to the and so you guys don't know his name's Macklin Celebrini, 17-year-old kid out of Boston University. By the way, 17 years old and at Boston U. And he will be the Sharks. And I guess because Celebrini had lived here, obviously in the Bay Area, at one point, this kid, Macklin, was a junior Shark. You remember Pat Marlowe made reference to the junior Sharks in our Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame night.
That's right. So, yeah, you add him to the Sharks roster, potentially. Nothing is signed and dotted yet. But you look at a guy like Will Smith, who was the Sharks Prospect of the Year. You look at William Uckland. They have some talent. After what was, I think, the worst season in franchise history. People wonder why we don't talk about the Sharks. It's because they were absolutely abysmal this year. Nobody was watching. Nobody was talking about the San Jose Sharks.
So, but just got me thinking about number 1 picks in Bay Area history. I briefly mentioned this in the first segment, but the San Francisco Giants, the MLB draft's only been around since 1965. They have never had the number 1 pick. Your guy, Joey Bart, was number 2, right? The Oakland A's have never had the number 1 pick. The Kansas City A's did in 1965.
We don't claim
that doesn't
Kansas
count.
City.
They took Rick Monday, who became a Dodger. The Sharks have never had it, so not even Patrick Marlowe was a number 1 pick. The Raiders have had it once. We had it once.
Yeah.
And if I could do it again, I might do it over.
Oh, man.
Regrets, I've had a few. Jamarcus Russell, bro.
Yeah, but Murph, he could throw a ball 60 yards off his ass.
I lost a case of Steinlager on Jamarcus Russell.
Tony, is that a stat you didn't know? It was like before the draft,
what?
everybody had huge hype on Jamarcus Russell and him having this cannon of an arm, and he was out here throwing like 40 yards off his ass, 20 yards off his knee, or 40 yards off his knee. He could throw like a whole football field. Everybody thought he was a for sure number 1 pick because he had this rocket of an arm. Problem is, the guy never watched film and got into the codeine a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of Jamarcus Russell, I learned the word scissor.
Yeah,
all right,
sipping on some scissor.
Yeah. Thanks to Jamarcus, I know that word. Anyway.
Little cough syrup, little Sprite, little Jolly Rancher.
Yeah. Breakfast of Champions.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Breakfast of Jamarcus
It's not exactly what Alex Guerrero was giving Tom Brady. Right?
I don't think that was in the Tom Brady TB12 plan.
So that didn't work out. I thought, I watched him at LSU, and I thought, oh, this guy, big, strong body, and the arm, and Pecan was like, no, Pat was on it. He's like, this guy has bad, disturbing traits. He's not going to be a success in the NFL. And we bet a case of Steinlager beer. And I said he'd make at least 1 Pro Bowl. Dude, everybody makes the Pro Bowl. Didn't like Gardner Minshew make the Pro Bowl?
That little ass boy, put some respect on his name.
He's QB1, by the way.
He's a Pro Bowl quarterback, Murph.
So I thought, he'll back into at least 1 Pro Bowl, right? A few cans. Nope. I lost a case of Steinlager. Yeah. It took me about 4 years to pay it off. Just because I kept forgetting, like a dummy.
He was out of the league in 4 years.
I know. So I finally did deliver the case of Steinlager to Pecan. So the only teams that have had multiple number 1 picks, the 49ers and a couple of obscure. This is like for the old heads. In 1953, they drafted a guy named Harry Babcock. I'd never heard of him. In 1964, they drafted a wide receiver named Dave Parks out of Texas Tech. I had heard of him. And then in 2005, you just heard it, Alex Smith. In terms of the Warriors, 2 guy I'd never heard of, 1965 out of Davidson, Fred Hetzel out of Davidson, precursor of Steph Curry 40 whatever years later. And then 1980, Joe Barry Carroll, who earned the dubious nickname Joe Barely Cares. I hate to do that to the man, out of Purdue. And then in 1995, Joe Smith. And it did not work out. So out of all those number 1 picks, none of them was a smash success.
Oof.
Macklin Celebrini, we wish you the best to break that curse.
Macklin Celebrini is here to change the narrative on number 1 picks in the Bay Area.
I told you guys, a kid on my team, my Little League team, Brody, the parents are Canadian athletes, high level, Coach Dana and Kristen. 3 years ago, she told me about him. She goes, Rick Celebrini, the Warriors trainer, she goes, he has a teenage son who's probably going to be the number 1 pick in the NHL draft in like 3 or 4 years. I'm like, really? She's like, yeah. I said, I'll file that away.
Yeah, and
here it is.
Yeah.
He's going to be a Shark.
And we've kind of mentioned it in passing over the last couple of years since I've been on the show. Anytime we bring up Celebrini, we bring up his kid Macklin and how much of a stud he is in the hockey world. And it's even translated not only to our show, but also to the Warriors locker room, almost to the point where Draymond Green was bragging about the fact that he got to see Macklin Celebrini before everybody saw the hype on him. Here was Draymond Green yesterday during the NHL's lottery draft coverage breaking down his early access to seeing Macklin Celebrini.
So I'm laying on the table, Rick's working on me, and I'm like, hey, Rick, when we go to Chicago, any chance Mac got a game? He starts checking the schedule. He's like, oh, actually, he does. I'm like, great, I'm going. Mac didn't have his best game. But I'm an athlete. Like, you know when somebody got it. You know, you can look at how someone moved, their swagger, what they're doing, how people react to them on the ice. Like, you know who got it. And he just had it. You got a chance to see a generational talent play before everybody else of the generation even realized he's generational.
Ooh.
That's Draymond.
A generational talent.
Draymond ground floor with Macklin Celebrini. So anyway, we wish him well. By the way, I'm just going back to that 1995 NBA draft where the Warriors took Joe Smith. Guys they could have taken included Kevin Garnett at the 5.
Ouch.
Even Rasheed Wallace at the 4.
Rasheed Wallace.
Jerry Stackhouse at the 3. That was about it. There was no obvious dude that the Kobe Bryant later in the teens or anything like that. But would you rather have had Kevin Garnett than Joe Smith?
I think that's a safe bet.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys. Hey, listen to this. Kyle Harrison going to join Tobin and Copes at 3:15. Dirty Harry, the kid's going to do it. Okay. Farhan Zaidi, he comes on with Copes and Tolbert every 2 weeks, but he also talked to Susan Slusher yesterday. It was a little bit more pointed. I'm going to get your reaction about Farhan Zaidi's reaction to the Giants' start next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
No, wait, what's the law?
Oh, just like this.
Wait. All right, bright and early on a Wednesday morning. Steve Moskowitz. And Steve, you want to talk to us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes or you didn't file your taxes?
Call us. You know, a lot of times it's a simple fix. And what I keep seeing over and over and over again is people suffer with tax problems for years. And there's all kinds of consequences. For example, the state can take away your state-granted licenses, like your driver's license, your contractor's license, etc. The feds take away your passport, and they do a lot of other things to you, too. Wipe out your bank account. Go to your customers and say, don't pay you, pay them, and ruin your business. There's so many things they can do to you. Let's avoid all that. Okay, you didn't file your return for a bunch of years. Okay, we can file them for you. You just can't pay your taxes. Okay, we want to make a sweet deal. And a lot of times the amount of taxes the government asking may be wrong. We'll explain that to you. And then we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you have to do is lift up that telephone and say, hey, Steve.
Well, that sounds pretty darn good. Say, hey, Steve, and the phone number to call to say, hey, Steve, is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we were smashing the ball around there for a little while, but we're putting it in play and not striking out. And, you know, when you do that, sometimes good things are going to happen. So, and then Wade's, you know, obviously Lamont's hit was huge at the time to make it from 2 to 4. So just trying to put together really good at-bats across the board where we ended up getting 10 hits and, you know, ended up being a really good game for us.
Keep playing the Rockies. That's my advice. Boy, the Rock 8-27. 8-27. And you got to keep driving that knife into him, man. Jordan Hicks going to do it today. I saw Jordan Hicks hugging up Kyle Harrison in the dugout and hoping getting some of that 7-inning mojo handed over. Because, again, the Giants do not have an off day until next Thursday. It's 16 straight days, and the Dodgers are coming in. They did it again last night. 8 runs. Yamamoto, 8 innings last night. His longest inning outing as a Dodger. Max Muncy hit a grand slam.
Yeah, despite, you know, losing his perfect game against the leadoff hitter yesterday.
Yeah.
Shout out Greg Amsinger and MLB Network.
That was pretty funny.
We'll have that in the cooler of content later today.
So he was on the perfect game watch until the first pitch of the game.
Yeah.
All right, guys. And so there's Bob Melvin, and the Giants get the 5-0 win. We called it in already, and Kyle Harrison is the star of the day. But that still doesn't completely mask what's going on here. The Giants are 16-21. They're 5 games under 500. Like, really, the only solace is that the Padres and the Diamondbacks haven't taken off either. I mean, obviously the Dodgers have. Forget the Dodgers. But if you're looking to, like, jostle for those wild card spots, the Diamondbacks and the Padres are kind of, like, right next to the Giants. They have 20 losses, and the Giants have 21. So in the loss column, they're still in it. But that said, you're still looking at a 2-6 road trip, in which the only 2 wins where Kyle Harrison starts. And you're looking at a team that's 5 games under 500, and you're looking at a team that's not hitting at all in the clutch. And you're looking at a guy like Blake Snell, who hasn't done anything for the team. You're looking at Matt Chapman's continued struggles. You're looking at Jorge Soler's massive struggles. And so you're looking at the guy who put it all together, Farhan Zaidi. And like we said, he comes on KNBR, but he also came on with Susan Slusher yesterday. And his comments yesterday to Susan maybe were a little more pointed than some of the stuff he said on KNBR. So we wanted to get into it. And he used the phrase, ready for this, Marcus, hugely disappointing. Hugely disappointing, which is a tough phrase to hear. I've heard it at some very personal times in my life. It's not always good. How was it? Hugely disappointing.
Oh.
Hugely. Can anybody riff? Can we riff?
Hugely
Where's my laugh track? Where's my laugh track? Thank you very much. The start overall has been hugely disappointing, says Farhan Zaidi.
Not the first time he's heard that.
Because we obviously invested a lot in our team. We've had a lot of changes that we expected to show up in our record and our on-field performance. He says, even in spring training, we saw a lot of positives that we expected to carry into the season, and it hasn't happened. We haven't hit our stride. Okay, there's a phrase to remember. Is there a stride to hit? Keep that away. When you're the San Francisco Giants, this is ongoing Farhan quote. You're the San Francisco Giants, and you go on a road trip, and you lose 6 out of 7 games. There's going to be frustration and disappointment, as there should be. It's fair to say we put a lot of chips in this year. We spent a lot of money. And we signed guys that led to forfeiting draft picks and international pool money, stuff we don't talk about. And with all the expectations that we will be really good and competitive this year. So I do think there's more at stake. And the expectations are even higher for us than they've been in the past few years. So he lays it out as starkly as he can.
And I would agree with that breakdown because it was the question that we were asking pretty much all offseason. What is the message that the front office is sending the fan base? What is the direction that this team is headed in? Because there weren't a lot of moves early on during the winter meetings. They went out and got Jung-Hoo Lee, and then we kind of just sat there for weeks and weeks and weeks until Scott Boras ran out of options. They had Matt Chapman, they had Jorge Soler, and then, of course, they had Blake Snell. And Murph, we had the conversations. With those moves being made, with the money that they committed, with them being the highest spending team this offseason outside of the Dodgers, that sent the message that they were trying to compete this year. But so far, this has not been a competitive roster with a 16-21 roster.
No, absolutely right. And that's when Jose from Oakland called yesterday and said the ownership is to blame. And I said, well, in fairness, as you just pointed out, they second most spending, and now their payroll's up to 198. It's a top 10 payroll. That's what we've wanted. We've wanted them to throw out. Now, you can argue about what they spent it on, but the fact of the matter is they're trying. And I thought, again, Jorge Soler should be driving in more runs than he had. And we're not even asking him to be Shohei Ohtani. No. We're just asking him to be Jorge Soler. Matt Chapman, we understand he's a 240 career hitter who strikes out a lot, but he also drives in more runs than he has been. And his OPS is currently 150 points below last season's, which wasn't even his best. So two guys dramatically underperforming. The Blake Snell situation has just been crazy. I mean, you give this guy $31 million, he's giving you literally nothing, like literally nothing. So across the board, it's been, I mean, you can call it a disaster. I mean, 16-21 is still recoverable, and playing the Rockies instead of the Phillies goes a long way. Because the Phillies, like we said, they turned around and beat the Blue Jays last night 10-1. Bryce Harper hit another grand slam. I mean, right now they kind of might, like leaving Boston, and I wrote that Jock blog last week, when they were leaving Boston 15-17. And I was kind of like, it just seems to be they just can't turn the engine over, but they're just kind of hanging around, the gravitational pull, Flag Day, all that stuff we say. The 4 games in Philly were a Mack truck to the face, man. It was like, you don't even belong on the same field with these guys. Now, last night, they looked like they belonged on the field with the Rockies, right?
On,
you know what I mean? But I mean,
it's because the Rockies are a bad team.
That's what I mean. So what it is what maybe this is their tier. Like there's a tier. I know, right?
The Rockies are in the bottom tier.
No. I mean, they're better than the Rockies. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm saying don't group them with the Rockies.
No. What I'm saying is like you play the Phillies, you play the Dodgers, and you ain't there. You play the Rockies, you're way above those guys, right? So maybe that's who they are. They're just a middling club. And why are they a middling club? Is it because Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman? Ultimately, I'm overvaluing what those guys really are. Wilmer Flores isn't hitting much, right? No. The shortstop situation is a black hole offensively. Their best catcher, I mean, their best overall player is Patrick Bailey. He's been out for a week. So, I mean, I guess it's a long way of saying when Farhan says it's hugely disappointing, that means that there's an expectation or hope that it will get better or that it should be better. Do you believe this is who they are, or do you believe they are better than this?
I think they're better than their current record. And I've been on record saying this. Hell, I've been on the record telling you that I threw money down last weekend in Las Vegas for the Giants to make the playoffs even after that blowout loss in Philadelphia. Because I have belief in this rotation. A rotation that we just talked about is going to get reinforcements, whether it's Blake Snell, if he figures it out. Who knows if he gets back to that Cy Young level he was at last year. But Blake Snell is going to be a good pitcher. You look at Alex Cobb, who was an all-star. Robbie Ray is a former Cy Young winner. So you add that to what the Giants already have this year with Logan Webb, with Kyle Harrison. Keaton Wynn, I know he got chased out of the game early last week in Philadelphia, but he's been a good success story this year. If we want to give Farhan any credit for the offseason, Jordan Hicks is looking like one of the best moves made this entire offseason. So I think this rotation is going to continue to give the team the opportunity to win. The problem is they got to score more than 3-4 runs. And last night they did that, and they got the win. They scraped across a couple with a couple infield hits and fielders' choices, but they still didn't go deep yesterday in Colorado. And that's something that we're missing with Jorge Soler, who's not even in the lineup right now, dealing with a shoulder injury, something that we can talk to Bob Melvin about later on today.
Yeah.
You mentioned Matt Chapman. To me, the biggest red flags with Matt Chapman is him defensively right now. Yeah. There's just holes in this lineup all over the place.
I agree with you that they're better. Like, in terms of the Farhan comment of you're hugely disappointing, and by the way, it would be hugely disappointing if I didn't tell you you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. And that is, I agree with you. I said 90, right? Mm-hmm. And I was, admittedly being a little giddy because it was right after the Blake Snell signing. 85 was the smart and realistic pick, and it remains the smart and realistic pick. And 85 probably gets you into the top 6, right? Mm-hmm. So, do I think they can get to 85 even after this start? I do, because of what you just said, starting pitching. I still sometimes fantasize. I'm like, wait, Robbie Ray's going to join this rotation? Listen, I'm not saying Alex Cobb is Tom Seaver, but he can join this rotation and be pretty darn good. So, yes, and as long as they can avoid the Phillies and the Dodgers, when they play any team other than, they played the Padres so far, they're 4-3 against the Padres, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good, right? They played the Diamondbacks. They split 4 with the Diamondbacks. So, against the Diamondbacks and the Padres, they're 6-5, right? So they're hanging in. And the Diamondbacks and Padres are 5-6 against the Giants, right? So I think what it is that right now there's those elite teams that make them look so bad. The Dodgers made them look really bad, and the Phillies made them look really bad. So that means probably not going to win the World Series this year, guys.
They're not the cream of the crop.
The Dodgers and Phillies are out there.
Yeah, but that was the thing. It's the reason why I was so excited going into the season after the Blake Snell signing. And yeah, save the text. Blake Snell has not been at an advantage siding for the Giants this offseason. But you talk about the 2 top finishers in the Cy Young. Then you go into a playoff series and you have those 2 guys leading the way.
Yeah.
Whether you're talking about a 3-5 game series, whatever it is. You add in Kyle Harris. Again, the rotation that we just laid out. Pitching gives you the opportunity to win. Pitching and defense. They've been pitching well all year. The defense has fallen off a map the last couple of weeks, and they're not hitting right now. They got to figure out at least 2 of 3 of those efforts.
Actually, last night, Thairo Estrada had a really nice game defensively. He made a couple of really nice plays, and Chapman did too.
Shout out Thairo moving up to the 2-hole, too.
Right? Yeah, there you go. Just a quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line as they do this, as they check in right now. 707 says, well, just because they spent money doesn't mean they're trying. They're just spending money and chasing last year's stats. Well, they're trying, brother. They're trying. 760 says, how many times are you going to adjust your win total? This guy's been on me for a while. I mean, I said 90. It's probably not going to happen, but I said it.
They got to get real hot to get to 90.
5-5, no, they're not going to get there, but I said it. 559, when Patrick Bailey is labeled as your team's best player and sends an emoji or a GIF of Steve Carell from Michael Scott in The Office wincing, it is kind of true. You need, I like Patrick Bailey a lot, but he probably shouldn't be your best overall player.
Well, we're going position players, right? I think your best overall player is Logan Webb.
Okay, yeah, but I'm talking position.
Yeah, position players. Bailey's been the most productive all season.
They've been missing. They don't have that. Yeah. I mean, they just don't have that guy, and they don't have one coming up either, do they?
No, not immediately. We had high hopes for Marco Luciano and Luis Matos and those guys, and Luciano's swinging it pretty well right now, but you heard Kipe yesterday say, I don't think he's better than Tyler Fitzgerald or Nick Ahmed right now. So if that's the case if that's the tier we're putting in with Marco Luciano, who has been the Giants' top prospect since he was 16 years old, then no, there's not too many other guys behind him.
510 says, for me, the disappointing thing about Blake Snell is that he refused to go to spring training after they finally signed him. He obviously wasn't ready for prime time. That does, I would say, 510, that history is on your side.
Yeah, and we talked about the difference between someone like him and Jordan Montgomery. Jordan Montgomery went out and pitched in minor league games before making his debut against the San Francisco Giants with the Diamondbacks, and he outpitched Blake Snell that Friday night.
I was at that 17-1 whopper. How about this one? This got to make me laugh. 408. Any shark talk today?
Oh, baby, come on.
Wake up. We did a whole segment on the
Where were you?
Dude, hey, 408. That's on you, 408. That's on you.
We were
all
talking,
right, buddy?
We were talking Celebrini all morning.
All right, 650 says they are a sub 500 team. Well, Vegas said that they were an 85 win team, right? 707 says, well, you tell me this. Why didn't the other teams want these guys? Well, because Scott Boras is playing hardball with Matt Chapman. Who knows what sort of calls and offers he took. He overpriced and overvalued Matt Chapman.
Well, especially with those reports that came out early in the offseason of Boras and Matt Chapman turning down that big 5-year, $150 million deal. I don't know what Scott Boras was thinking this offseason, but he didn't cash out with any of his guys.
Yeah, so there you go, man, for sure. There we go. 805 says it's not ownership's fault if players aren't playing up to their potential. I mean, it is true that they went and got, you wanted a slugger, Jorge Soler's a slugger. Mm-hmm. You wanted an everyday player at third base, you got an everyday player at third base. You wanted an everyday leadoff hitter in center, you got an everyday leadoff hitter in center, right? So they would say, yeah, we went and got you all these pieces. You guys wanted starting pitching. We signed Blake Snell. Yeah. So it is, to 805's point, there is a little bit of that. Now, there's more in this Zaidi interview.
Yeah, because I was going to bring that up about the hitters and if it's the X's and O's or the Jimmys and Joes, because we've heard a lot of people call out Justin Vealey and Pat the Bat and the Giants hitting coaches. Well, Farhan Zaidi told Susan Slessor he actually likes what the hitting coaches are doing right now. I don't know if you got the exact quote.
Quote, I'm very happy with our hitting coaches. Again, it comes back to these areas of effort and preparation, and they have a really good rapport with our players when they're struggling. They understand there's a mechanical element, there's a psychological component, And I think they're really thoughtful in how they're trying to support our guys, and I think our players have a lot of confidence in them. On Pat Burrell, he says, I didn't think he would appreciate how hard hitting is as much as he does. Pat's got incredible empathy for hitters who are struggling. I've seen that in his work with our minor league players. I can't think of anybody better to support guys when they're going through a stretch like this. But you had a stat that you said you might put on the hitting coaches?
Yeah, well, I don't know if I put this solely on the hitting coaches. I don't know if this is an individual approach or a team approach, but it was something that I saw yesterday scrolling through the San Francisco Giants Reddit. Shout out to all my people who are out on Reddit. And there was a thread about meatball pitches. And so I clicked on it, just being interested because, of course, a meatball is someone just grooving a ball down the middle. But I had no idea that Baseball Savant, one of my favorite websites, actually has a meatball stat for you, Murph. And here it is to clarify. A meatball pitch is a pitch middle down the strike zone that teams swing at. And the San Francisco Giants have the lowest swing rate at meatball pitches this year, 69% of the time.
Pause.
Nice.
Yes.
They swing at the meatball pitch. But that is lower than everybody else, lower than the league average. The league average is at 76.6%. So they're swinging, or should I say not swinging, and just looking at those meatballs right down the middle.
Well, what the hell's that? What is that?
That's the approach.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Well, please write that down on your Bob Melvin list of questions.
Yeah, it will be.
Say, where in the hitters meeting did you say, guys, here in the grease board, here, see these middle guys, lay off those.
We don't want those.
Lay off those.
Yeah. And here's the other part of the stat, too.
The count, yes.
They also see the highest percentage of meatball pitches in the entire MLB. So they're getting more of them and swinging at less than anybody else.
Okay, put that down.
So that's a problem. I mean, you can go on Twitter right now and just look up the Giants highlights, and you can see a whole compilation of just Matt Chapman and everybody staring at fastballs right down the middle.
By the way, Mountain Meatball More has to start with Bill Murray's all-time summer camp classic Meatballs. Ooh. You guys down with that? Now, that might be a little out of your reach there.
I did not see Meatballs.
Okay, classic. What about that old song we sang as kids about the meatball rolling out the door, was it? On top of spaghetti, all covered with cheese.
That's right.
I lost my poor meatball when I started to sneeze.
I got you on that one.
Young Tone, you know that one about the meatball rolling out the door?
You talking about the movie?
No. We're talking about Meatballs in movie. Do you know that? You know Meatballs?
No. Like Crowded with a Chance of Meatballs or something?
Okay,
no.
Cloudy
with a Chance of Meatballs.
I'll give you that. That makes Mountain Meatball More. No, there was a 1979 Bill Murray classic about a summer camp called Meatballs. Any other meatballs you got? Well, Meatball Savant, Meatball Stat, and Meatball
That's
Stat.
a disgusting stat. We need to clear that up. We need to clean that up, as Melvin said, because that's unacceptable.
And by the way, shout out the underrated pork meatball with a spaghetti.
Ooh.
Yeah. Candace has been making that.
Pork meatballs.
Yeah.
Huh? Wow.
Yeah. Ground pork with the meatball.
Do you like the meatballs with the raisins in them?
I'll take.
I was gonna say,
I'm not going to reject it. I'm not seeking it out, but I'm not going to reject it.
Isn't that like the North
my mom used to do
Ireland kind of like?
I don't know. My mom used to make something called peaches and meatballs. Ready for that?
Excuse me, North Italy. Yeah.
In a skillet, she would warm up some peaches and some meatballs.
Peaches and meatballs.
Yeah, peaches and meatballs.
I know peaches and cream. I don't know peaches and meatballs.
Yeah, so anyway, we got to ask Melvin about these meatball stats and ask him whether he prefers pork, ground pork, or Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, or Bill Murray's Meatballs. All right, so
there it is.
All right, guys. And then one last thing he said was, and I should probably put this in higher up, but he said the sample size. It's the sample size. Once again, talking about shout out Tommy Lee with the sample size. He says it's starting to get. Let me find the exact quote here. He said it's starting to get to that point where the sample sizes are getting larger, and it's now time to start making some decisions.
Damn, he almost went full Dwayne Kuiper, Yogi Berra. It's starting to get late early.
It's getting late early out here, which is always a favorite of mine. Let me find that exact quote, darn it. I had it for you, too. He was talking about Austin Slater. And Slater, he's been surprised that Slater has been missing pitches that he should be hitting.
Oh, he's been surprised.
And he said that.
I can tell you that I haven't.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Yeah. He said, I don't. Here it is. Well, he said sample size. Yeah, I can't find it. But anyway, he said the sample size is getting to the point where you start to make decisions. And so that, my friends, is maybe a warning sign that you'll be getting your here it is. We're getting to the point where the sample sizes start to become more meaningful, and you have to start thinking along those lines.
Yeah, you got to start thinking about Elliot Ramos.
We'll leave it at that, buddy. We'll leave it at that. All right, Mike Kruko's going to join us at 7:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Where the are my meatballs?
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Yeah, the Pearsall pick really made everyone scratch their heads and go, maybe they really are trading Brandon Ayuk. It doesn't seem like that is in the cards, at least right now. My understanding on the situation, really something that has been consistent since the draft, is that the 49ers are moving forward with Brandon Ayuk on their roster. Now, how much will he make next year? That's really the big question. They have been in contract negotiations, trying to get him to a long-term deal, trying to get to a point where he will accept their offer. And the fact that the receiver market for the really, really good receivers has been more defined over the last month or so helps. You had Devontae Smith with the Philadelphia Eagles, about $25 a year. You had Amon-Ra St. Brown, a little more than that, say about $28 million over the first 3 years. You figure that Brandon Ayuk will be somewhere in there. Exactly where remains to be seen. But again, my understanding is the focus is on bringing him back next season. They view him as a key part of their offense.
All right, there you go. So I love this new world we're living in sports talk, where John Joe's all excited and everybody's, you guys hear that? You guys hear that? You guys hear that? Yeah, he didn't say anything. You know what I mean? He didn't say anything.
That's not breaking news to you, Murph, that the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk are trying to work out a contract?
We have to bring out the generation gap between those of us who were schooled in the world of journalism and beat writing and reporting and all that versus the hot take sports talk radio world, man. Hey, man, Ian Rappaport says the Niners are working on a contract with Ayuk. Your reaction, 808 KNBR. I'm like, yeah, sure, yeah. We've established that narrative. But the fact of the matter is, in John Joe's defense, we got to talk 4 hours a day, every day, and there's not always. Like, for example, the Get Up crew. They haven't mentioned the Dallas Cowboys, by the way, in weeks, which is making my morning so much brighter.
How did they do the show?
But they went, deep today on should Jamal Murray have been suspended for chucking the heating pad. So, I mean, some days that's a day.
We got the heating pad
scandal. Some days Jamal Murray heating pad is your talking point, and some days is Brandon Ayuk still a Niner is a talking point, and he is still a Niner.
And the answer is yes.
And we had one more story that you had from another story, non-story, kind of sort of story that the Niners took phone calls on draft day.
Jeremy Fowler confirmed Michael Silver's reports that the 49ers were taking calls for Brandon Ayuk on draft night and that they were also taking calls on Deebo Samuel before day 2 of the NFL draft.
If that's correct, then Mike Silver was right. And there were those who wanted to tap dance on Mike Silver's grave for the Niners not trading Deebo or Ayuk. He never said they would. In fact, if you read the stuff, there's a difference in the headline and the tantalizing lead versus the actual story. And the headline was, Niners may make a move. And then it was, get ready, buckle up in Santa Clara. It's getting turbulent. And all that is true. And the Niners were willing to take calls. Steve Young himself came on our show and said, you got to take a call. What if somebody offers you 2 number ones? Then you do it, right? For 2 number ones?
Then I think if they were offered 2 number ones, Brandon Ayuk would have been traded on draft night.
Nobody's going to offer 2 number
Absolutely
ones for
not.
Brandon Ayuk.
And that's what Jeremy Fowler said in his report, that multiple teams told him that they had interest in Brandon Ayuk, but they believed that the 49ers wanted a first-round draft pick. He also compared the situation to the A.J. Brown draft night trade and said it was a possibility. But at the end of the day, the 49ers didn't get their asking price.
So Tennessee got a first-rounder for A.J.?
I believe so.
Okay. Either way, so that was...
I think it was the 18th overall pick.
Basically, listen, a lot to react to here. One is just, I generally trust Mike Silver. I know that he sometimes will phrase things in a provocative way, which is, what a true sizzle salesman does, right?
It gets the people going.
It gets you to read your stuff, right? It gets us to talk about them. That's what our job is, to try to get people going, right? And so, in a sizzle, it was accurate. The Niners are in a situation where if they're going to pay Brock Purdy next year, they're not going to be able to keep everybody. I was talking to Overnight Dave this morning. He's like, don't the Chiefs get to keep everybody? And we said, well, no. They traded Tyreek Hill and Ladarius Sneed, right? So, no, they haven't kept everybody. So the Niners are in that situation. And the Tennessee Titans traded A.J. Brown and all that. Now, the Eagles seem to be keeping everybody, right?
Yeah, what's up with that? Huh?
Well, they got rid of Javon Hargrave.
Correct.
Right? But anyway, the point is that the Niners are in a situation where you can't pay Brock $50 million, Ayuk $30 million, and Deebo $28 million, and George Kittle whatever he's making,
and Christian McCaffrey $18 million,
and Trent Williams, and all that,
and Nick Bosa $20-something million, and Fred Warner,
all
these guys who are the highest paid at their position.
So it makes sense to say, well, one of those guys is up next year, Deebo, we can escape Deebo next year, and Ayuk's coming up on his 5th-year deal.
Correct. Last year of guaranteed money on Deebo's contract next year.
And Ayuk's coming to the end, meaning, what can we get for him? What can we get for him? It makes all the sense in the world. And Ayuk and Debo are big boys. They got to know that. And they got to know that the Niners are like, hey, man, it's a cold heart of business. And the day if you think it's like a warm and fuzzy sentimental thing, you're barking up the wrong tree. So the Niners listened, and nobody gave them the offer they wanted. And they said, fine, then we're going forward. So why draft Ricky Pearsall? Well, because eventually, at the end of next year, you are going to be without one of those guys. Likely Debo.
Yeah, that's the way it's looking right now.
Right?
If we're reading the tea leaves, it's not looking good for Debo's future in San Francisco.
Which Silver has now phrased as, does that make this year tense? And we get back to the famous The Last Dance. Yeah. Are we on the last dance here? You know, where Debo's going to walk into the locker room going, man, this is my last year here. What's going on? You know, am I going to, is that going to affect him in some human way where he's rattled in some way?
But also, there's got to be the thought process. If not, this is a conversation that Debo should be having with his agent when they set up the contract, knowing that this was going to be the last year of guaranteed money, regardless if they win a Super Bowl or not. They should know the time frame. He should be looking at this as another opportunity to go and get the bag at this point of his career. If he has a career year, then maybe he's in the $30 million conversation in free agency if the 49ers decide to trade him or release him next season. So this is another opportunity for Debo Samuel to prove the type of player he is, to prove that he can be healthy and stay on the field, and also to go out and get the opportunity to win a Super Bowl. Because there are tons of players who play in the NFL who never even get to sniff the playoffs, let alone multiple Super Bowls. And while you're in this window right now, you have to buy in. You can't be thinking about 2-3 years down the line. You got to focus on winning games right now.
Yeah, so this is what's going on with the 49ers right now. The other thing that's going to come out right now, by the way, guys, if you care, is the schedule release on May 15th, which, again, I've lived long enough to see that become a huge news story.
1 week, Murph.
And something coming out on the NFL's UK and Ireland Twitter feed yesterday.
You say Ireland?
Yeah, I did say Ireland, but I think, unfortunately, the more you dig in this, it would be London. Here, I'm going to send this to, it says, Debo Samuel posted on Debo Samuel said, big news coming, or the NFL UK and Ireland Twitter account posted a thing about Debo saying, big news coming. Now, I don't know if they would know, but the idea that the 49ers might play in London next year.
Yeah, but they've done that before, so that's not really big news, right?
Dude, Mike Singletary took Troy Smith and the Niners to London. Do you remember that? Bro, that was rough. Yeah. I want to say they played an AFC South team like Jax or Tennessee or the Colts or somebody like that. It was a very meaningless opponent. Same day as, if my facts are right, Madison Bumgarner Game 4 2010 in Texas.
Wow.
Ooh.
Look at you.
That was pretty special.
That's good knowledge.
That was pretty special. That was Bumgarner and Posey, two rookies, a rookie battery.
I'm guessing you were more locked in on Bumgarner than Troy Smith.
I do remember trying to follow. So it was 2010, so the phone I had wasn't that good. And I didn't even know what like 3G was or 2G.
Would you
have
have like a T-Mobile Sidekick or something?
I couldn't even tell you what I had. Something small and weak.
Motorola Razr?
Something like that. And I remember trying
Broncos.
Oh, it was the Broncos. Okay. All right.
Close enough.
Yeah. Didn't feel right. But anyway, does it October, because the Halloween, did they win it? They won it it must have been Halloween? Was it Halloween?
October 28th.
28th. So they won it on, October 28th.
This date in Brian.
No, excuse me, the 31st. You're right.
Thank
31st,
you.
Yeah.
God, you messed with my head there, buddy. Because it had to be, because they won it on November 1. So this was game 4. And Bumgarner went, what do you go, 8? Dude, how about that? When's he going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame?
That's a great question.
And will he Ricky Henderson no-show?
Most likely, yeah. You're better off getting Mason Saunders than you are Madison Bumgarner.
Anyway, so if the Niners do go to London, I don't know how that material affects any of our lives other than people road tripping out there.
I would not be as excited as I was starting to get about the rumors that they might be playing a game out in Ireland. And Murph, I know that would be huge for you, but also be huge for the 49ers when they got John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey, a bunch of Irish boys on the roster.
Yeah, it would be awesome. But I guess the NFL plays in London for some reason. They want to have a franchise
But
there.
they've also expanded now. We've seen the 49ers play in Mexico.
Yeah.
We've seen the NFL expand out to Germany. I believe they're playing a game this year down in Brazil. So it wouldn't shock me if there is big news, as Debo's saying, about maybe a game out in Ireland.
Yeah. No, I don't think, I think they're playing in London. That's where they got a little situation there.
Yeah.
All right, so that could happen.
Whatever.
Could be playing in London.
Whatever. At least we get a 6 a.m. morning game.
With Debo and Ayuk.
Yeah.
Yeah, those London games are now becoming so common. Like, we're like 5 a year now, something like that?
And I got to say, with our sleep schedule, the fact that I'm waking up at 6 a.m. on the weekends anyways, I'm actually all in with the London games.
And a degenerate like you can get something going.
Oh, I got some action going. Always got action going on the London
Young
games.
Tony.
Always take the unders.
Yes, buddy.
Bumgarner, October 31st of 2010 in the World Series against the Rangers, went 8 innings, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts.
Yeah, it was one of. It was. I mean, what are you going to do? I'm gonna start weeping right now. It was one of the more magical nights of my sports fan life, and we were there covering. We were there, and after the post game press conference, he walked out down the bowels toward like one of those things with like you got the forklifts and the pallets and all that stuff of the underbelly of the Arlington Stadium, and a line of Giants like owners and fans and relatives formed like a reception line, and they just burst into spontaneous applause as he walked like the prom king down there, and he was just kind of unfazed by it all. He was 21 years old. He had just turned 21. He had just turned 21. We're talking about Kyle Harrison, 22 years old, beating the Rockies on a Monday night.
Old man Kyle Harrison.
So, all right, guys. Well, there's a little Niner fix for you. The news is there's no news. That's the news.
Stay tuned.
But we'll continue to update you guys as needed in that they're talking still between $25 and $30 million a year for Ayuk's annual average value, or he could play on his fifth-year option. But, again, that's something I don't see coming to a head until my prediction, not till July.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
We've seen this before with the 49ers. They'll drag out these contract negotiations into July.
Hey, Mike Holler checked in and said Broncos in 2010. That means Holler's listening. Was Jim Rome on commercial? Is that what he Rome on commercial?
Nice to see you, Mike.
All right.
Don't see him at the office.
Have a take. Don't suck, Holler. All right?
Uh-huh.
Here's the deal.
Not going to rack him, I'll tell you that.
By the way, earlier today I said Mike Krukow 735. That's the old brain in me. No, man. We get to Krukow 731. We do.
Holler was stoked about the Sharks last night, by the way.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Well, we talked some Sharks earlier.
You better been up earlier when we were talking about Celebrini.
Shout out Falco.
The future of San
Mike
Jose.
Krukow gets us going after a Giants win, and then the big hit coming up. Are you hugely disappointed like Farhan on KNBR 104.5 and 680? The sports leader.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe.
All right, Provident Credit Union, ready to let your money do more for you. Yeah, discover Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate special. So, with Provident's Pick a Term Certificate, you can watch your money grow quickly. Secure a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. So, this limited time offer is a great option for high dividends on a term that works best for you. So earn up to 4.75% and achieve your short-term savings goals with ease. So whether you're saving for vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. So don't miss out. Secure one of the most competitive rates available on the market. Open an account today and start earning more. Visit them at providentcu.org or stop by a branch for more details. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Kruko every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this time, 7:33. We'll try to do better next. I got it at 28, Young Tone. Why is 33, dude?
Bit of a longer break.
Aha! I see. Brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Always nicer. Maybe Mike should trade one of these days with Dwayne after a win.
We got to give Kipe a win.
Give Kipe a win.
Yeah, come on.
Give Kipe a win.
Win one for Kipe.
Somebody just hold up. Somebody should go to every Monday night game and hold a big sign saying, give Kipe a win.
Yeah, come
you know
on.
what I mean? So anyway, well, Kyle Harrison, Dirty Harry, whatever you want to call him a winner. 7 innings, shutout ball. The first Giant to go that deep at Coors Field since Barry Zito in 2012. What a performance. And what a stopper he is. Yeah. That's 5 straight now following a Giant loss, right? Is that accurate?
Correct. The Giants have won the last 5 games that Kyle Harrison has started.
Let's go. Mike Kruko on the Yuma guest line. Good morning, Mike. Happy Wednesday. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, happy Wednesday. And yesterday has officially become Harrison Day. And every day he goes out there, every 5th day, it's Harrison Day. And he's done that in a short period of time. You know, he reminds me so much of what Madison Bumgarner did when he first came up and how he's doing it. You know, you look at his velocity and you go, well, he's only throwing 93, 94. Why are they not hitting him? They don't see it. Deception. And he's got an enormous set. He just fires fastballs right across their letters, and they can't do anything about it. That's devastating to a hitter. Hitters looking at the pitch mix and they're saying, well, okay, what percentage does he throw fastballs? 65%. They're all 4-seamer. He doesn't have a 2-seamer. Give me a freaking bat. They're lining up, and then they get up there and they stand in and they see it and they can't hit it. It's magic. I mean, how many times have you seen a guy go into Coors Field with nothing but a 4-seam fastball? Really? I mean, he's got a slider and a changeup, but his primary weapon, he's going to throw 65% of the time, is a 4-seam fastball, and he shuts them down. That's how special this guy is. And I can't wait for 5 days from now. I can't wait to see him again.
For sure. And let's talk about the Colorado factor. I mean, we just had that stat. It's been since 2012 that a Giant went 7 innings there, and the Giants are there a couple times a year, so that's pretty impressive. And the only Giants ever to do it are, going way back, Mike, Russ Ortiz, Jason Schmidt, Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, Barry Zito, and now Kyle Harrison. It's a short list.
I'm sorry, I can't get excited about 7 innings. Stop me. I'm on the porch swinging in my rocking chair, but give me a complete game for crying out loud. Okay. That's just 7 innings. Okay, all right,
all right.
But you know what? I'll tell you what's happened.
Well,
go ahead.
Jump ahead and say leads to the question. Maybe were you thinking give him the 8th inning and see what happens?
Yeah, why not? I mean, but they're always going to have the same answer. And right now, I mean, every manager is under such a microscope if he goes beyond 7 innings, because he really subjects himself to major criticism, and maybe not just from last night's game, but see if the guy comes up a little hot in the shoulder in August. They're going to go right back to this game. Well, that was the cause. That 8th inning he threw in Coors Field. I know it was only 91 pitches, but that's what pinpointed. So, you know, it's just the culture that we're in right now. You know, you're happy to get 7, and that really is the new complete game.
Yeah, and it's something that we were keeping an eye on last year with Kyle Harrison, his total pitch count. And I know there's been an adjustment this year. You brought up the velocity and him working deeper into games, 6th, 7th inning last night for the first time in his career. But I also want to ask you about Mason Black's MLB debut against the Philadelphia Phillies. He threw 84 pitches, which is more than he's thrown all season in Sacramento. I thought he had a pretty good outing. Just wanted to get your thoughts on him going back out there for a 5th time to face that Phillies lineup for a 3rd time, and overall what you thought about his MLB debut.
Well, I thought that Mason Black, if you go back and take a look at the pitch count that he had in the minor leagues, he hadn't exceeded 75 pitches, which is kind of how they cap their prospects in the minor leagues when they're starters. But once you get to 75, you can naturally progress to the next level in the arm building formula, where you can expect him to go 85 or 90 pitches. And then from there, you know, you can the next start, you can push him up to 100, 105 pitches, and there you have a guy capable of 100 pitches. So, they protect, but once they get to the big league level, then you've got to extend. It's crazy when you think about in the minor leagues, they don't let relievers throw 2 days in a row. They don't let a starter go beyond 75 pitches, prospects. Now, that may be a little bit different if you had a guy who's been in the big leagues. Now he's back down in the minor leagues. You're not as protective of that guy as you are the prospect coming up. But think about that. A reliever that can't throw 2 days in a row, now he gets to the big leagues. We're watching it happen right now with a couple guys in the Giants bullpen. When you get to the big leagues, you have to throw 2 days, sometimes 3 days in a row. And when that happens, all of a sudden the guy gets a little tender. Well, yeah, but they've never been exposed to that in the minor leagues. Now, to me, it's crazy to think that all of a sudden they get to the big leagues and they can do that. I don't like that line of thought. I really don't. And you really could talk about the same thing about protecting the guy 75 pitches as a starter. You got college guys, they're going 125 pitches. So I don't understand the philosophy, especially when you expect them to do more when they get to the big leagues.
Talking to Mike Krukow after a nice Giants win yesterday, 5-0 to break a 4-game losing skid, mostly getting out of Philadelphia, who pounded the Blue Jays last night 10-1, is a huge strategy move. And, of course, the Rockies at 8-27 are hurting. Jordan Hicks gets the ball tonight, 5:40 first pitch, 4:40 pregame. Mike, Farhan Zaidi had some pointed comments with Susan Slusser in the Chronicle saying he called it hugely disappointing, saying that they had pushed in all their chips and given up international pool money and draft picks. And so that was a phrase that maybe would resonate in the clubhouse. The other one is about sample size and guys like Austin Slater and saying you're getting to the point now where sample sizes are larger and you can draw more conclusions. So, I know the newspapers aren't what they used to be, but do these comments reach the clubhouse, and then what effect do they have?
Oh, my gosh. Absolutely they do. I mean, these guys are under the microscope. They know the deal. They know the pressure. They understand it. It's the big leagues. You don't perform here, you're suspect. You're a guy who's being talked about being moved, traded, released, sent down, whatever. I mean, it isn't any good. So, yeah, you better kick it into gear. And Marcus, I really didn't answer your question in its entirety. I do think that Mason Black pitched well enough to get another start. I liked him. Mm-hmm. So anyway, moving on. Mm-hmm. One thing that Bob Melvin did when he got after the game in Philadelphia is he got in the clubhouse and he aired them out. He aired them out, and he talked about how, they weren't bad, they were terrible. You heard that comment openly in his comments after the game. Well, he went right in the clubhouse, and he expounded on it, and he got on them good. They deserved it. They stunk. And when you're in the stink mode, you're in the I mode. There's pressure on me. I got to do it. I got to do it. I got to do it. You can't have that mindset and play at the big league level. It has to be a we mode. It has to be we as a team. Kipe, I loved it when he was not hitting, which was rare. He was a good hitter. But when he wasn't, he always said, well, if I'm not getting any hits, the guy's not getting any hits when I'm on the defensive side. I'm going to make up for it with my glove. And that's the mindset you have to have. Too many times I have sensed that guys have gone out there during this bad dry spell for the Giants that are thinking about their bats when they have the glove on the defensive side. They're not 100% committed to the defensive side. Their concentration is fragmented because the offense has been so poor. And that was really what Bob Melvin wanted to talk about when he aired them out. And that's a cleansing thing for a team. Sometimes a good butt chewing can really get together. It kind of takes the stink off of being an individual. And you kind of look around saying, okay, I need to do more. I need to be a team member. I need to play baseball. I need to play team baseball. And when you run into a juggernaut like the Phillies, you're going to get exposed if you're not playing that way. And that's what happened to them. And for the most part, they ran into the same thing in Boston. So now, after the butt chewing, they come into Coors Field, and they play a great game last night. They played their best defensive game of the entire road trip, which is what they need to do, which is who they are. They're not going to throw crooked numbers up there, not right now. I mean, you think about in the last 11 games, they've scored 4 once, they've scored 5 once. After that, they scored 3 or less. They're not hitting. So if you're not hitting, you have to pitch better. You have to play better defense. And that's kind of where they are right now. They can win games doing that. The hitting's going to come. And if it doesn't, well, then you have to make changes. And that gets back to the guys who are being talked about as possible guys you can replace.
Yep.
It's the big leagues.
Yep, all well said, Mike. Just last words on the catching situation. You being an old pitcher, Blake Sable's back there. He's gotten a little bit better, but, and Jackson Reitz, who's trying his hardest. But this news that Pat Bailey might be back as soon as this weekend, like how gigantic is that? And how can they survive this catching sort of, crisis?
Well, it's monumental getting him back because, he's really come on this year. I thought he had a very slow spring and a very slow start. And then all of a sudden we started seeing all the things we were excited about last year. And, and he's got his confidence back. And really, he's unique in a lot of ways. Defensively, he's very good. He's a great thrower. But I like a guy who can switch hit that has opposite field approach, and he does that. That's his strength. So that type of player is invaluable. You have to have him. You can fill in with a guy who can come in and spot start, give you a couple starts here, which what Tom Murphy was doing. And that's kind of what, Sable is designed to do. And that's kind of, I don't know the new guy. I don't know yet. I haven't seen him enough. We saw his home run. That was pretty good. I'm watching him receive. He looks pretty good to me. So, yeah, okay. But you need your premier guy. You need your starter. You need your all-star candidate. And that's what Bailey is. So getting him back this weekend, if that's going to be the case, huge.
Yeah, and last thing I want to ask you, Mike, is about Lamont Wade Jr., a guy that I feel like doesn't get enough love and respect for what he's doing this year, has probably been the biggest bright spot in this Giants lineup with that .351 batting average, the .485 on-base percentage. We saw him get an RBI knock yesterday against a lefty. So my question for you is, moving forward, do you think Lamont Wade Jr. should get more at-bats and more opportunities versus left-handed pitching, specifically because of his ability to draw walks and get on base?
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. The biggest hit of the game yesterday is when he had a 2-out knock with 2 men on him and stretched out the score. And we all know how important that is at Coors Field. The problem with Lamont Wade Jr. is you can't keep him on the field because he is he's subject to injury. And so you have to manage him. You have to know when he gets tired. You have to know when he's got a sore spot here or there. It's just been a problem. He is an everyday player, but he has to be able to stay healthy enough to be that everyday player. And so that's why you see him come out of the lineup. It isn't because he isn't talented or he isn't good enough to hit against left-handed hitters. It's easy just for a guy who's subject to injury throughout his whole career. The easiest way to play the guy is to platoon him, play him against right-handers and, give him the rest of the days off against lefties. But he's talented enough to hit lefties. And the way he's dialed right now, especially his knowledge of the strike zone, you have to have him. You have to have him in there as much as you can because he is your best player. But again, it's a tough call if you're a manager because you want to ride that horse, but you can't break him down.
Great stuff, Mike, all around. Everybody's feeling better about the win. Tonight, Jordan Hicks gets the ball 5:40, and then, of course, they have a day game tomorrow, 12:10, and then finally come home Friday, and you'll be at the ballpark on Friday. We will talk to you Friday morning. Enjoy the next 2 games, Mike.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. All right, we react to that on the other side about Kyle Harrison, 7 innings, about Mason Black, about Lamont Wade, about Patrick Bailey, but also about Farhan Zaidi calling it hugely disappointing. For you as a Giants fan, is that enough? Does that make you feel better or worse that Farhan Zaidi is using those words about the Giants? On KNBR 104.5 or 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bob Melvin is stopping by the Murph and Marky Show this morning at 9:30 a.m. But if you got questions about the Giants, give us a call right now. 808-KNBR is the number. We're talking Giants in the big hit. Are you disappointed or are you encouraged by Kyle Harrison's start last night in Colorado? 808-KNBR is the number, or hit us up on socials on the KNBR app. What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here this morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 100 times my money this basketball season. And playoff time is the time to join Prize Picks' community of over 5 million members who have already downloaded the app. So select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection stats, and submit your lineup. Turn that $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. We told you our prize pick of the day yesterday was Chet Holmgren to get more than 2 blocks against the Dallas Mavericks. Well, guess what? OKC got the win, and Chet Holmgren had 3 big blocks on the night, so we were able to cash in with that pick. And if we're looking at tonight's games, look no further than the New York Knickerbockers. We've been riding the trade with Jalen Brunson. My read says his over-under is only at 30 points. Hit the over on that. The dude's averaging 40 points per game over the last 4 to 5. Go with the New York Knicks tonight and take Jalen Brunson. Pair him up with somebody else and win some money. So download the app today and use the code word LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
After the butt chewing, they come into Coors Field, and they play a great game last night. They played their best defensive game of the entire road trip, which is what they need to do, which is who they are. You know, they're not going to throw crooked numbers up there. Not right now. I mean, you think about the last 11 games, you know, they've scored 4 once, they've scored 5 once. After that, they scored 3 or less. They're not hitting. So if you're not hitting, you have to pitch better. You have to play better defense. And that's kind of where they are right now. They can win games doing that. The hitting's going to come. And if it doesn't, well, then you have to make changes. And that gets back to the guys who are being talked about as possible guys you can replace.
Yep.
It's the big leagues.
Great stuff. Mike Krukow summarizing it nicely as the big hit is Farhan Zaidi using the phrase hugely disappointing. And again, that's very personal sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I need that. Thank you. Sometimes when you say, how'd it go, you don't want to hear hugely disappointing, and then you have to pick up the pieces and move on. But Farhan Zaidi said that before yesterday's game to Susan Slessor of the Chronicle. And where are you guys at? 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you agree, that means the Giants have higher expectations. Like they should be 21-16 instead of 16-21, or closer to that Vegas over-under of 85. And if not, why not? And where you're pointing that finger, does that finger go to Farhan Zaidi himself? Did he sign the wrong guys? Jorge Soler, Matt Chapman, Blake Snell. Is it he signed the right guys and they're letting him down and it's on those guys' shoulders? Is it something Bob Melvin is doing by being too patient with the Austin Slater, Mike Yastrzemski platoon and right? And you guys want the kids to come on up. Elliot Ramos, 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I would agree it has been hugely disappointing. There was a lot of excitement, particularly because of the Blake Snell signing. Yeah. And don't want to go super negative because they did win yesterday, and Kyle Harrison was fantastic. But this interview was given with Susan right before the game started, and they were coming off getting swept 4 straight in Philadelphia, losing 2 of 3 to Boston, starting that road trip 1-6, and putting themselves behind the 8 ball a little bit. Certainly in winning the NL West, like the NL West. Yeah. I don't want to say the NL West is over on May 8th. It's kind of over on May 8th.
Murph, if we're being completely honest with you, it was kind of over when they signed Shohei Ohtani. And when they signed Yamamoto this offseason.
Yeah.
When they added Mookie Betts, you can kind of just give away those divisions.
Who went, by the way, 8 innings last night, Yamamoto, doing his thing. I mean, the Dodgers have a 7-game lead in the loss column right now on the Padres. I mean, I know it's not the end of the world, but the point is that, let's be honest, wild card was probably always the way. Even though my bravado on the day of our season ticket draft, and I took game 162 against the Cardinals, who, by the way, are also struggling, 15-21. I said, I'm taking the NL West clincher, win number 90.
Oof.
Let's be honest, that take may not come to fruition.
Yeah.
Right.
I was going to say, what's the worst take? Thinking that the Giants were going to win 90 or that the Dodgers would lose more than that?
Terrible.
Would not win 90 games.
Let's be honest. I was working a bit. I was trying to be that guy. I was trying to just go for a couple chuckles.
Those were happier days when you were naming Matt Chapman your favorite Giant.
Right?
Yeah.
Did I say that?
You did.
Did I say that?
You did.
Damn, is that on record? Do we have that on tape?
Oh, man.
Do we have that on tape?
I got the receipts, Murph.
Can Kyle Harrison take his place?
Oh, absolutely.
All
Subbing
right.
Kyle, because here's the thing, Murph. They're 16-21. We mentioned earlier this morning, we talked about with Mike Krukow. They've won the last 5 games that Kyle Harrison has started. This year in his 8 starts, they're 6-2. That means a majority of their wins come with Kyle Harrison on the bump. So that's something to be encouraged by. Jordan Hicks has been one hell of a signing this offseason, arguably one of the best offseason signings. But when you try to balance that with the downfall of Jorge Soler so far, Matt Chapman dropping off offensively and defensively.
By the way, did you see he was in the 7 hole yesterday, huh?
Yeah, dropping down in the lineup also.
Okay.
And that's what Mike was bringing up. Like, I don't know if these guys are carrying their at-bats out to the field. It's not like Matt Chapman's a career 300 hitter. We knew he was a 240 hitter coming to town, but we expected him to have better at-bats instead of staring at those meatballs right down the middle.
Well,
and we expected premium defense.
We certainly expected power. Greg Papa brought up a great point yesterday. I was getting in my car where he talked about, if you look at Chapman's numbers, a lot of it are built on that one game in San Diego when he had the 2 bombs and the 6 ribbies or whatever. And, you take those away, and it gets even worse, guys. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And also just a quick pause to give you guys a roadmap ahead. Sam Amick, 8:15, going to be a great basketball discussion, whether it's the current playoff situation or what's going to go on with the Warriors offseason. And then Bob Melvin at 9:30 from Denver. Bob Melvin, the savvy manager he is, punted on the Monday hit after the Philly loss and moved to Wednesday after our Kyle Harrison gem out there for sure. All right, out on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, see what you guys are saying. 775 says he signed a 6 and a 7 hitter, and it felt like a lot because he's previously done nothing. This is on Farhan. 408 says he got the right guys, but a couple years too late. That's always the risk in free agency is guys don't become free agents until they're in their early 30s here. 4 and 5 just wants to praise Marcus.
Oh, I'll take some praise.
They're enjoying Marcus on the radio.
Oh, hell yeah.
Go, man.
Oh,
Kudos.
Thanks, 415.
415 loves you, buddy.
Thank you.
707 says
415. That is my neighborhood.
Yes, yeah, there you go, buddy. Last seen scooting home from the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame enshrinement ceremony. 707 says, is Kruk aware of the Rockies' record? The Giants didn't win the World Series yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they do have 8 wins now. Don't be, there you go.
Hey, you got to play who's on your schedule, all right?
707 says, Snell, Soler, and Chapman have been huge disappointments. I would agree on all 3 of those.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at right now.
That's a fair take.
And so, you sign these guys, and again, we'll look at Jorge Soler's career numbers versus Jorge Soler now. And by the way, he's missed the last 3 games.
Yeah, dealing with that shoulder injury.
You're almost getting to the point where do you go on the IL? You know what I mean?
I mean,
10-day IL?
the fact that they're not even using him as a pinch hitter right now in some big key situations that we saw this week.
And, if he doesn't play, does play, and a guy we haven't really talked about is Wilmer Flores, brother. He ain't getting it done right now. I think his OPS is in the 500s, dude.
Yeah, and so
right.
that's the question, because I know people have talked about the DH just being a black hole in this lineup, but if it's not Jorge Soler, it's Wilmer Flores every day. If it's not Matt Chapman, then you were just going to get Casey Schmidt. If it wasn't Blake Snell, then maybe it would have been Mason Black earlier this season. I don't know, but these were the options, and these were options that we were getting excited on during spring training when they signed late, but maybe there was a reason why these guys were hanging around so long on the free agent market.
If I told you guys Jorge Soler's numbers last year, you'd spit your coffee out. Guy hit 36 bombs last year. He's not on that pace right now. His OPS was 853 last year. It's currently 655. He's 200 points below last year's OPS. You got to believe something's got to be happening for you. He did not forget how to hit a baseball in 3 months. No. I mean, that just did not happen, okay? So whether he's been dinged up or playing with a bum shoulder, I don't know. So that's a guy who's got to get going. Anthony in Danville is the one who wants to check in at 808 KNBR. Anthony in Danville, what's up? Good morning.
Hey, how are you guys doing? I'm doing well.
What's up, man? How's it going in Danville this morning?
Going okay. A little frustrated with how things have gone with the Giants overall. I was very disappointed the other day when I heard that the Padres had traded for Luis Arraez. Honestly, I just felt like that's a guy who's kind of flirting with 400 every year. He could have really turned things around for the Giants, and it didn't seem like the Marlins got that much for him. The fact that I think Farhan didn't make a move and get that guy if he was available, it's just kind of disappointing when I see other GMs kind of fixing issues, and that was a perfect opportunity for a guy that was available. And I feel like he's probably one of the best hitters in the National League, and it would have been a great fit for the Giants.
I'm with you now. It does seem like, first of all, the Padres are just hyper aggressive. They will make moves that nobody else will make. So you got to give them, AJ Preller, that's who he is. But you're right, Anthony. One of my big things when Farhan got here was I was looking for really creative trades to land, kind of everyday players or impact players, the kind of stuff. I've said this a lot on the air, and I'm going to date myself here, but the kind of stuff Brian Sabean did in the 90s, the kind of stuff Al Rosen did in the 80s, and he just hasn't done it. And instead, he's thrown the money at Soler and Chapman and Snell, which, helps us to a certain degree. But you're right. You got to give up something to get something, but you get something in return, whether it's an leadoff hitter who's going to hit 370 or, whether it was one of those Reds infielders we were talking about in the offseason or whether it was Dylan Cease, right? Didn't he, from the White Sox, to get 2 years of a starter like that? So, yeah, Anthony, I'm with you, buddy. So I appreciate you, and thanks for the call.
And it does seem like Farhan is kind of hoarding his prospects a little bit.
Yeah.
But look, you don't got to give up your number 1, number 2, number 3 prospects. Look at the trade package the Yankees got for Juan Soto. They didn't give up a top 5 prospect. You look at the trade package that the Padres just gave up to get Luis Arraez. Gave up the number 5 prospect in their farm system, gave up the number 10, the number 11, and also gave up Woo Suk Go, who I believe is the brother-in-law of Jung-Hoo Lee. Little fun fact for you, by the way. But again, you look at the pitching that the Giants have in this farm system, and right now you look at this current rotation. Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Keaton Winn, Jordan Hicks. Those are guys that are locked up for the next 3 to 4 years. So that's 4 spots right there. And that's not even throwing in Blake Snell, whether or not he opts in, the future of Alex Cobb, the future of Robbie Ray. Murph, are you following me? We're now up to 7 options. Mm-hmm. Then you throw in a Mason Black. Mm-hmm. That's 8. Then you throw in a Landon Roop, who they want to be a starting pitcher. That's 9. Then you look at my guy Carson Wisenhunt, who just struck out 10 this past weekend. That's 10 potential starting pitchers you're talking about for a 5-man rotation, and they can't all pitch at the same time. So at some point, you're going to have to give up a prospect to bring in one of these bats through a trade.
Well, all really well said. And here's 415 saying you don't give up Carson Wisenhunt and Bryce Eldridge for Luis Ariz. That would be idiotic. He sucks defensively anyway. He would boot one in crunch time. Isn't he going to play a lot of DH in San Diego?
I know he's going to hit close to 400 and be the second coming of Tony Gwynn. I can tell you that.
916 says, why did Giants baseball get so pessimistic? Gabe is gone. We all good. How about that? Guy's still reveling in Gabe Kapler's departure. 916 says, if the Giants continue to be mediocre, let the kids play. 707 says, remind me again, why did J.D. Davis have to go? Well, I got news. Unfortunately, I just checked in on J.D. He's batting .212 with a .606 OPS. So, that's... Paul from Pleasanton checked in. He says, I'm trying to stay positive, but, dude, who's the leader on this team? That's the only thing missing. We need a rudder. And there's my answer. Thought it was going to be Matt Chapman. Yeah. That was my big thing, was that you're not just getting a player who should hit somewhere between 20 and 25 bombs and drive in, north of 80 runs and play great defense for you. Yeah, he's going to hit 240. He's going to strike out sometimes and anger you. But my big thing was he was going to be the heart and soul. He was going to be the guy out front talking to the media every day, the guy setting the tone, setting the pace. Now, I'm not in the locker room every day. I don't know, but it hasn't appeared to be that way.
No, and think about the conversations we had with guys like Dallas Braden, who was in a locker room with Matt Chapman, and how excited he was when I asked him the question about Matt Chapman kind of being that bridge gap between Bob Melvin and the clubhouse. And he said he's the perfect guy. He's going to come in. He's going to set an example. He's going to be a leader in this clubhouse. But it's hard to be a leader when you're hitting around the Mendoza line and leading Major League Baseball in errors.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, ask Bob Melvin about that. We have this list of things. We have the Kyle, 7 innings, the Mason Black, the third time. We have the meatball question, right?
Got to ask about the meatball stat.
Question. And once again, that's stirred some people on the text line. Again, generationally, for my generation, the movie Meatballs, Bill Murray, we are the CIT Supidias. For you, young Tony, it's Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Give me a breakdown of that one. Give me a little IMDb. What's the plot line?
It's been a while. I want to say it came out like at least 10 years ago.
Yeah, but give me
that.
What's the plot line, my friend?
It's a cartoon type movie. It's a fictional movie. It's it's raining meatballs. They're kind of running away from it. I mean, it's. I wouldn't say it's a great movie.
Are you just making that up right now?
Yeah. No, 100%.
I don't think Tony's seen the movie.
Yeah,
I have. Yeah.
I don't think that's the plot line. I think I did see it with my kids one time. Isn't that? Do you remember it?
It's like, there was clouds, there was meatballs,
dude,
it was cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
Yeah, dude, it's. I'll give you the IMDb of Cloudy. 2009, my friend. A local scientist is often regarded as a failure until he invents a machine that can make food fall from the sky. But little does he know that things are about to take a turn for the worst. Does that make sense? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say it's a great movie, though.
Right.
And if anybody's curious why we're even talking meatballs this morning, let me explain the Baseball Savant meatball stat. Because Baseball Savant, which is one of my favorite baseball stat websites, tracks the percentage of meatball pitches. Now, these are pitches that are thrown middle of the strike zone that teams swing at. And right now, the San Francisco Giants are getting more meatballs than any team in Major League Baseball. But they also have the lowest percentage of swinging at these meatball pitches, only taking hats 69.5% of the time. When you look at teams like the Atlanta Braves and the LA Dodgers, they're swinging at over an 80% mark at these fastballs, middle down the plate. There's got to be a change in the approach at some point.
What the hell's going on? So, I'm a student of the great Ted Williams, Teddy Ballgame, Splendid Splinter. Do you know your Ted Williams, young Tone? Do we know Ted Williams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Well, The Science of Hitting is the book that saved me when I was a kid. My dad went down to the library, checked it out. You know what he said Rogers Hornsby told him the number one rule of hitting is? Get a good ball to hit. That entire Ted Williams grid that you've seen, that famous heat grid that he invented that shows that if you swing at this pitch, you're going to hit 400. If you swing at this pitch, you're going to hit 200, right? Yeah. It's pretty simple, pretty logical, but it's nice to lay it out in grid form. And you're telling me right now that on the Ted Williams Science of Hitting grid, they're getting those blazing red 400 pitches, and they're taking them.
And they're not interested in the meatballs.
So what the hell is that?
I mean, that's
a hell
of
an approach, man. You're supposed to, quote unquote, have a plan, right?
Correct. And I know the numbers, the advanced analytics will tell you you're better off if you get ahead in the count. You want to get into a potential fastball count, even though those really don't assist anymore because you got pitchers pitching backwards all over the place. But when you're taking the first pitch right down the middle, guess what? You're falling down 0-1, and then you're behind essentially the entire at-bat. And it's always blown my mind, especially as a pitcher. I can tell you personally, I was trying to throw a strike on every first pitch of every at-bat. The most important pitch in baseball is strike one, followed by strike two and strike three. But I can tell you every pitcher doesn't want to fall behind, so you're probably not going to get a better pitch than the first pitch of a bat before the pitcher starts playing mind games with you.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And by the way, I'm sorry I'm distracted. 408 says, have you guys tried IKEA meatballs?
Ooh, IKEA is famous for their meatballs.
Have you had them?
I have had them before. When I was picking up my little IKEA bed for college that fell apart in like 2 weeks.
Isn't there like an IKEA food mart on Market now, something like that? There's a big food mart.
IKEA is saving San Francisco. Gap, Macy's, all these stores are closing down, but IKEA just opened up here.
And they
in the
opened
city.
up like a massive food court. I need you to swing by and give me a San Francisco review.
A San Francisco meatball.
Yeah, I do there. 559 says, get your boy Pat Burrell on and ask him why they're taking so much. 707 says, you need to be aggressive on the plate and on the base paths and evaluating talent, and I don't think Farhan is winning this battle. 831 says, can I call in for a question for Waterboy about lineup approaches? Yeah, call in, 808 KNBR.
That's the number.
707 says, don't forget the old Alka-Seltzer commercial in the 70s, the guy lamenting spicy meatballs causing heartburn.
It's a spicy meatball.
Young Tony, you're too young to ever have had heartburn, haven't you? Have you ever had heartburn?
No.
Yeah, acid reflux. You're too young, too, aren't you?
No, I'm at the age. I'm starting to get it, Murph.
Oh, no.
I'm well into my 30s.
Vegas?
Yeah, Vegas, dude. I felt it.
Vegas will give you that.
Had a couple of hot Nashville chicken sandwiches the next morning. I was feeling it.
The dreaded acid reflux.
Oh, man. No
started
fun.
hitting me in like my late 30s, early 40s. I was like, what's going on, man? What is this? Feels like there's like a burning. I always compared it to when you would have dial-up modem problems and that little colored circle is circling on your screen. Yeah. That feels like that's going on inside my gullet. You know what I mean? So it's like
someone put some Vicks vapor rub on your chest or something.
Oh, God, that's gross.
Whoa, wow, where's that from? That was pretty good. 623 says, dude, the Giants' offense is as bland as an IKEA meatball. I thought people liked the meatballs. 656 says they're giving up too many stolen bases. And 510 says, good morning, fellas. What a beautiful day. The Giants just beat the Rockies. And the rest of the year, we know the Giants are somewhere between the Rockies and the Phillies. So there you guys go. Well, listen, we wanted to react to Farhan saying it was hugely disappointing. And I think we're all feeling that way until they sweep the Rockies. And don't forget, the Reds have lost 5 in a row. They're coming into town. And then here come the Dodgers next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Here comes Ohtani.
I sense a few big hits coming that way, too. Yeah. All right, guys. Sam Amick of The Athletic is going to change our topic to the NBA. What's going on with Jamal Murray? Should he have been suspended? Are we living in Oklahoma City and Minnesota's world, and could the Warriors do anything to bridge that gap? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. How was it? Hugely disappointing. Can anybody riff? Thank you very much.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's Sports Leader.
Michi's in Hayward. Shout out the East Bay. Shout out the 880 corridor, because right now Hayward has a new takeout and delivery location to get you the best pizza, meatballs. Michi's has meatballs, wings, and salads. We're going to go to Castro Valley. We can deliver there. We can deliver to San Lorenzo, San Leandro, and Union City, as well as Hayward. Awesome. We have a deal for you, too. Check out the menu at amichis.com. Click on the Hayward banner at the top of the page. And all this week, when you order via amichis.com, enter the promo code HAY20, Hay20 at checkout. 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. HAY20 gets you 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order this week to celebrate the new Hayward location. New York style pizzas, pastas, salads, chicken wings. We've been doing this for 30 years. You know what we're doing. 20% off all your favorite Amichis menu items in the Hayward area this week. Go to amichis.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY20, and Amichis delivers.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, let's talk a little NBA because we got some action. We're witnessing the Oklahoma City Thunder and Minnesota Timberwolves pull off a revolution. Witnessing the Boston Celtics blow everybody out. Knicks exciting too, and then all sorts of Warrior speculation. Klay Thompson maybe to the Magic. Do they need to trade a John Kuminga to get going? All stuff to talk about with Sam Amick of The Athletic. Sam, it's great to have you. Haven't had you on in a while here on the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. How you doing, Sam?
Hey, morning, Sam.
Good morning, gentlemen. Appreciate you having me. Good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Let's talk a little bit current here right now. This OKC Minnesota thing, whereas the revolution will be televised. Huh? We're witnessing this transition right in front of our eyes, huh?
On the OKC side, Murph?
Either one.
Yeah, no, I mean both of them. It's wild. I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but I'm watching the OKC game last night, and because Luka doesn't look like himself, you feel like you already know what direction that series is going. So the idea of a potential West Finals with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on one side and Anthony Edwards on the other, seems pretty apropos in terms of the young ascension that you're kind of hitting on there. It's fun to watch. I covered the first two games of Denver, Minnesota, and obviously covered Denver's championship run last year, and it was pretty surreal to watch them get dominated in the way they did against the Timberwolves, and and really not have even that championship spirit, and just didn't have anything for this T-Wolves group that is so physical, and then OKC obviously handled business in Dallas. So it's been fun so far.
Yeah, and I know Anthony Edwards is still in all of the headlines, but it's a question that we've asked for years here on our show is, how do you slow down Joker? How do you slow down that Nuggets offense? And all of a sudden, Minnesota is putting the clamps on them defensively. How are they slowing down Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic?
I mean, it's a layered answer to that, Marcus. It's funny. I'm sure this storyline and this subplot is on your guys' radar, but it's such a wild backstory when you talk about Tim Conley was the head of the Nuggets front office and the guy who drafted Joker. Jamal put that entire Nuggets team together. So 2 years ago, he shockingly leaves the Denver's front office and he goes to the Timberwolves front office and, misses out on the championship run. So the whole thing that he built, they celebrate without him, and he's out in Minnesota where the Rudy Gobert trade, the first thing that he did when he got the Minnesota job, that had fallen flat on its face. And really, I had never seen an executive have a reputation go from such a stellar place to a seemingly, terrible place so quickly. And then now you got whiplash trying to keep up with, Tim's kind of reputation, because now he's back on top. He, and to answer your question, he built a roster that was just, deep with size, and Gobert being the centerpiece of that. And he knew, because he's the guy who drafted Joker, that if you throw enough versatile bigs at him, he is human. He will wear down. When they lost to the Lakers in the bubble back in 2020, this kind of gets forgotten. It was Anthony Davis, JaVale McGee, and Dwight Howard just taking turns, beating Joker up, and it worked. And the Lakers won that series. And right now, the other night, Rudy's wasn't even there, but Naz Reid, Karl Anthony Towns, even Kyle Anderson, they've got a pretty good formula here to slow the Joker down.
It is wild to see this Minnesota team, and that leads us to kind of the Warriors and how far they are from these young, athletic, deep, tall, big, versatile Thunder and Timberwolves. And as the Nuggets prove, things can change year to year. But, Sam, when you look at the Warriors right now and you hear the talk that maybe they go get Kevin Durant, maybe they, go get Paul George, maybe they go get DeMar DeRozan, any of these guys, does it seem to you, just like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, that the Warriors are too old and not athletic and versatile enough to keep up with these teams no matter what they can do? Or, big picture, can they take aim at that spot?
If you, because of the standard they set and putting together a dynasty, you are talking, Murph, about the top 5% of the league and can they get there? That looks pretty challenging because the theme that we are seeing in these playoffs is, all the old heads are sitting home right now. And it's funny, I'm actually later in the week going to publish an interview with Mike Conley that I had in a good conversation we had. And it's like, okay, Mike's in a different lane. He's an old guy who found a great spot in Minnesota, but he's not obviously the alpha male of that team. So, if you put Kevin Durant back on the Warriors, I'm certainly still watching, and I'm certainly not going to, say they have no chance. But youth is the theme right now, and there's a lot of incredible young talent in the league.
Yeah, and if we're talking about old heads, of course, we have to bring up LeBron James, who we know received a couple phone calls at the NBA trade deadline from the Golden State Warriors with interest in bringing him up here to San Francisco. LeBron's got a big offseason ahead of him. Do you think there's any real possibility that LeBron could potentially join Draymond Green and Steph here with the Warriors?
I personally don't. I've got a pretty good feel for it on the Lakers side. And the truth is, when, Joe Lacob called about LeBron and went down that road, it seems to have almost created like an unexpected moment where LeBron had to decide where he was at with his Laker experience. Are you going to kind of take this little carrot that's out there and try to make this Warriors thing happen? Or, are you going to look at the Lakers thing and just figure out whatever imperfections exist there to keep it going? And it really does feel like the latter is the answer that he settled on. Now, he publicly made it clear at the end of the season that he kept his options open and didn't really tip his hand. But, I think the Lakers are very confident that he's going to be sticking around. Whether he opts into his contract, whether he signs a new one, remains to be seen. I think the Warriors thing is kind of come and gone.
Talking to Sam Amick of The Athletic, does such a great job covering the NBA, has for years. And so, as we go through this Warriors shopping list or checklist, Klay Thompson, and, Shams reports that the Magic, and they have mutual interest. So just your take, Sam, on where Klay's at right now on May 8th, 2024, where, he's got to wait a little bit until late June, early July to make this thing happen. He's got to think about where he's at in his career, what kind of money he wants. How do you see that unfolding, given what you know of Joe Lacob, given what you know of Klay Thompson, and given what you know of the market?
Yeah, the market is really the thing, because Klay, potentially, and this is not crystallized just yet, but he could be in a position to see a better market than we thought maybe a few months ago. And if that's the case, then if you test, Joe Lacob's loyalty when it comes to what kind of check he's going to cut for a guy in Klay who, is obviously, he had a very good year, had some down moments, obviously tough coming off the bench and figuring out that transition. But they have invested a ton of money in Klay. He's obviously helped make them a ton of money. But if the Magic, it's a game of musical chairs, and if the Magic seat is truly open for Klay, I think that will make this very interesting, because on the one hand, everybody who knows Klay very well will immediately tell you, like, you got to be kidding me. He loves the Bay. like you can't even imagine. We all know he wants to get on that boat and commute across the bay to Chase Center, and it's the kind of landscape from a quality of life standpoint that he cannot find anywhere else. But that's not the only factor. And the Magic just came pretty close to knocking off Cleveland in the first round. They look like a really promising up-and-coming team. And if you're Clay, like the idea that you could both help them and then also be a veteran leader could be appealing. But he's not the only one who's going to be vying for Orlando's money. Paul George is going to be in that mix. So we'll see what they do. But, I think we're going to be tracking Clay quite a bit this summer.
Yeah, you mentioned Clay changing up his role this year with the Warriors, going to the bench and really stepping down from being that second scoring option for the Dubs. The man that stepped up in that role was Jonathan Kuminga, 21 years old. My question for you is, Sam, can he be a second all-star kind of option for Steph Curry? You look at the West right now with all the dynamic duos. He's only 21 years old, but can he develop to that all-star type player while we're still in the middle of this Steph Curry window?
He certainly could. I like his game a lot, and this was a huge year for him. I have joked with people, this is a media, humor thing, that the Warriors should be thanking The Athletic, because if you guys remember, Shams and Anthony Slater had broken the story about Kuminga, reportedly losing faith in Steve Kerr. And man, I've never seen like a meeting of the minds happen so quickly after that. They had all the different meetings they needed to have, and they kind of ironed it out. And then he had a really, really strong year. And you talk about jumping, and I'm cheating and looking at his numbers here, that jump, that he took from, about 10 points a game up to 16, he's heading in the right direction. His efficiency was, overall about the same. His three-point shot went down quite a bit. So, he's an open question, because the jump from 16 points to being more of an all-star caliber 2022 guy, that's the jump that doesn't always happen. And so that's where, if you're the Warriors, you're kind of on the edge of your seat, because you don't know ultimately, who Kuminga is going to be. We know the athleticism, the quickness, and, the explosion that he brings. We know the competitiveness that kind of showed itself this year, where he's basically saying, I'm ready to be that guy. So I think he's got the potential, but, you just kind of got to wait.
And that leads to my last question about Andrew Wiggins, because we've been discussing whether or not the Warriors would be able to move on from that contract, which brings up the idea of maybe pairing him with someone like Jonathan Kuminga in a trade package to bring somebody else onto the roster. Do you think the Warriors would be willing to do that? And is there any interest around the league for someone like Andrew Wiggins at this point?
Wiggins is a tough move, because it feels very much like the Warriors. I mean, we never imagined that they would get a championship out of him and have him being a guy who was borderline finals MVP against Boston. But then the drop off, combined with the multiple seasons with, personal absences, and just availability is the best ability. It's a cliche, but it's true. And, the Wiggins experience, I think, for other teams in terms of the market at that price tag is not real desirable. Now, if you have something attached like Kuminga that you want to have, under your roof, then maybe you kind of, swallow that pill. But, that is certainly how a discussion begins with the Warriors. And then we'll see if they start targeting some big names.
Sam, it's going to be intriguing these next few weeks and months for the Warriors as they try to salvage one last run here with Steph and the boys. So, hey, it's always great reading you, great talking to you, and we'll look forward to your coverage the rest of the playoffs. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
Yeah, Sam Amick of The Athletic, man. So when's this Warrior stuff going to come to a head? Late June? Early July? The free agency stuff? But that's a good thing about the NBA. It's not the Scott Boras free agency. It all gets settled in like 2 minutes.
Correct, and I think free agency officially starts July 1st.
Yeah, and it gets settled like instantly. Mm-hmm. So we'll figure it all out.
We'll get answers.
Okay, so we're going to get answers from the cooler of content. How about answers of what Tom Brady really thought of this roast? The roast that rocked the world. Literally. And Tom Brady's real reaction, we heard it next on The Sports Leader. Let's talk about Marin Health and, of course, world-class beauty in the North Bay and a world-class secret called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, we're back. Sorry, I had to, I forgot my Yeti today. And it's actually like a big deal in terms of my coffee intake, because the Yeti is a great invention, right? It's that keeps that stuff piping hot, right? And as a result, I've had to kind of go with the styrofoam cup, and we'll do this for the YouTube and Twitch crowd. This little just kind of sad styrofoam cup that you get like in a hotel, in like a Marriott Courtyard Suites lobby.
You're drinking coffee like the common man this morning.
Very much so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm an uncommon man, Marcus.
You are, and I know anytime you get thrown off your routine, it screws up your entire day.
How am I doing?
You're doing great, Murph.
All right, thank you very much. But anyway, so my strategy now, because these things turn cold after a while, so I have to go every break and fill up about a half a cup to keep it hot, and then go pour it. Because if I go full cup and try to nurse it for like an hour, that stuff gets kind of lukewarm and cold. Oh, what a bummer that is. So that's why, like, right when the cooler content came back, I wasn't right on it, ready to go, because I was filling up the latest little half cup of hot coffee.
How many cups of coffee do you think you drink a show?
How big is the Pacific Ocean, brother? Like, these are like unanswerable questions.
What, are you filling up McCovey Cove with coffee?
What do they say? Lake Tahoe is like the biggest alpine lake in like North America. Just fill Lake Tahoe's basin with my morning coffee.
Wow. Now that's interesting, because someone like Young Tony, who I was surprised to see drinking coffee at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame the other night, because I never see this guy drinking coffee during the show. And he goes, Marcus, I'm very strict. I try to limit myself to 1 cup every morning.
One cup, that's all.
So why were you drinking it at night? It's going to keep you up.
Well, when the guy came by, everybody was like, he was like, coffee? And then Copes is like, no. And then he goes on to Marcus. He's like, coffee? No. And then I'm like, I'll take some coffee.
Did you feel bad for the guy?
Low key.
Yeah, it was a pity cup of coffee.
Low key.
Tony was like, somebody's got to drink this coffee. I was like, no, Tony, you don't have to be peer pressured into coffee.
Did you ask for decaf like my mom used to get?
No.
Okay. All right. Cooler of content. Were you then wide-eyed? Were you like Bart Simpson staring at the ceiling with just big wide eyes all night?
No, and then Derek's like, you're going to be up all night. I'm like, dude, I can drink coffee and go right to sleep. I have no issues.
Well, that's the beauty of being 25. By the way, Bart Simpson, you know who Bart Simpson is?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, just making sure. All right, guys, the cooler of content. I told you guys about Tom Brady, and it's all credit to Rich Eisen, because he got Jeffrey Ross, who organizes these roasts, to give us the backstory.
He got Roast Simpson on air, huh?
Roast J. Simpson. So here it is. We'll go with cut. What do we start with? The cut G, about the how this all happened. Like, how did Brady sit down? Because I asked you guys on Monday, I'm like, why did he do this? Well, Jeffrey Ross tries to give an answer to Rich Eisen here.
There's a couple things. He loves the roast. He's a student of the roast.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Like, if you love the roast, everyone wants to be the center of attention, even when there's a target on their back. And in this case, it's all about him for 3 hours. And it was something I asked of him. I asked him after he won the last Super Bowl. I hit him up. I knew he was a roast fan. And, then he was into it right away. And then we made a deal, and then he unretired. And I held it back till he retired again. And then we held it again till the Netflix is a joke festival, so that all the comics would be in town. And I think it was worth the wait, because he was loose and fun, and man, I feel like we won an election or something. Like, I can't believe it. We got through this 3-year campaign to get Tom Brady in the hot seat.
There it is. So a couple things. One, he's a fan of the roast. Now, you say these roasts are generally available where? Where do you get these things?
I was going to say, I remember seeing them on Comedy Central.
Okay, Comedy Central.
But it was cool seeing it on Netflix, because obviously they were allowed to cuss and say stuff that you can't say on regular TV.
Oh, boy, did they.
There were F-bombs flying left and right during
and they got
show.
down and dirty, too. So, one, he's a fan of the roast, so Ross gets in that. And two, how about that line? He goes, you're the center of attention for 3 hours, even if they're coming at you.
Ding, ding, ding.
How about that?
There's your answer.
Your human ego and your need for the flat, because he's out of the spotlight now, right?
And wasn't there a story?
So now he wants to be back in the spotlight, right?
Wasn't there a story after he retired that he was going to try stand-up comedy?
There was that. Yeah. And I wasn't sure if that was a riff or not.
I remember we riffed about it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's right. We did. We did do a few of them. Didn't we do some bits?
Yeah, we did a couple
That's
bits.
right. That's right. That's right. Now, the one thing about the Kraft jokes, I didn't think he was mad. Some people thought he was mad when Jeffrey Ross made the massage joke. So
some people thought he was going to go full Will Smith and go slap Jeff Ross.
So cut F, young Tony here. Here we go.
Keep Kraft's name out your blanket mouth.
Jeff Ross on Rich Eisen.
The one thing people are wondering about today, was Brady really pissed about you making a crack towards a massage joke?
Come on.
No?
Come on.
No?
No way. No way.
Because he came up, he said, knock that S off, Jeff.
He's having fun.
Okay, good. Fantastic.
Fun, it's like, that's his dad, that's like, Robert Kraft is like a father figure to him, he was just showing his love for Robert Kraft. And Robert Kraft loved it. We had a great talk afterwards, and he was so happy that I gave him a shout out and a salute. It was beautiful.
How about that, man? So I agree. Like, I think he was just playing it up, hamming it up a little bit.
Robert Kraft is like his dad, Murph.
Would you be, I asked this on Monday, I'm asking it again on Wednesday, would you sit down for 3 hours of just crushing, highly personal roast?
Well, yeah, Murph, we get it 4 hours a day on the text line.
Very good. Anyway, that's some pretty good Jeffrey Ross on Rich Eisen.
Tom Brady only had to do it for one night. Try doing it 5 days a week, Tom.
Yeah, man. Very, very, very good. All right, guys. Hey, moving on. Austin Rivers has sure lit a fire under the sports talk world on a slow Wednesday, unless you want to talk about the Celtics blowing out the Cavs. He was on Pat McAfee and said this, which caused a lot of reaction here.
Look at you. You're talking about the Cavs today. You're stretching out. We got to get you outside of that football lane, man, where the guaranteed contracts are, where the best athletes in the world are. That's us. I could take 30 players right now in the NBA and throw them in the NFL. You cannot take 30 NFL players and put them in the NBA.
Whoa.
I don't know about
is.
that one, Austin Rivers.
So 30 Austin Rivers defending the NBA athletes. And I do remember buddies of mine who are NBA fans say the best athletes in the world are NBA players. Do you agree with that?
The biggest athletes in the world are NBA players.
Well, they're running at full speed. They're twisting and torquing their bodies. They're doing ballet moves.
Yeah, but they're also flopping all over the court.
Well, they are. Did
and
you guys see
as
that?
big as they are, they've just been so big their entire life that no one's ever tried to fight them. So I don't know if they got that toughness in them. I don't know if they got that dog in them.
Whereas the athletes in the NFL, like O linemen, D linemen, yeah, they're athletes to a degree, but they're not as like overall graceful and balletic as NBA players are.
I'd say maybe some wide receivers and running backs.
Definitely. I just meant O line and D line.
Oh, okay.
For sure.
Hell,
So
I'll
here's
take Jonathan Ogden, 6'9" on the block.
But NBA players in the NFL, like, where's Austin Rivers going to play? What's he going to be, like a safety, a light tackling safety?
Austin Rivers ain't playing in the NFL, I'll tell you that. But there's always been the talk about LeBron James, who was a high school football player, whether or not he could
Steph
play.
Curry as a CMC type?
Maybe. He's got those quick feet. We know Draymond Green played tight end at Michigan State for a little bit. If you look up his highlight tape, it's not really a highlight tape.
Take a Kevon Looney down in the tight end stretch, maybe D tackle, something like that.
But I think we've seen
where would Anthony Edwards be? Linebacker?
Free safety.
Free safety?
No, probably
Big.
strong safety in the box.
Yeah, strong safety.
Uh-huh.
Where would Giannis Antetokounmpo be? Not on the field.
See,
too much of a fragile sort of.
I don't know. Defensive end, is he too tall, Jones?
Where would Kawhi Leonard be? Like DN, edge rusher? Yeah,
I would think so because a lot of those defensive ends are 6'4", 6'5". I mean, these guys are bigger than those defensive linemen.
Conversely, give me some NFL player. I disagree. Austin Rivers, having covered the NFL for years, those wide receivers are almost all outstanding basketball players. Yeah. Terrell Owens was a dominant basketball player, dude. Like a really good player. I don't know if Austin Rivers wants that T.O. heat on the hardwood, dude. I don't know. I could see Brandon Ayuk in the backcourt real easy.
Oh, yeah.
I can see Christian McCaffrey in the backcourt
crossing
real
guys
easy.
up every time he runs a route.
I can see any of these guys. I think.
Well, like, look at the legacy of guys who have done both. I'm talking NFL players, whether we're talking about tight ends like Jimmy Graham, who played at the U, whether you're talking Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez, those guys all have basketball backgrounds. Hell, you can look at the defensive line, someone like Julius Peppers, who played at North Carolina.
Yeah, all great points, all nailing it. I think Austin Rivers is underestimating NFL players. Like, I'm thinking of like safeties, like Talanoa. I'd put Talanoa Funga out there. He'd D somebody up, you know? Fred Warner. Fred Warner could play hoops for sure. So I think Austin Rivers is, I mean, listen, the NBA has always bragged that they have the best athletes in the world. And I get it to a degree because of the high degree of speed and body control and hand-eye coordination and all that stuff. They do it by traditional athleticism, which is just like speed, balance, grace, all that stuff. That's mostly shown on the edges in football, not in the interior. Whereas in basketball, it's almost all over the court, particularly now with positionless basketball.
Correct. Who's going to be on the O-line for the NBA team?
Yeah, for the NBA, well, yeah, no, there's none.
Nobody.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
The Joker lost all that weight. He ain't playing left tackle.
Whereas I think this, you know who was an unbelievable basketball player? Two guys. Joe Montana was an unbelievable basketball player, and you know who else was Dwight Clark.
Wow.
Dwight Clark was a fantastic basketball player. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say he's underrating NFL guys on the hardwood. They used to do, Marcus, back when I was a little kid, way before you were born, buddy. The Niners and Raiders in the offseason would travel around the Bay Area and play these basketball fundraisers against, like, local police departments or police athletic leagues.
Okay.
And, dude, they'd be out there hooping like crazy. And football players were getting it done on the hardwood.
I mean, we just saw, like, Myles Garrett throwing down highlight dunks in last year's NBA Celebrity Game.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to vote no on Austin Rivers there. I'm taking the NFL player transitions to the NBA easier than the NBA player transitions to the NFL.
I think you're getting a better starting 5 from NFL players than a starting 11 from the NBA.
What a shock that we're rejecting something Austin Rivers said to say, right?
Yeah, hot takes from Austin Rivers is what I need in the morning.
Do we have room for any more? Do you want the OKC Thunder barking or what? Do you want that?
Oh, yeah, give me a little bit of dog.
Just got to give a little love.
Since we're talking about NBA players not having that dog in them.
So I guess Jared Greenberg is doing the post-game interview with SGA. The whole team's standing around him.
And the young kids are starting to bark after all their wins.
Is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Here it is.
We just try to play together, play on the string, and make it tough for their main guys.
All right, so what's next? Anybody got any ideas?
Say again?
Anybody got any ideas of what's next?
Dub, you got it carried away.
That was a game 1 bark, guys.
What's that?
Yeah.
Almost sounded like the Trent Baalke gas pass.
That was a game one bark.
Is that Jalen Williams, the Santa Clara kid?
That's definitely a game one bark.
Santa Clara Broncos.
What are you trying to say? Jalen Williams got that Chihuahua in him?
Oh, man.
He's got that small dog in him.
Shout out my Little League Dynasty, the Chihuahuas from K through 2.
Wow.
Yeah, we were the Chihuahuas, the El Paso Chihuahuas.
Earth dropping dynasty for the Chihuahuas.
They were a dynasty.
Wow.
Like they were. If you go back and look at that roster, we had some ballers. They're all playing on different teams now. But we assembled the seeds of a dynasty.
Nice.
Nothing like first grade dynasty. All right, guys. Well, there you go. Jeffrey Ross, Austin Rivers, and of course the weak bark of a Jalen Williams.
Yeah.
Again, I can't. Again, it sounds like Balky lifting up a cheek, doesn't it?
Oh, come on.
All right,
We're going
guys.
back to the fart jokes.
All right, guys. Farhan Zaidi says he's hugely disappointed. How does that make you feel? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't know what his mindset was, but talk about pounding the zone and giving us 7 innings here in this ballpark. And he's going to feel a little bit tomorrow because it is different. A lot of adrenaline, throwing strikes, getting early count contact. It's kind of really what we needed was a 7-inning start like that. So, and really don't typically want to use Camilo in those games, but with the way the workload's been for everybody else, it ended up being about as good as we could plan.
There it is. Kyle Harrison becoming that dude with a road trip where Logan Webb has had 2 stinkers. Logan Webb, obviously, the A's finished second in the National League Cy Young voting last year. But Kyle Harrison has said, okay, I got you. And he's been the guy. The only 2 games that they've won on this road trip were, no, I'm sorry.
You're correct. They're now 2-6 on this road trip.
My bad, yes.
The 2 games they won in Boston with Kyle Harrison and yesterday in Colorado.
I'm going lacking caffeine on that stat. Yes, they've won both of his starts, the only 2 wins on this road trip.
Correct.
Yes,
and if you're looking at this 16-21 record, in the 8 games that Kyle Harrison has pitched this year, they've won 6 of them. And that, of course, is including the last 5 straight times that Kyle Harrison has taken the bump.
So I like to do these stats like this. So you just did their 16-21. So in non-Kyle Harrison games, they're 10-19. Ouch. Yeah. Or as I like to say, in non-Phillies and Dodgers games, they're 16-14.
Ooh.
They got a winning record.
Now, you've also got the stats with the Giants record in the non-Blake Snell bullpen games,
yes,
correct?
Yeah, that 0-5. So they're 16-16 in those games.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Or maybe 16-15 now. Has there been 6 of them or 5 of them? Yeah, because the latest was, Mason Black was the latest, right?
Yeah, uh-huh.
So 0-6 in those games.
And they lost that game.
So they're 16-15 in the non-Blake Snell games.
Wow.
We can keep doing this. But what I like to say is they're 6-2 in the Kyle Harrison games. This kid, dude, he's arriving right before your eyes. And I guess what we're going to ask Bob Melvin is, why take him out after 7 when you got 86? Now, Baggerly wrote that story a couple weeks ago about Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison. There's a train coming, and that train is their season inning total. Yeah. And there's going to be a point where that train's going to come head-to-head with those guys. And are you going to want to live in a world where Hicks and Harrison aren't in the rotation?
No, but not right now, no.
That's what we're going to have to ask Bob Melvin about that, too. I got to add this to the list right under the meatball thing, by the way.
Got to get into
Somebody
the
brought
meatball
up the
discussion.
A great texter brought up the great Point Break meatball sandwiches. Utah, give me 2.
Nice.
Right? Yeah,
Utah, give me 2.
So I'm going to ask about the Kyle innings pitch thing because, and I guess that would be the answer as to why you took him out after 7. Yeah. I had an angry teenager in my house. Why are they not letting him finish the game? He says, you say your bullpen's tired, then let the bullpen rest and let Harrison finish the game.
Yeah, I get that argument, but this is also the deepest that Kyle Harrison has ever worked into a Major League Baseball game. He had never completed 7 innings prior to last night.
Jump in, Your Honor, objection. But hadn't he thrown more pitches in starts, though?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's his highest pitch total, which wouldn't surprise me on some of the outings he had last year where he was racking up double-digit strikeout totals.
Hasn't he gotten to 100?
That was the difference yesterday, was him not getting the job done with the strikeouts. It was more inducing ground balls and getting more quick outs throughout the innings.
By the way,
that's why his pitch count was so low.
Just quick digression. Anytime somebody does something at Coors Field pitching-wise, and this was a case where, he threw 93 pitches against Washington.
Earlier this season.
Yeah, and then he threw 93 against Pittsburgh. And he threw 95 at Boston. So 3 different times.
And those were more stressful outings, obviously, because he didn't work as deep and work as quick. He had more total pitches in the innings. Because you look at yesterday, 14 pitches in the first, 17 in the second, 8 in the third, 7 in the fourth, 12 in the fifth, 16 in the sixth, 15 in the seventh.
He's not made of porcelain. He's not made of porcelain. But actually, that's how they treat him these days, that they are made of porcelain. But anyway, I was going to say, just a quick digression. Anytime a guy does something at Coors, and he went 7 yesterday, the first Giant pitcher to go 7 there since Barry Zito in 2012, which is incredible.
12 years ago.
But, dude, the Hideo, I always think one of the most underrated athletic feats of my lifetime was Hideo Nomo's no-hitter at Coors Field. That's insane, dude. That is, I got to tell you, that's like my Bob Beeman 1968. Young Tone, you know who Bob Beeman is? You know Bob Beeman?
Ooh, sounds familiar.
All right, we're going to put him down.
Is he related to Willie Beeman?
No, but maybe on some theoretical level.
Any given
shout out, what's his face, who played him?
Yeah,
Jamie
that's
Foxx.
Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, thank you. Bob Beamon pulled off one of the greatest athletic feats in the history of the long jump. You know, the long jump in the track and field where they run and then they jump into that sand pit. Here I'm explaining the long jump.
I love how you explain the long jump to
I gotta
young
be
Tony.
honest. I'm not even sure these kids even know what track and field is.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, all right.
It's in the Olympics.
Were you a track and field athlete growing up?
No.
All right.
I could run, but I just
ultimate
wasn't.
frisbee.
Right.
We didn't ask him how many ultimate frisbee players could play NBA or NFL.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
What do you think?
What would the crossover rate be there?
Probably not a lot, honestly.
Yeah, I'd say slim to none.
Okay. Anyway, Bob Beamon, the world long jump record was, I don't know what it was, 27 feet and something. And Beamon went like 29 feet. Like he broke it by such a staggering mark. It's considered one of the greatest athletic moments of all time. Like it was unbelievable. It was like hitting a baseball like 700 feet or something, you know? So anyway, that's what I feel like Hideo Nomo's no-hitter was. Because that's impossible. With that air to begin with and all that outfield space and the history of that park offensively. So 7 shutout is not Nomo's no-hitter, but it's not far.
Yeah, and it's nothing to scoff off, especially when you look at the advantages for the hitter with the altitude and how the ball flies in the air up there, but also the disadvantages for the pitcher, how it takes away some of their spin rate and how they usually don't have their best arsenal and most of their pitches are flat. So, yeah, whether we're talking no-hitters or just 7 shutout innings, I know Mike was asking for 8 or 9 innings, looking for a complete game, but I was impressed with Kyle Harrison last night for sure.
There are texts mocking the fact that it was the Rockies. I get it, but, hey, got to do it.
They're in the division, right?
Got to do it. Got to embrace it. I was thinking about that, like if the Padres and Diamondbacks and Dodgers play the Rockies, the same results are probably
I always love when people text it and you're like, oh, yeah, you know they beat the Rockies. Yeah, you would be bitching and complaining, texting in if they lost to the Rockies.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they're supposed to do?
And if Harrison got roughed up.
Correct. So, Kyle Harrison got rocked up by the 8-27 Rockies. He sucks. No, he went out there and had a good performance, and that's why we're talking about it.
Yeah. Hey, so Aaron in Plumas Lake, that's Aaron, who's our great friend who got us the coffee pot and everything. He's the one who wanted to ask you questions about the lineup or the pitching rotation.
Okay.
So, Aaron, this is your moment.
Yeah. What's up, Aaron?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. First off, I just want to say there's a lot of pressure on this call now with what Stan Tim said. I feel like every time I call, I got to be great because otherwise I'm bringing down the quality.
Well, I mean, we like to say, have a take and don't suck is what we like to say, right?
You got to bring it, Aaron.
Right,
What's up?
I'll do my best. So, Waterboy, there's a question for you because you're a former pitcher, but there's always talk of like lineup-wide approaches at the plate. Isn't that a bad idea to have your entire lineup have the same approach? Because aren't you going to figure it out as a pitcher or the catcher, I don't know, after the first time through the lineup that, maybe they're taking the first pitch every time or whatever the approach is. Isn't that kind of a danger to have your entire lineup have the same approach?
I would agree with that, Aaron. And I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing right now with the Giants trying to get ahead in the count so often that these pitchers are attacking early on. That goes back to the meatball stats that we were talking about earlier in the show. So when these pitchers know that the Giants are coming to the plate and not being aggressive, then yeah, I'm going to pipe in a fastball right down the middle, get ahead 0-1, and then they have the advantage throughout the entire at-bat.
All right, great. Thank you.
Good job, Aaron. You did it, buddy. And thanks again for that coffee pot, man. It remains great. By the way, so yeah, we'll ask Bob Melvin about that, about team-wide approach versus individual
exactly. And of course, you would think, and I'm sure they do, each hitter has a different individual approach. Bryce Harper is not going up there thinking the same as Brandon Marsh. Jung-Hoo Lee is not going up there with the same approach as Jorge Soler. But it is the philosophy, whether it's coming from the skipper, the hitting coaches, or it's coming from the analytics team that tell you've got to be looking for one specific pitch. Yeah. But when you're getting these meatballs right down the middle, I don't know what better pitch you could be looking for.
707 Defensive says, even bad teams win 60 to 70 games. Kyle Harrison's a dog for going 7 scoreless at Coors. I looked it up. Here's the Rockies' 8 wins. They beat Arizona. So there you go. Arizona wore 1. They beat the Rays.
Take that, Arizona.
They beat Arizona again.
Take that, D-backs.
That's 2.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Toronto.
Who's your daddy?
They beat Seattle. They beat the Padres not once, but twice in a 3-game series.
Tell them.
They won a series.
Tell them.
And then they beat the Pirates.
Get
so the Padres and the Diamondbacks have lost 4 games to the Rockies, which is putting some heat on these next 2. I need them. So we teased, by the way, everybody, as we're telling you that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We teased the Farhan comments with Susan Slusser and how you guys feel about it. He said it was hugely disappointing, and we're wondering, does that mean you can say that Farhan's work was hugely disappointing, or does it mean that the players that he hired are performing in a hugely disappointing manner, meaning they should be better and Farhan did the right thing? The counter to that is Farhan signed the wrong guys.
That's the big question. And it comes back to roster building 101, which has been a topic that we've touched on a few times with the lack of speed from the San Francisco Giants. And Farhan Zaidi wanting to build his team around home run hitters, him coming out saying that he thinks the Giants can compete year after year with some of the top home run hitting teams in the league, but we know that ballpark is not built for home run hitters. So you would think they would take an approach like the Arizona Diamondbacks did last year, an approach that got them to a World Series, when they took advantage of the new rules, the bigger bases, the inability to pick off more than 3 times. The Giants do not run. They don't play that brand of baseball, which I guess is a fair question to ask to Farhan Zaidi. Is he building the correct type of brand of baseball for the San Francisco Giants to be successful?
And we've talked about this and we continue to talk about it, is that he signed 2 veteran right-handed sluggers who are supposed to be everyday guys, an everyday DH and Jorge Soler, and an everyday third baseman, Matt Chapman, which is what we as fans wanted. We wanted lineup stability, and we wanted guys who could hit the ball out of the ballpark. And those 2 guys, the only part they've hit is lineup stability, although Soler not. He's missed the last 3 games. Yeah. Chapman's been out there every day. I keep saying he needs a day, and he might need a day. But, dude, these 2 guys are drastically underperforming to their season numbers. And we can get to the right field platoon, and that's one where he says it's hugely disappointing. The other comment he made to Susan Solicitor that's interesting is he said sample sizes are starting to get more meaningful. If I'm Austin Slater and I read that, it's bad news, brother.
Yeah.
You got Ramos down there leading Sacramento in all the power categories.
Mm-hmm.
You got Austin Slater up here below the interstate, right? And you're getting the GM saying that sample sizes are starting to get meaningful. Could be days now, guys.
Yeah, it might be time for a shakeup. And I know Austin Slater has shaved off the beard, shaved off the goatee. Maybe he needs to shave off the mustache and have that go too. Something's got to change with the mojo of Austin Slater because he's not hitting anything right now.
He is, of course, doing that for Mustache May, right? So we got to support it's mental health awareness and all that. So, but yeah, no, it's been terrible. So if I'm Slater and I'm reading that, dude, imagine that you're reading that right now from the head of Cumulus Programming. He goes, we're hopeful for the Murph and Marcus show, but sample size is starting to get big.
Yeah, we're starting to get a couple of these rating books. What's going to happen moving forward?
All right, Mike in San Francisco is checking in at 808 KNBR. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Doing well. Hey, Marcus. Hey, Murph. I just wanted to doing okay. I just wanted to talk about how we're going to figure it out offensively. I think we got the pitching and defense figured out pretty good. Tell me, is Estrada your early Gold Glove winner for the Giants?
Wow. Well, I mean, he had a couple of really nice plays last night. Do we need to look up OAA, outs above average? You know what's crazy, though?
All I've been seeing is the double plays, brother. And he's been turning a lot of them.
You know what, Mike? It's funny. We're ragging on Chapman for those errors in Philadelphia, but to be honest, he's played a lot of nice third base this year. He really has.
Yeah, but it's just surprising to see a guy that had 12 total errors all of last year have 6 so far this season.
Well, let's just keep it at 6 then.
Yeah, it's not just be flawless for the rest of the year.
But no, to your point, Mike, that's a kid who has come a long way with his glove, Tyro Estrada. I remember an unnamed KNBR colleague saying that on the back of his jersey it should say E Estrada for all the errors he was making.
Damn, that's harsh.
I know. And he's actually... I won't reveal his identity. But anyway, Mike, thanks for the call, man. He said on the call, I still think this Giants team will make the playoffs. And by the way, I just looked it up. Somebody asked, hey, the Rockies are still big league players. How many pitchers have gone 7 innings against them? So I just looked it up, and quick cursory research shows Rangers Suarez threw a complete game shutty against them, and Jared Jones threw 7 shutout innings with 10 strikeouts.
That's my guy.
That is your guy. Yeah. Very much so, too. Anyway, guys, well, that's what we were talking about earlier today. Is Farhan Zaidi kind of calling out the team, hugely disappointing, and calling out the sample size of Austin Slater. And he also addressed the Pat Burrell discussion.
Yeah.
And, not just Pat, Justin Veely, who's the head hitting coach, and then Pedro Guerrero is there, not the former Dodger, but Pedro Guerrero, about you're talking about that meatball stat where they're taking pitches right down the middle. Yeah. We're talking about them having extremely pedestrian to sub-average OPS, batting average, et cetera. So we're going to have to ask Melvin about this.
Yeah, we got to ask about the overall individual approach, the overall team approach, because just to reset for everybody who missed the meatball stat this morning, the Giants are seeing more pitches thrown down the middle of a plate than any other team in baseball, and they have a lower swing rate at those pitches than any other team in baseball. Like, they're getting the good pitches to hit. They're just not taking the advantage of it.
707 says, what are we doing here? This is on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. What are we doing here? Ramos leads the team in power, leads the Sacramento in power. Bring him up. It's an offense that's deflated, and it makes sense.
I mean, at some point, you got to provide a spark in this lineup, whether it's calling up a kid or making a trade.
619 says, Waterboy, you are right. The Giants are top 3 in Major League Baseball. It actually says in the MLB.
Tell them, text line.
In seeing first pitch strikes.
Yeah.
916 says, Giants offense really broke out last night. They hit one double. One double.
Hey, put the ball in play. Good things will happen, all right?
623 says, you tell these trolls, Waterman, you're bringing it today.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm a Waterman now.
831 says, we can't get on Farhan for the free agent signings because we all love them at the time.
It's true. It's what got me excited, and that's why I'm with Mike. I went down this weekend to Las Vegas, and I threw money on the Giants to make the postseason, which probably makes me look like a crazy man, which probably makes me look like an idiot on radio talking about a team that's 5 games under 500. But with this pitching staff, they got an opportunity to win each and every day, in my opinion. The problem is they need to score more than 2 to 3 runs a game.
Well, I would agree, and we'll say this till the cows come home, brother. Finishing 6th gets you in the playoffs now, dude. So it's like you got to be. And right now, as we check in the wild card race, you're only 3 out in the wild card. You're in it, baby.
And we're
You're
not
in
even
it.
at the first quarter pull of the season. There's still more than 3/4 of the baseball season left, people.
I love
Let's
it.
practice a little patience.
3 out in the wild card. 707, an interesting take. He says Chapman is leading. He's leading the team by example. He's staying focused while not playing very well and keeping his head up. Okay. There's a positive thought of reading the body language and all that of a Matt Chapman, for sure. So there we go. There we go. 408 says the Giants are competing. The Giants will compete for the NL West by the end of July.
I don't know about the NL West. They'll compete for a wild card spot, but it's going to be tough to track down those Dodgers.
One of these texts that says, has Farhan ever made a roster-altering trade? And that's what I was always waiting for. And he hasn't. And again, we go by that horrible factoid that Kerry Crowley brought up, that as much as we are hopeful for this team, last night in the starting lineup, there was exactly 0 homegrown players. 0.
Yeah, Patrick Bailey on the IL.
Jung-Hoo Lee signed from Korea. Tyro Estrada, they found him from the Yankees. Lamont Wade Jr. was a trade. Michael Conforto, free agent. Wilmer Flores, free agent. Mike Yastrzemski, trade. Matt Chapman, free agent. Blake Sable, Rule 5, and Nick Ahmed, undrafted or street free agent.
Yeah, and I know he made the trade for Chris Bryant during the 107 win season. I don't know if he's waiting to see if the Giants pick up some momentum to make one of these big trades, but if I'm Farhan, with all the pitching prospects they have in the system, I'm making calls out to the New York Mets about Pete Alonso or somebody this offseason.
Conversely, Kyle Harrison, Ryan Walker, and Camilo Duvall pitched last night, all homegrown.
Yeah,
So we'll give
and
them that.
Patrick Bailey on the IL.
Yeah, there you go. Johnny in Brisbane, we'll close it out, and then we'll get ready for Bob Melvin at 9:30. Johnny, good morning, man. How are you?
Good morning, Murph. Good morning, Marcus. Yeah, I was talking before the season started, beware the team that wins the offseason, right? But I loved Romo's call yesterday that I do think they can do it if they can pull it together. It's just, you can't throw together just a combination of random vets and some younger players and think it's all going to work, So I can give you the recipe to my grandma's marinara. I'm not sure it's going to taste the same. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's the same in baseball, right?
Yeah.
So I think if they can pull it together, just in terms of stringing together a couple wins and getting some vibes going, they can make it happen. But I don't know. I have questions about the Giants just as an organization. It's that, the fish might stink from the head down.
Well,
you know what I mean? And
yeah. Johnny, I hear you on that. I hear you. Now, the only thing I'm just going to say is, every time I go down this road, and I go down these negative roads with you, I keep remembering, I'm trying to counter myself and trying to remember. And the fact of the matter is they do have a ton of young, homegrown pitching that they can stick their feather. I got to give them credit. That is going to be, and in Brian Sabian, in one of his many interviews he did at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, this is one he did with Monty Poole. I watched it last night. He said, we learned after the first 5-6 years of the ballpark, we're going to have to be a pitching organization. So I think that's what Farhan's trying to be. So, Johnny, I feel you, buddies. Don't be a stranger. Thanks for the call. And this was what he talked about with Sergio Romo yesterday. Romo saying you're just one ground ball with eyes away.
One time.
I mean, it's easy for me to say Bochy's the best manager I've ever played for. But I will venture to say, and I've said this before to you, especially on the side privately, Bob Melvin is the closest thing to Bochy in the league, in my opinion.
Okay.
He's the closest thing to it from a personal standpoint, from an intelligence standpoint, from a gut feeling standpoint, from a trust standpoint. The guy has faith in his players, and the fact that he cares enough to understand his pieces, it's going to happen. I'm telling you guys, it's going to happen to where you guys are going to be talking about this team in a consistently better light.
Okay.
This team is, I really believe this team is going to do some cool stuff.
Okay, he said they're on the cusp. On the cusp. All right. Hey, Bob Melvin will talk about that cusp at 9:30. But the story, one of the other stories we haven't hit today was Mark Spears bringing up the idea of trading Jonathan Kuminga. How does that sit with you? We'll hit that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Tim Lincecum is not made out of porcelain.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, you just heard a clip of Sergio Romo yesterday morning on our show talking about the comparisons between Bob Melvin and Bruce Bochy and how he still thinks this Giants team can turn around the season. But if you want to listen to the entire podcast and more, check it out now. Available on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
They're on the cusp of doing some really cool stuff.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, hey, we'll get this Mark Spears thing on Kuminga in just a second, but just right across our little wire of things that are happening, fun stuff going on. Steph's in the news with Andre Iguodala.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And
Klay Thompson and golf. So there's this gets a little inside baseball here, but there's this new indoor golf league that Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy have invested in, and it's going to be played in this indoor arena in Florida.
Indoor golf.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to dog Steph and Andre and Clay and all that, but it's kind of hard to explain. But Rory and Tiger want to capitalize just like on video games, kind of. So they've got the best players in the world to join this thing called the TGL, the High Tech Golf League, and they're going to play on TV. You're going to sit on your couch and watch it.
Okay.
Or you're not.
And I'm going to sit on my couch and bet on it.
It's going to be on ESPN, ESPN Plus, and they're going to go head-to-head in an arena. And what they're going to do is they just kind of name the teams after cities, and San Francisco got a team. The Bay Area got a team.
I got my squad, Murph.
And and it's a good team. The players are, who do you got right there? You got it right in front of you. Ludwig Auberg, who almost won the damn Masters. Shane Lowry, the great drinking Irishman who won the 2019 British Open. U.S. Open champ Wyndham Clark. And Min Woo Lee, who's a great player too.
Ooh, are we gonna get some Min Woo Lee?
Yes,
Min Woo Lee chants going.
So now you have the Bay Area roster, and the point of the matter is that the ownership includes Steph, Clay, and Andre.
Ooh,
along with, by the way, Man City and English national team star John Stones, Formula One driver Alex Albon, Olympic surfer Leonardo Fioravanti, and Kanoa Igarashi. Wow. And the majority investor is Mark Lasry of the Milwaukee Bucks. How do the Olympic surfers invest in an indoor golf league? But either way, Steph, Clay, and Andre are.
Yeah, and I'm just glad to see that Clay's not joining an ownership crew with Paulo Banchero.
Well, I got news for you. Bad news or good news that this team will be playing in Florida.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe, yeah, man. I'll go check out some games.
Here comes the connection to the Orlando Magic.
So, like, the New York club has Xander Schauffele, Ricky Fowler, Matt Fitzpatrick. The L.A. club has Colin Morikawa, Tommy Fleetwood. Justin Rose. The Tigers on a team with Max Homa and Kevin Kisner and Tom Kim. And Rory's on a team from Boston with Adam Scott and Keegan Bradley.
So does this move the needle for you?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Is it better than Live? That's the real question.
Good question.
Are you allowed to wear shorts inside?
The short answer is yes.
Yeah,
it's better than Live.
Okay.
You know why? Because Live's on the frickin' WB. And I mean, what do I want? What's the WB show? Is it not Dawson's Creek or what's that one rerun they're always showing?
Pretty Little Liars or something?
Is it Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Yeah,
is that
Buffy.
What it is?
Shout out to Buffy.
Anyway, it's going to be starting in the fall. Now, the weird thing about this league is that it was supposed to start this past fall, but the arena where they're playing the games, the dome collapsed.
Uh-oh.
I got nothing to say. I don't know what to tell you. The dome collapsed. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Hope it doesn't collapse on the Bay's team.
I was going to say, that's not a good sign.
Don't collapse on my guy Shane Lowry when he's trying to make a putt for Steph and Clay.
Come on, go win one for the Bay.
There you go. Anyway, well, that's one part of the golf tease. The other one is that we do have that Saturday morning show called The Clubhouse Corner with Ben and Eddie. And listen, we want to just remind you guys, that is our golf show, Saturday morning, 7 a.m. And Steve Mariucci's affiliated with these guys. So Mooch has benefited from the golf lessons from Ben and Eddie, and he came on The Clubhouse Corner to talk about it. So you guys should tune in on Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. Listen to Ben and Eddie talk a little golf. Maybe you, Tony, on your way to playing, young Tone.
Yeah, it's perfect. Saturday morning at 7 a.m. on my way to go play some golf.
Now, you said that this league was introduced for the younger generation of golf fans, young Tony, as a young golfer on the show. Are you interested in the Bays
they're going to be
Golf Club?
hitting their shots into the screen of a simulator.
Oh, it's a simulator.
And they will putt on a green whose contours can be altered. So, for you, buddy, for the 25-year-old demo, yeah?
Yeah, it's tough. The simulator's tough, I will say. It's you got to get used to it. It almost feels weird hitting it inside. You think you're going to hit the roof or, like, break the thing.
You're swatting them into a screen. But, hey, if Rory's doing it and if Steph and Clay and...
Now, it's interesting for me, who's someone who's not a huge golf head. One of the best parts of me actually tuning in and watching golf is seeing, like, the beauty of the course and, like, hearing the birds chirp in the background.
Yeah.
And now you're taking that away for a golf
Yes, you are.
simulator?
We can pipe in a few bird sounds. How's that for you?
Thank you.
Yes.
Give me some AI birds.
Super curious to see how this works. And if it appeals to, like, the 12-year-old Rory Murphys of the world, I don't know. I'm curious. But either way, Steph, Clay, and Andre have skin in the game.
Yeah, and does this lead you to believe that Klay Thompson's going to stay with the Warriors?
Yes.
Joining this ownership group with Steph and Andre?
The answer is yes. Yeah. He's staying, baby. All right, speaking of the Warriors, that leads to Mark Spears came on. John Joe is hot on this. He's like, guys, you got to talk about it. He says, would you trade Kuminga? So here's Mark Spears on with, was it with Papa and JD yesterday? About, do the Warriors have a decision here about trading Kuminga or what?
I don't think you just can assume that Steph is going to be happy with mediocrity next to him the rest of his career, right? I think he probably wants to make another run at it. He probably wants to try to, do something special before he walks away. So you can't assume that one day he doesn't say, you know what, this rebuilding thing ain't really working for me. I want to walk out in a dynamic fashion. I think if Warriors fans had a choice, holding on to Kuminga or using him to put something special next to Steph and just kind of see where it goes from there, I think if I'm a Warriors fan, I'm picking the trade Kuminga option.
Well, there it is, and that's obviously leads to the Kevin Durant question. That's the kind of thing you have to do to get Kevin Durant.
Yeah, and it leads to the question on how the hell do you get Andrew Wiggins' contract off the roster?
Right, yeah.
Because if you want to get rid of Wiggins, you got to pair him with Kuminga, at least in my estimation.
Yeah.
You got to give some other team some value.
I find that in my sort of canvassing and just hanging out and talking in bars and putting greens, most Warriors fans would clamor for the return of Kevin Durant.
I'd take him.
That's what they want. My counter to them was, it's fun, it's sexy, it'll sell some tickets. You're not winning the championship. That's my counter.
Well, is there any move that you can make that instantly makes the Warriors a championship contender?
Can we get SGA?
I don't know. Can you get the Joker?
Can you get Anthony Edwards?
Can you get Giannis?
Joker, he's yesterday's news.
Yeah.
Yesterday's news. Is there any move? No, listen. Would they be instantly, interesting with Durant? Yeah. Would they be more powerful with Durant too? Would they be more fragile and old? Yes. Injuries would be a large part of it. Would they be able to stave off those packs of wild dogs like the Sacramento Kings, the Keon Ellis factor? Have you guys seen those? If you watched the game, you saw it, but I saw like a chopped up version of Minnesota's half court defense on Denver the other night.
Just smothering Jamal Murray.
It's what they're going to do to Denver. To Kevin Durant as a Warrior.
Well, that's what they led to Jamal Murray throwing the heat pad on the court the other night. Yeah. But I think if you have someone like Kevin Durant, if you have a second option that can legitimately space the floor, then you're not going to see the double and triple teams that Mike Brown was throwing at Steph Curry in that play.
But they had with Bradley Beal and Devin Booker quite the second and third options too.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I know. It's just they become. Kawakami wrote this the other day, and I kind of agree. It's great and it's exciting, and believe me, I'll go to the chase. I'll enjoy it. I'll get my popcorn, get my $19 beer, actually $20 beer.
Yeah.
But they'd be kind of the Suns 2.0, right? They'd sort of be the same version of the Suns. I know Steph's obviously Steph. But Dre and Clay and Clay's up and down and back again. And so, who's your defensive dog stopper? Is it Gary Payton? Is it Andrew Wiggins? No, you've moved Wiggins in this trade. So who's your dog? Who's making those? Who's locking them down? Is it Moses Moody?
Yeah, I guess that's one of the reasons why I would be willing to trade a Jonathan Kuminga. Because if we're being honest about his game, he's not at the level defensively where he needs to be at. And I know they're looking at him as a second scoring option, but he's more of a drive to the basket. Can knock down a couple corner three-pointers, but he's not spacing the floor like these other superstars do, and he's not playing that level of defense.
They got huge decisions facing him. What do you do with Wiggins? What do you do with Kuminga? How do you add a second scorer like a Durant to this team? What do you do with Clay? Dunleavy, man, I tell you, we talked about this a lot. That grease board is full, buddy. that grease board is full. Now, switching topics. Bob Melvin's grease board says, why can't we hit a meatball? And don't you guys like the win I gave you last night? That's why I'm coming on the show today. Bob Melvin, Giants manager, live from Denver. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
All right, what a treat to talk to Bob Melvin. Any chance to talk to the Giants skipper. They go at it tonight with Jordan Hicks getting the ball 5:40 in Denver, 4:40 pregame on KNBR 104.5 and 680. After a win, 5-0, I know dinner must have tasted a little better. Sleep was a little better for Bob Melvin on the Yuma guest line. Bob, welcome back to Murph and Marcus here. How you doing this morning?
Hey, morning, Bob.
Yeah, you're right. A little better after a win. That's always the case. So things haven't been going too well, recently. So anytime you can get a good win, you kind of tweak the mind and get positive again and try to move forward.
It's a crazy day-to-day business, right? And so let's talk about the win last night in the Star, and that was Kyle Harrison. And now that's
still good, right?
5 straight games that he started that you guys have won. And I know, there's a lot of factors that go into that, but is that starting to become a thing now for you that this young 22-year-old is establishing himself as win day?
Well, it feels good when he takes them out and put it that way. And we feel like we have several guys that can be that guy, but certainly he, here recently in the last month or so, he has been that guy.
So the question we're all asking on our couches, he's looking great. He's cruising, stress-free innings, 86 pitches, and you guys said, that's enough, you're good. Can you take us inside the dugout? And knowing that your bullpen was battered and tired, was there a thought of extending him past 7?
No, not at Coors. It takes a lot out of you. I mean, for every inning you pitch there, 7 innings pretty much equates to 8. And we had, Camilo needed to pitch yesterday. He'd been off for a few days, and Walk had gotten the day off before, so we were comfortable with that, and didn't want to push him to have to go out in the 8th, throw some pitches, and if there were some guys on base and have to bring somebody in, I thought 7 really, really good innings was more than we actually expected.
And Bob, as you mentioned, I thought the starting rotation has been one of the bright spots for you so far this season, and that's even with 3 of your starting pitchers and $70 million still on the injury list right now. So just real quick, is there any injury update on Blake Snell? I know he threw the bullpen update. What's going on with him, and is there a chance we see Mason Black maybe make another start in his spot moving forward?
Yeah, so Blake threw 2 ups yesterday, kind of simulated situation, threw to some hitters. We'll see how he's feeling today and what we think the next step is. But there's no way Blake's going to make that next turn. He's going to have to throw a little bit more in a game situation, at least one game situation, rehab before he comes back. So, yeah, Mason Black absolutely is penciled in for that one. And really, 4 innings, he was fantastic against the Phillies. And the 5th kind of blew up a little bit, but you saw last night's game against Toronto, too. The Phillies are blowing everybody up right now.
They really are. And that takes us inside the dugout again on when you guys, and I know you addressed it after the game, but just for a more relaxed, extended version of the decision between you and Brian Price to send him out there for the 5th inning. I know you told us the bullpen was battered, but was there a thought like this kid hasn't gone past 71 in the minors, maybe we shouldn't do it again? Was that a wrestle? Were you wrestling with that one?
A little bit. But look, he looked really good at that point, was really economical. And, at the time we just felt like we needed some pitches, and he pitched really well up to that point. So, just like, Webby's deal the other day, 3rd time around the lineup, Harper hits 3-run homer, and it happened pretty quickly in the 5th as well. So I thought he was prepared to go out.
Bob Melvin is the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line this morning. And Bob, I kind of want to ask you a big picture question when it comes to offensive approach. I was looking at some numbers yesterday on Baseball Savant about pitches thrown middle down the plate, which your team is seeing more than any other team in baseball, but you guys also have the lowest swing rate at these pitches. Has this been an issue you guys have addressed? Is there a need to be more aggressive at the plate?
For sure it's been addressed, and I think last night we were a little bit better. We do have some guys in our lineup that in the past have walked, and it's not happening right now. So, what kind of adjustments do you need to be made? And, teams know that we have guys that walk, so they're pounding the zone early on us, and we just have not made that adjustment yet. But it's come up several times from the hitting coaches, and it's something we certainly need to look at harder going forward.
Did you even know, Bob, there was a meatball stat on Baseball Savant? Did you know that?
No. I don't delve into too many of those. I kind of stay in my lane and do my thing here and try to keep all the kind of the noise from all these. You can go down rabbit holes that could keep you there all day. I try to stay away from those.
You guys have a staff of analysts to dive into that stuff there. Bob Melvin's the voice you hear. Giants get a nice win yesterday behind the kid, 22-year-old kid out of De La Salle, Kyle Harrison, doing their thing. Now, you mentioned the hitting approach, and it's been discussed in approach. Can you speak to us about, because Pat Burrell's in his first year there, and we all love Pat, local kid, World Series champ. But, I'm sure he's frustrated that he joins the team and the offense takes a dip right now. Justin Veely's also there. Pedro Guerrero's also there. I mean, what can you tell the fans out there, just like how does a hitting coach truly materially affect somebody like a Jorge Soler or Matt Chapman who hasn't had a good start to their season? Is this something these guys are wearing?
They are, but I don't know that they could do more than they're doing, and I'm absolutely happy with our hitting coaches here, and so are the players. If you ask them that, some of these guys, the newer guys here, are saying this is the best group they've ever been around. So there's a ton of information. There's knowledge about each and every guy. There's deep dives all the time and trying to figure out what's the best version, what adjustments we need to make. I think, with Soler and Chapman, just gotten off to some slow starts. There's a lot of expectation for them. I think they're at times trying too hard because they want to succeed and be those guys. and it just kind of snowballs a little bit. So, but it's not for a lack of preparation, and it's not for a lack of work with our hitting coaches. Of course, they wear it a little bit, but I think they're doing a great job with these guys.
You mentioned Jorge Soler. That's someone that we have not seen in the lineup over the past couple of days. What's the latest injury update on his shoulder?
Yeah, he still wasn't feeling great yesterday, so today's kind of a decision day. When we get in today, we got to make a decision on whether or not we think he can play really soon or put him on the IL. But it's gone on a little bit longer than maybe we're comfortable with. Certainly, you don't want to have that spot on the bench, not a usable piece for a significant amount of time. So I think today's kind of decision day where that goes.
Okay, so we'll tune into the Bo Mel pregame show with John Miller, maybe get the answer to that. Bob Melvin, kind enough to join us here on the Murph and Marcus show as the Giants get a nice win yesterday. So many different things to touch on here. It's great to have you on. We appreciate it. Matt Chapman, we just mentioned, and you obviously have a great history with him. Somebody wrote in or called in, I forget, but they were like, hey, who's the leader on this team? Who's the leader? And I thought, well, Matt Chapman is sort of a natural leader, right? Is it hard for him to assume that leadership role when he is not performing the way he wants? Can you speak to, is he setting a tone in the clubhouse, or is it affected by his slow start?
No, he speaks up. Leadership is not one guy. It's multiple guys, and we do have multiple leaders here. Obviously, Logan Webb's a leader here. Wilmer Flores is a very quiet leader here. Tyro Estrada is a kind of a quiet leader here too. And Matt Chapman can be a little bit more vocal in his leadership, and so it's a good mix of guys here. It's not that, and really and truly, myself, I'm the leader. The coaching staff's leading. I tell these guys, just to play the game the right way, do your thing, impact and say things that you need to say, but don't put too much pressure on yourself as far as the leadership goes. That's really more about us and the coaching staff.
And right now, you guys are also missing your leader behind home plate, Patrick Bailey. First of all, Bob, I don't know if you've ever seen anything like this in baseball where you lose both of your big league catchers on back-to-back nights. And secondly, what's the update on Patrick Bailey and his potential return to the lineup?
So he's feeling better every day. I think yesterday his concussion symptoms were really minor. So we'll see as far as Saturday goes. I think he's going to do some baseball activity for the first time today. And, obviously he's going to have to pass some tests and so forth going forward. But each and every day is getting better for him. So we're encouraged that this is not going to be, a significant time off.
As an old catcher, and, I don't know, the study of concussions is totally different now than it was in 1988. So what's your view?
Yeah, it wasn't a study then.
No,
it
wasn't.
He took a couple aspirin.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, guys, what do you think about all this in terms of, how, I don't know, scary it is in terms of recurring concussions, and they say this, increases stuff, and yet you yourself were in that crouch and kind of, I don't know whether you guys played through it, is the lack of a better word. What's your evaluation of how catchers handle these things now head-wise?
Yeah, looking back, I probably did play through several of them. I remember having one where I had a headache for a real good, severe headache for a couple days. Wow. And then it subsided after that. But there's just so much more information now. And, it really even, how they make the masks and the Kevlar and all these things, the padding around them, all these things they're trying to do to combat these injuries. And it's the right thing to do in any sport. You look at football too. So you have to be very, very cognizant and in Patrick's case, he's had one before last year, so we got to be really cautious with that and continue to monitor. And I think baseball's doing the right things in that, once you get put on concussion protocol, you have to pass some pretty tough tests really to get back. So I think all sports are doing a good job with this now.
A few more minutes here on the UMA Guest Line with Bob Melvin this morning. And Bob, I want to ask you about Lamont Wade Jr., who I think has maybe been the biggest bright spot in this lineup so far this season. The on-base percentage of .485. He's hitting .351 right now. Had a big 2-out RBI knock yesterday against a left-handed pitcher. So I'm curious, when you're seeing this type of offensive production from Lamont Wade Jr., are you guys interested in getting him more at-bats against left-handed pitching, especially with his ability to draw the walk and get on base?
Right, especially, in game for sure. I mean, we do want to incorporate our whole roster, and it's set up that way to where, Slater's going to play against lefties, and it's a little bit of a different look. But the way he's playing right now, it was a no-brainer to leave him in there last night. He's drawing walks. With lefties right now, he's seeing it a little bit deeper and a little bit longer and not trying to do too much, base it up the middle. That was a huge base hit to go from 2 to 4 last night. So, especially with Soler down and our bench looks a little bit different. We don't have as many moves. It makes a lot of sense to let Lamont get those at-bats.
You mentioned Slater. How fans are. They're result-oriented, and he's not performing. And Farhan Zaidi gave an interview to Susan Slusher in the Chronicle saying sample sizes are starting to get larger now. Elliot Ramos is leading Sacramento in all the power numbers. So, is there anything you could just say to the fan base out there just about like how you guys evaluate sample size and Austin Slater's career records versus what he's doing right now, and the fact that there's a young guy in AAA knocking on the door? How do you evaluate that as a manager?
Well, look, in his sample size, I think it's only like 36 at bats or something like that. So it's not a ton. And he has drawn some walks. Granted, it's not like it has been in the past, but we still have a lot of faith in him. And with the Soler situation, there's a potential that a guy like Ramos could get here regardless of that. So I think as far as with Slate, it's probably too early on the lack of at bats. He was going through a shoulder thing leading up to spring, didn't get a lot of consistent bats at spring. And, at times it's gotten on base for us here. At times it's looked good. Times it hasn't. I think still we need a little bit more patience with that. I was getting the same questions about Yaz for a while, and then he picked it up. So I think it's probably a little too early with Slate.
Moving on from right field to center field, I want to get your breakdown on the sample size we've seen so far from Jung-Hoo Lee, because there was a lot of concerns this offseason about how his skills would translate from the KBO to MLB. So far, I thought he's had a lot of competitive at-bats. What's been your breakdown so far in this first 30 games or so from Jung-Hoo Lee?
I would agree with you, and also learned a lot about him in spring training. So, he lefty-righty thing doesn't really matter for him. He sees lefties, I think, just as good. And he's been really unlucky here as of late. He hit 3 balls in Boston that probably would have been home runs anywhere else into that Bermuda Triangle out there. And you've seen him make adjustments, too. There was a time he was hitting too many ground balls a second, and a day or two later, now he's trying to shoot the ball the other way. It's not easy to face opponents that you've never faced before. And he's starting to get more knowledge and more information on how to attack guys. But if you haven't seen him before, it's tough. And so this is going to go on for a while until we start seeing teams a second time. But whether it was spring training or whether it's now, I have really been impressed with how he's acclimated to the big league game here, which is a little different from the KBO. Lifestyle, a lot of things that off-field stuff that can really impact you as well. So far so good with him. I think he's doing great.
Yeah, I think Giants fans would agree with you. And then finally, Bob, just like big picture, listen, you've been around many, many times. You've been to many rodeos. So the idea of a quote-unquote closed-door meeting or quote-unquote butt-chewing or whatever you want to call it, whatever you said to them Sunday or Monday in Philadelphia, just, it doesn't matter. How do you choose when to say it? You said publicly we're playing terribly. Privately, you said whatever you said. Could you just take us behind that decision of when you, as a manager, and you've done this a million times, when it is time to say something and how it really works or not?
Right. So I have the ability to too many meetings, you just lose them, right? So you can't do that all the time. So when you have these type of meetings, that you want them to be impactful. I do have the ability to talk to especially the hitters, once every series at the beginning of a hitters meeting and kind of touch on what I think I saw last series, what we need to do better, so forth and so on. Other times you need to be a little bit more impactful in front of the whole group. And, you have to balance that with early in the season. We believe in our guys. We're not going to panic right now. It's a small sample size. And then there becomes a time where you feel like, something needs to be said. So that's kind of my philosophy on it.
Well, there it is. And, hey, you want to know since then. Very good. All right. Listen, we always enjoy the conversation. We sure do appreciate, like we always say, we always like talking Bay Area sports history with you. So if we weren't so baseball-centric, we could discuss the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony Monday night, where we got
yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, Brian Sabian and John Taylor and Patrick Marlowe and Jenny Thompson and Chris Wondolowski all went in. So I'm sure you'd have had a take on all of them, I'm sure, right, Bob?
Yeah, especially obviously Sabes and John Taylor, the 49er teams and, that catch to win the Super Bowl against Cincinnati. And, yeah, every time that the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame comes up this time of year, it certainly gets my attention and all these people that were put in this year were very, very worthy, and it's kind of a really, really cool thing to be able to get into. Such a great Hall of Fame, really, for an area that just has so impactful sports wise. Really cool to see those.
Yeah, and this last one, because you grew up in the Peninsula before the Sharks, a guy like Patrick Marleau goes in, skated more games than Gordie Howe. I mean, did the Sharks they were out of your radar because you didn't grow up with them?
You know what? I'm if we're talking hockey, I'm probably going to be behind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't following hockey as a kid as much, so I'm probably the wrong person to talk about hockey. But certainly know the name and the impact that he's had in the Bay Area.
Well, I'm with you too, because they came when I was like 25, and so I've been a little behind it's the next generation's thing. So anyway, he's quite he's the greatest Shark of them all. So it's pretty cool. Bob, it's always enjoyable. Thanks for answering all the questions, and go enjoy the game today. Get a win. We'll see you when you come back home.
Yeah, thanks, Bob.
You got it. Thank you. Appreciate
Bob Melvin, on the UMA guest line. In honor of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, let's give out 2 tickets to the San Jose Earthquakes against Austin FC on May 25th. Just call Curly right now, 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10. In honor of Wondolowski going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and in honor of Bob Melvin talking about that right there, 415-896-KNBR, caller number 10. And we will hand it over on the other side. We got a little health report. And did Young Tone learn anything today? Ooh. I don't know. He might have taught me a few things today on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is special from one host to another, Marcus. That's an inside joke, right? Or is it a public joke?
Oh, I think it's public now because we should tell the people that coming up in about 5 minutes is the Papa and Cope Show. Now, there was some confusion earlier whether or not John Lund was going to be here today. And, of course, Adam Copeland hosts the afternoon show from 2 to 6. So Copes shoots me a text, shoots Papa a text, asking who's going to host the show with Greg Papa today.
Because it was confusion.
And I guess this is public knowledge now because Copes put the screenshot on Twitter that Greg Papa was asking for his little boo thing, Marcus Boucher.
So he publicly has called you the boo thing.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to our April Fool's Day show.
So this is for you, buddy.
I'm the boo thing.
There you go. You're the boo
Because
thing.
it was confusion.
All right. Hey, this whole...
Tell Papa I'm back.
This whole riff has been sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So did Copes tweet that out?
Dude, I'm looking at the screenshot right now. He tells Papa that he's filling in for John, and Papa responds, Marcus can't do it?
Absolutely incredible,
That's
man.
my guy, G-Pop.
You gotta love the love. There's nothing like that
that's my
positive
guy,
energy
baby.
going into that 4 hours. Congratulations to Sid in San Francisco for winning the Earthquakes tickets. And congratulations to Marcus and Tony for an upcoming Gotham-based news report here. Yes.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, you are correct. Straight from the Gotham Club itself, it's our Giants Sutter Health Report. And today, you're not going to hear from me. You're going to hear from Bob Melvin, who was just on the show about 5 minutes ago, giving us an injury update on Blake Snell.
Yeah, so Blake threw 2 ups yesterday, kind of simulated situation, threw to some hitters. We'll see how he's feeling today and what we think the next step is. But there's no way Blake's going to make that next turn. He's going to have to throw a little bit more in a game situation, at least one game situation, rehab before he comes back.
Which means Mason Black is going to get another spot start in place for Blake Snell, and that's your Giants Sutter Health Report update from Bob Melvin and from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
If I'm doing my math right, so he pitched Monday in Philly, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So he goes Saturday against the Reds. That's right?
Yeah, bring it on. Give me some more Mason Black.
And then Sunday would be Kyle against the Reds, and that means Jordan Hicks would get the first game against the Dodgers, right?
I like that. Kyle Harrison on Mother's Day.
And then Keaton Wynn, right? And then Webb, is that right?
So I trust your math better than mine, Murph.
So if I'm doing that right, Hicks, Wynn, and Webb against the Dodgers.
Bring it on.
At Oracle.
Hicks, Wynn, and Webb.
There you go. It was a light day for what did young Tony learn today. Again, I might have learned a couple things, but let's do it anyway. What the heck? It's a tradition.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Yeah, Bob Beeman. That's what you got to go look up. Bob Beeman. It was considered one of the most jaw-dropping moments in sports history when he made this long jump at the 1968 Olympics. And, dude, he broke the record by I don't know, almost 2 feet or something like that. I should probably get the exact information. It's considered one of the more it was Tony just came out of nowhere. Be like hitting a baseball 700 feet tonight somewhere. So people talked about it forever. He broke it by almost 2 feet, not a foot and 9 inches, which is crazy, dude, in a long jump. Now, Mexico City has elevation. Shout out Coors Field.
Nice.
But there you go. There's that.
Does that translate to vertical elevation? I get it when a baseball's in the air, but it counts for humans being too?
Sure.
Why not?
Thinner air.
All
absolutely,
right.
Yeah, absolutely. So
interesting.
The other one is that you and I discussed movies about meatballs because Marcus had the meatball stat.
Yeah.
I offered you Bill Murray's camp classic meatballs. You offered me Cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
Yep.
And you nailed I said, what's it about? And you said, I don't know. A guy makes meatballs fall. We looked it up. A scientist figures out how to make food come from the sky.
Perfect.
So there we go.
And also, Murph learned one thing today. He learned that I'm Greg Papa's boo thing.
I did. I did learn that. You're my little boo thing. Now I got that in my head. Yeah. All right, let's hand it over to this sizzling with chemistry pairing that's ready to go, man. All right, John, Joe, and There it is. All right. Time for a change. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service.
Tell 'em
Your
it's
trusted
Cokes.
oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, full of boo things. We are in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. How was it? Hugely disappointing.
No, wait, what's the low?
I could take 30 players right now in the NBA and throw them in the NFL. You cannot take 30 NFL players and put them in the NBA.
Whoa. That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Ahmed swings, grounds it weakly, left side, charging at third. McMahon with a bare hand. He can't pick it up. Chapman scores. A bouncer softly hit over the head of the pitcher. Charging at second, Rogers. He'll glove it. His only play to first. Gets the hustling Estrada by a step and a half. But another run. And the 1-2, Wade swings. Line drive, base hit into right center. Ahmed comes home. Right behind him is Jung-Hoo Lee. It's a 2-out, 2-run single for Lamont Wade Jr. Ground ball right side, and that's through. A base hit for Conforto. Racing around third is Estrada. He's heading home, and he'll score without a throw. Doval throws, and it's swung on and missed. Struck him out with a slider. And the Giants come into Coors Field, and they shut out the Colorado Rockies as they take it by a 5-0 final.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise. Who's more surprised, you or me, that I'm sitting here with Greg Papa?
Is today April 1st?
No.
What's today?
It's May 8th.
Are we doing that thing again?
We're doing this thing where
trade-off again?
Who'd have thought, dude, when I took this gig as the PD that it just meant, I can't come in, and then I just got to do it all. You know what I mean? Here I am to pick up the pieces, Pop, for John Lund, who's still working his way back from vacation. Where was he? Where'd he go?
Mexico.
The moon?
He could not get back over the big, tall border that was never built.
Oh,
He can't get
they
back
built the
over
wall,
that?
and John can't get back over the wall.
No, John's the one. John's the one that I thought would be detained at the border.
Yeah, what was he trying to get back here? Some knockoff penicillin or something? What was John using? What does he need?
Jonas Salk. Thank you.
Good
Thank
deal.
you.
Adam Copeland hanging out with Greg Papa today. This will be fun, man. We'll have a good time.
How are you, brother? Good to have you. You and I have done we've done draft shows together.
I filled in with you a couple of times years ago when I was still with Murph and Mac a couple of times where I was just like the fill-in guy where I would pop in and John was out or you'd be out a couple times and I'd sit in on the show. But
this is the first time we've done it when you're technically my boss.
Yeah, watch yourself, Greg. Yeah, careful.
I remember I'm really nervous today. If I say something wrong, I'm going to violate the moral turpitude clause in my contract, and hopefully that'll make for a better show.
Well, I don't listen to this show normally, so what happens? What do you guys do?
No. Fine. Moving along. Bob Agnew. And when I filled in one year for Radnich. Radnich went from middays to mornings after Frank and Mike went on. And remember the great Steve McPartlin was doing it for a while?
I was talking about Steve McPartlin with somebody last night. That's so funny.
Gary went to the mornings. So during the NBA lockout, I came in for Raddy. And I think the one show I did was right after the T.O. he caught it catch game against Green Bay.
Yeah.
Was that next day. Anyway, we had a bid. I think it was also it was the swearing in, I think, of Willie Brown as the mayor of San Francisco at that point. It wasn't
shout out his bridge out there, by the
way. Anyway, Agnew came in and we did this elaborate bit where he swore me in as a talk show host for like 10 minutes. It was a lot of Fitz humor was involved in that back in the day. Very funny. Anyway, so he was technically my boss, I guess, but I used to yell back at Agnew. So
you can yell at me, man. We're good.
I'm not going to yell at you, but you are technically my boss, right?
Yeah.
Suspended during the show. That's my goal, is to get suspended with pay over the next 4 hours.
I'll tell you what, I'm already filling in for somebody else. I'd prefer you not get suspended with pay over the next few hours.
Right, because you do this shift every day. I got you.
I'm just sitting here.
See, you really are a program director.
And I'm SOL,
You're
dude.
just worried about getting the on-air shifts.
I'm like, how does it affect me? That's all I need to know. How does it affect me? Bobby Marks is going to join us today, by the way. 10:50, Bobby Marks.
We're going to talk Klay Thompson a little
That'll be good. Yeah, we'll talk Klay. We got to talk about some of the other free agent stuff because he put out a list, and we'll get into this. He put out a list of the top 10 salaries by team in the NBA. And if you run through the top 10 payrolls in the NBA, 8 of the 10 have been eliminated or are not in the playoffs anymore. 2 of them are number 4. I think it's the number 4 payroll and number 6 are Boston and Denver. One of them's down 2-0, right? Or 0-2, I should say, for Denver. Hunter Pence also at 11:30 to talk about your guy, Harry. Prince Harry, De La. The hat you're wearing right now.
Daylight coming, it's time to go home.
So how about this? 2 outings for him on the road trip now. It's his first start in Colorado, but he's the only pitcher on this road trip starter to go 5 or more in a game.
Without a doubt. And he locked in and pitched well in Boston on the day game and went 5 strong, gave up just 1 run. He had a tight strike zone that day, walked 5 in the game, but was able to dance around it. Really, to me, Kyle Harrison has been the number 1 pitcher on this staff. Logan Webb's had some really good outings, Jordan Hicks as well. But the phrase, the stopper of a staff, he has stopped just losing streaks here. And they had a team meeting yesterday, and Bob Melvin called him out privately. We'll hear from Hunter Pence exactly what a team meeting does for a team in a clubhouse like that. But he also called him out publicly and said, we're playing terribly right now. They were spotty to begin the year before they went on this road trip, and now they're just playing awful. So, but when you look at his last 5 starts, Copes, not just the Boston start, the start before that, against Pittsburgh, it was a 3-0 victory, and he went 6 and gave up nothing.
And stop giving up the home run. That's the key thing, is the home run. Is cutting down on the long ball. He's not giving up a home run. He's not giving up any home runs. Last time he gave up a home run was 4-1-5 day, SF day, since then against Arizona, Pittsburgh, Boston, and now Colorado. But what was amazing about last night is, when we saw him, Marcus and I saw him pitch in Vegas. I saw him a couple of times last year in the minor leagues in Sacramento. His arm side command was just awful, and he just could not repeat delivery. When we saw him in Vegas, he began to lock in. But there are times where he just comes out of his arm slot. He had a couple of those last night, but not many. And then he get right back into it when he can self-correct on the mound, the auto-correct. I mean, he went 7 strong last night. Only threw 86 pitches. In Colorado, Greg. At Coors Field.
It wasn't
First time ever.
Hideo Nomo. I heard you guys talking about Hideo Nomo yesterday. I mean, to throw a no-hitter there is incredible.
That was pre-humidor, too, by the way. That was
unbelievable, the whole thing. But just 2 walks. But the big thing, really, Copes, is he only struck out 2, which means he was pitching to contact. He was really efficient. He dealt with the altitude. And De La right now is saving it. You need it. They're not a very good lineup. They don't have Chuck Nasty in there. Chris Bryant is hurt. He's always hurt since he's been there.
Who's Chuck Nasty? What's this about?
Charlie Blackmon. You never heard the nickname Chuck Nasty? You obviously don't listen to the show much.
I don't. I told you. You got so many nicknames.
You never heard the nickname Chuck Nasty for Charlie Blackmon?
I was thinking of somebody else, actually.
The 17th century welder? You've never heard that?
No.
Anyway.
You want to go Lizzie Borden? We can go like that route.
No, we could go there. Yeah. We could go there. But, I mean, for him to pitch the way he threw last night, when you look at Giants pitchers going to the House of Horrors that is 20th and Blake, guys that are thrown 7 innings or more and given up no runs. Russ Ortiz in 02, the faithful 02 year. Jason Schmidt, who I saw, that was my first year doing Giants.
I was going to bring him up because you talked about the stopper. I was going to bring him up to you specifically because before, for a while when Matt Cain came up, it was Schmidt and Cain and Pray for Rain. But Jason Schmidt for a 3-year run was the best starting pitcher in all of the National League. And they had days where, Kirk Reeder was aging at that point. Levon Hernandez was gone after the 2002 season and the 12 and 16 year. But Jason Schmidt was legitimately the guy. You could lose 4 in a row and you knew you were going to win that day when he took the ball.
And he did it with 2 pitches. He did it with a high fastball.
Change up and a fastball.
And a change. I'm like, what? I was doing games with Mike then. I'm like, what's that 90-mile-an-hour pitch he's throwing?
That's a split change.
It's a straight change up. I'm like, what? Who throws a 90-mile-an-hour change up? But anyway, that year in 04, I remember him going to Wrigley on a really windy day in mid-May and throwing a 1-hitter.
Pitches he threw.
Yeah, a lot of pitches, and then he had one Sunday afternoon game against the Red Sox.
I remember that game.
Either Manny or Ortiz, one of the two was not in the lineup.
I think it was Ortiz was not in the lineup. I think Manny was in there.
Well, you and I together are scary the way we recall things from.
Well, that 04. Do you remember that Matt, that day that he threw the one hitter at Wrigley Field? I remember I was infuriated because I was it's 2004. I'm like a 15-year-old or something. Back then we didn't have you didn't get all the
15.
You didn't get all the highlights of every game and every team. So I would watch SportsCenter at night, being like, "Are my Giants going to make SportsCenter? Somebody going to make the top 10?" And then Randy Johnson threw a perfect game.
That same night.
That.
Yeah, the same night that
Robbie Hammock
caught it. That's right, dude. Robbie Hammock, the catcher.
Yeah, I remember that guy. I think it was May the 15th.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was right around then.
But anyway, a couple of months later, he goes to Coors, and Jason Schmidt is just Schmitty. And then Kane, Lincecum. Remember Zito started in 2012?
I do.
And he got off to a horrible start. Needed to go to Coors to win. I think maybe the final game of a road trip or something, and he shoved. But for Kyle Harrison to be so efficient in the strike zone, I mean, I just didn't think he was capable of having that kind of an outing. I'm not going to say he's like the right-handed Greg Maddux. It's more like Tom Glavine a little bit, or Jimmy Key or someone. But, man,
he had 5
he
walks.
went 7 strong copes and threw only 86 pitches.
Well, he had 5 walks his last. Was that right? Was it 7 Ks and 5 walks in Boston
His
in his
last
last
start at
and
Fenway,
and it wasn't nearly as efficient, but he still didn't throw
95 pitches in that game.
And he only went 5 innings in that game. But I think it was Dave Fleming who was telling Tom and I a couple of weeks ago that after he had given up those home runs, I think it was 3 or 4 consecutive starts to start the year where he'd allowed a home run, and he's a high fastball pitcher and a fly ball pitcher, which is why Colorado, I was sort of surprised he was able to pitch as efficiently as he did. But he and Logan Webb are very tight. And Dave Fleming was telling us he wants to work deeper into games. He wants to be able to be efficient in the way Logan Webb is, but he's a different type of pitcher. Logan Webb's getting ground balls. It's a little bit different for a guy like Kyle Harrison. We got to talk more about this. He was fantastic last night. Giants snap an 11-game streak of 4 runs or fewer. They're undefeated on the season at 9-0 now.
The ground attack. Let's go.
The Bruce Boy, the old
ground
school.
attack and Lamont Wade Jr. in a line drive. That's all we need.
I'll take Lamont Wade every day of the week, man. Guy's red hot. And Wilmer Flores hits well in that ballpark, too. Had a double last night as well. We'll talk more about this one. Adam Copeland, are you surprised I'm with Pop? Because I am. I wasn't anticipating this.
What's the date today?
May the 8th.
May 8th?
By the way, everybody should know I texted Pop and I said, hey, John's still on his way back. It's going to be me and you today, baby. Sent him a kissy face emoji, and he said, what, Marcus can't do it?
I need my boot thing. I need to shoot my shot like 2K.
It's like, damn, dude.
Are you on with Tommy after we're done? It's a long day for you.
I was actually going to be on with Tommy after we're done. I think Kerry Crowley's going to save the day for me. I think he's going to pop in from 2 to 4. Then. So we go loose. We'll go drink after 2.
So we'll be free at 2 o'clock. Let's hit it.
Let's booze it up.
Spark it up, PD.
Let's do it. It's Papa and Lund. Forget Lund. It's Papa and Copes on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sam Amick joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how the Warriors could improve this offseason. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and our KNBR socials at KNBR.
seem his. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
1-2 pitch, a swing, ground ball towards second. Moving to his left, Cairo Estrada will field it, and from the edge of the grass, he'll throw out back at first. Side retired, and for Kyle Harrison, 7 shutout innings tonight in his first career start at Coors Field.
I don't know what his mindset was, but talk about pounding the zone and giving us 7 innings here in this ballpark. And he's going to feel a little bit tomorrow because it is different. A lot of adrenaline, throwing strikes, getting early count contact. It's kind of really what we needed.
Giants get a victory yesterday as there was a Bob Melvin talking about Kyle Harrison, who's now 3-1 on the year with a 3.20 ERA. A very impressive road trip for him with a couple of starts. One in which he didn't have his best stuff last Thursday out in Boston, and they salvaged a game there on that Thursday afternoon in Boston. He walked 5 in that game, struck out 7, only went 5 innings. That was now the second longest start for a Giants starter on the road trip. As they're 2-6, he goes 7 last night and was fantastic. Only 4 hits for the Rockies. Giants win it 5-0. They rack up 10 hits. Coors Field and this Rockies team is the elixir for these Giants. They're 8-27 on the year, Craig. They're awful.
Yeah, they're not good. I feel for Bud Black. It's hard to watch him right now. He's a good Giant. We've known Bud forever, and obviously with Mike Scioscia on the Angels staff as their pitching coach, and he's been managing for so long. Their ownership there is a little different, and I'm being kind, and hopefully he'll be able to ride it out because I think he's quality, but you can see he's just Bud's been around a while, so his hair's going gray, but it looks like it's really graying right now.
Yeah.
They are. So, it's a good time to play Colorado. They're a major league team, Copes. I'm not going to bag on them. So you got to win this series, the very least, if not sweep it, after what happened in Philadelphia. And I'm watching them today against the Blue Jays. They're playing a day game in South Philly. I know how much you loathe the Dodgers, but I am obsessed with them, and I do watch them a lot. Yeah, you don't like the Dodgers. I've heard that every once in a while.
Yeah, but it's you can't look away. They're a spectacle.
I know.
The lineup is insane. You got to watch for the sake of history and knowing what's how.
It's been a good lineup for a long time.
Yeah,
they had Corey Seager and Trey Turner, and I was like, what? They've been good. Now it's just insane. Having Betts followed by Ohtani. Freddie Freeman's struggling a little bit. Not struggling, but he's searching a little bit. Will Smith's just so good, and Muncy hits a slam. We're going to see them next week. They got Walker Buehler back. I don't think he'll face the Giants. Probably pitch on the weekend. But in any event,
Glasnow's been fantastic for them.
We may see him. Yamamoto went last night.
When's he going to break, by the way? When's he breaking?
Who's that?
Glasnow, I believe his...
when he gets hurt?
I believe his career high in innings was last year. I think he's only thrown 100 innings in his career twice. And one of them was last year at 130 or 120.
Yeah, we saw him come in with Tampa, and I know you remember, and he was just outstanding. His stuff, anyway, the Giants just needed a win. And to have, a young guy like this, first full year in the big league, still with Rookie of the Year status. Let's just see where he goes. But there were some outings early in the year, Copes, where he just looked like that same arm side command was like, whoa, he's back to where he was the beginning of last year.
You said that twice. When you say arm side command, what does that mean?
So he's a lefty.
Yeah.
He throws with his left arm. So when he's pitching into a left-handed batter or away from a right-handed batter, that's arm side command. For some reason,
the same side as the hitter, the left-handed batter.
Well, the same side as his arm.
The plate.
Same side as his arm.
I got you. Right.
So sometimes it's glove, with Logan Webb, it's the glove side command where he's really good, being a right-handed pitcher
with a sinker that moves back in on the righty.
Exactly. And I wonder, even though one's a righty and one's a lefty, if they have the same agent, the Aces and all that, but they're just tight together. Growing up in Northern California, you could see the camaraderie. They had a bet going when the Warriors and Kings were playing in the play-in. Even though it's a different arm, right to that side, into a lefty, away from a righty, and for Kyle, it's more on the same side. I wonder if Logan is able to help him with that. But there's some pitches. When the first thing I look at when I'm watching him pitch is, can he pitch in with command to a lefty or away from a righty? And a lot of pitches, when he tries, he misses badly.
Yeah.
He's not close.
That arm flails out. That's what you're saying, is he loses the arm slot.
Yeah, and he also lands there where, we had Brian Price on. We were talking to him. It's about where he lands. Blake Snell's had a problem with that to begin the year.
Yeah.
Same thing. And he was talking about last year how he landed on his heel and rotated down the hill. It's technical. He's a little bit off. So even though Kyle had a couple of those last night, the point is it's like, whoa, we went 2-0 all of a sudden out of nowhere, and then he locks right back in. He's able to correct himself in the middle of an inning, in the middle of a game, which is pretty impressive. So he's I don't want to say he's the ace right now because Logan is, and Jordan Hicks is pitching well, and Keaton Wynn got, the rain. That game should not have started the one it did on Saturday. It was unfair to him. But right now, Kyle Harrison is worthy of the spot in the rotation. And the reason he's breaking all these losing streaks is because, he did slot right behind Logan Webb for his first start of the year in San Diego, and Webb was not great that first day. And, and Chapman had a big game, and Kyle pitched well enough. He gave up a couple of solo homers, but he won, and he was able to bounce back after a Logan Webb loss. But basically, since they inserted Blake Snell right before him, that Snell spot in the rotation is 0-7. Whether it's Blake himself going 0-3.
With a big ERA, too. It's like up over 5 or 6, right?
So he's pitching right after a loss, Cope. So he's your stopper right now. Yeah. But yesterday was even more telling, and we'll check in with Hunter Pence because Hunter's still tight in the clubhouse. He knows people. I mean, for Bob Melvin to air the team out the way he did when they left Philadelphia and then do it publicly to the media, they needed to bounce back and have a performance like they had last night. And they were able to, the ground attack got going. They scored enough, obviously, but the tone was set by the 22-year-old who right now is your stopper, and that's Dallas Kyle Harrison.
Well, I want to ask you about whether or not closed-door meetings and being aired out by a coach or a manager, and baseball's a different sport because it's every single day. And sometimes the pace of that moves and operates a little bit differently. But I remember, it might have been 2009 or 10, Jeremy Affel told us a story about Brian Sabian coming after the starting pitchers. Late in the season, saying
2010.
It was 2010, saying you're our guys. This is it. Lock it down. You guys need to handle business and make sure that the team is driven by what it is that you guys are capable of. We're not going to hit tons of home runs. We're not going to score 11 a game. You guys need to lock it down. And I think sometimes that lights a fire. And I know that last year Gabe Kapler had lost some of the clubhouse, and near the end of the year, guys weren't following and listening in the way that they had. But in your mind, can you remember a time with a baseball team? You were around Art Howe, you were around
Tony. Tony would flip the spread.
He wouldn't put a spread out.
He'd have Voos lay it out, and he'd tip the whole table over in front of the whole team and say, "You're not eating. You're not worthy of being fed."
When was this? Mid-90s?
He did it all the time. No, mid-90s, Tony was already gone. More like, when Tony got there, Tony was a red ass. Tony was hard, and he would challenge guys. But they were so good when I was there with Tony. They got a little funky, when guys started to leave and Stu went to Toronto and such. But Bochy would do it. We'll ask Hunter about it. Bochy, but I think the theory, and being around Flan and Wody so much, is a manager's got it's like a six-shooter. You can't be doing that every day.
No way.
You've got, and even 6 is a lot over a 6-month period, but you've got maybe 6 bullets where you got to go in and air out your team. But really, it's hard. I mean, the famous one, you've heard the story about Boch breaking the TV and Kevin Franson being right there. He took a bat to a Franny TV. But I remember what you were talking about with Sabe. So, Bochy had already aired him out a little bit. And, so now it's the boss. Now it's the guy that doesn't make up the lineup card. He makes up the roster. He'll get rid of you. And he's not going to do that to the guys he was talking. I remember vividly, it was right after John Shea and I did the Mays interview.
Was it a visiting clubhouse somewhere? Or was it in Bochy's office?
It was in Bochy's office.
That's right,
It was after a game, and he called in. It was Zito. It was Lincecum. I think it was Kane. Bumgarner may have been too young then. And he basically said, "We ain't doing crap this year if you guys don't pitch. And that's why we're here." Remember, that was Giants baseball torture, winning the 1-0 game. I mean, how many games, Copes, were they behind San Diego to start September that year, 2010? 8.5, 9, something like that?
San Diego had to legitimately crap the bed for them to get back in it. And even down to that final day of the season, they had to win one of those final 3 games, remember, in that final weekend against the Padres, and didn't do it until Jonathan Sanchez hit that triple on the final day of the season and got the win. I got to tell you, I wasn't all that confident in Sanchez going into that game. I was nervous as hell.
Yeah, he was either really good or not so good.
He had that arm side. He had that arm side problem too. He'd let it fly out the left-handed pitcher.
Remember that Friday night he locked in and threw the no-hitter? I mean, before Timmy threw one and Kaner's perfect game and all that, it was Jonathan Sanchez.
First one since the count, dude. He was the first
count of Montefusco.
Yeah, he's the first
1976.
one. In a long time. Adam Copeland, Greg Papa hanging out with you. We are going to catch up a little bit later, as you mentioned, with Hunter Pence. We'll talk to him about. He wasn't there in 2010, but we can talk about that club. I mean, he's a guy who rallied a dugout in Cincinnati, right, and changed the fortunes in 2012. You're absolutely right about baseball being. It's not a football season. It's not chewing into guys and laying into guys. It doesn't work that way. It's a way different. It's a slow
football,
burn.
They do it every day.
Football, you're like, I haven't been chewed out yet. What's going on? It's noon.
What do you think it was like at halftime of the NFC Championship game when the Niners were down 24-7? You think they didn't chew a few guys out?
I was chewing people out. I was chewing people out, man. You and I.
We were very calm in the Lon Simmons broadcast booth. Tim and I. They're going to make a few adjustments and come back and win this game.
Steve Young said, "Oh, they're going to win it. No big deal. They were going to come back. I knew it. No big deal." Papa and Adam Copeland with you. A little bit later, as I said, we'll catch up with Hunter Pence at 11:30. Bobby Marks, ESPN front office insider, is going to stop by at 10:50. We do have to talk a bit about that. I say he put out that list of the top 10 salaries in the NBA by franchise. 8 of the 10 are out of the playoffs right now. The question you have to ask is, can you build a championship team the way we were traditionally taught or thought that you could build a championship team? Do super teams still work, or do you have to do it the way the Warriors did it originally, the way OKC's doing it, the way Orlando's doing it, Minnesota, build through the draft? We'll talk about that next, and then Bobby Marks at 10:50. Adam Copeland in for John Lund, hanging out with Greg Papa on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I don't think you just can assume that Steph is going to be happy with mediocrity next to him the rest of his career. Right. I think he probably wants to make another run at it. He probably wants to try to, do something special before he walks away. So you can't assume that one day he doesn't say, you know what, this rebuilding thing ain't really working for me. I want to walk out in a dynamic fashion. I think if Warriors fans had a choice, holding on to Kuminga or using him to put something special next to Steph and just kind of see where it goes from there.
Adam Copeland, Greg Papa hanging out with you today. It's that was Mark Spears. He was on with you guys yesterday, right? You and John Dickinson yesterday.
He was.
And he was saying, he would build the Warriors this offseason in a way that tries to extend Steph Curry's career. And his belief in doing that, I think, is in bringing in more superstar-type talent. Like how they tried to trade Kuminga last year, they maybe could have gotten OG Anunoby. I don't know, and Tom was saying this yesterday. He says, I think Anunoby's probably more helpful to the team right now if he were here, but I don't know that his ceiling is higher than Jonathan Kuminga's. I mean, the jump we saw in Kuminga's game this year told me I don't really know how far this guy can go. It happened pretty quickly, even after he called out Steve Kerr for his development and his usage, and I thought that may be the end of this guy, and it wasn't. They were able to figure that thing out, and the job Steve did this year and working with Klay Thompson and the conversations they had and having to deal with Draymond and then the passing of an assistant coach and Decky. I mean, the job that Steve Kerr did this year, I think, was incredible relative to the hand that he was dealt. That said, when it comes to extending this window for Steph Curry or for Steve Kerr, who are both under contract for 2 more, Draymond here as well, you've got Klay as a free agent, the question remains, what's the best way to find success in the next 2 years? Mark Spears thinks it's trading Jonathan Kuminga. When you look at the way the teams who are at the top of the table right now or in the playoffs still were built, most all of them, Boston included, who's the number 4 salary or number 4 most expensive team in all of basketball, they were built from within. They gave big contracts to guys that they drafted. Jaylen Brown got, $300 million or something? I think Jason Tatum still hasn't even gotten his huge one, but he got a 5-year 160 or something like that. He's making over $30 million a year. It remains pretty clear to me that the way to find success longevity-wise or long-term in the NBA is to build from within and then add ancillary superstar pieces. I think the Warriors set themselves back if they trade Jonathan Kuminga.
I agree. Draft and develop. But the way the league is structured, and Bobby Marks will join us at 10:50, Copes, and he knows the numbers and also was a guy who helped build some super teams during his career in New Jersey. They kind of took shortcuts there, and it set him back. When you give guys second contracts in the NBA and, the NFL as well, the 49ers going to make a call. They're going to sign Brock Purdy, obviously. But when you give him that next contract in a quarterback position the way he's played, it changes your salary structure. So the Warriors have done a great job, obviously, drafting Steph, Klay, Dre. And I think they got to do it again. Kuminga for OG Anunoby, I would not do. But the topic was Pascal Siakam. And I would have done that one.
I would have too in a heartbeat. Yeah.
Well, that was different. I mean, Siakam's just such a grown man. And he came in. They actually played the Warriors on a Sunday night at Chase in January. And I'd seen Siakam, obviously, but I remembered him more from the guy who played next to Kawhi.
In the finals, yeah. He was,
in the finals
it was almost like a
19.
diet Kawhi based on his size and his range. It was like he could do some of the same stuff at a lower level, but he wasn't a special guy.
I mean, now he's just big and strong. Yeah. He's just this force, and he catches the ball deeper. He's a go-to guy. And I remember Kuminga specifically matching up with him in that game, and he got overpowered. That's who Kuminga might be. But I think I would not. Now, they're going to put Kuminga on the market just to see because you have to re-sign him. Now, one thing we'll ask Bobby is about he is eligible for an extension. I think I would slow my roll on that a little bit. Maybe it's the Jordan Poole buyer remorse that I have a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'd wait a year on that one.
You're saying on a Kuminga extension.
And a Kuminga extension.
Yeah, he's not a wide receiver. You don't have to do this right now. Yeah, I don't care if he scrubs his social media.
Yeah, right. But that may cost you more, over time. But anyway, what you're saying, what I think the Warriors are in right now is development. You got to develop, which I think is the young core 4 that you have right now, and it's Kuminga, and it's Moses Moody, and it's the guys who were rookies last year, Trace Jackson Davis and Brandon Pajemski. I think they got to be in the gym. They got to get better. The young guys are going to play summer league. They're going to get better.
and the areas where Kuminga and Moody have to get better are similar. I know Steph's back in the gym. He went in with Brandon Payne on Monday. Just go hang around Brandon Payne and Steph and NBA players for a week or so. Work on the 2-ball drill. Work on catching and shooting quick.
Yep.
They got to just become better in the 3 basic tenets of offensive basketball, which is shooting, dribbling, and passing. They got the other stuff because they're good athletes and Moody's just smart. So I don't know where they're going to go ultimately with this, and I think they'll put Andrew Wiggins, and they're going to take the temperature of what their roster is worth. But to me, I think this is where you cut that payroll down. $400 million is obscene. I mean, come on. You can't do that. So Paul will go away. I think that the big one's going to be how much do you give Clay? How much is Orlando going to drive his price up? But
are you of the belief that they could offer him a max deal? Do you think that they'd go that far?
I mean, Clay? No.
I mean, that's what Marcus Thompson was talking about yesterday.
I love. You think Orlando? Well, their max is different than the Warriors.
That's what I mean.
Max.
But is their max, like, if they came with a max deal? If they come, I don't know if it's years or dollars, but if they came with a big time deal for Clay at 30 a year or something like that, and again, they're a team built they're a young team. They're built from within. They don't have to hand those big contracts out quite yet. I just wonder what dollar amount gets the Warriors off of that, because a team like Orlando, that would be the fear, not the fear, but that's the type of team, sort of like the Warriors acquiring Andre Iguodala when they were a young, inexpensive team at the time. Bringing in a guy like Clay and what he would do for their pedigree, he's not going to be the defensive two-way guy, but you've got a championship player there, moving him to the Eastern Conference, and a guy who's going to knock down shots. I don't know that they need him, but I do think that he helps that team, and if they come with a high dollar amount, I don't know how much the Warriors are willing to spend to bring Clay back.
Yeah, I mean, Anthony Parker is Orlando's GM. That's Candace Parker's brother.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
So they do need shooting. It's obvious they need shooting, and they did not shoot the ball well in the second half in Cleveland, and that's why they're watching. But I would not give Klay Thompson a max deal. Now, their max is different because they don't have his bird rights. The Warriors' max is different. I think there's a huge, gap there. If they want to make him a solid offer to improve shooting, he is a champion. Obviously, his defense has got to be protected a little bit, but they've got some guards that could cover a little bit there. So I don't know exactly what Orlando's thinking about doing. Does Clay really want to do that? Does he want to move around the country? I think I've always thought with Clay, keep an eye on what the Lakers do. Because of his dad, being there, and he did grow up in the Portland area.
Can they afford him though?
LA.
I don't know that. See, that to me, that's the type of team.
For me, if I'm them, I let Angelo Russell go. And they got to get rid of him. They got to get rid of him.
I like Chuck Nasty, and I like Angelo Russell. Those are my two favorite nicknames.
He's Angelo when he's on offense. He's Angelo when he's on defense because he doesn't guard. And they made a mistake with him. So I think ultimately Clay wants to stay, Copes, but to your point about, trading, and the guys in the media love this stuff. Marcus, give him a supermax. I mean, come on. You going to give Klay Thompson a supermax contract?
No.
His ownership going to love that? The Amway people there in Central Florida? They could maybe, how many great free agents have they gotten in their history? Their guys are mainly leaving, like Shaq. If they can get a guy like Klay Thompson, a 4-time champion, a future Hall of Famer, and market him, maybe he's worth a little bit more there. Would Clay really take it? Is he using your money to drive the price up to Joe? I don't know. But I think ultimately with the Warriors, getting Clay re-signed is first and foremost. What do you do with Paul? Does he just walk? And then, what do you do with Andrew Wiggins? I'm not in the market of trading for Andrew Wiggins because I don't think you get much back for him. But the other thing with put them all in the market and see what you get.
Yeah, I think you have to. And the other thing with Wiggins and Kuminga is the Warriors are an undersized, not long enough wing team. That was something I think they were at a deficiency at across the league. And it's funny, they sort of created this problem. When you create the spacing game like that in the outside shooting, all these big men, the too big for a 3, too fast for a 4 type players became the positionless basketball stars of what the NBA is now. So in trading Wiggins, look, I'm with you. I don't know how much you get back for him. But also, you're now removing a player who does fit the mold of the types of players you probably need on the outside and on the wing. Jonathan Kuminga, another one. I really, I know you'd get the most for him, but it's not somebody I'm inclined to move at this point because I don't know that you're going to get the quality of player back or picks back that mean enough to change the course of the Warriors season this coming year. And again, I don't know that there's enough they can do this offseason, Greg, to get into the top 5. You know, I mean, at 10, did anybody think they were a championship caliber team? Look at the teams playing now.
Yeah.
They weren't going to compete with Minnesota.
No, I mean, there were certain. I mean, they went 19-24 when they got their whole team back, and Draymond, came back. They did go 27-12, but there were a couple of games. The way Indiana just manhandled them on that Friday night at Chase was like, whoa, what is happening?
Yeah.
And the way New Orleans did likewise the last Friday night of the regular season. They got suffocated. They got manhandled. They were out everything. So when you get matchups like that, and then you're looking at where Oklahoma City is and where Minnesota is, and there's some owners out there in the West that don't have Joe Lacob's 4 rings that are itching to get one, and they feel like this is the time. So I think the market. We'll see what Bobby has to say. But my own thought, and I think Joe's kind of into this WNBA thing, and we'll see where they go. But I think now is the time to roll back the payroll. Could you imagine if they cut the payroll from $400 million down to $200 million? Save $200 million?
You think Joe would like that?
A little bit.
I like to get under the apron.
Joe would like it, but I think Peter Guber, who's he may be silent to us, but he's not to him, and a few other the investors would love. I mean, $400 million payroll? Are you kidding me? Who does that? The New York Mets?
Peter Guber. Guber just met her. Adam Copeland and Greg Papa hanging. Yeah. See, you don't listen to our show either.
Oh, that's a good one.
Adam Copeland and Greg Papa hanging out on a Wednesday afternoon. John Lund texted this morning. He's like, "I'm not on the schedule today, right? Because I'm still coming back." I was like, "No, you are."
He has been detained at the very high border.
John Lund.
But that's not that high.
It's not that high. Just John's
more like a seat wall.
John's not that high off the ground. That's the problem. John's not what you call a tall man.
He's coming back for tomorrow's show, and we have like an hour show.
Oh man, you know what, John? Just stay
Give
away.
him tomorrow off as well, Coach.
Yeah, but I'm charging him a vacation day for it too. Adam Copeland, Greg Papa, hanging out. What time do we do lunch, man? What do you guys do? I'm hungry.
What do you want to do? I'm hungry.
I don't know.
I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm hungry. Normally we start drinking bloodies by now.
Yeah, we got actually Walter and Danny, get on the bloodies. Yeah, well, get on that. Bobby Marks going to join us. I want to be hammered by the time Bobby Marks is done. Bobby Marks is going to join us, our ESPN front office insider. He'll stop by the top 10 teams in basketball by salary. Warriors, Clippers, Suns, Celtics, Bucks, Nuggets, Heat, Lakers, Pelicans, and Sixers. The only 2 remaining are the Celtics and the Nuggets. How do you build a championship team? Bobby Marks tells us next on the Sports Leader.
So he says, rectum damn near killed him.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is going way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So what are you waiting for? Call right now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Number one more time, 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
They're kind of prepared for the fact that somebody might do it, but it won't be on them. It won't be because they didn't want Clay. It'll be because somebody paid them a lot more money. And looking at that series, man, Orlando needs Clay like crazy. Like, they can't shoot, they can't score. You can just double and do whatever you want to Paolo Banchero. And Clay, if you watched him, is the perfect answer. They just might max this dude out.
Max him out? Are we talking? Well, the Warriors can give him a bigger max. Bobby Marks will explain that to us, having his bird rights, which they've already used previously. But to the Orlando Magic, consider Klay Thompson to be a max player. You heard Marcus Thompson talking the other day on our airwaves, and he broke it down about why Orlando lost on Sunday in Game 7 to Cleveland, in Cleveland, and they just didn't shoot the ball well. They shot the ball well from distance early in that game, 4 of 9 in the opening quarter, and they were decent in the second quarter, 3 for 7, but they wound up in the game 10 for 31 from the floor. So they need shooting. Warriors need shooting, but how much exactly do you pay Klay Thompson? We're going to bring in a guy who's going to answer a lot of these questions because he knows the league well. He was an assistant GM in New Jersey with the Nets, and he's been working as the NBA front office insider for ESPN the last several years. Bobby Marks, welcome back to Pop and Lund. How are you, Bobby?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. So you heard me talking about Klay. Just give me your thoughts on the need. We'll talk about his need to stay with the Warriors internally. But we've had Orlando kind of circled, and Shams Charania, you did note that there's mutual interest also from Klay's side. I mean, how much do you think Orlando needs Klay Thompson? Would they ever offer him a max deal? What are we looking at there?
I don't think they would offer 4 years, $212 million to Klay Thompson. I think that's unrealistic. Even how much Orlando needs shooting, and certainly that not just the playoffs. I mean, the whole year, the Achilles heel was, based a lack of shooting with this roster. To pay a guy $57 million when he's 37 3 years from now, I think is pretty ludicrous.
Insane. It's insane.
Yeah. So listen, and here's the big thing with Orlando. Orlando, and similar kind of where Oklahoma City is, Orlando's kind of got this 2-year window where they can use cap space because they've got decisions this offseason with Franz Wagner and Jalen Suggs, who are extension eligible, and the next offseason, Paolo Banchero is likely going to get a max contract. So it makes zero sense to have a player on your books making $57 and $61 million in the last 2 years when those 3 extensions are hit. When they hit, I mean, it would be a cost-prohibited contract here. Now, does it mean that they would offer him 2 years, $80 million per se, just for example? Maybe. I think you're looking at more of a shorter-term contract that Clay would be staring at in free agency. I think it's hard for them to go 3 years, even certainly 4 years here. But yeah, I think there'll be a market for him. I think certainly the teams that have cap space, is Oklahoma City and Orlando and Philadelphia. Those are 3 playoff teams. Now, if he wants to finish his career in Detroit or Utah or one of these other cities, then yeah, that's certainly his decision here, and it's going to be up to the organization to figure out in Golden State as far as what the walkaway number is with Clay. They can start negotiating. He's extension eligible, I said, up until June 30th. They can start negotiating. They can do it really now, as far as what that next contract would be. So it's going to be interesting. He's part of a group of players. Whether it be, Malik Monk is in there, the shooting guard position is probably one of the more solid positions. But he healed another player. So we'll see how free agency, dictates here.
Yeah, you mentioned Orlando as a team. Philadelphia is going to have a lot of cap space as well. The one team, and I don't think they have the room to do this, and we got to figure out what exactly LeBron's going to do when he opts out and re-signs, but D'Angelo Russell's kind of in limbo with the Lakers, and you just think, would Clay really leave here and go all the way to Central Florida and play for Orlando? I don't know, but would he go back home? And he grew up in Portland, but he obviously was there for his dad's run in L.A. on radio, and he loves Kobe. Is there any way the L.A. Lakers, Bobby, could be a serious suitor for Klay Thompson?
Well, I mean, I think it all depends on where what happens with D'Angelo Russell, and he kind of controls free agency. I think a sign and trade would be certainly challenging, just because of how the rules are, and you can't exceed the first apron, and when you already got Davis and LeBron, and especially if LeBron comes back at a $50 million per year contract, that certainly presents the challenge in itself, and it would trigger a bunch of other things get triggered as far as with doing that. So I would say, you never discount anything, but it would come out the cooperation of Golden State as far as, whether it be taking back players or draft picks in that regards.
Right. Bobby Marks, the NBA front office insider for ESPN, joining us here on Pop and Lund, featuring Copes today. Let's just talk about trying to re-sign him, because I think that's what everybody, when the season ended a couple of weeks ago in SAC, Bobby, the thought was we want Clay back. Steve wants him back. Mike Dunleavy wants him back. Clay wants to come back. Joe Lacob wants him back. But what's the number? I mean, you mentioned, 2 years and $40 million per. That's a lot. So we know the Warriors have to get their financial house in somewhat order this offseason. What do they do with Chris Paul and his $30 million? They just let that go, or try to bring back a player for a lesser salary. But what would be the goal of Mike Dunleavy and the Warrior front office, Joe, to re-sign Clay? At what number would allow them, I don't know if they can get under the first apron, but maybe the second apron, that they've got to start cutting this payroll and cutting it substantially. What would be their goal on what number to reach a contract with Klay Thompson at?
Yeah, I think the goal would be to have enough flexibility under the second apron where you can maneuver and not have severe restrictions. I think bringing him back, even if they let Chris go, they're going to be a luxury tax team. And that's okay. I mean, the luxury tax where Golden State could be, it's not as, draconic as years before, years past. And where the luxury tax going in the future, it's not as punitive if you're just over. I do think it's, the goal is to, whether it's replacing that $30 million Chris Paul contract with the Klay Thompson $30 million number. I always thought 25 to 30 is probably the price point as far as where they see it. Now it's a matter of, are you willing to add a third year and align it with where Draymond is, who's got a player option. Curry's got 2 years left. You want to align it with where Steph is. But I do think if you can figure it out, if you can get in that $25 to $30 million range, that gives you just so many more options going into the offseason whether you want to aggregate contracts, whether you want to send out cash in trade, whether you want to take back more money. That allows you, the resources that you don't have right now to go out and if there's a deal out there where you want to package Wiggins and maybe something else, and you've got draft picks, that allows you to go out and do it. A $40 million contract doesn't. That's a big number there, but then it's it's like coming down to, okay, what's our walkaway number? What's our walkaway number if he gets an offer like that, $35 to $40 million from a team like Orlando, even if it's only 2 years? Would we be willing to kind of go in that direction?
That number is going to be significant because I think that will determine what they do with Chris Paul, whether they're able to move him and take a player back at a lesser salary, or they just waive him by the late June date. So give me your thoughts on what the Warriors' options are involving Chris Paul. And if they would make him available, I mean, Phoenix sounds like they want to run it back there, but they obviously need a true point guard on that roster. They just don't have one with Beal and Booker. They're combo guards. They're not pure points. They're searching for it there. I don't know if they'd bring him back, but what do you think are the realistic options for Chris Paul between now and late June when they're going to make a call on him, Bobby?
Well, I mean, I think the beauty of it is that the rules have changed a little bit where you can negotiate with your own players starting the day after the finals are over. Klay's in a different unique situation just because he's still extension eligible, so they can still kind of work the parameters. So you'll have an idea when it gets to closer to Chris's guarantee date as far as whether Klay's going to probably be back or he's probably not going to be back, and you make the decision off that. I just think it's pretty rich to bring Chris back at that $30 million number. From a trade standpoint, are you willing to take back $25, $30 million in salary? That's a big ask. I think Phoenix, certainly makes sense if he's willing to go back there at the veteran minimum. There's not a trade to work out just based on where they are financially. He would have a lot of suitors. I think San Antonio would probably be an interesting choice just based on getting him there with certainly Victor, even if it's only for a year. But I do think it's hard. I think it's unrealistic to bring him back and Klay back. I really do. If the goal is to get under this second apron.
Yeah, we heard the tie with Pop and CP3, and they actually had a nice embrace this year when they played the final time. Chris Paul's played against Greg Popovich's teams in his career 80 times, and he's exactly 40-40. And they had one memorable opening round playoff series when they were able to beat the Spurs. So that would be interesting to bring a veteran like that, which is something San Antonio needs. Bobby Marks, the NBA front office insider, joining us from ESPN here on Pop and Lund, featuring Copes today. All right, the movement in the NBA this offseason, how widespread do you think it'll be? And let's just start with Paul George. And they got a call to make on whether to give him a Supermax contract, something that Ballmer did not do, with Kawhi, but he got a very good number. Do you think Paul George, Bobby, will be truly available to be lured away from the Clippers or the L.A. market this offseason?
I think it's just a matter of what a team like Philadelphia would be willing to offer. I think he can be. They can offer him. Philly can offer him 4 years, the same amount as the Clippers. Are they content with Embiid and Paul George? Probably the two of the more least durable players out there, and certainly with Maxey and whatever else you have left to build around it. I think if you're the Clippers, it's like, what's Plan B if he leaves? You basically be walking into that brand new building with Kawhi Leonard, and if Harden leaves, a bunch of reserves. That's a tall ask. So whether it be Paul George, and I thought the Kawhi extension 3 years for 150 kind of set the bar as far as where they were willing to go. And but yeah, I mean, it's like, what's Plan B? What's Plan B? Because they're still going to be they're close to the salary cap here. Maybe you parlay Paul into another player. I mean, certainly that's an option here. I think there's going to be widespread movement across the league here, whether it be teams that are unwilling to give players extensions, potentially Miami, and what happens with Jimmy Butler there. We'll see what happens with Trae Young in Atlanta. Brandon Ingram in New Orleans, all these guys, Donovan Mitchell in Cleveland, all these players are about to enter last year. And if they're either the team doesn't want to give an extension or the player is not willing to sign it, we'll see a domino effect as far as, player movement in this league.
We often talk money with you because that's kind of what you do now. But you were in front offices, and money, drove a lot of your decisions. But, you built some super teams during your time as well. If the Warriors did not want to just go with the development of a Jonathan Kuminga or Trace Jackson Davis, Pajemski or Moses Moody, the young guys, or even Andrew Wiggins, would you advise that if you're with Mike Dunleavy in the front office now, would you want to just develop your young guys and stay in house, or would you try to take a shortcut and try to get one of those names you're talking about, like Brandon Ingram or somebody else, and make one of your young players, or multiple that would take young players available via trade, Bobby? Which route would you go?
I'm probably, just based on where these new rules are, I'm probably more conservative as far as developing in-house, especially if you have players on rookie scale contracts and it's inexpensive contracts for 4 years, and then they're, especially if they're not a max player in an extension, and I don't think Kuminga is, you can have control of that player basically for like 8 or 9 years, compared to going out and maxing Brandon Ingram on a second contract, an older, he's still late 20s, but has dealt with some injuries, which is certainly a risk. But the hard part too is, and you're watching this Denver series right now. Denver made an effort because of where they are with their restrictions from a financial standpoint to kind of build their bench with all their former draft picks, similar to kind of what Golden State did with Christian Brown and Peyton Watson and Julian Strawther and Zeke Naji. There's like 5 or 6 guys like that, and they're not playing. They average the least amount of minutes per game. You've got Jamal Murray injured, so now you need a little bit of depth, and it's not there. And that tests the patience of the front office. It tests the patience of the head coach when you get into the offseason. Like, okay, what can we parlay one of these guys in? And you've got to, if you're the GM, you say, wait a minute, like, what do we want to go out and get a minimum guy, or we want to turn this into a guy who's under contract for 2 years, and then we're going to leave him, and then he's going to leave, and we have nothing to replace. And it's such a hard balancing act, because you want to kind of accelerate the rebuild, or maybe have your coach have a little more faith in your bench. So, long story short, I would rely more on the guys on these inexpensive contracts if they can take another step in their development.
Totally agree with you. Along those same lines, we had you on, I think it was the day that they actually played the play-in game in Sacramento, and they wound up getting rolled that night, and Kuminga did not play well that night, stopping the ball, and De'Aaron Fox. The Warriors can extend Jonathan Kuminga, but they don't have to, and they were in a similar situation with Jordan Poole coming off a championship just 2 years ago, and they, it all blew up literally in their face when Jordan got punched. Would you extend Kuminga now, or would you wait another year to get a little more, body of work from him?
I think I would extend him now if the price is right. I always say that rookie extensions are the hardest contract to negotiate if the player is not a max player. It's from both sides, because you're not competing against anybody. You're basically just competing against October 21st, which is the last day to sign the player. There's no team that there with cap space is going to put an offer sheet down. And what's the incentive? And the incentive from the players certainly is that when you dangle guarantee money, and that's a huge incentive there. But I think if you don't extend him, you just have to be prepared what the asking price could maybe double next year. If you're willing to go, let's say 5 years, 140 right now. Well, next year might be 220, or might be an offer sheet that comes in here that may be less appealing here. So, yeah, you're right. He still has a year left. you would qualify him. He would be restricted free agent here. So, what did you learn from the Jordan Poole extension? So there is not a urgency to do it unless I think you can find a compromise on a pretty good deal.
NBA front office insider for ESPN, Bobby Marks, joining us here on Pop in Lund, featuring Copes, and Copes will be coming back shortly since he's our boss. He's involved in a meeting right now, but he'll come back when we talk to Hunter Pence and get back into Giant baseball. Bobby, I do agree with everything you're saying regarding developing and keeping your own, with one major exception out there. That would be Kevin Durant. He's so fit. So, I just love Kevin Durant and everything. And I know it got awkward at the end, but I think those guys would take him back if Steve would allow it. But my question is he truly available? Matt Ishbia's press conference in Phoenix a couple of days after they were swept made it sound like he's bringing Beal back, he's bringing Booker back, and KD's going nowhere, and James Jones. I don't know what he's talking about. No one's ever unlocked Kevin Durant. Seriously? He's the best player on earth for about 5 years. He was pretty good.
Between 2016 to 2000.
Ask LeBron when he made that left above the break pull-up to beat him back-to-back years and won the Bill Russell. But what are your thoughts? Is someone like Durant going to be how does Phoenix get better? Do they go out and get a point guard and keep their 3 stars? What do they do?
I think there's so much arrogance with their owner that it's hard for him to do an about-face as far as how he put together he put together the roster, right? Like all of a sudden they mortgaged a ton for Durant and then Beal, and then go about saying, you know what, it didn't work after a year, and we're going to start moving. Beal would be untouchable. His contract's awful, but and then say, we're going to move Durant, who's got 2 years. I mean, there'd be a line of teams, as you know, waiting for him for Kevin Durant. So I think the likelihood is that they're going to roll this back. We'll see. I mean, he still hasn't made a decision on Frank Vogel yet as far as head coach. I mean, they're challenged. They're challenged as far as they're basically married to the roster. They've got to, they're throwing around the word continuity, bring back the same group. Got to go find a point guard. I still believe that there. And basically you have the veteran minimum, and you've got the 22nd pick in a draft to go out and do that here. And as you watch these playoffs, I mean, the Western Conference will only be better. I mean, Minnesota's not going anywhere. Denver will not go anywhere. Oklahoma City is not going anywhere anytime soon here. And that's the challenge as far as you don't want to take a step back and say, we got 3 draft picks for Kevin Durant, but we still have Booker and Beal. And it's like, we're a playing team now, but you just got swept by Minnesota here. So I would say the likelihood is that group is back, unless, of course, they get off to a really bad start next year, and then maybe they look to try to break that up.
You realize you're the one that started all this in the NBA with your super roster and your super payroll and the veteran. You started all this. It's your fault, Bobby.
Listen. I should become a consultant to these teams when they're about to do these super teams, except for when Bob went out and got Kevin and didn't have to give up anything for him and just signed him to a contract. But I should be a consultant. If you want to go out and mortgage the future, come talk to me, and I can tell you what when you don't have a safety net, what happens after that.
Unbelievable. Who represents the Western Conference in the NBA Finals? Did Minnesota get there? Oklahoma City, Denver, I think, is going to bounce back at some point. Who's going to the finals?
Yeah, I don't know. I
West,
think Denver's done. You know what? I picked Minnesota to beat Denver. I think I was the only one at ESPN to do that. I just didn't like what I saw in the Lakers series as far as basically playing catch up the whole game. And unfortunately, Denver was just better. You can't do that in this Minnesota series. Edwards has turned into a top 5 player right in front of us in a matter of months here. And I like their depth here, and I think they will get through Denver, and I think Oklahoma City will beat Dallas, and that will be a tremendous, tremendous series here. I would probably give maybe Minnesota a little bit of an edge, although they won't have home court, but I think the league is in really good shape if one of those teams is in the finals.
Everybody's looking back on that 2020 draft, and what a day that was. Klay Thompson tears his Achilles tendon that morning, and the Warriors have the number 2 pick. They didn't like to work out with Anthony Edwards. I mean, everybody's looking back, and the Warriors could have traded up and gotten the number 1 pick from Minnesota and taken Anthony Edwards. How do you look back at Edwards going 1 and Wiseman 2 in 2020, Bobby?
Yeah, there were so many different circumstances that played into that. I mean, certainly we were in the thick of COVID. really there was limited contact with these prospects, draft workouts, combine, everything that kind of came into it. The draft, and you can ask, Mike this, and certainly Bob, is the hardest thing out there. It's the hardest thing to do is picking a player, how he fits within your roster, what you think might look good. Halliburton goes, 11 or 10? A lot of teams missed out on him too. So, I guess the beauty of it is that you didn't have the number one pick and you picked somebody. You didn't pick Edwards here, and that you're. But that's what separates how teams can have sustained success in the long term. The draft is the key because you get Edwards now, and who cares if they're in a luxury tax or the second apron next year and all that stuff. When you have a top 5 player and you can justify the cost of where your roster is.
That's why, the tweet you sent out this week that got so much attention, 8 of the top 10 payroll teams in the NBA are out. And we saw it in baseball last year as well. All these super teams, Padres and Yankees and Mets loading up, and the Dodgers, they couldn't win ultimately. But how do you avoid that in the NBA when you do it the proper way? You draft guys, develop guys, and then it comes time to give them their second contracts, and you got to max these guys out. How do you avoid it?
I think you avoid it if you have really good depth. I think you avoid it if you have if you hadn't mortgage your future and trading away all your draft picks. I think history has shown that teams that make it to the NBA Finals are usually luxury tax teams that pay significant. Maybe the exception will be Oklahoma City, but next year Minnesota is a luxury tax team. But you can probably get away with it like Boston is, right? Boston's got really good depth when you look at Horford and Pritchard and Sam Hauser and that group there. It's costly, and they've got a bunch of still have a bunch of draft picks to trade or keep and stuff like that. But you can, if you're paying 3 guys $40 million and you're 9 deep, you can do that.
Right. Bobby Marks, thank you, my friend. Always great talking NBA with you.
Yep. Thanks. Have a good day.
That is Bobby Marks, the NBA front office insider from ESPN. We're going to switch it back over to Giants coming up. And we're going to go full throttle. Spro Bro, the Reverend Hunter Pence, who has been on this entire Giant road trip. It's got a little rough, obviously, in Boston and Philadelphia, but better yesterday in Denver. And we'll find out about the meeting, the clubhouse, closed-door clubhouse meeting that Bo Mel had with his team. And then last night, Kyle Harrison just goes out and pitches. It is Pop and Lon featuring Copes. Wasn't Copes great in that Bobby Marks interview? I think that's the best work he's ever done. Paging the program director, leave the meeting, and rejoin the Papa and Lun show next.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sam Amick joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how the Warriors could improve this offseason. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and our KNBR socials at KNBR.
It's Greg Papa. After a great weekend of quality sleep, which can help boost your reaction time, recovery time, and performance. That's why I sleep on the Sleep Number Smart Bed, which is designed for one-of-a-kind, ever-evolving sleep needs. So how do you plan on taking your sleep to the next level? Do what I did and get a Sleep Number bed. It is the #1 quality sleep goal that's for healthy and realistic lifestyles. I slept 4 or 5 hours a night on my Sleep Number beds, especially on the weekend. I am up to about 8 or 9 hours, and I feel so much better. So Take advantage of Sleep Number right now. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now you can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. The sale will end on Sunday, this coming Sunday, Mother's Day, on May the 12th. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards, only at Sleep Number stores or sleepnumber.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
1-2 pitch, a swing, ground ball towards second. Moving to his left, Cairo Estrada will field it, and from the edge of the grass, he'll throw out back at first. Side retired, and for Kyle Harrison, 7 shutout innings tonight in his first career start at Coors Field.
All right, welcome back to Papa and Lund with no John Lund, no Adam Copeland. We're waiting for the PD to reappear, but Walter.
Whose voice is this?
It's me,
Who's
Walter.
on?
It's me. What's up, Pop?
I can say, well, don't ask me to pronounce your last name. Otherwise, I'm dropping the mic.
You know who does
I heard
it really
John
good?
Miller.
Yeah, John
I heard
Miller.
John do that one day.
John Miller
John gets every
crushes
name.
it.
He nails everyone. That one, he I think he tore his larynx on that one. Lacerated the larynx.
Oh, man.
How are you, bro?
I'm good, man.
Where is Copes? Wasn't Copes great during the Bobby Marks conversation?
Oh, he was incredible. That was the best radio that Copes has ever done on KNBR. Yeah, 100%, man.
Real.
Yeah, what a weird day, Pop. We're just getting through it.
It is. No JD.
No JD.
No Kerry Crowley. Copes, and then no Copes, no John Lunn. It's all right.
It's all good, man. We're
I
going
used
to
to do this show all by myself back in the day, when we were on 1050, we put 1050 on the air. I think it had 3 hours a day solo.
Really?
Crazy. Yeah.
Dude, that's incredible. That's incredible.
And you do that on the weekends.
I do it on the weekend. Yeah, I do it on the weekend. I will be out there. Are you going to come out to 58 Social on the weekend? I'm going to be out there with Marty.
I think I may. I got a Mother's Day weekend this weekend. We got the Reds coming. You know where I'm coming is next Tuesday. The Nibbies invited us to come out for the game. I think it's on Tuesday night, May 14th. We'll be there.
Oh, fantastic, man. Yeah, I'll be out there a majority of the time. I'm always out there hanging out with Marcus. But yeah, this Giants team, Pop, we got to kind of dive into it a little bit with the offense, because we know the strength of this Giants team is the pitching. You heard it there with Kyle Harrison going 7 strong innings. And today we have Jordan Hicks, who, he has been the best pitcher for the Giants to date. Right, so we know the strength.
Harrison's been pretty good, though.
He's been pretty good. He's been pretty good, but Jordan Hicks has just been electric from start to finish. I know that there's been a couple of times where Kyle Harrison has had control issues, but I kind of want to focus on the offense, Greg. I mean, where do you see this Giants offense projecting moving forward? We're kind of getting to the point where there's enough on film, enough Giants games played, enough innings, enough ABs to where we're kind of seeing what this Giants offense is going to project to be.
Well, Hunter Pence is going to join us coming up at 11:30, and we had Hunter on before the season started. We flat out asked him because he was, Hunter's an optimistic guy. They averaged 4.2 runs a game last year, and Hunter did a number of spring training games. And was pretty confident the offense would be better, as we all were. I mean, they spent a lot of money to improve this offense. And the bottom line is it's not better. It's worse. They were able to ground attack it a little bit last night. But then, Lamont comes up with a big hit and Wilmer. But I'm concerned about a few guys, and we've talked about it, obviously, and Hunter will get into it. Hunter was plagued by a right-handed slider. He could not hit that pitch. And it was really frustrating to watch it. And then amazingly, he goes to Texas one year, and he plays there. And they all of a sudden saw they bring out this machine that feeds him right-handed sliders, and he just learned to not swing at it. He took that pitch, and if he eliminated that pitch and didn't reach out across to get it, all of a sudden he was an all-star that year as a DH the first half of the year. They got to solve some issues with Matt Chapman. And I want to ask Hunter about that, and we got to the bottom of it with David Feldman giving us the research. The right hip injury he had at the end of the pandemic here in 2020. Look at his OPS, his production. Doubles and homers are down. Strikeouts are way up ever since then. And he's just getting plagued by high fastballs. He cannot hit a high fastball right now. And they brought out Iron Mike with Pat Burrows, the hitting coach, to feed these guys high fastballs. It's not working right now. He's searching. And I think he's taken his inability to cover the top rail in the box out to third base, and he's not playing well defensively right now, and that's not Matt Chapman. Yastrzemski's had that problem for a long time. He's fixed it a little bit, but I think teams are just feeding him more Belt and down. We'll ask Hunter Pence, how did Brandon Belt fix that? Brandon Belt, early in his career, I remember one series against the Indians when they were the Indians years ago. He went like 0 for 15 and struck out 13 times. And it was all on that same high fastball. He could not get on top of it. And then later in his career, he either would take it, foul it off, or learn to turn it around, or they'd miss. And that was the year he had 29 home runs and almost became the first 30-homer guy. And I don't even know what's going on with Soler right now, Walter. He's not even in the lineup. When did he hurt his shoulder? It's just, so you got some guys that appear to be really pitchable, and Matt Chapman now has been dropped in the batting order a little bit. You don't have Bailey in the lineup. They were able to scrape and claw a little bit last night, but, what is going on with the, Jung Hoo Lee's in a little bit of a different category. with your two big right-handed power bats you brought in this year, Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman.
Yeah, for sure. And when you look at the overall signings from the offseason for the San Francisco Giants, Farhan bringing in Blake Snell and bringing in Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman was going to be that leadership type role, the extension of Bob Melvin. I just wonder if the early struggles, I mean, you mentioned it yesterday, Greg, was that prior to Game 2 in San Diego, Matt Chapman just hasn't done anything. You take away those 2 home runs, 6 RBIs, maybe he's just pressing. And I don't know if that's just the pressure of being Bob Melvin's guy, and he has to be the extension of Bob Melvin. So we'll have to see that. But someone that knows about hitting and how to bounce back from hitting slumps is Hunter Pence. Hunter Pence is going to be joining Greg Papa, and I believe Copes is coming back at some point. We will be speaking with Hunter Pence on the other side. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
For the most part, you may be thinking about spending more time basking in it with family and friends. Greg Pop here for Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. And they are the ones, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, who can get you one step closer to the ultimate outdoor living space. They partner with Trex, the largest manufacturer of composite decking. Trex offers options for every home and every budget. TimberTech is another leader in composite decking with real wood appearance, made from 85% recycled materials, and it lasts much longer. See them both under brands at goldenstatelumber.com. Builders and contractors can take the guesswork out of projects with the Golden State app. It offers account login, codes and regulations, a variety of guides, and can be accessed immediately from the job site. It's available at the App Store and Google Play. Golden State, celebrating 70 years in the Bay Area. When you succeed, we succeed.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Lefty a high set. And the 1-2, Wade swings. Line drive, base hit into right center. And this will score a pair. Ahmed comes home. Right behind him is Jung-Hoo Lee. It's a 2-out, 2-run single for Lamont Wade Jr. And the big inning the Giants have been looking for. It's 4-0.
Can't get that guy out. As he had a hit last night, he drew 3 walks. His batting average is .351. His on-base plus slug is .927. And I know Hunter Pence was looking at his overall on-base percentage last night throughout, and it was like 47% of the time he gets on base every time. Now he's up to 48.5% of the time. So the great Hunter Pence joins us here on Papa and Lund. How are you, Spro Bro? Good morning.
Hey, what's happening, Papa? Great to be here, doing well. I'm glad you were listening. You caught on real quick.
I listen to every word, the entire road trip. So people have got to remember, it was you and I was dabbling with different nicknames to give him a couple of years ago, 2021. I had late night Lamont. We had late inning Lamont. We had late game Lamont. Mike Krukow had the great line, La Ninth, for Lamont. But it was one night in particular where you and I were together. Let this story be told correctly. We are the ones that came up with late night Lamont.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was maybe you, maybe me. I don't remember. I'd give you credit for it because we were just throwing a lot of them out there. And, man, what a crazy start to his career. That year was so fun to watch. He had so many clutch hits. And right now he's in some kind of groove. He's just an elite talent. His pitch decision is just incredible. And this on-base percentage we haven't seen the likes of since Barry Bonds.
That's amazing. I mean, he's just he's .351 batting. Right now, he's an all-star. We're just, early in the year, but the way he's swinging the bat, they got to keep him healthy. The one thing about late-night Lamont in that 2021 year, and he did not hit a home run that year until Memorial Day Monday, and it was against the Angels, but he came up late that year. He had 18 home runs that year, Hunter, and even last year, he had 17 home runs. Now, this year, the on-base, the batting average, incredible every swing is line drive, but he's only hit 1 home run. Have you noticed a change in his approach to be more of a contact guy than a pull home run hitter kind of guy?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think, you just let him continue to do this. The home runs will happen. Also, just in baseball in general, as the weather heats up, the Giants have been playing in some, even Philly was playing like a bigger ballpark. Boston was playing really big. If you went down the line, obviously you're going to get a home run. But to the center, it was playing pretty big because it was cold and wind blowing in. So I think there's, as the weather heats up, hitting gets a little bit easier and some balls start flying. He's going to hit some homers. But I think he's got a really disciplined approach. I don't think you would mess with anything to try. As soon as you're like, not enough homers, and you nitpick one thing, well, then you might lose the greatness that he's got locked in right now. And getting on base is how you score runs, and he's been just absolutely remarkable.
Well, you guys had the graphic last night during the game. I mean, it's even higher than Mookie Betts or Shohei Ohtani. It's amazing what Lamont Wade Jr. is doing right now. Hunter Pence joining us on Popper and Lund, featuring Adam Copeland, who will be returning at some point. But I do want to get your thoughts because we had you on, John and I think it was spring training early in the year, and you were confident they were going to score more runs than they did last year. Last year they averaged 4.2 runs a game. The homer total was low. And they bought a lot of really good players in the offseason, Jung-Hoo Lee and Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman and the other guys that have been here. And for whatever reason, it's just not materialized, through the first month and a week or so of the season. So What you're around the team on this whole road trip, finally got 5 runs yesterday. It's amazing. What are you seeing or maybe not seeing from the Giant hitters this early year, Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a bit of a scuffle, and some of these guys that have track records of, they've done it for a long time. You think of like Jorge Soler, you think of, what Matt Chapman's been able to do, and Jung-Hoo Lee, you forget that he's a rookie because he's got such a, he played very long time in Korea, I say very long time, but quite 6 years and consistent success at a professional level. So you forget that he's a rookie in the major leagues, but his swing is just so good. So I think just a couple of these guys scuffling. I think Tyro started off really cold, but also Papa, you got to remember, like, for what baseball's kind of scratching their heads in general. Offense is down throughout the whole league. So this is kind of one of those things, but you definitely want to see, and I asked Bob Melvin yesterday, I was, what do you see in Chapman? You've had him a long time. And he said he goes through these stretches and he almost like tries too hard, and he's got to, you want him to like loosen up a little bit, try easy is kind of the words that he used. But Chapman's going to get going, and you just keep running them out there. And I like that they're having kind of the consistent lineup. Flores as well hasn't gotten in rhythm just yet. So I think these guys, they're going to turn on, and they're going to do what they've always done. So you just got to stay the course, let Lamont do what he's doing. Tyro's heating up, and even this series in Philadelphia, these guys were hitting the ball well. They weren't getting, to me, Papa, I think when you talk about just runs, we have been getting tons of base runners in traffic, which is great. But like as soon as that happens, we either have been kind of shooting ourselves in the foot with a ground ball double play, and it just has been kind of snake bitten right now. So I think that there's a lot to be excited about with what we saw in Philadelphia. I know we lost all 4 games, but 2 of them you easily could say we should have won those games if we played our game. And I'm sure the Giants would tell you that as well. 2 of them, one was a rain game. They got us. It's also Zach Wheeler on the last day versus, Mason Black, who had never pitched that deep. So you're looking at a pretty big swing there, but that's the best team in baseball. And we easily could have had a split series at their place. If you just look through you really watch the games and see what happens. So to me, it's start getting some of those big hits because we're getting the base runners, and that's going to happen. And some of these guys that have track records, it's going to turn, and it's going to turn on quick. So I would say stay the course. It's a tough stretch early on, but this is a good team. We know it. They know it. It's going to happen.
Yeah, the runners in scoring position stat has been a problem, which brings up Jorge Soler. And he's hitting the ball hard. He had some games in Boston, where he pulled the Bo Jackson, meets Chili Davis, and he broke his bat over his knee. He was hitting nothing but, P-rods, but they were getting caught. But the numbers are amazing. He's got 5 home runs this year, all solos, and just 8 RBIs in total. Now, he's out of the lineup right now with a shoulder. What are you seeing from his swing? Is he just being built a little bit too pull happy and not willing to shoot the ball the other way? What are you seeing from Soler, Hunter?
Yeah, it's tough. It does feel like his swing is a little bit I wouldn't say pull happy, but it looks like he was kind of pulling off a little bit, and now he's got like a little bit of a shoulder thing, and sometimes that happens when you're trying to do too much. You're trying to things start going bad in baseball. I think you're seeing the same thing from Chapman. They want to make it happen, earn their stripes, and get that done, and you got to let them kind of settle in. And I know they were working on him the last game he played in Philly, and I was watching the swing path, and he hurt his shoulder or something, but it was a totally different swing, and he didn't get the results. He didn't get a hit, and he had hit the ball really well in Boston. But just from what Pat and Veely were saying, and what they and Petey, it looked amazing, and his path was like back through the zone for a long time. So for me, it just looked, you could say pull happy, but the swing was a little bit east-west, if you ask me. And I think that will get him back locked in if he gets more kind of the barrel in the zone a little bit longer and just gets more of his pitches.
Hunter Pence joining us on Pop and Lund featuring Copes, who will be coming back shortly out of his meeting. You've been on this whole road trip, so you've seen a lot of Matt Chapman, and you've obviously been watching all year. You mentioned, talking to Bo Mel about him. What I'm seeing right now is he just cannot catch up to a high fastball, and teams are just going top rail on him. And when you look at his career, he had a little bit of a hip injury during the pandemic year, the right hip, the back leg in 2020, and his numbers have fallen off ever since. So my question is, and you for a long time in your career, the right-handed slider bothered you, and then they got the pitching machine out where you could see nothing but right-handed sliders when you were in Arlington, and you became an all-star. Brandon Belt has had that problem. Mike Yastrzemski's had that problem. If you're having a hard time catching up with extreme velocity at the very top of the strike zone, Hunter, how do you get out of that?
For me, I think you got to start with, are you ready on time? Because that is kind of, you don't get to the big leagues without being able to hit a fastball. And obviously velo has gone up a ton. But I would say that I'd be worried about, is he ready to swing before, whatever it is, like go and get on the slow motion tape and look at when he is ready to swing and look at where the ball is. And does he have enough time to make a healthy decision? For me, it feels like he might be ready a little bit late, but it's easier said than done because the data shows, I was talking with Schwartzy, the Giants stats analysis, that if they're ready too early, it goes the other way as well. So it's a weird, delicate balance. So to me, my main concern is, are you too long to get to the zone? And are you ready on time to swing with enough time to see the ball and make a healthy decision? So, he doesn't have a lot of movement, so it doesn't look like he's long into the zone. I would just worry that his weight and his timing to launch and get from his swing decision spot, is he getting there at the proper time?
Yeah, I've been looking for that myself. You bring that up, and I was watching his front foot to see he does not have a big leg lift, but he does lift it a little. So when we're watching the games, what are we looking at to see that Chapman has got that foot down, but not too early and balanced where he can better try to cover the top of the zone?
I mean, honestly, it's happening so fast. You have to go and you'd have to record it if you want to come and be the fan coach of how to, they have great coaches that are going to be working on this, but they got to get in on the film and go in slow motion and then get into the fast motion and prep that. It takes a little bit of time to make that adjustment. You don't just go from 0 to 100. So everyone wants everything to happen instantly and really quick, and you just got to kind of stay the course. But if you do record it and don't even necessarily look for the foot down, because your foot can be down and you're not in a position with your whole body, because everything's got to be in sync. So where does he look like he is able to launch his swing, and where is the ball in the air? And for me, I wanted it to be, maybe just out of his hand was where I wanted to be, where I was in a position to swing the bat. So I have a while, and then I could ride that if it was an off speed and adjust. But, I mean, the big leagues is extremely tough. So mastering that timing, all the pitchers are moving in different ways. But look for when you think he can swing, and the ball should be, no more than a foot out of the pitcher's hand. And I would prefer it to be just about leaving his hand.
I'll watch for that tonight when you're back on TV with Dave Fleming. Hunter Pence joining us on Papa and Lund. Adam Copeland will be coming back shortly. So this is the longest road trip of the year, Sprobro, and you've been on the entire trip, to Boston, Philadelphia, and you got one more in the day tomorrow. I assume this is the most TV you've done consecutively, and then you've also sprinkled in some radio with the Apple TV game and the Sunday night game in Philadelphia. So how you doing? How you doing in the booth right now?
It's amazing. It's awesome to be around the base, the Giants, to be around the guys. And yes, it has been, a tough stretch for them. And it's obviously way more fun when they're playing great and you get to celebrate all the good stuff. But also you got to enjoy the tough times and watch them battle through this. Because like I said, I really believe that this group is capable of doing great things. And I remember many times some of our teams that did make long runs, there was a lot of doubt and a lot of times where it did not look like we were playing good baseball or had a good chance. And you go through these stretches that are tough, and it's how you get out of them. And, I think Bob Melvin talking to them at the end of that Philly series and what we saw last night, that was as complete a game as I've ever seen. So I've had an absolute blast kind of following them. I love the game. I enjoy learning constantly, even though, I've seen so many games, played so many games. There's always more to learn, and the game is always changing and growing. So, yeah, it's been a blast. Papa, thanks for asking.
Now, you're teaching us a lot, and you have such a great energy. We were talking earlier with Copes about Bomel having that meeting in Philadelphia, and he aired him out privately, and then he told the media, we're just playing terribly right now, and they backed it up last night behind Kyle Harrison. But I know you were in a lot of those closed-door meetings with Bruce Bochy, or maybe even Saby Saves would come in himself and air people out. Typically, how do those go, and do they work enough of the time, or how do you view those closed-door meetings?
I think you got to talk. I think that it's important to address each other. It's important to state things, especially kind of where you kept feeling like your spirit was getting gassed every single night. I think there's some things you got to make note of what, you make a stand on it. And for me, I think Bob, the one thing he said that, and he didn't tell us much about what he said, but the little bit that he told us is like kind of refreshing. It's almost encouraging. It's like, you know, when things are going bad and then one bad thing happens, like a double play in the first inning, you get something going, and it's just like, it feels like, oh gosh, here we go again. And that's just natural. It just feels that way when everything's going bad. And he's like, we need to start walking, even though it's going bad. Like, we've won 10 in a row. We need to start, change what you expect, change what you're perceiving, because you get what you focus upon. And so as you focus upon the things that keep going bad, you know, it just seems to kind of escalate. And I think that you kind of saw that, like, walk with a pep in your step, forget everything that's happened and walk like things are going right, and they're going to go right because you're doing the work. These guys are putting in the work. They're showing up. Their chemistry is really, really good. Their talent is really, really good. And so I think that just that little mindset switch and addressing it and saying, like, we are better than this, we don't accept this, and challenging them, I think it lifts you up. And you can't be comfortable in those situations. You can't just sit there and be like, well, once it happens, then we'll celebrate. You got to change your body. You got to change your move. You got to change your mind first.
Act like a big leaguer. You are a big leaguer. Where's the swag? You know, give us the strut. And, you know, Dusty used to always say, think lucky. Hopefully it turned out.
I love that. Think lucky. Dusty's
yeah, I know you're on board with that. Just one thing about the staff before we let you go, and we're talking to Hunter Pence here, good enough to give us a nice 20-minute segment here in Pop and Lund. You were a Cap guy. Just everybody's burying Cap and the staff before, which I just don't like. I saw him do revolutionary things and win 107 games. You were there in 2020 and observed it, but just what you're seeing, being around Bomel's staff, and, you know, Matt Williams and the guys that have been there a long time, Brian Price, just what have you observed from not only watching the way they run a game, but the way they run the pregame, Hunter?
Yeah, no, it's elite, and these guys have been. You know, you want to have people that have been doing it a long time. The experience is second to none. The passion for the game, and you know, there is a deep art to what they do, and it is a very difficult decision. They've seen and been through a lot of it, and you can lean on that experience, and you can lean on, you know, they've played the game, and they've been managing it, and they've managed great players, great teams, tough teams, up, down, inside, and out. And so I think it's just like a wealth of experience, a wealth of like calmness, and I think Kapler had calm, but it's just different. It's a little bit more, I guess, traditional with baseball, and I think a lot of these guys are kind of gravitating to that. And Gabe, he had just amazing ideas and very forward thinking, very outside the box thinking, and I think some of it worked, and I think he got a lot out of the guys. I think they had an amazing staff, and you know, but this is a new kind of edgy era of the Giants, and Bob Melvin and these guys have a little bit of that old school edge, and so it's just a little bit different brand of baseball. And at the end of the day, no matter what you think, there's multiple ways to succeed in this game, and I continue to love to learn that and enjoy and learn from all the different thoughts and ways to go about it. And I really do enjoy this group so far.
And yeah, we enjoy listening to you and communicating because you are open to all the new analytics, and you're old school, but you're new school. You're doing a great job. Hunter Pence, thank you for your time, brother. Stay in touch.
All right. Thank you, Papa. Take care, my man.
Spro Bro, Hunter Pence, full throttle. One more game to go tonight, and then a day game tomorrow, and we'll have the game tonight, obviously, 5:40, and then a day game tomorrow. So John Lund is coming back, and we'll be off at 11:10 tomorrow for the pregame. So John is coming back.
I'm here, Greg. Don't worry. I'm back, bro.
70 minutes, which is more than Copes has worked today. You've been great for the last hour, by the way.
Oh, so were you. Really I didn't hear it, but I heard good things. Good things.
Yeah,
we'll get back into this.
How was your meeting?
My meeting was, oh, dude, so good. I'd way rather be in meetings than hanging with you, talking to Bobby Mark. Come on, dude. Are you kidding? I want to talk to Hunter Pence. I want to talk to a two-time world champion.
I don't know how you do what you do. You know how much I love meetings. Wow.
Well, yeah, you're always in them. So, Adam Copeland.
Was I supposed to be in this one?
I don't think so.
Was it an all-staff?
I don't think so. I heard Walter popped in. Walter, I didn't give you permission for that.
Walter nailed it.
And I'm not paying you for it. We'll get back into what Hunter Pence had to say. Can this offense turn it around, or is it time to start looking at the offseason as a bust? I mean, players got to make plays. I don't know that I'm going that far quite yet, but people were up in arms after that 4-game sweep in Philadelphia. Giants get a win last night, snap an 11-game streak of 4 runs or fewer. They're undefeated when they score 5 or more. They're also damn good when their starting pitchers get through the 6th inning. Was there a reason that these guys fell to the Giants? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Weird to talk to you before noon, Steve, but not weird when we got questions like, what happens if you didn't pay your taxes or if you didn't even file your returns? What do we do now?
Calls. So many times over and over again, your listeners say to me, that's it? It's so simple? And I say, yeah. And sometimes, and I had a gentleman the other day, one of your listeners, who asked me 6 times, are you sure? Is that it? Really? That's it? And think about it. Think about like a medical problem. It just haunted you and was painful and you suffered with it for years. You finally break down, go to the doctor, and he or she says, oh, that's simple. Here, just take this pill. Your case might be really simple and easy. The bottom line is, all that you have to do is pick up the phone. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain all of your rights, all of your options. And what I want to do is put your tax problems in the rearview mirror so you can get about your life, not have to worry about it. And the only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve. Give Steve the call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland hanging out with Greg Papa today. John Lund's still out. He's supposed to be back tomorrow, but who knows? We'll see. Giants got a victory last night. Big win for the Giants. I'd say big win because of where they've been this road trip. What are they, 2-6 now on the roadie?
Yes.
They were a season-low 6 games under 500 entering play yesterday. And maybe more alarming, they were closer in the standings to the Rockies than they were to the Dodgers, which maybe not a huge shock that the Dodgers are pulling away in the way that they are. I was pretty surprised at how they dismantled the Braves last weekend, I should say. Now, I don't know anybody that was angry or upset about the composition of the roster entering opening day. I think after Blake Snell signed and after Matt Chapman signed, we were all pretty happy with the moves that have been made this offseason. When it was just Jung-Hoo Lee and you'd missed out on Shohei Ohtani and Yamamoto, and you keep seeing the names the Dodgers pick up. Heck, Teoscar Hernandez is one that I was like, you kidding me? They added this guy and he's hitting for the power that he's hitting. Now Jason Hayward's like, the Dodgers are going to have a roster crunch soon. So,
they got some holes in their lineup.
They do.
Outman may have to go down. Chris Taylor is really struggling.
Yeah. Well, they do have some holes, but we'll, they can make up for them with the bevy of offense that they have, right?
The Giants got 7 holes.
Giants aren't going to slug with the Dodgers, at least at this point. They come to town, by the way. Is it next week? They get here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all night
games. Yeah. So I guess the question is about how you grade the offseason and where this falls. Tom is always big with me on players have to perform. This doesn't come on Bob Melvin a month into the season, but Dwayne Kuiper said it on the morning show the other day. It's getting late early out here, to paraphrase or quote Yogi Berra. You can't fall this far behind by the end of May, because by the end of May, you're a third into the season, and if you're 10-12 back, teams generally don't make huge runs like that, and you're looking for a correction here with this lineup.
Yeah, I think the part of the issue was the dance that Farhan was forced to do with Scott Boras, and I don't blame either guy. They're just doing their jobs. And the market changed, whether it's the RSN problem in baseball, and some teams can't even get on the air right now as far as the regional sports networks. Yeah. But so Boras, had to hold his guys out. John and I got into a discussion that literally the day before they signed Blake Snell, because he had that showcase pitching thing on the Friday night. I think it was March 15th.
Yeah.
And I was like, he's got to sign like right now. The season starts on the 28th. He's got to get into camp, or you're going to have diminishing returns with him. And it blew up way worse than I ever thought. He wasn't ready to go. He couldn't take the ball to begin the year, against the Padres, against the Dodgers on the road trip, against the Padres again.
And then the Nats is where he debuted, right?
Finally came back against Washington on April the 8th, and he wasn't ready. And then he rushed himself, and he got hurt. The whole thing has been a disaster. You're paying him $1 million to start. So that was one where you thought, what are we getting here? He's a pitcher. That's why pitchers and catchers go to spring training the day after Valentine's Day, and everybody else comes a week later. They got, especially starters. The hitters, Soler's I don't know what's going on with Soler. And you heard, Hunter talk. I think he's trying to pull off the ball too much and drive everything. But he's not been effective, and he's hit the ball hard a lot, but he's not driving in runs. The one guy that I do wonder if they had intel with him, and of course they did, because Bomel managed Matt Chapman, but we've talked about it. His inability to hit a high fastball is alarming. He is just getting overpowered. The league will tell you, and we've seen it all, just countless times. But when Wheeler pitched against the Giants on Monday, Copes, it was like, he ain't even kidding around. He's going to show him his sweeper and his splitter here and there, but he's just going to throw 97 at your neck, and you're not going to get it.
What did he strike out, 10 or 11 in that game? I mean,
it was ridiculous.
Blew him
so
away.
but it was Chapman could not hit the high fastball. He was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. So with him, there is evidence here dating back, and I asked the A's people and David Feldman, has Matt Chapman always been able, just powerless to hitting a high fastball? And it was the 2020 pandemic year. He had a right hip strain the end of that year.
Yeah, I remember that.
And he went on the IL. And ever since then, just look at his numbers. His power
has gone way down. The strikeouts are way up. His on-base plus slug is way down. He's not the same hitter. And it's that, to me, it's that the high fastball is plaguing him. And it plagued Brandon Belt for most of his early career. It plagues Mike Yastrzemski. A lot of guys can't hit that pitch, so what do you do with it? So that's the one. Did Bo Mel know in 2021? I mean, they wound up sending him to Toronto the year after, but in 2021, Copes, he hit 210 that year.
And he struck out over 200 times.
Struck out 202 times that year. And that was the year where the A's people seemed to think the right hip strain, he can't hit a high fastball anymore. Now the whole world knows it. So
his OPS dropped almost 100 points because he did hit 27 homers that year, and he did the next year. But his OPS went from 812 and 848 and 864 in the three previous seasons to 716. So that's what we're talking about.
757 to 750. Yep. Look where it is now. It's at 595 now. He's struck out 41 times this year.
And 142 at bats.
And how many are on? And it's not all the strike threes, the high fastball. But you heard Hunter saying, get his foot down, get on time. If he's cheating to cover the high fastball, then he's vulnerable to lunging. Yastrzemski, a lot of his strikeouts early in the year were not so much the high fastball, but him worrying about the high fastball and lunging and being out in front. So some of these guys, Soler, I don't know enough about Soler to know. I think Blake Snell was just a late signing that set it up for him to not be productive for a big chunk of the year.
And he started poorly last year. He's got a track record of that. He was like 1-6 or something last year when he started. He won the Cy Young, or 1-5. Like, he had
but
a
I'm
terrible...
worried about him just not. I don't know if if he's going to be injured. When's he finally? They got to build him back up. He's up to 30 pitches, 50 pitches. It was 20 and then 50. How long is he going to be built up where he can take the ball every fifth day and earn his $1 million a start? And then with Chapman, did they have knowledge that he's just not the same player anymore? And that's why he didn't get the money he wanted. But we need him at third base. We need his clubhouse presence. We need him to sell the Melvin doctrine to everybody else in the clubhouse.
There's
That's
value in that.
fine.
There is value in that. I get that. And you didn't overpay. You didn't overpay for him. But it does beg the question when you look at what these guys have done. And you're right. If you look at where Chapman's gone, and people did say this throughout the offseason. There were listeners and people texting in saying they didn't want Chapman at that dollar amount, then the price you get him at and the numbers and the opt-outs. I never feel bad about it when it's an expensive deal like Blake Snell till he pitches like this all year and he's back next year on the same contract potentially. But you may have some value there. It's guys like Chapman. It's not a long-term deal, but you wonder if they're capable of turning it around because the track record in the last couple of years wouldn't indicate that. Jorge Soler is a weird one. He hit 36 homers last year, had 850 OPS. He's going to strike out 140, 150 times. But he'd only had one other season in his career where he'd hit 30 homers. It was 48, and he led the league in strikeouts in 2019 when he was in Kansas City.
It's a tough park to leave in Kauffman Stadium.
Yeah, right. Definitely. He hit 265 that year, too, which I believe is a career high for batting average for him as well. So I don't know what to expect from these guys. I looked at Soler as like a 25 to 30 homer guy this year if he were going to play every day. But yesterday they went with Wilmer as the DH, and it was beneficial. So do you buy that there's better days coming for some of these guys, or have we seen
better be.
Well, there needs to be. That's my question is, and if there's not, where do you go? You can't do this for 5 more months.
And if you're ownership, and last couple of off seasons you couldn't get guys, Aaron Judge wouldn't come, and you flunk Correa. You finally get guys to take your money. Now they did it late in the off season. I don't think that's impacting the hitters as much, but maybe. But obviously it did with Blake Snell. If I'm ownership, I'm not happy. We're spending a lot of money for production. Now, it's baseball. We just started. Matt Chapman started on fire last year. And then right around this time, he tries to slide into second base. He hurts his finger on his right hand. He's not the same hitter, and his season fell apart. Maybe he has an opposite year this year where he starts terribly. He's had one game. The second game of the year in San Diego when he hit the 2 bombs and hit the Western Metal Supply Company and drove in 6. Outside of that, he's not done much. But and I'm being nice. He's done nothing. But beyond that, Copes, it's more the philosophical difference of how Farhan has just changed. And these are the kind of players you would think he would not value. They strike out a lot. They don't walk nearly as much. Look at the walk-strikeout ratio for Jorge Soler. 141 strikeouts one year, 142, 178. The most he's ever walked in a year is 73 times. Likewise for Chapman. a lot of strike. You bunch these guys together with Yastrzemski.
Yep.
How the hell do you score? You got guys that are killing rallies, and they're not making proper routes. Just move runners along. Why are they bad with runners in scoring position? They can't hit a fly ball to drive in a run.
They set the table too, Greg. I mean, you got Lamont Wade as one of the best on-base guys in baseball. It's like you replace Brandon Belt with another guy who's as Kapler would say, he's an assassin at the plate up there.
His on-base percentage is higher than Mookie and Shohei.
He's incredible. You've got Wilmer, who's not a dangerous at bat, but there's nobody in the lineup that at this point is going to scare you with guys on base. Jung Hoo Lee's making hard contact, and I'm fine with where he is at the top of the lineup. He and Wade as 1-2s up there should be setting the table for 2- and 3-run innings regularly. And Soler, what does he have? How many homers does Soler have?
5, all solo, and 8 RBIs.
There you go.
And the thing is, and we were talking to Hunter about it, I love, Lamont Wade, but he's not driving the ball like he used to. He's got 1 home run this year. He had 18. When we gave him the nickname Late Night Lamont, he had 18 home runs that year and didn't come up till Memorial Day. Wilmer led the team in home runs last year with 23. He finally hit his first. Just if you're going to go get Chapman and go get Soler and deal with few walks and a lot of punchies, that's cool. They're going to strike out a lot. They better strike back. They got to hit home runs. This team is not hitting enough home runs either.
No. You're playing the Colorado Rockies right now. It's a team that, by all accounts, you should just sweep this series. They've got 8 wins right now. The Giants should outpitch them. They put up 5 last night to snap the losing streak there and to snap their 11-game streak of 4 runs or fewer. But this is a team that is not. I mean, when you see that they're 8-0 now, Greg, or 9-0, and they score 5 runs or more, that's not very many. It's not very many games where they're scoring that many runs.
Well, it's amazing how many times they've scored 3 runs or fewer. That's incredible.
It's incredible.
I mean with Savy saves, it was always 4 score, and we're going to win the game, right?
Especially for Zito. Just get Zito 4.
Just get 4. Yeah. Or, Lincecum or Bumgarner or anybody. Yeah. Kane. 4, Kane with his ERA. Now, they're scoring 3 runs or less at an alarming rate, and they're not, obviously, if you scored 3, they've won some games scoring 3. They finally got to 5 last night. We'll see if Coors can get them going. Sometimes guys get a little too pull happy, and they come out of their spikes and they don't hit well at Coors. But you would think at a ballpark like this, but it's early. I thought what Farhan said at the Bashoff dinner to Susan, he's called his team out. And I'm sure ownership is, we opened up. Everybody says guys wouldn't take your money. You couldn't get hitters. They bought a lot of guys this year, and it's early. I'm not going to freak out. But at some point, what bothers me, Copes, is, and we like Pat the Bat. He's a friend, Pat Burrell.
I was saying this the other day.
At some point, you're like, wait, if you're not going to change the players. These guys are getting paid all year. You're going to give them months and months and months. For a new hitting coach like Pat Burrell, does someone start, ownership or someone raising eyebrows like, what's our approach here? What's going on?
I think you have to. We did this with Carney Lansford, did we not? We did it with Bam Bam. And that's what I'm saying is at some point, it's not Bob Melvin's issue. The team's not hitting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, Carney was out
so
there.
Frustrated.
That was tough.
He was so frustrated.
That was a tough year, man. That was a tough one for Carney.
I forgot about the Carney.
Remember that? But you got to start looking around and saying, what's going on? How do we change this approach? I know Justin Veely's here and all that. They've got a bunch of former big leaguers there that can help and can assist, but something's got to give, right? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Where do the Giants go from here? Is there some shakeup that you as a listener you want to see? Elliot Ramos is down there, and Farhan told Tom and I last week that he had texted Elliot. He said after he'd hit a home run, and he tries to give some of the minor leaguers encouragement after a good game, and he said, nice game today, keep it up. And Elliot said, thanks, I'm ready whenever you need me in San Francisco. Just let me know. And I'm like, that's the attitude you want a guy to have who's hungry, tearing the cover off the ball. And he, by the way, is had a pretty good approach at the plate. Not as much Luciano noise because of the way Nick Ahmed has played to this point. But we'll talk more about this. Getting your calls at 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Can this offense turn it around? You believe there's a reason that some of these guys fell to the Giants? What do you want to see them do when they come back to San Francisco to get ready for the Reds, the Dodgers, and the Rockies? Adam Copeland in for John Lund, hanging out with Greg Papa on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bobby Marks stopped by Papa and Lund, or Papa and Copes, earlier today and discussed where the Golden State Warriors could go this offseason and whether or not Klay Thompson's a fit with the Orlando Magicians. More on that on our socials at KNBR.
Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and it's Habas Law. It's founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident. Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years, and now Omar's son Tarek Habas joins him, adding a new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm, it's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to life-altering tragedies, Habas Law has the experience and resource to handle it all. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients, and they don't stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. So visit Habas Law, Habbas Law.com for a free consultation. That's HabasLaw.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com.
Joining us here on Pop and Lund, featuring Copes today.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
John Lund's still out. He should be back tomorrow. Adam Copeland and Greg Papa hanging out with you today. Spoke to Bobby Marks earlier, ESPN front office insider, as well as Hunter Pence. And a lot of the discussion with Hunter Pence about these closed-door meeting or this sort of call-out that the Giants got from Bob Melvin. Now, Bob Melvin was on with Murph and Marcus, the morning show earlier today, and we'll get some of that sound to you. But I wanted to get to this piece of sound from Farhan from last Thursday. He was on with Tom and I. He is every other week throughout the season. And Danny, which one are we starting with? Actually, I got it for you. Walter's got the cut sheet here. The first one we're going to go with here is on Elliot Ramos. So I told you Elliot Ramos, who's been hitting well, by the way, down in AAA. We'll get you the numbers on him in just a moment. But I asked him, is this something we're considering now? Are we thinking about making a move? And how long do you ride with a guy like Austin Slater or Mike Yastrzemski when they've had their struggles? But really, Slater's the one you think about because when you bring up Elliot Ramos, he's got to play every day. He's got to play every single day when he comes up. I don't think you put him in there against only lefties. I don't think you can platoon a young guy like that. It's a tough development or situation to put a guy in after he's been in the minors and playing every day. Here's what Farhan said about working Elliot Ramos into the picture.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's matured a lot. You know, we had some conversations with him last year. He got a couple of opportunities early in the season, and when we sent him down, he said, hey, what do I have to do to get back up here? He said, look, if you look at what he did in AAA in 2022, and I think he might have been there some in 21, but certainly 22, he said, look, you've got to be the best hitter on that team in Sacramento, and you've got to really stand out both on paper and when we watch the game. Like, this guy is head and shoulders above the competition. And he hadn't done that. And then he went down there and he did it, and he's continuing to do it now. So I think the maturity of, hey, what do I have to do? Asking the question, then going out and backing it up. That's what we like to see from our young guys. So he's definitely working his way into the picture.
What are your thoughts on Elliot Ramos right now, Greg?
Yeah, I actually went down and saw him play a few times in Sacramento and West Sac. And one night, and they had a fireworks show after the game, he had a walk-off home run, either in the bottom of the ninth or extras or something to win the game. He had a bad misplay in the outfield where I lost him going in the corner. I actually went there to watch Marco Luciano play and Kyle Harrison pitch. But anyway, he's when he's gotten a chance, it's been not an extended period of playing time for him. And he's obviously off to a quick start this year. He's got 8 home runs, and he's starting to barrel it up. And he's not, he's still a young guy. He's not 21, 22. He's 24.
And going on 25 soon, I think.
So the thing about Slater is he has a role on the team. So with Slater, his role is to play only against left-handed pitching. I mean, literally, he starts against lefties. He pinch hits when a lefty's in the game. If a righty's in the game, he's not in the game. So do you want to give that job to Elliot Ramos? To me, no. You want to give a job to Elliot Ramos. See, they've tried that before where he's had sporadic playing time in the big leagues. You want to give him an everyday job.
Exactly.
So to me, if you're bringing Ramos up, you're not only not playing Slater and probably removing Slater from the roster, what is Mike Yastrzemski's role going to be in the roster? Or Conforto. Conforto started out great and looked like the Conforto we saw when he was locked in with the Mets, Copes. His on-base percentage right now is below 300. Conforto's kind of gone into a little bit of a lull. So to me, it's both corner outfield spots are open for debate. maybe you play Ramos more in a combination of Conforto and Yaz not playing as much. But if and when they do bring Ramos up, and I think you got to take inventory and know what you got, you need to play him every day, not just start him against lefties. He's a young player who hasn't done that, and you've got to give him, what do you think? 3 weeks minimum, a month?
You got to give him the keys and say, hey, what can you do? Because right now, what are you getting out of Slater? I mean, I know coming into the weekend, he was like 3 for 30 or something, and I know his batting average is like up to 120. It's like it's been tough at bats, and again, we're talking about guys who strike out a lot. You're talking about Chapman, who's playing almost every day. Soler, who they've given a little bit of a breather to, but you start bunching these strikeouts together behind guys like Wade and Lee who are getting on base. This doesn't help anybody. At 808 KNBR, is there a move that can be made? Here's what Bob Melvin said about Austin Slater's struggles and Elliot Ramos. This is from this morning on the KNBR Morning Show.
Well, look, in his sample size, I think it's only like 36 at bats or something like that. So it's not a ton. And he has drawn some walks. Granted, it's not like it has been in the past, but we still have a lot of faith in him. And with the Soler situation, there's a potential that a guy like Ramos could get here regardless of that. So I think as far as with Slate, it's probably too early on the lack of at bats. He was going through a shoulder thing leading up to spring, didn't get a lot of consistent bats in spring, and at times it's gotten on base for us here, times it's looked good, times it hasn't. I think still we need a little bit more patience with that. I was getting the same questions about Yaz for a while, and then he picked it up. So I think it's probably a little too early with Slate.
I don't know how early it is with Slater. I feel like this has been going on for a little bit, and I know that I don't know what the infatuation is with him batting leadoff either.
Whenever they face left-handed pitching in the last few years.
And I know he's got great splits, but it's just not, it hasn't been working.
The numbers show that when he faces left-handed pitching, he's an elite hitter. He just is not right now. And you heard the shoulder, he had the elbow at the end of last year. The one thing Farhan did say to Susan when he was, may have mentioned it to you guys as well, is there's been times where he's gotten pitches to drive, and he gets ahead in the count, and it's time to let it out. And Austin Slater has that great inside-out approach. He drives the ball the other way. He'll pull some, but mainly he's shooting the ball to right center and hard. He's just missing those pitches. Now, the crazy rain game on Saturday when they shouldn't even have started that game when they did, he did have a walk his first time up. He had a knock later. He got on base a couple of times. So, the bottom line is he's 4 for 34. And there have been moments. Now, is that the shoulder? That's just not right. But the thing with him, if you take him off the roster, you're going to lose him. Somebody's going to pick him up. And he is, Players Association. He's the leader of the team. He's a real leader in that clubhouse. He's been for a long time, and he was during the, the lockout.
Is he still the rep? I don't think he's the player rep anymore.
He's not anymore? He was for a long time.
It might be Lamont. I know he was for a long time. I think it's somebody else now. Could be Lamont. We'll confirm
but that's not going to factor into in their decision. But
Corey Guerin got let go, you know what I mean?
He's a guy, baseball will pick him up. If you let him go, the role that he has as a right-handed stick, strictly against left-handed pitching, a right-handed bat platoon with a good outfield. I think he's good in center. He can play right. He runs well. If you do take him off the roster, you're going to lose him. He's gone.
Pop and Line is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Adam Copeland in for John Lund, hanging out with Greg Papa today. Giants baseball coming up at 5:40 tonight, yet again out in Colorado. A 4:40 pregame, and we'll have it for you right here on The Sports Leader. Can you compete in today's game the way the Giants did in 2010, you think, Greg? With the small ball approach against, it's with a pitching dominant. That's something we got.
Starting pitching.
We'll talk about that. Can they get by with the Bruce Bochy style ground attack? I don't know that we're quite where we were 5 years ago or 4 years ago with the 3 true outcomes, but the Giants have some arms. They've just got to figure out ways to push some runs across the plate. And usually rosters on May 8th are not the teams that end up being the teams that go to the playoffs on September 30 or whatever it is, right? Buster Posey wasn't even here at this point in 2010. We'll talk more about that. Does Elliot Ramos make his way up? 808 KNBR, where would you go? Who's the move? Is it Conforto? Can you move a guy like that who's in an opt-in year? You could move on from Michael Conforto and try to get something else in here while you give Ramos an opportunity. Do you do it with Yaz or Slater? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That's next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and Giants baseball finally got a win last night, so we're fired up about the orange and black. But what I'm still really fired up about is Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had, and I'm not alone in thinking that. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York-style, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make pastas as well. There's spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic, but so delectably good. Save room for dessert. You want your holy cannoli, Clay Thompson, or tiramisu. And then tomorrow morning, you wake up and do it all over again. Take a stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And when the Giants come back from this longest road trip of the year, they got the Reds over the weekend and the Dodgers coming in next week. Beat LA, beat LA. You want to head to Tony's Slice House, fast casual restaurants like they have at Oracle Park. So it is Giants baseball season right now, but it's always the right time of the year to eat the best pizza in the world, and that is Tony's.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Adam Copeland in for John Lund today, hanging out with Greg Papa. Little afternoon delight. I like this. You guys do this at 12:30 every day? Is it always this time?
Usually right at noon. We go from the morning missile to the afternoon delight.
There we go. I'm with you. Little afternoon delight. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. What move would you make if you could be general manager of the Giants? I mean, Tom and I were talking the other day, Greg, about the value of guys on the team, and that's the other thing is there's like if the Giants wanted to go make a move like the Padres did to get Luis Arias, do you even have the assets to do something like that right now? And should that have put the Giants on high alert? Like, should that have made teams who are wavering right now a little bit more aggressive in their thinking that, hey, the Padres aren't going away and they're in this division. That's going to take a wild card spot away if they start shooting near the top of the NL West. So, I mean, how desperate should teams be getting now after a trade like that? And do the Giants even have the pieces?
Well, look at what San Diego's done the last couple of years. I mean, go back to when they traded for Juan Soto.
Yeah, they opened the books.
And then they flipped Juan Soto. And then, right before the season started, we were debating whether to go get Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery, or even earlier in the offseason, he could have had Sonny Gray or someone. John wanted Dylan Cease, and A.J. Preller traded for Dylan Cease. And, Kyle Harrison went to Coors last night and threw a beauty. Dylan Cease earlier this year had a one-hitter at 20th and Blake. And then they go out and shock people because with San Diego, I think their owner, Peter Seidler, died late last year. They were obviously going to pare payroll and go the other direction. Mr. Seidler he knew he didn't have long. He wanted to win before he was gone.
Seidler?
Peter Seidler.
Just met her.
The owner.
How do wait?
Dixon Cider?
Got you again.
But anyway, then they go out and get Luis Arias. And I don't want to say he's Tony Gwynn, but damn.
He's as close as we have now. I'll say that. He's as close as we have in the game today.
You put him between the two right-handed. They got a lot of good hitters, but you put him between Tatis and Manny Machado, Luis Arias, right in the middle of them.
See his first game?
What are they up to in San Diego? He had 4 hits his first game.
4 hits his first game. I was like, screw this
Wow.
He was coming to Oakland, by the way. He was going to play the A's with the Marlins.
To your point,
on Friday.
I mean, what would the Giants have to give Miami to get Luis Arias? How
Probably
many of the
Kyle
prospects
Harrison.
we talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're not going to. That's what I mean is if you were to look at the young players that other teams would want, you're looking at, no joke, and I'm not saying they would ever do this or suggest this, but you're talking about who would net you something legitimate. Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Patrick Bailey at the big league level. I'm not saying other guys wouldn't.
Marco Luciano, Casey Schmidt.
They may get you something. They would get you something, but I don't think that's at the caliber of the players that the Padres are giving up to teams to get, which is why when the Giants opened the books for the Nationals in, what year was that, 2022, that the Padres got them? When they said the Giants made an attempt, and basically the Nats said, And that was a year that the Giant system was down. And then we saw a big jump the following year in 23. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Sam's in Arizona. Sam, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up with these Giants, man?
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing well. How are you, Sam?
Yeah, I'm good. So just a couple quick points. One, you guys have kind of beat up the offense, and rightfully so, because there's no one in that offense that scares anybody. I don't know in the National League who fears the Giants lineup. But the other thing, and I know Logan Webb had a great year last year, and he won the he was second in the Cy Young. I understand that. I'm really tired of people trying to call him an ace. Everyone on KNBR within the Giant organization talks about him being an ace. His 2 starts on this road trip not only didn't stem the tide, they contributed to it. Those were 2 of the worst outings I've ever seen him pitch. I know he's not our biggest problem, but if he's a true ace, as everyone tries to call him, you need a lot better from the top of your rotation than that, especially with everything else we've got going on with this club in terms of the struggling offense.
Now, he did have a stretch of starts prior to the Boston start, I want to say, where, what did he go, like
19 scoreless.
19 scoreless.
And going into Fenway.
I think he'd had like 2 earned runs allowed in like 26 innings or something. Like, he had been fantastic, and he'd also gone at least 7 in 4 consecutive starts, and he went 8-1. I hear you on the road trip. Because in his career, he's just not been nearly as good as a pitcher on the road. 19-19 in his career on the road. He's got 4.20 ERA on the road in 345 innings. His whip's a 1.24. His whip at home is a 1.12. 26-16, a 2.64 ERA in almost the exact same number of innings. So I hear you. But I also, you put him in game 1 up against any other pitcher in baseball, I'll take my chances. I really will. With Logan Webb.
Well, we did in 2021.
We saw it happen. He pitched
Friday night
game 1 against the Dodgers.
Yeah, and then he came back and pitched Game 5, and that year is where he had his breakout year. You know, he had a bad start, Cinco de Mayo that year in Denver, and then after that he locked in, and he was as good as any pitcher
He took
in
over
baseball.
for Gosman in St. Louis. Murphy and Mack and I were out there. He took over and never looked back. Remember, Gosman's wife had an issue after the All-Star game. He became the spot starter, and they never. I mean, he was the ace of the staff from there on out.
Yeah, I thought that was his best year. Last year, the bottom line with Logan, and I love Logan. He's a friend. We've had him on the show.
He's great.
You need to win when you're on the mound. Your team needs to win. And he's had too many of those. Last year, I wouldn't have voted him second in the Cy last year. It's the advanced analytics and everything. You need to win.
I wouldn't have voted Snell one.
Well, you did. But the one thing about Logan that does bother me on this road trip is the approach, because everything is down. Sinker, slider, change, down, 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 down. The White Sox had a game last year where they just went the other way against him, sitting down. He wouldn't come in on them. Same thing with Boston. In the game that he pitched to start this road trip, Boston, everything, they pulled one down the line for a triple, but everything was up the middle or the other way. And I thought, well, Philadelphia's got a bunch of buggy whippers. They're not going to do that. Well, they did. They did the same thing. So we'll see what the Reds do. He's going to face Cincinnati at some point this weekend, and then the Dodgers as well, Cope. So I think the one thing with Logan that he's got to learn to change eyesight and come up a little bit with a four-seam fastball, because if teams know and they get a read on you that everything is going to be down, 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 and he does not come in enough, they're able to put balls in play, and the Red Sox and Phillies kind of had a great scouting report against him.
You remember that movie, Mystery Men?
Who was
a superhero movie. It's like Ben Stiller. They're a crew of like makeshift superheroes. I think William H. Macy plays the Shoveler. You've got Ben Stiller plays Captain Furious. You've got Hank Azaria plays.
I think I missed that.
You remember that one? It came out in like the 90s. It's a comedy with.
I love me some Ben Stiller, but I don't remember that.
It's ridiculous. There's a guy, Kel Mitchell. He's Invisible Man, but he can only turn invisible.
I'm looking at it right now.
He can only turn invisible when nobody's looking at him.
It's goofy, outlandish, and exciting. Sounds like my Wednesday night.
Yeah. There's a character.
What's the corollary to Logan Webb?
There's a character named the Blue Raja, played by Hank Azaria, right? Well, all he does is throw silverware, right? He throws that's his superpower. Like he flings silverware, but he'll only throw like spoons, because he doesn't want to actually hurt anybody. Okay. So at one point, I think Bill Macy or somebody turns like, would it kill you?
Hank Azaria the best ever.
Would it kill you one time to throw a knife or a fork? I think they said to him at one point. And I'm thinking that with Logan Webb all the time. Like, would it kill you one time, brother, to throw a straight fastball at the guy's eyes? Hank Azaria. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm looking. I'm thinking that the same thing. When with last two starts with Logan Webb, I'm like, would it kill you, bro, to throw a high fastball once? You know what I mean? Because to your point, the book on him is they're coming in and they're going down. By the way, get ready for that movie. You're going to like that thing.
What was the sports kid? Brockmeyer.
Hank
Azaria's Brockmeyer.
Yeah.
Genius.
He also hooks up with Ben Stiller's wife on the honeymoon in Long Came Polly. Are you full scuba?
Yes.
He's jacked in that, remember? Are you full scuba?
So good.
Anyway, Logan, would it kill you to throw a fastball? Throw a straight fastball up at somebody's eyes,
four-seamer.
Four-seamer, man. We don't need the on-the-hand stuff.
He's the mystery man until he does.
Yeah, well, I don't know that I come down on that firmly on he's not an ace. They've paid him like an ace. He's the guy we want on the ball. That caller, though, Sam.
I mean, right now, Kyle Harrison's been stopping losing streaks. I don't know what you want to call him, but Kyle Harrison's your stopper right now.
And to that caller, Sam, in Arizona's point, he's the only guy on the staff who's gone at least 5 innings in a start on this road trip. And he's done it twice now, including one last night in Colorado.
The only 2 games they won, Kyle Harrison pitched.
Are you with me, by the way, on the Nomo no-hitter? Greatest no-hitter
one of the
all
best
time?
Moments. Yeah, that was amazing what he did, to throw a no-hitter at altitude. And you guys were citing some of the league numbers you guys were citing yesterday. I was like, what?
An opposing ERA of over 7 for the season at that year.
What?
That's pre-humidor. I mean, they made no sense, dude. That makes no sense.
And he goes in there and throws a no-no?
They had a team OPS over 1,000, the Rockies, that year. Blake Street Bombers type stuff. What'd you say,
Dante
20?
Bichette, who was on that team?
Dante Bichette. Vinny Castilla, is that his name, at third base?
Was Jose Canseco on that team?
He may have been, actually, early on.
He was there for
Rockies.
a while. Andres Galarraga,
the big
Castilla.
cat. Yeah. Who else was there? Helton wasn't there yet.
Bichette. Was
Walker
Larry
there?
Walker
I think
on
Walker
that
was
team?
there, yeah. We're going
Larry
1996
Walker was on that
Rockies. That team could mash. And by the way, they didn't make the playoffs.
Of course not.
Ellis Burks, was he there then? He had a couple of big
been.
years in Colorado. I'm trying to check the 96 Rockies here. Here we go. Jeff Reed, Andres Galarraga, EY. EY was there.
Eric Young?
Yeah.
The skinny Eric Young.
Walt Weiss was playing short for that team.
Whoa.
Vinny Castilla, Ellis Burks, Quentin McCracken, Dante Bichette,
and Larry Walker was coming off the bench there. Plus, John Vanderwall tossed in 5 homers just for good measure. Yeah, their OPSs were insane. 780, 950, 814, 890, 1,000.
Canseco was not on that team. He was not there yet.
No, I don't think Canseco was here. He was not. No Jose Canseco on this team. Their lowest ERA for any other starting pitchers was 4.93. Jamie Wright.
Damn.
These guys were like ERAs of 5.5 starting 35 games. Unbelievable. Adam Copeland.
Hideo Nomo went in and faced that lineup.
And just mowed him in September. Just mowed him down.
Threw a no-no.
Adam Copeland in for John Lund today, hanging out with Greg Papa. We got plenty of good stuff in the final hour and 15 of the show. We are going to get you a foreplay. 4 pieces of sound coming your way in just a couple of minutes. We also... You think because I'm here we're not doing it? Caboose Pistol's still coming up at 1:45.
Of course we are.
You're getting your Caboose Pistol. I got some good stuff for it, too. So, plus we got a fun game we're going to play at 1:30 where Austin Rivers was talking about you could take 30 players from the NBA and put them in the NFL. We're going to get into that a little bit at 1:30. But first, the foreplay, which is weird. You'd think this would start before the show. It's Adam Copeland in for John Lund with Greg Papa. Foreplay's next.
Delighted noon, then we do a foreplay at 1. It all works.
Foreplay and then a 5-play on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Usually talking about this later in the afternoon when we get close to tipping off some games, but we can get our action in now, get it in early, and get ready for the NBA playoffs, which continue later this afternoon. Underdog Fantasy is the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports, and even with the regular season over, you can make some money with the NBA playoffs and Underdog's Fantasy Pick'em game. Pick'em game is where you select between 2 and 5 players to build a pick'em entry. They'll give you a series of player stats. Looking at Jalen Brunson right now, 8.5 first quarter points. I am hammering the higher on that one. 33.5 total points. You can go higher or lower on that. I think I go higher on that too. Guy touches the ball the entirety of the game. Obi Toppin's here. You got Josh Hart. Josh Hart, 16.5 points. Probably go lower there. You got to select somebody from a different team. But you pair those together, you go 5 for 5. You can make 100 times your money in a single night. There's endless projections to choose from, and you customize your own experience. Plus, legal in California and a ton of fun to play along as you watch through the games this evening. Go to Underdog Fantasy and sign up at Underdog Fantasy's app or UnderdogFantasy.com and use promo code KNBR. They'll give you a mystery special pick to use with your first pick'em entry, and they'll hook you up with a deposit offer. So again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of a mystery player pick and your deposit offer. You also must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.com.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sam Amick joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how the Warriors could improve this offseason. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and our KNBR socials at KNBR.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland in for John Lund hanging out with you today. Top of the hour, people were texting in going, is Copes going to do his show too? No. My ass I am.
Who's doing Copes' show?
Actually, Carrie, I was going to, dude. I was going to sit with you. I was going to be here for like 7.5 hours just hanging out. But Kerry Crowley saves the day. He's going to stop in with Tom Tolbert at 2 o'clock, hang with him till 4:40 when Giants pregame for Game 2 out in Colorado gets going. But you and I get to do a foreplay, and then we get to do, we're getting a caboose pistol coming up. We also got a fun game we're going to play here with some NBA players and some NFL positions. Let's get into the foreplay here, 4 pieces of sound, and we will start with some sound right here from KNBR. Murph and Marcus. Mike Krukow was on, and he's talking about the bad offense leading to bad defense and then responding to Bob Melvin calling out his team.
You know, Kipe, I loved it when he was not hitting, which was rare. He was a good hitter. But when he wasn't, he always said, well, if I'm not getting any hits, the guy's not getting any hits when I'm on the defensive side. I'm going to make up for it with my glove. And that's the mindset you have to have. Too many times I have sensed that guys have gone out there during this bad dry spell for the Giants that are thinking about their bats when they have the glove on on the defensive side. They're not 100% committed to the defensive side. Their concentration is fragmented because the offense has been so poor. And that was really what Bob Melvin wanted to talk about when he aired them out. And that's a cleansing thing for a team. Sometimes a good butt chewing can really get together. It kind of takes the stink off of being an individual. And you kind of look around saying, okay, I need to do more. I need to be a team member. I need to play baseball. I need to play team baseball. And when you run into a juggernaut like the Phillies, you're going to get exposed if you're not playing that way. And that's what happened to them. And for the most part, they ran into the same thing in Boston.
Butt chewing, stink? Where you come down on that?
I'm staying away from that region. Yeah, Mike was pretty clear. So who do you think they're talking about there? So to me, it's Matt Chapman.
That's kind of where I'm at, yeah.
We're talking about his lack of hitting, and he's just, it's demoralizing to, we're going to talk about basketball and football players and the overlap. I mean, and what's happening to Matt Chapman on the basketball court would be having your jump shot just blocked right out of your hand.
He cannot hit a high fastball. It's demoralizing for him. And then we see him go out and make a 2-error game. He drops a pop-up. He's played great defense early in the year. There were a couple games where the ball just kind of, he just let it go by him.
I'm not wowed by him. I'll tell you what. Do you remember the period of time for that 2-week window when Casey Schmidt was the best defensive third baseman we'd ever seen last year?
And I compared him to Matt Chapman.
I don't know that we've had a stretch this year where I felt that way about Chapman at all.
Chapman early. There was one game at Dodger Stadium when Bob Costas was doing the game.
Yeah, that backhand play.
Yeah, like two of them just got by him. There are a couple, but the bottom line, he's got 6 errors already on the year. Now, when he was a young player, he came up in half a year and made 13 errors, and then in 2018 he made 20. But when he was winning golds and platinums, he went the whole year with 6 errors in 150 games. Last year he had 12 in Toronto, and it just seems like he's in a funk. Whereas his bad offenses, he's taking it out to third base and he's not defending. Is Bob Melvin, when he's airing his team out and talking like that, is he indirectly talking to the guy or directly talking to the guy that he brought in to run his clubhouse because nobody knows me and Matty Williams better than Matt Chapman? Is that who we're talking about here without directly saying it?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you're talking 6 errors right now. That is already good for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's already the 6th most, or tied for the 5th most in any season of his career. Right. That's not. I mean, and I got to imagine with 4.5 months left, there's more to come. We'll get into another piece of sound here, but I'm with you. I'll dial back 1 sec. In Fenway Park, one of the moments that's my favorite moment of the season was Jung-Hoo Lee's mistake in center field where he misjudged that ball, fell down, and then he came back and he made that diving catch a couple innings later to save it, and he got up and he hit the ground in frustration. And that to me was like, we're seeing a guy really, really adjust and try to find success at the major league level for the first time. He's been a spectacle, I think, to play at times when he's his best, but I like seeing that emotion. I like seeing a guy frustrated with himself for misjudging something. Also hilarious that he played indoors and in Korea. We didn't know about
outdoors.
We didn't know about the translation of outdoor to indoor for Jung-Hoo Lee.
He didn't like Fenway. When he left there, he was like, great. I'm
Those
glad
shadows
to get out
are
of
weird.
Fenway.
Well, he had one earlier
How about
this
playing
year
in Philadelphia in the rain? What kind of an adjustment has he had playing? They play all their games in domes there. I didn't even know that.
Well, who'd have thought that his Achilles heel would have, if we go back to Moneyball, Billy, his one flaw is that he can't play baseball outside. Which is he's a great player, Billy. He just can't play outdoors. Let's go to our next piece of sound here, number 2. Bob Melvin was on with Murph and Marcus earlier this morning after the win in Colorado, and he talked about Matt Chapman and Soler struggling because you were wondering if Mike Krukow was calling those 2 guys out. He talked specifically about both of those guys, asked if they were wearing it and taking responsibility.
They are, but I don't know that they could do more than they're doing, and I'm absolutely happy with our hitting coaches here, and so are the players. You ask them that, some of these guys, the newer guys here, are saying this is the best group they've ever been around. So there's a ton of information. There's knowledge about each and every guy. There's deep dives all the time and trying to figure out what's the best version, what adjustments we need to make. I think, with Soler and Chapman, just gotten off to some slow starts. There's a lot of expectation for them. I think they're at times trying too hard because they want to succeed and be those guys. And it just kind of snowballed a little bit. So, but it's not for a lack of preparation, and it's not for a lack of work with our hitting coaches. Of course, they wear it a little bit, but I think they're doing a great job with these guys.
I don't think anybody suggested they're not doing their homework or doing their game prep. But when you say, I'm real happy with the hitting coaches, I'm like, are we? Because these guys say it's the best group of guys they've been around. Okay, well, I get the preparation and all that, but at some point, you've got to perform.
Yeah, and there's one guy in the staff, Justin Veely's still here, but it's Pat the Bat and Pat Burrell, and being around him, that World Series team in 10 he was on, and he was a number 1 overall pick, Bellarmine and Philadelphia. The fans there just booed the crap out of him. It was impossible to listen to, but anyway, he became a World Series champion there, and I was impressed just how smart he was. He did TV with me for a while. And then Farhan brought him in the system.
He's been a scout for a long time.
Instructor. Yeah. Well, he was a roving hitting instructor is what he's been doing. But he's not Bob. Bob insisted, if I take this job, I want Ryan Christensen, I want Brian Price, I want Matt Williams. Pat the Bat was Farhan's guy. And I think they all, why not, I just hope ownership or somebody else doesn't, say, what's going on with him. And I hadn't thought about it, but you mentioned Carney Lansford, and Carney wasn't suited for the job. He was just so frustrated with the modern hitter. I remember standing behind the cage with him, and he was just ripping everybody. He just didn't like the approach. Now, Carney's like that. I think Pat the Bat's not that kind of guy.
He's not chapped like Carney is, no.
No, you're right. But sometimes you wonder. I mean, Barry Bonds did this one year in Miami with Frank Menachino, remember?
And Don Mattingly was the manager.
Called him out and said, you're not working hard. Now, it's Barry Bonds. But I think Pat's got a lot I just hope when they're getting off to a start like this offensively, my first thought is somebody going to make Pat Burrell the scapegoat here? Is it going to turn out that way? And I hope it doesn't.
Well, somebody at some point in a lot of situations has to be, and I don't know that we're that far yet, but it does beg the question. It's the first year he's had this role. And I've always wondered this, too, with a guy like Barry or a guy like Pat Burrell, even, who was a great hitter and was a number 1 overall pick, as you mentioned. I always wonder how difficult it is to be a great player. It's always impressive to me when all-time great athletes are able to be great coaches or put that wisdom or skill, because so much of that comes, I think, naturally to them that it's hard to tell. A guy like Tony La Russa, one of the greatest managers of all time, was not a great player at the major league level by any stretch. A lot of times catchers, the backup catchers, are the guys who are students of the game and maybe weren't the most successful.
Bob Melvin.
Bob Melvin's a great example. Bruce Bochy had a great career. I mean, it's a great example. I know he wasn't a great manager, but Mike Matheny did it for a number of years. I mean, guys who are involved in the game like that and understand it. Bob Brenly at a different level, I think, oftentimes become great managers. But I wonder when it comes to like coaching hitting, is it hard for Barry Bonds to teach someone how to hit? He naturally has something that none of us will ever understand.
He only did it 1 year.
There's a reason.
Didn't work.
Yeah, he only did it 1 year because they didn't ask him to come back.
Well, he was the assistant hitting coach. Frank Menachino,
former A's second baseman,
was the hitting coach.
I like Frankie Menachino.
Really? Who are you going to listen to, Frankie or Barry?
I don't know. I like Frankie out there.
Depends who you are.
Yeah, Johnny Damon out behind him.
Carlos Stanton, maybe you're listening to Barry more.
I don't know. He's like, I got one righty and one lefty is what I got. Yeah. Moving on to your sound, a piece of sound number 3 here in your foreplay. How about this? This is hilarious. So last night, MLB Network, they do these like no-hitter live look-ins, right? They're like whipping around coverage, right?
Greg Amsinger.
They're pretty funny. I like that show too. So they're doing this. They riff because they throw up, they'll get into a game in the 5th inning. They go, we got a no-hitter alert here. This guy's throwing a no-hitter through 5, and we'll go live and wherever. And they kind of talk through what's going on over the broadcast. It's sort of cool. Well, yesterday they do a no-hitter alert before the Dodger and Marlins game starts. Yamamoto is on the hill, warming up before the game. They go, we got a no-hitter alert out of Dodger Stadium. Nobody's even stepped to the plate yet. And then this happens.
But we are already a no-hitter alert. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, before he throws a single pitch tonight against the Marlins, we have a no-hitter alert.
Okay.
Enjoy what could be a no-hitter from Yamamoto.
Jazz swing your first pitch.
Right here on MLB Network for Harold, CY, I'm Greg. We have a no-hitter alert. Enjoy this game live on MLB Network.
Boy, you're crazy.
It's in the major leagues to establish himself as that guy. Dodgers looking for a 6th straight win and a 13th out of their last 15 after they took the first game 6-3 last night. Yamamoto comes home, and off we go. And the aggressive Marlins get a first pitch swing and a high fly ball and a home run for Jazz Chisholm on the first pitch.
They do a no-hitter alert like mocking the Marlins with Yamamoto. Jazz Chisholm, first pitch. He leaves the ballpark. And by the way, he's like waving, he's pointing as he rounds the bases. I like that guy. Jazz Chisholm's a blast.
Yeah, just say his name slowly.
Jizz Chasm, I said it.
Don't go pig Latin on that one like I have before.
I know you have. You do that on purpose.
Yamamoto, he gave it up. He's had some rough first innings. His first inning ever in Big League Baseball in Seoul, South Korea. He got roughed up. But after that, he went 8 strong and just gave up one other run. So are we going to see him? Are the Dodgers off? Are we going to see him Monday at Oracle, or is he would next go Sunday if they play every day? We got to see if we
I hope not. I hope we don't see him. 4-1 with what's he got, an ERA under 2.8 or something right now?
2.79.
There you go. The Dodgers. You're asking if they play every day between now and Monday?
Yeah, because he pitched on a Tuesday. Ordinarily, he'd come back and pitch Sunday if they're playing every day. If they have an off day, then we may see him on Monday.
They do have an off day. They're playing right now. Actually, they're just about to start, and then they have an off day.
They're off tomorrow.
Oh yeah, Yamamoto's already slated in Monday against Hicks. So right now, the way it sets up. Because the Dodgers get a 3-game series with San Diego this weekend before they come to San Francisco. So you'll get Yamamoto and Hicks on Monday. Tuesday is Stone against Wynn is the way it sets up. And then the Wednesday tilt is Glasnow and Webb.
Whoa.
Pretty good matchups.
Yeah. No Walker Bueller. No tight pants, huh?
Bueller. One more piece of sound here for the foreplay. How about Jamal Murray? You see this with the heating pad the other day?
I did.
Threw the heating pad on the court, dude. Did you hear that?
And he has a bad calf, so there's enough evidence to show it was him that threw it. And a towel. He threw a towel and a heating pad.
He's lucky it didn't hit him. He's lucky that didn't hit official because he did not get suspended. He got a fine.
He was trying to hit Mark Davis.
He was trying to. By the way, first of all, the Nuggets are in trouble. He's not going to be suspended. He is dealing with the calf injury.
They fined him $100K.
They fined him $100K.
Can't suspend him.
Well, here's Jamal Murray on receiving the fine.
Jamal, did you expect any punishment from the league office? Was it fair?
No, I mean, it is what it is, and I take everything full responsibility, so on to the next.
Was it just a frustration boiled over? Is that what happened?
Yeah, on to the next. I mean, not much. 2 days ago, not much for me to say about it.
Were there any conversations that you had with people or anything just to kind of, like, apologize or whatever, maybe take responsibility?
Do you have any basketball questions? No.
So, have you talked to anybody to apologize or anything like that? He said, you got any basketball questions? No? Try to talk about what happened during the basketball
whole talk
game.
about suspending him is ridiculous. There's no precedent for it. Steph Curry, remember when Steph took his mouth guard out at the end of the Game 6 in Cleveland when they lost to 73? He threw it at the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers' son. He whipped it out of his mouth and he threw it at
the kid who was always at the at the lottery.
No, I think it was a different one. But anyway, so I mean, you're not going to. If they had seen him do it during the game, it would have been a technical. So no one's suspending him. I mean, we don't want that.
Sure.
But Denver's got the big issue is he's not healthy. Why does he have a heating pad on the bench? His calf is a problem. He's not moving well. And they're all over them. So I think Denver will get back into the series, Copes, but I'm not sure how and when. They gotta go there and get both of them. I mean, even if they get one and go back home 3-1 and force a Game 6, they could do it the long way. But right now, the Wolves are just, whoa, they are all over them.
Do you think Anthony Edwards is the best two-way player in the league right now? You need to see more defensively.
Embiid, when Joel Embiid's right and guarding the rim, he's a tremendous player. I mean, he looks like Mitch Richmond to me, but he's a better shooter than Mitch, and I hate saying that. And Mitch was a good shooter, but he just, with no dribble, he just rises up. He's hard to cover.
He's long, too.
And then he does guard on both ends. The thing is, they got Karl Anthony Towns playing defense, and the guy that I want off that roster is Naz Reid. I don't know if they're going to be able to pay him all, because they got Gobert, who won his Ford Defensive Player of the Year award yesterday, and obviously the Kathmandu makes a lot of money. But now, if the Warriors could ever get their hands on Naz Reid, I'd like that guy.
Yeah, Naz Reid would be a nice one. I also like who's the power forward for I'm blanking on his name. Hardenstein, is that his name for the Knicks?
Isaiah Hartenstein.
I like that guy. I like that guy too.
He's a hustle guy. He's a hustle guy.
925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-5627. 925 says, can we just get them to do that before every Giants-Dodger game? Go no-hitter alert.
What's that, the no-hitter
alert? No-hitter alert. Yeah, I don't know if the Giants have...
2-1 on Monday night when Yamamoto pitches against the Giants.
There we go. It'll be Yamamoto against Jung-Hoo Lee.
Jung-Hoo Lee. That'll be fun.
That'll be pretty good. 310 checks in, says, that's hilarious. Pretty much the opposite of when Amsinger correctly called a Buster walk-off.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. And he got stoked about it, too. I think it was
against the Dodgers? Was it the Dodgers?
Was that the 14th inning one? I want to say it was like a 14th or a 17th. It was like Buster caught a late game, like an entirety of a game, and I think he hit a walk-off against. And I remember, I think he, as the ball goes over the left field wall, I think his shoulders sank like I'm exhausted. This thing's over. I emptied the tank.
Amsinger's funny, isn't he?
I like Greg Amsinger. I like Plesac with him, too.
Plesac's hilarious.
Plesac's a riot.
Good show.
Well, good bullpen guys. So it should be funny. They're sitting out there shooting the bull. They're like offensive linemen, right? Like you got to,
right.
They're just kind of hanging out. 619 checks in, says the only chapping that Pat knows is the rear ends of all. Okay, all right.
Oh, going to the marina. Going to the marina.
They went different neighborhood, but right. I'm with you. I'm with you on the 509.
And the line was, "Would you like to pat my bed?" No.
Yeah, I think it was something. I think you're paraphrasing a bit.
Rip it and rip it.
I think we've heard the same stories, Greg.
I think we've heard the same.
Adam Copeland in for John Lund today. Fun hanging out with Greg. We still got another hour together, and we're going to get into some fun stuff. So yesterday, I don't know which podcast or which show this was on. Austin Rivers, son of Doc Rivers.
I think it was Pat McAfee.
My son was on Pat McAfee. Austin Rivers goes on Pat McAfee, and he says that you can take 30 players from the NBA and put them in the NFL.
Which 30?
We'll talk about that next, and we'll talk about how we'd build our best offense with some of the top 30 players that he's talking about. We'll do that next, and then you got a caboose pistol.
Copes.
I'm just trying to get
driving the caboose pistol.
I'm just trying to get us to the pistol.
This
dude.
could get us all suspended. With pay, though.
Yeah.
Make sure it's with pay.
As long as I get suspended with pay, too, I'm good.
With pay.
Adam Copeland and Greg Papa. It's Papa and Copes on the Sports Leader.
That's the machine.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bobby Marks stopped by Papa and Copes earlier today and discussed where the Golden State Warriors could go this offseason and whether or not Klay Thompson's a fit with the Orlando Magicians. More on that on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com.
Joining us here on Pop and Lund, featuring Copes today.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Look at you. You're talking about the Cavs today. You're stretching out. We got to get you outside of that football lane, man, where the guaranteed contracts are, where the best athletes in the world are. That's us. I can take 30 players right now in the NBA and throw them in the NFL. You cannot take 30 NFL players and put them in the NBA.
Whoa. That was the voice of Austin Rivers with Pat McAfee yesterday, and this has been a topic across the sports world today. Austin Rivers saying that you could take 30 players from the NBA. First of all, I'll ask you whether or not you agree with him, Greg. Do you think that the NBA players are the best athletes in the world?
Well, let's take it the other way.
I was going to say football.
What if I take 30 players from the NFL and put them in the NBA? I mean, just look at guys that played high-level college basketball that were great NFL Hall of Fame players.
Tony
Antonio
Gonzalez.
Gates,
yeah, there you go.
Tony Gonzalez, Jimmy Graham, Julius Peppers, Darren Fells, Julius Thomas.
And tight ends and D-ends out there.
my favorite name of all time, Mo Alley Cox.
Yep.
And then today, DeForest Buckner at Oregon. Eric Armstead was a terrific player. They both went to Oregon to play two-way. I think Christian McCaffrey could do anything athletically on earth. He could play any position on the football field. So if he's going to name 30 players in the NBA, I think we easily could name 30 players in the NFL that could possibly play in the NBA or play professional basketball somewhere. So,
but the point you made was
tough guy.
You made his point a little bit though, in that you just named a few guys. I mean, Antonio Gates. How much football did he play? Did he play very little football?
He played at Kent. No, he played in college. Tony Gonzalez.
No, of course. I mean, he played at Cal.
Basketball, you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying no. I'm going the other way. I'm saying Antonio Gates played at Cal. I know that. I'm talking about guys who played basketball.
Tony Gonzalez played at Cal.
I'm jumping around. Yeah. I know. I said they played the same division, same time. I'm mixing them up. Mixing Algie Crumpler
Antonio
too
Gates
for
played
that
at
era.
Kent, didn't he?
That's right. At Kent.
College, yeah.
But Mo Alley Cox played at VCU for Shaka Smart, right? And he was like going to Final Four or going to Elite Eights or whatever. I don't know that he played much football.
Right, a lot of them were converted late.
A lot of these
Jimmy
guys get
Graham
converted late because of the athletic skill set.
To play NFL that were basketball players.
Right, that's where I'm going right now. Is there are guys who didn't play tons of football who then had very good and long football careers because of the athletic skill set. I don't think it's crazy to think that and know that basketball and football have a lot of the same skill sets depending on position. DBs and shooting guards are virtually doing a lot of the same types of movement, right? When you got to get back on defense,
I've always thought Klay Thompson, when he was younger, before the ACL and the Achilles, if you made Klay Thompson a shutdown corner in the NFL, it would be impossible to complete a pass on him. He moves his feet so well and beats you to spots. That's why he could guard, Russell Westbrook or John Wall at the height of their powers with their quickness, and then he had incredible length, and he's tough. Klay could easily have been a really solid cornerback. I don't know if he could play in the NFL. He'd have to learn the refinement, but the skill of guarding the ball would have been very much the same for Klay.
Adam Copeland in for John Lund today. Okay, so why don't we jump through this? Why don't we get into a little bit of a draft? Basketball players, we'll go position by position for an offense. We're going QB, running back, a wide receiver 1 and 2, and a tight end. Since
I haven't given it this much thought.
We're just going to go off the clock.
NBA players
who could play in the NFL, and we'll go. You don't have to go in any order, but I want to go all skill positions. I want 2 receivers, a running back, a quarterback, and a tight end. And because your record was worse last year, I'll put you on the clock first.
Okay. Who's picking first? We flipping a coin?
Yeah. No, I said your record was worse than mine last year, so I'll put you on the clock.
My record of what?
I don't know. I just made that up because you get first pick.
You're saying that I had a bad season? Okay.
Yeah. Can we get some music, some draft music?
All right, so I get to go first?
Greg Papa's on the clock for his NBA selection.
What? So I'm going to take a quarterback right away. And you know who I'm going to take?
Who are you taking?
A guy who could pass not only with his right hand, but his left hand, could make a short area throw or make one from one end to the other. I'm going to take Steph Curry to play quarterback for my team.
Wow, Steph Curry at quarterback. I like the height. I don't know, man. You could hit him in the how are his ankles holding up? He gonna be okay in the pocket there?
Don't go Brady Bill on me and go low. That is a low blow. Steph is fine. Steph is fine. Can you imagine him playing quarterback? He does before games when he goes out and he simulates all the different sports.
He played baseball too. Remember, he played baseball for a while when he thought he was going to.
His dad was a pitcher. His dad Dell pitched in the Orioles chain. So I'm taking Steph Curry, quarterback.
Nice. All right. Steph Curry is off the board. I'm going to take I'm going to take this guy as a. I'm going to take this guy as a wide receiver.
Okay.
A kick returner. He actually once said, quote, "I'd rather be in the NFL." Former number 1 overall pick and maybe taking his team to the NBA Finals. I'm going to Anthony Edwards as my number 1 selection.
The Ant-Man?
I'm putting him a wide receiver, and he's going to kick return for me, too.
Okay.
So Ant Edwards is my number 1 pick. You've got Steph Curry at quarterback, number 1 overall.
I got a quarterback. What positions are we drafting?
You need running back. You need running back, 2 receivers, and a tight end.
Got it. All right. At running back, and can you imagine running a read option with Steph at quarterback and putting it in the belly of Zion Williamson?
Dude, you stole
282 pounds of Zion.
I thought I was going to steal him. I thought I was going to go.
I'm taking Zion Williamson at running back.
You were thinking the way I was, too, because I was thinking fridge. I was like, I'm just going to put Haloti Ngata in the backfield.
Fullback, or where are we going to play him? I'm playing him at running back.
All right,
Zion. I want Zion Williamson.
I need some size then now. I don't have a quarterback yet. I've got a receiver, but I need somebody else there on the outside. I'm going with Anthony Edwards, of course, is my number 1. I want to get a little bit different size, though. I want somebody who can go up and high point a ball for me. I'm going as my number 2 receiver. LeBron James, he's my number 2. LBJ is going to be my second receiver.
He played in high school, didn't he? You're going to play him at receiver?
I'm going to play him at receiver, not tight end. I'm going elsewhere there.
All right.
You're back on the clock.
All right, so I got Steph Curry at quarterback. I got Zion Williamson at running back. At wide receiver, and we've all kind of forgotten about this guy this past year because of everything off the court and how bad his team was. But go back before he got into all the trouble he got. Is there anybody better attacking the rim? And I think he can run routes, or I'm going to back shoulder you to death. At wide receiver, I'm going to have Steph Curry throwing the ball to Ja Morant.
Wow, that's a good pick. Can he stay on the field? Is the question, Greg?
Maybe not. He may be suspended, but we're all right.
That's why he fell to the third round.
He's going to travel with me. That's all I need is Ja in the nightclubs after the game. We're all good.
Questions about his behavior after the combine, so he fell to the third round here to Greg, but he's going to be his number 1 receiver. So you've got so far, who is it?
I've got Steph Curry at quarterback, Zion Williamson at running back, and Ja Rule with the alley-oop, the back shoulder, Ja Morant.
Danny and Myers's Murder Inc. All right, I'll go with my number 3 selection. Oh boy, this can be a tough one. I'm going number 3 selection here.
Okay.
At tight end. I got to go with a footer, right? I got to go with a big guy. A guy who can get down. He may be able to.
You've already got Anthony Edwards and LeBron James.
I'm going with another ant here.
Another ant?
Antonio. Oh, I messed up his name.
Who is it?
Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis. I said Antonio. I was thinking
the unibrow, the one brow.
I was thinking Gates right after we were talking tight ends.
Does he have to forfeit the pick there? I think he has to forfeit.
Yeah, but I didn't get it in time. I botched the name. So we'll take Anthony Davis out of Kentucky, a 7-footer and a former national champ. So we've got some big size on the outside. I got to get back to my quarterback and running back, but you're back on the clock here.
I am. Todd Husak, by the way, texted us saying, you remember how good of a quarterback Allen Iverson was?
I thought about him, but he's not an active
player. Mr. Football in high school. So, all right, what do I need? I need a wide receiver, and I need a tight end. So I'm going to take at wide. Remember, Steph Curry is my quarterback, right?
Yep.
And I'm going to go, if I got Zion Williamson at running back and Ja Morant at wide receiver, and I got one Splash brother playing quarterback, who am I throwing the ball to on a lob? I am going to go not with Klay Thompson, but rather Jonathan Kuminga is going to be my other wide receiver.
Interesting. Jonathan Kuminga is your receiver. Is he? Are you comfortable with him calling you out on his receiver development, like partway through the year?
That's fine. No, I think
you
Steph
can handle it.
I was going to go Clay because I'd love Steph going to Clay, but I do like the springiness. Can you imagine just running all go, Steph Curry at quarterback, pulling it from Zion Williamson's belly and going deep to either Ja or Kuminga? Got to have Kuminga. I need a warrior on there as well.
Well, here's where I'm going. I got to select a quarterback now because I've got Anthony Davis at tight end. I got Antonio.
Anthony Davis. What are you thinking? You
I keep
thinking
thinking
Antonio
Gates.
Daniels, the human tripod?
I keep thinking Gates, the human tripod. Thank you.
Antonio Pierce.
All right.
Coach of the Raiders. What Antonio are you thinking?
I'm not even. We're going Ant Edwards at wide receiver, LeBron James at wide receiver. I've got Anthony Davis, thank you, at tight end. And I'm going to go to a guy, much like Brock Purdy, who makes his teammates better. Right? You're not looking for him to be the superstar quarterback. I don't need him to be the superstar. I just need him to put the ball in the hands of his skill position players. He's operated an offense for years at a championship level, and he's on his way to the Hall of Fame already in the NBA. At quarterback, I'm going with Draymond Green.
Draymond. Wow. Was a tight end. Very briefly.
Thought about going with him at tight end, but
spring ball.
I just want the smart decisions back there. I just need him to not turn the ball over. That's all I'm looking for.
I'm with you. I just want to hear him in the huddle calling everybody out. That'll be fun.
Could you imagine?
All right, so this is my last pick of my skill guys.
Yeah, this is your last one.
I got a quarterback, Steph Curry, running back, Zion Williamson. I got wideouts, Ja Morant, and Jonathan Kuminga because we're playing the perimeter game. Now I need a tight end. So I'm thinking big. I mean, one of the best wide receivers / tight ends ever came from the great city of Philadelphia at 6'7". It was Harold Carmichael. So I'm going to stay in Philly. And my tight end, could you imagine 3rd and 4, Steph? We're going to run a little combination option route, and you're throwing to the first Joel. Curry to Joel Embiid. Embiid is the tight end on Team Papa.
Oh, you didn't even know, though. I'd already taken Wemby to play corner, so we got that handled.
Oh, damn, I forgot about him.
We didn't get to
Can I take him over?
No, too late. You made your selection.
I forgot about Wembanyama.
Can you imagine if you had him as like your middle linebacker?
I want someone who's actually played in an NBA playoff game.
Yeah, there you go. We want some experience. All right, by the way, people checking out the YouTube chat, True Blue says Day-Day would get ejected pre-snap from the game. He might do that.
Out for the coin flip.
You remember when Travis Kelce years ago, the ref threw that flag, and then he took his towel and he threw the towel like it was a flag back at the ref? I'd imagine Draymond would have some of those antics. All right, I'm going to the final one.
You don't have a running back. Do you have a running back?
No, dude, we're just going to get one after the draft in the undrafted free agent pool.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna take a running back. I'm going to go with the speed guy. One of the fastest dudes in the league, De'Aaron Fox. That's who I'm going with. Get him through the hole and let him run, dude. De'Aaron Fox is my running back. Do any of all the guys we listed, you pretty confident that all these guys have the skill set? I know the size of them is weird. I went Draymond, Fox, Anthony Edwards, LeBron James, and Anthony Davis. 30 guys who could play in the NBA. Do all 5 of those guys fit the bill?
Well, how many stay healthy? I mean, Zion at 282 pounds is the size, but can he stay healthy? I don't know. I just want to run a dive action to Zion, have Steph pull it, and throw the ball to Joel Embiid. How the hell would you stop that?
With Nick Bosa, maybe a big D end. That's what I was thinking.
John splatter it all.
Okay,
yeah.
John Nadali checks in and says, "Hey, Dort would be a solid fullback."
Wait a minute. John Husak has the best one ever.
What's he going with?
Who's the best quarterback in the NBA? And I took Steph Curry, but actually, I want a backup. I want the Joker to be my backup quarterback. Can you imagine Nikola Jokic playing quarterback with his size and passing ability and daring?
Would he be like Flacco?
I need more time on this one.
You need more time on this? I think we've spent about as much time as I'd like to spend on this.
I know. I mean, pre-segment, I needed to really think this out.
Yeah, you didn't know where we were going.
I like Steph, Zion, Ja Morant, Kuminga, and Joel Embiid as Team Papa.
Yeah, somebody says, how do you not have the Joker as your QB? He could legit throw better than anybody in the NBA. He also grew up playing water polo. There you go.
I kind of wanted Steph on my team, is why I took Steph.
I was going to get Joker if we did a jockey draft. That's where I was going to go. Adam Copeland hanging out with Greg Papa.
He does own horses, doesn't he?
That's all he cares about is getting back to be with it. I just want to watch my horses. All right, we got our NBA, NFL player draft. Let's get into...
Who's got the better team? Who do you think would win this game?
I do.
Okay. Right.
I don't know. I don't know.
I
really don't care.
You so much.
808 KNBR, who's got the better team? If it's not me, I won't read it on the air. When we come on back, the caboose pistol. We'll get into some wacky stories. We'll pull the caboose pistol out of our... I don't even know what this thing is. It's funny, goofy stories.
It's a firearm up your butt.
Wedged in the crack of her buttocks. Yeah. Adam Copeland in for John Lund. Caboose Pistol next with Greg Papa on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Golden State Window and Door Design wants to encourage you to think beyond the wall. Larger windows and doors allow you to enjoy a wide open canvas of nature. How would you like to have a wall of windows that open or a wall of windows and doors that disappear, offering you unobstructed views? It may be hard to imagine, but you can see them for yourself when you click on products at goldenstatelumber.com. Then choose windows and doors for the image gallery featuring Marvin and other respected vendors that are sure to inspire you. Under brands, scroll down to Marvin, and there you're going to find even more extraordinary options for your project. As a Marvin direct retailer, you'll receive competitive pricing as well as phenomenal service. Located throughout the Bay Area and Sonoma County, Golden State has been the go-to supplier for 70 years, and they're confident when they say, when you succeed, we succeed.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland in for John Lund, hanging out with what looks to be somewhat Super Papa. Super Papa hanging out.
I thought for sure today you would request Super Papa.
I thought about it earlier.
You never did.
I forgot. I've never seen Greg and Super Papa in the same room, I will say that. We need an opening like the old George Reeves Superman show for you.
We do have that one.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
But it's not a formal Super Papa segment.
No, it's not. It's not. You just stop and
during the Caboose Pistol.
It's more like when George Reeves showed up. I'm gonna lose everybody here, but maybe I got you, Greg. It's like when George Reeves showed up to Little Ricky's birthday after Lucy gets cut on the leg.
Babaloo
just pops
Very
in.
Good. You didn't lose me.
Didn't lose you.
He actually thought he was Superman. You know, he died. He thought he could fly. He thought he could jump off a building. And
George Reeves?
Yeah.
No, he. That's not how he passed.
How did he die?
You ever seen the movie Hollywoodland? Ben Affleck.
Well, he
took his own life. He took his own life, and he. It's speculative that maybe he did not. That it's one of the biggest conspiracies in the history of Hollywood. But no, he hated the role as Superman. He got typecast. Anyway, we're getting off that. Super Papa's
here. He didn't
here.
have anything after that.
No, he didn't.
It was hard.
Didn't go on. Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than locomotive, able to leap tall buildings.
So how did he die?
Bound.
He killed himself? Oh, jeez.
Oof. Caboose Pistol here with you.
Nice segue.
Yeah, we'll get off of that. And who disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Second down, 8 49ers on the Seattle 28-yard line. Larry McLeod goes in orbit motion behind. Purdy and McCaffrey.
More powerful than a locomotive.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
It'll bust you down with his super sperm. It's now there's the Caboose Pistol.
There we go. Now we're in. All right, Caboose Pistol here. How about this? Zoogoers in China were outraged to discover that a panda exhibit that they were showing up to, Greg, were not
Pablo
pandas.
Sandoval?
They weren't
in China?
They weren't pandas. No. They were dogs. They were dogs that have been dyed black and white.
Oh, what?
A zoo in China sparked, and here's how they read it, all-out pandemonium after they dressed dogs as pandas because they didn't have actual pandas for the zoo. The fake pandas were unveiled on May 1st in the Jiangsu province. They're actually chow chow dogs. They're big-haired dogs from northern China. They're like the sort of little poofy ones. And I'll show a picture here to the live stream.
Let me see.
Here's how it's like a puffy dog. And they dyed its face and its body. So I don't know what color they are naturally, but they dyed them and they changed the eyes around the face. It's kind of like going blackface on the panda, said Walt. I said it's more whiteface. Zoo officials insisted that it was not harmful to the dogs, and then people started liking it. Some people got pissed, and now they've got lines from 8 to 5 at the zoo to see the panda. It's like cosplay for dogs. Panda play is what it is.
They don't have pandas in China?
Well, this place couldn't get it. The best is they were contacted, like the zoo, and they were like, why would you do this? And they said, well, people dye their hair. That's what the representatives
said. Yeah, but dogs
dye their hair all the time.
Speaking of Pablo Sandoval, where is Pablo now? He's still playing professional baseball
He signed somewhere. He signed somewhere in New Jersey. Didn't he go play for
like Jersey?
And he's on. Walter, give me some notes and some numbers on Pablo Sandoval. I'd like to see what he's doing in Jersey. Pop on, Walt. What did he say?
He's playing in Staten Island. I forget what the team name is called. I'm going to look it up.
Staten Island.
Pablo.
Beautiful.
Pablo seemed like he'd be a Staten Island guy.
Think he's going over to Nathan's for a hot dog every now and then?
I don't know. Pablo didn't strike me as a Staten Island dude. Coney Island. Yeah, there you go. I went to Coney Island on 4th of July. I saw
best hot dogs ever.
I saw Kobayashi in 06 win it on 4th of July.
What happened to Kobayashi? He hasn't been in that.
Wasn't there a documentary about him?
4th of July? Yeah, we did do one.
Wasn't there a documentary on him?
Yes.
Well, Joey Chestnut just blew him out of the water. I mean, he's home.
Something more than that.
If Joey Chestnut's Babe Ruth, Kobayashi's like home run Baker. You know what I mean? Like leading the league with 11. You know, when nobody else was doing it. But he did put away like 40 and 50 numerous times. No.
I mean, Joey Jaws, and he is from the South Bay, is great with hot dogs. But Kobayashi, he would eat with the most ridiculous items. It was incredible. But he just kind of disappeared.
Yeah, he's not really around. By the way, he's playing at the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, is where Pablo Sandoval is. Yeah, the
The Fairy Hawks.
I don't know. What's his batting average, Walter? You got his numbers for me? Pablo Sandoval in Staten Island? No, he's digging it up. All right, we'll come back to this.
Wow, we're getting deep.
Next story here in the caboose pistol. Man accused of videotaping women in Jacksonville department store.
Oh, boy.
His comment was that he was, quote, just excited.
Or is it they were in the dress? They were in the changing room is where he was videotaping?
Yeah, so his name was Titus.
Wow.
Titus.
What's his name?
Titus McDonald.
Titus?
Titus McDonald. 18, told police that he
was...
was...
an affliction he suffers from? He suffers from Titus.
Yeah, he's a shot for that is what he needs. While he was detained in the shopping center, he told police incident occurred a week prior. He was, quote, just bored that day. So he started videotaping women. You violated our blank and privacy, said a woman. You are so blank and sick for that. He was taking pictures and Instagram videos of women, putting them on social media. Several social media users under the comment section said that customers tried to keep McDonald from leaving before police had to arrive, and then he ran. What was so funny about this story, Tim Webb? Who dug this
is
crap
not
up?
exactly caboose.
This isn't a funny story.
This is not caboose pistol material.
The hell is this?
This is disgusting. It's a crime.
Oh, and here we go.
What department store was he at?
The suspect was taken.
Okay, now we're getting to the punchline. Is that it?
Okay. So a guy's got a girlfriend. He gets detained. Suspect, then he's asked about his girlfriend. He provided her name. And he advised them that she worked at Chick-fil-A in the same shopping center. I don't know where this is going. This is not as funny as I thought it was going to be, Tim.
I thought we were getting
Tim, you really hurt me here, man. You really hung me out to dry. This is tough. No punchline.
This is Jacksonville, Florida?
Let me get back to a sex toy one, Greg. Ancient sex toy could be the oldest.
Now we're back on the caboose pistol.
And
Would you get back? We need some Benoit balls in our life is what we need.
So a wooden object was found discarded in a ditch. They're calling it an ancient sex toy that could be the oldest and most used in Britain. This is what
kind of a sex toy are we talking about?
That's what experts are saying. Oh, man, this is tough. So they're looking at this ancient sex toy.
Yeah.
I guess it's made of wood.
Is it for a female or a male?
They're calling it a wooden log. They found it in a Roman fort in England last year. Findings from the site suggest that it was under Roman occupation. 1992, researchers became interested in this because they believe that they have found several wood.
That would hurt.
They called it a woodpecker.
It's for a female to use.
Well, it's to each their own, Greg. Bringing a whole new
wooden
meaning.
Dildo is what we're talking about.
That's kind of what we're talking about here. Yeah.
Yeah. Wouldn't that hurt?
You'd think so.
And the splinters involved in that?
Well,
But it's ancient. That's what they did centuries ago.
They say it was carved from wood, which raised a number of questions. Quote, we cannot be certain of its intended use. In contrast with most other phallic objects that make symbolic use of the shape and have a clear function, this one doesn't really. So they're like, we think it was probably being used for something else. It was found, quote, discarded in a ditch, they said.
Wow.
Can we do more to understand what caused these patterns, they said. That I don't know. I don't know if we need to know.
It's a study of the human condition.
We're
not
here.
What John was making in woodworking class.
We're here, dude, John.
I don't
John brings up a pole of wood. He's like, I'm done. We're good. Last one here.
Yeah, you lost me in Jacksonville to the park. What store was that?
Tim really drove us off the road on that. They didn't say.
Yeah, that was.
Tim really.
That was criminal behavior. We don't condone that.
I don't condone it. Cops handcuffed. Here we go. A handcuffed 73-year-old man somehow was able to forcibly throw a cheeseburger at a police officer.
Handcuffed? Did he throw a cheeseburger?
Yeah, forcibly, they said, leading to the suspect's arrest.
Did he use his mouth or did he use his wrist?
It's his hands. Oh, the dude's got an insane look, too. They responded Wednesday night to a Wawa convenience store in Florida.
Wawa.
Gotta love Wawa. Not up in Philly,
They're big
though,
in Philly. They're big in Philly. Aren't
all
they?
over.
Wawa?
I have. They're all right down Philly. In reference to the subject, they're saying he was trespassing. So trespass is still active. They said there was a warrant for him. They then come to detain him. He was holding half a cheeseburger, an official reported. After being provided demands to drop the cheeseburger, he refused to do so. Okay, then handcuffs are placed on him while he's holding the cheeseburger. Cop says he forcibly threw the cheeseburger at my leg. Oh, come on, dude. Now he's going down for battery.
And he's handcuffed?
And he's handcuffed.
He had a cheeseburger in one hand and a wooden dildo in the other.
Cheeseburger struck him in the leg. They said it left burger residue on the thigh of the lawman.
You don't want that.
You don't want burger residue. Anyway, he was charged with trespassing, a misdemeanor, and battery. he's being held on $10,000 bond. So you guys usually have better stories than this, right?
I'll put on like a tinted moisturizer.
What's up, Derek? Derek Papa's in there. What's going on, Derek?
Well, I was going to ask if you need any help with the caboose pistol. I did it back in the day, so I can help you out, just like old times.
Derek started this.
Yeah, it's like old times. Greg and Copes.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
Jonathan Lively started it.
5-iron, huh?
Now, Derek was the truth machine.
Derek was the truth machine.
That was the best of all time.
So you got anything else to contribute, Derek, or no?
No, I was going to do that one joke.
Just came to be an a-hole, huh?
Yeah.
Screw you, Derek.
Ready to do 7 hours a day, Copes?
I'm getting out of here. I'm going home.
That's soft. That's so soft.
Screw you guys.
We're heading to a Wawa. Are there any Wawas in San Francisco?
No, that's an East Coast thing, right?
I think there is one. Is there one in the Bay Area?
I don't know.
No Wawa.
I'm a Circle K guy. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. Adam Copeland in for John Lund. I don't know what this was all about. We got some remnants for you on the other side. After I tell you that Pop and Lund is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Some remnants when we come on back, and then Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert at the top of the hour. Super Papa and Adam Copeland hanging out with you on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sam Amick joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how the Warriors could improve this offseason. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and our KNBR socials at KNBR.
Hey, if you're looking for a local fiduciary who is licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com.
Albert Pujols is number 5 on the all-time home run list? Oh, my God. Blew me away.
On KNBR 104.5.
Adam Copeland, Greg Papa wrapping things up on a Wednesday hump day edition of the show. Little remnants here before we get out of here. Kerry Crowley and Tom Tolbert coming up at 2 o'clock, and you'll get to Giants pregame at 4:40. Who's throwing tonight for the Giants? Hicks?
Jordan Hicks against Peter Lambert.
I'm in on a Hicks start. I'm getting excited to see this guy throw. He's been fantastic. His ground ball, I think the Giants have 3 of the top 6 ground ball rate pitchers in baseball right now. It could be 3 of the top 5, but it's Hicks, Keaton Wynn, and then
Webb and
Logan
Jordan
Webb. Yeah.
You know, who's leading off for the Colorado Rockies at DH? Chuck Nasty.
You're gonna say
Charlie Blackmon.
Nasty Chuck, huh? With that big beard.
You ever heard that nickname for Chuck Nasty?
I'm sure I have, but what's he doing now? He was elite for them for a handful of years.
He's hitting .212, and his ops is .594.
He could play for the Giants.
Chuck just nasty right now. He's not very good.
Could hit cleanup for San Francisco. Pablo Sandoval, we were talking about him playing for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks. Looked up his numbers. Pablo, not off to a great start this year. He's played in 10 games and 45 at bats. He's 8 for 45, so he's hitting $178. Two of those hits are homers. One's a double, and he has 9 ribs, 17 Ks to 5 walks. He's also pitched in a game. Pablo
1, 2, 3 inning.
He did not. He would pitch 1 inning. He walked 2, but nobody came in to score. Nobody got a hit off of him either. So still not giving up hits out in whatever league this is for the Staten Island Ferry Hawks, the ALPB. See what this stands for. Right. The Atlantic League of Professional Baseball. How about this other one? You've been following Paul Skeens?
Yes, he's nasty.
The stud right-hander and former number 1 overall pick for the Pittsburgh Pirates. They've announced he's going to make his major league debut on Saturday.
Ooh.
So this guy is going to be must-see. There's a lot of excitement around him, kind of in the way that we had for Tim Lincecum, I think. Because he, in the same way, has just been toying with minor league hitters. Lincecum
he throws way harder. Timmy threw hard for guys in the day. This
97, he was throwing 97, 98. This guy's throwing over 100.
Right.
You know what they call him, Greg? They call him Paul Nasty.
Paul Nasty? I'm not familiar with that nickname. I do know Chuck Nasty.
Yeah, I know Chuck Nasty. Paul Skeens, though, he gave up I think it was the first home run he'd given up as a professional last weekend. I'm trying to get you his minor league numbers here.
Well, Pittsburgh's got some hard throwers. They had a guy that started against the Giants recently that was throwing
Jones?
100. Yeah, Jared Jones.
Jared Jones, that kid's nasty, too.
He did not have a great outing, but they got some ability there. And, Joey Bart behind the plate there. Pittsburgh got off to a good start, and they're starting to fade. But that National League Central from top to bottom. The Reds, good time to play the Reds this weekend, Cobes. I think they've lost 6 in a row, right? And they've scored 10 runs combined during the 6-game losing streak. So Giants may be able to get on a roll. Colorado, 1 more tonight, tomorrow day game, and then 3 against the Reds before the Dodgers come in.
Still no off day till next Thursday, which is tough. 8 more days before an off day here. And then you get Colorado again next weekend at home before you go back out to Pittsburgh, which means the Giants may be seeing Paul Skeens when they get back out to Pittsburgh if it lines up.
That's
so
true.
Skeens this year, in 7 games, he's thrown 27 1/3 innings. He has 45 strikeouts. That's incredible. Wow. He gave up 1 home run. It was last weekend. He's given up 3 earned runs in 27 1/3, an opposing batting average of 175. He's walked just 8. So 45 strikeouts to 8 walks, a .91 whip, a .99 ERA. He doesn't have a decision because he hasn't gone deep enough into a game, but they're calling him up, and this guy's going to be something special, I think. Garrett Cole's already talking about him and says he's pulling for him and rooting for him, but he'll be their biggest pitching prospect to debut since Garrett Cole did. Pittsburgh.
Who's going to win National League Rookie of the Year?
It's a great question.
Yamamoto?
He's in the mix right now.
Might he win it? How about Kyle Harrison, the way he's playing?
Yamamoto's pitching better than Harrison, I think, right now. But Harrison's on the table.
Kyle's on a heater as far as winning. Yeah, the numbers overall. Yamamoto had a bad start in Seoul, but after that he's locked in. But Kyle's got a long season to get there. We shall see.
Yeah, so a little bit more remnants here before we throw it over to Kerry and to Tom. J.J. Watt, by the way, checked in on the Austin Rivers thing, implying that NBA players could play in the NFL.
Yeah.
He says, you don't have a job either. He said, you don't have a job right now. Why don't you? You're saying which guys could do what? Why don't you figure it out? He says, J.J. Watt tweets out at Austin Rivers. We're trying to find the exact quote here. But he did come at him, and then he says, you don't have a job either. Go ahead and try it, is what he says. Get to the NFL. And then J.J. Watt says, for the record, I could absolutely not play in the NBA
6 hard fouls is about all I could give you, and then call it a day. J.J.
He's
Watt
talking about playing again, J.J. Watt.
Is he?
Yeah, he said if D'Amico Ryan's in an emergency situation, he would be willing to come back and play. I don't know, but he just, his presence on the NFL Today on CBS, along with Matt Ryan, forced Boomer Esiason and Phil Simms to lose their jobs. And then, like a day later, after he gets that permanent job there, he says he wants to come back and play. So, I don't know, but so did anybody chime in on which team is better, Team Papa or Team Copes? I got Steph at quarterback, Zion at running back, Ja Morant. I'm kind of regretting my pick of Kuminga. I think that would have been another wide receiver. I do like Joel Embiid at tight end, though. I do like my team there.
You like a 7-footer at tight end?
Yes. 3rd and 4. How you stopping Joel Embiid?
Too tall Embiid, is that what they're calling?
Post up.
Too tall Embiid, will that be his nickname? Who was the tallest player in NFL history?
Harold Carmichael was 6'7".
How tall is Flacco?
Ernie Ladd?
6'5".
Ernie Ladd was like 6'9". How about this guy that got drafted this year, Johnny Wilson, the wide receiver?
How tall is he?
He was Harold Carmichael type size, 6'7", 6'8". Anybody on the D-line? Ernie Ladd. He was like 6'9". Anybody else?
How about Richard
NFL?
Sly?
Who's that?
It says he played for the Raiders, apparently. 7-foot defensive tackle, tallest player in NFL history.
7-foot defensive tackle?
10th rounder in 1967. Played for the Raiders and the Cincinnati Bengals during his brief career.
He was 6'10"?
That's what it says. It says 7 foot. He was taken in the 10th round.
Heard of him.
Tallest player in NFL history, Richard Sly. Yeah.
He was there with Tom Keating in that group. The 11 Angry Men is what they were called.
There you go. So we had a footer in the NFL. You got to get Embiid out to the tight end spot. 10 tallest players in NFL history. It's weird to have really, really, really tall guys. So
Ernie Ladd make the list? What was Ernie Ladd?
Dan Skipper at 6'10". Morris Stroud at 6'10" of the Chiefs.
Morris Stroud, they used to have him when the uprights were right on the goal line.
Yeah.
Hank Stram would put him back just to tip field goals away. He would stand right under the crossbar and jump up and try. How tall was Morris Stroud?
6'10". And then Too Tall Jones, 6'9".
Ernie Ladd?
I haven't gotten there yet. John Ogden of the Ravens. Jonathan Ogden was 6'9". That's a pretty big one. Alejandro Villanueva, 6'9". I forgot how big he was. Caleb Jones of the Packers, 6'9". Harold Carmichael, 6'8". Jared Valdir of the Raiders. Cardinals, 6'8".
Jared Valdir.
Dan McGuire, 6'8". And there you go. So your guy didn't show up.
No Ernie Ladd?
No Ernie Ladd. Greg, we'll have to do this again at some point.
We got through it.
And John blows us off. Yeah. Maybe John will be back tomorrow. Yeah,
So what do you got to do? Go into some important meeting now, or are you done?
Hell no. Hell no. I don't know. What are they going to do?
You to Wawa.
What are they going to do? Fire me? We got. Thanks to our guests today. We had who stopped by? Who came on? I didn't talk to any.
We had Bobby Marks. We had Hunter Pence.
Bobby Marks and Hunter Pence. By the way, the morning show had Bob Melvin on this morning as well. So make sure you check all that stuff out. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We won't do it again tomorrow. John Lund should be back tomorrow, and he'll be with Greg Papa. I'll catch you later, Pop. Good to see you, man.
Short show tomorrow, just an hour and 10 alone, but good to have John back.
Oh, yeah. Nice of him to show up for that one. All right, coming up next, Kerry Crowley bailing me out, sitting in for me with Tom Tolbert. They'll have Giants pregame for you at 4:40. That's all coming up next. You're listening to KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert without Adam Copeland, who, well, you just heard with Greg Papa. Damn. Took John Lund, now he just takes Copes? That's okay. I got Kerry Crowley join me. We're all good. We are good right up until 4:40. Jim Peterson's going to join me. I talked to him earlier today. Ron Wodas, 250. Kyle Harrison, it'd be fun to talk to him, 3:15. And I just got through watching this incredible finish in the Champions League. Real Madrid and Bayern. What a wacky ending to this one. We were on the verge of having an all-German Champions League final to 2 goals in about 8 minutes. Actually, in real time, probably about 4. And then Real Madrid hung out to win 2-1. I think they had about 15 minutes of extra time. So just a wild game. Bayern had a header at the end that went in, but a little offsides. Or offside. I want to be correct. What's up, Kerry?
Tom, I didn't take you for a soccer guy. I didn't know that you were a Champions League head.
I started getting into soccer around COVID, when there was nothing else on. And my boys were always into it. They were watching the Premier League. And so I started watching. I think Bundesliga was the first league to come back. So I started watching some Bundesliga and then kind of got into the Premier League. And so you got to pick a team, right? And I go, okay, well, I don't want to, because everybody, my son was into Man U, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to root for Man U. Mm-hmm. I'm sure not going to root for Man City. Liverpool, out. So those 3 were out right away. And so maybe you go Chelsea, Tottenham, something like that. But I was like, okay, I'm going to go for a team that's just coming up. So I went for Leeds, because Leeds had an American coach. I had like 3 American players, and that's probably why they went down. So I don't think they have. I know they don't have the American coach. I think they got rid of all 3 American players, and then they went down. So games were kind of hard to come by this year. I think they threw 1 Champions League game on TV, and I got a chance to watch that. I think they finished in 3rd. I think they're going to be in the promotion playoff. Thought they might get 2nd, where they could get promoted right away, but I think they're going to have to go through the playoffs. I think they got beat out by Ipswich. I love the name, Ipswich Town. I think it came in 2nd. Leicester came in 1st. But yeah, I started watching it then, and I try to watch a few games here and there, especially like the good ones, like the teams I just mentioned, the big ones, when they play each other. Those are the good games. There's a lot of bad games in like the Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga. I just, when a top team plays a bottom team, it's like playing keep away for 90 minutes. You just can't. They can't get the ball, so it's just domination. So, but like the Champions League, I love it because you get the best of the best. I watched Dortmund and PSG. That was a really good game. This was a really good game. I thought Real Madrid was a better team throughout the entire game, and Davies scored at the 68th minute. The banger goal for Bayern. I thought they were going to win. I thought we were going to have Germany going the fatherland going crazy. Oh, and it was not meant to be. Real Madrid came back with 2 goals late and won. So yeah, I mean, I never liked soccer, maybe because I didn't get a chance to watch like the best players play, because it was never on TV here. And now that it's on TV and you get the games over here in the States, you start watching some of these players and you're like, damn, these guys are like really, really good. So yeah, I'd say over the last 5-6 years I've been into it.
Yeah, that's the thing that amazes me about soccer is that there's always a game, no matter what. Like, you can think that the league is nearing the end of the season. All of a sudden, there's some random cup where these teams have to go and play in it. Then there's the World Cup every 4 years, of course. Then there's some, shield that they're fighting for. These teams play all the time. And I kind of got sick of it because I went from working at a local media outlet, a local newspaper, to the big national website that I work for now. And we do a ton of soccer coverage. And I was like, okay, finally we'll get a down period post NFL draft, post March Madness. We don't have anything to cover. We're Champions League nonstop. And so soccer has ruined my life in many ways. It's great for everyone else, but it's certainly on every day of the week nonstop.
Now, Champions League is fantastic because you get the top teams for the Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, Serie A, and then throw in a couple random teams here and there that generally don't have much of a chance. I mean, you're getting the same teams year after year. The Dortmund popping up this year is kind of fun because they're a team that doesn't get there all that often. Real Madrid gets there all the time.
Yeah.
So no, I mean, I dig it. It's fun to watch. Again, it's hard to really kind of get into it during the league. It's fun watching, like I said. Man City plays Liverpool. Liverpool plays Arsenal. Arsenal plays, whoever. Those games are fun to watch because you're getting the best players, the best teams going at it, and they're evenly matched. And that was the whole thing. Like, I don't watch any of the cups and stuff. That's just like way as overkill as far as. But I mean, I get it. But that was the whole problem I had with Adam Silver and him wanting to kind of integrate cups, like the European cups and the champion, all that kind of stuff into NBA basketball with the midseason tournament. And I won't say I've come around on that, but it doesn't bother me. Like, I thought it'd just be like intrusive, but it's like, whatever. It's not a big deal. It adds something to the middle of the season where no one's really paying attention, and the players seem to be into it, and the fans seem to be into it. So from that standpoint, I mean, it doesn't hurt anything. You're playing the same regular season games. You may get an unbalanced schedule from time to time for a team or two as far as home games or road games because of the midseason tournament. But my whole point was always, you don't need to play for a cup in the middle of the season when the same exact teams are playing for the trophy at the end of the year. Like, you take the Champions League, for instance. I mean, that's all different countries that are playing in this thing. Or when you're playing for a cup, it's not the same as a Premier League title, which doesn't have playoffs. It could include up to every team in England that has a chance to win the cup. So, I mean, if you wanted to do that for the middle of the NBA season, then you'd include the G League, you'd include the Canadian Pro League if they had. I don't even know if they have one. But, I mean, it's just not feasible to have the same kind of feel that their cups have with the midseason tournament. I know what he was trying to do, but it's completely different because it'd be like if the Premier League said, okay, we're going to play for the title and then we're going to have a cup with just Premier League teams in the middle of our season. And be like, well, that makes no sense. We're already playing for a title, a regular season Premier League title. So it just... I know what he was trying to do, and I know he's like, okay, how do we get the European soccer model and make it work over here? Well, the fact of the matter, it doesn't work over here. If you want to do it, that's fine. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything, but you just can't do it because there's not enough good teams. This is a one-country league. It's not like Mexico has a great professional league, or Canada had a great professional league, or Latin America had a great professional league. Like, if they did, then that would be cool. Okay, middle of the season, let's integrate some of these games. Like, the Lakers are playing Honduras or something where it's like they're really good, or Saskatchewan had a really good. Or somebody like, okay, we're going to do that. Okay, that I would get. That would be kind of cool. But they don't, and we're just saying, okay, let's take the very same teams that are playing for the Larry O'Brien Trophy and make them play for a cup in the middle of the season. It just, again... I think the idea is kind of dumb, to be perfectly honest, but doesn't hurt anything, so whatever.
Hey, you would have thought a cup meant something, but Darvin Ham couldn't save his job with the in-season tournament. So that's,
they hung a banner.
They did. They did hang the banner.
That's so disgraceful.
Just means a lot to the folks
that's disgraceful.
Down at Staples Center. So we, believe it or not, we have a show that won't focus on soccer today, folks. Coming up next,
we don't start off the show with soccer very often.
We'll talk Giants baseball.
Shut up, Tim.
We'll talk NBA playoffs. Knicks and Pacers in action tonight. The San Jose Sharks got the #1 pick, so you might get some hockey talk today from Tom Tolbert. I'm Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland. Before we head to a quick commercial break here, we do want to give away 2 tickets to see Megadeth with Mudvayne August 10th. Out at the Toyota Pavilion in Concord. Thanks, Tom. Tune in between 2 and 6 p.m. today when we give you the cue to call. I have a feeling it's going to be coming before 6 p.m. because the Giants are on the air. But be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. Those tickets furnished by Live Nation. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what is the cue to call?
Beavis, this guy talks like you.
Most valued possession.
No way, butthead.
Hindsight is
He doesn't
always
talk like me.
2020. Still a bit fuzzy.
He sort of talks like you.
Destruction.
He just doesn't sound as much like a wuss as you do.
Well, you won't miss that one. Tune in when you hear the cue to call and be caller number 10. Tolbert and Coves, we're rolling until the start of Giants baseball here on the leader this evening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch Sports Leader.
Giants manager Bob Melvin joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said today that Blake Snell is going to have to throw at least one more rehab game before he returns to the Giants rotation. Listen to that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Wednesday afternoon. Last night, the San Jose Sharks get the number 1 pick in the NHL draft. It is more than an assumption. I think GM Mike Greer outright said it on ESPN last night that they were going to take Macklin Celebrini, the son of Warriors Director of Sports Medicine Rick Celebrini, with the number 1 overall pick. And Tom, he will join an illustrious group of number 1 picks from Bay Area sports franchises. Do you know the long and lengthy and exciting history of the number 1 picks for the 49ers, the Warriors, and the San Francisco Giants?
Let me guess. Was Joe Barry Carroll number 1 pick?
Joe Barry Carroll was a number 1 pick in 1980.
Okay, so he was the number 1 pick. Niners number 1 pick. I couldn't even begin to guess what year what year was the Niners number 1 pick if they had one.
The most recent one was Alex Smith, who of course was taken ahead of Aaron Rodgers in that one.
Yep.
And then they also had Dave Parks in 1964 and Harry Babcock in 1953. So shout out to our research expert Derek for this.
Didn't have that.
The Giants have never had the number 1 overall pick. They did take Will Clark number 2 overall, but more recently took Joey Bart number 2 overall, who now with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And then the Warriors also took Joe Smith in 1995.
That's right, Joe Smith.
So Joe Smith is on the list. And then if you want to throw in the A's, they've never had a number 1 pick. And then the Raiders, when they were local, the famed Jamarcus Russell pick. So not hard for Macklin Celebrini to surpass some of these careers.
No, not at all. Not at all. Look, they're still going to be, and I didn't know this until yesterday, because I don't follow all because the draft and the hockey minor leagues are it's not something I feel like I really need to get into.
You're the Champions League expert, but you don't need to know hockey.
Yeah, well, that's pros, okay? I don't need to know minor league hockey, what's going on with the affiliations, the AHL. I didn't know that you could draft somebody while they were in college, and then they could still stay in college. Because they were saying that Celebrini, has a decision to make, whether he comes to the Sharks or he plays next year for, I believe, the Boston Terriers, which I believe Will Smith, the 4th overall pick last year for the Sharks, played in college this year. Mm-hmm. So I didn't know that. I figured, you get drafted, you go to the minors. I didn't know you could stay in college after that. So we'll see if Celebrini, but, I have no idea how good these guys. I have no idea how good Will Smith is. All I know is the bios and read about him a little bit. And they got that Eklund kid from a few years ago. But look, they're trying to build, and they're trying to build up some depth and trying to get back to where it's going to be sustainable for a number of years. I don't think people appreciate the run that they had under Doug Wilson. That was just year after year after year. Like, you didn't even wonder if the Sharks were going to be in the playoffs. You just questioned whether they had a chance to win the Stanley Cup. And going into, I would say, at least 40% of those years, they had a realistic chance to win a cup. They were that good. They were that dominant. The teams led by Thornton and Marlowe. Pavelski, and then a little bit later Couture and Burns, and they had a bunch of really good players, and it just fell short against the Penguins, and then in what was it, 16, I believe it was, 2016. So that that's hard to do, to have that kind of sustained success, and that's literally the only thing they didn't do was win a cup. So I know a lot of people kind of remember them for that, but they won a President's Trophy, best team in the league, most points in the league, had an MVP, had one of the greatest players of all time. Thornton, I don't know where he ranks all time in assists, but I know he's up there. I know he's behind Gretzky because, well, everybody's behind Gretzky and everything. So he was a great player. And in fact, speaking of number one picks, they had a number one pick. They just got him like 5 or 6 years after he was drafted number one. The Bruins took him number one. So, that number 7 all time. Thank you, Tim. I knew he was up there. So that's kind of what they're trying to build toward. And, I use them as an example of what the Warriors are going through right now, what the Giants are still going through right now, what the Phillies went through back in the early 2000s, 8, 9, 10. You get these teams, and you if you want to ride it out, or if you win a championship, like all 3 of those teams that I mentioned, Warriors, Giants, Phillies, they won at least one championship. Problem when you want to reward those guys and keep those guys is you sign them to longer contracts than they probably deserve. Well, I shouldn't say deserve, because they deserve the money because they helped you win a championship. And that's priceless. So you want to reward them. I totally get it, and I understand it, and I think I would do the same thing. I'd want to reward those guys. So the problem is you reward those guys, and they're playing on contracts that are hard to move because, well, they're not worth that type of money anymore to other teams because they don't have the memories. They don't have the championships. The fan base doesn't have that. Like I always say, players don't have that equity with other fan bases. So you keep them. You ride it out. And you ride it to the nub, and then at that point you're like, okay, now where do we go? We're kind of at the bottom here. We got to start building up again. And look how long it took the Phillies to become good. Look how long it's taken the Giants to get back to respectability and competing for championships. They're not even there yet.
No.
The Warriors aren't quite out of the window yet, but they're leaving the window. Like, the window is really, really, it's cracked right now, and they're kind of leaving that window. But they still have Draymond. They still have Steph. They'll decide on Clay this summer. And that's what the Sharks kind of went through, right? It's like, okay, we're going to keep Marlowe. We're going to keep Thornton. We're going to keep Pavelski. We're going to go out and get Carlson. We're going to get Burns. And we're just going to keep pushing and give this a shot. Well, they did, and they kept giving it a shot. And then by the time you realize, well, we're not really going to compete for championships anymore, we're getting a little older, then you haven't developed. The trade value for the guys that you want to move isn't what it once was. And I don't blame them. I mean, if you win, you want to reward the guys. If you don't win, the Sharks never did, you want to continue pushing because you've had a chance literally every year for about 15 years. You had a chance going into the season. You could honestly look yourself in the face as an organization and say, we got a chance to win a Stanley Cup. This team has a chance to win a Stanley Cup. So I don't blame them, but there is a price to be paid at the end of the road. And we're seeing it right now with the Sharks. We're seeing it right now with the Giants. We may end up seeing it with the Warriors in like 3 years. That's a distinct possibility where you're not bad enough to get a great pick and you're not good enough to really compete for a championship. Again, it probably took the Phillies, 6-7 years to get back to where they are now competing for championships. So, the Sharks went through that. It's tough because you go from like the mountaintop of like, everybody's going to games. We're going to be good. We're going to get to the playoffs. We're going to compete to like, man, we're terrible. We are terrible. But, if you hit your draft picks right, look at the Astros. You hit your draft, and they didn't even have the championships to go back on. They just said, screw it. We're not that good. Let's go ahead and tear this thing down. But they hit their number one picks. You go out and get Correa. You keep Altuve. You get Springer. You get Bregman. You get these picks, and you sprinkle it in with some pitching. You go out and get some pitching, and boom, you're a 100-win team. You're winning championships now. But there's just no easy way around it. I think fans want like a quick fix, like, okay, let's get back to competing for championships. Let's get back. And it just, It's not that way. I mean, even the Lakers, who that's all they do is go for championships. You know, they were drafted in the top 5 forever. I mean, they got Randall, they got Ingram, they got Ball. You know, they got Kuzma later in the first round. They're like, well, let's just go with the young dudes. And that didn't work. So they said, okay, let's just trade all of our youth to go get Davis, and LeBron will come here. And they got a championship out of it. So as far as for my money, it's worth it. If you get one championship doing all that, it's worth it. So, but that's what the Sharks are going through right now. They're going through those dark times where it's like, okay, we had a lot of fun for 15 years, and now it's time to try to reboot this thing. And, you know, hopefully Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith and the younger core will get them there. But it's still going to be a couple years away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only way back to the top in a lot of these sports is through nailing the draft. And it's the battle that the San Francisco Giants have faced for the last 10 seasons, and one of the guys who could project as a future face of the franchise, one of the guys who could get them out of this rut, one of the guys who could be a future leader of this team. He will be joining our show at 3:15 this afternoon. Kyle Harrison, 7 shutout last night at Coors Field. We'll talk about that on the other side. Ron Wotus, former Giants bench coach, and Bruce Bochy's longtime assistant, going to join us here on the other side. Actually, he'll join us at 2:50. We'll talk Giants baseball, break down Harrison at Coors Field last night when we come back. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Shepard and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-2 pitch, a swing, ground ball towards second. Moving to his left, Tyro Estrada will field it, and from the edge of the grass, he'll throw out back at first. Side retired, and for Kyle Harrison, 7 shutout innings tonight in his first career start at Coors Field.
Well, Coors Field is one of the toughest tests in Major League Baseball. It doesn't matter if the Rockies are throwing out a AAA lineup, as they've done for most of this season. Kyle Harrison delivered for the Giants when they needed it the most. They pick up the win 5-0 last night amid a horrendous road trip back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland this afternoon, Tom. And Harrison joins a pretty elite group of pitchers who have accomplished the feat of throwing 7 shutout at Coors Field. In the 2000s, it's Russ Ortiz, Jason Schmidt, Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, and Barry Zito. So Harrison on that list already as a 22-year-old rookie.
Yeah, he was really good last night. He was really good. His control's better. I mean, he walked 5 against Boston a couple starts ago. Other than that, though, the control's been good. I think it's 4 games in a row now. The ball has not left the yard, and that's something that I thought plagued him last year and plagued him early this year, was just giving up the long ball. And he hasn't given up the long ball. I thought now, I wouldn't know this, but just watching it, it looks like he mixed in more sliders last night, more changeups last night. It wasn't all 4-seam fastballs. A lot of it. I mean, he's always going to throw a lot of 4-seam fastballs. That's his pitch. But no, he was really, really good last night. And he was the most exciting part of the game. Like, if I had to, I would have fast-forwarded through the offense and just went to him pitching.
Pretty much any night of the week, Tom, the Giants starting pitcher is going to be the most exciting part of their games.
Let's put it this way. They scored 5 runs. That was a light 5. That was a really light 5.
And an explosion for this offense, too.
Yes,
so,
that was
a light
like
5. And
ground attack coming back to life last night for an inning, basically. So, but they needed a win, got the win. I mean, I always say these guys, like I always say it in the when I'm calling games with the Warriors, I always go, look, you can lose to this team because they're NBA players. They're just NBA. They are NBA players, and you got to take them. You got to give them the respect of being NBA players, even though we all know they're not as good as like average or sometimes great NBA players, of course. So everybody that's in the MLB is an MLB player, supposedly, at least close enough. That lineup they threw out last night, holy smokes. That Rockies lineup is just, wow. Yeah. I mean, wow. No wonder they're not winning any games. And I haven't watched them play. I kept up with their scores and stuff, but there's a reason I don't watch them play. It's bad. Like, you got McMahon batting third, and who's their catcher?
Their catcher's Jacob Stallings, but Elias Diaz is their normal catcher. So
was he the DH? Okay, Diaz. Yeah, but that's it. That is it.
Yeah.
You're like, what spot in the order can I pitch to? Well, any of them. Just like get past 3 and 4, and you should be good to go, because that lineup is rude. It is a rude lineup.
The problem for me is when you started talking about the lineup that they threw out there, that they was kind of vague, and you go, oh, that was atrocious. That was pitiful. You could have been talking about the Giants lineup of the last 2 weeks, because you look at this group, and they went with a leadoff guy who raised his OPS to 643, a 2-hitter who's still under league average with his OPS. You've got Matt Chapman under 600 with his OPS. He's hitting 204 right now, and Jorge Soler's out of the lineup with shoulder soreness. He might go on the IL this afternoon. So what the Giants paid for this offseason, they are not getting right now, and they had to pay for things this offseason, pay for players this offseason, because their farm system has not produced a legitimate major league middle-of-the-order hitter since Brian Reynolds in the 2016 draft, who, by the way, never took an at-bat in San Francisco.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, really the only guy that they have that's rolling is Lamont Wade, and that guy's been phenomenal. Would he get a hit and 3 walks last night? He was on base 4 times. That guy's on base like literally every single time he comes up to the play. But Jung Hoo Lee got 3 hits last night, I believe. And look, the top of the order is fine. Even though yesterday I was saying, like, I don't want to hear about good at bats anymore. Did you get a hit or did you not get a hit? I do have to say that, if Lee keeps hitting the ball the way he's been hitting it, his OPS is probably going to be in the low to mid 700s at the end of the year, and that's fine for a leadoff hitter. And then Wade has been phenomenal, but can he stay that way? I mean, is he going to have an OPS in the 900s at the end of the year? Don't know. And this is what I was saying yesterday, Kerry, and I'm curious if you agree, because, everybody wants to blame the front office. It's in vogue. It's been in vogue for a while now just to blame Farhan. And, even some people were mentioning the coaching staff. I'm like, good grief, they just got here. Like, I mean, are you kidding me?
Except for the hitting coaches, which somehow are holdovers from the previous staff.
Yeah, well, was Burrow's new?
Burrow was new, but Justin Veely and Guerrero were the holdovers from the previous staff.
But even the hitting coaches, like, I'm a players guy. Players get the credit when they win. They get all the blame or most of the blame when they lose. And then what I said yesterday was, look, it's the players. They got to play better. They went out there and paid for these players, and you have Snell, who I won't even say is below what they expected. Like, he's so far underground that you can't even find his expectations at this point. Then there's Chapman, who's below what you're hoping to get offensively. You have Soler, below what you're hoping to get offensively. And then Lee, I'm not even sure it's fair to put in that category because he's new to the league, and he's been fine. He's been fine. I'm sure they're hoping for more, but I think the results are going to end up being there. But he has been below what you'd hope to get. So, like, all the guys you went out and got that you would hope would kind of buoy this the rotation in the lineup haven't done it. So, I mean, I don't know what else you want the coaching staff to do. Or, I mean, these guys know what they're doing. Like, really, Chapman and Soler, those two guys, like, need a hitting coach to get them out of their, like, come on. These guys know. They're just not hitting right now. And Soler not hitting with runners in scoring position to such an extreme rate, it can't continue, I wouldn't think. So, like, if the players aren't going to give you close to what you paid for, then they're screwed. I think they will at some point, but to me, it's the players. It has nothing else to do with anything else but the players that they paid the money to. And then some of them that were left over, some of them that have been on the team before, just aren't doing, I won't say doing their job, because they're trying. I mean, I'm sure they're working their asses off, and they're more upset than anybody, because that players may not show it, but they take this personally because it's their job, and they love to do it, and they want to perform. Bottom line is, though, they're not performing, and that's the reason. No other reason than that. That's the reason that this team is where they're at.
Yeah, and look, I advocated for all these signings this offseason. Yeah. The Giants were so boring that I thought, hey, bring in Matt Chapman, bring in Jorge Soler, bring in Blake Snell. They will be 8 to 10 wins better than they were when they won 79 games last season. So far this season, with men on base, Jorge Soler is hitting 161 with a 242 slugging percentage. This is a guy who hit 36 home runs last year, and he's got a 242 slugging percentage with runners on base. Jung-Hoo Lee down to 208 with a 226 slugging percentage with runners on base right now. So that's not going to cut it, and it is on the players. It is on the players to play better, and as Farhan said recently, I think he told the beat reporters this, they're getting to the point where the sample size is beginning to become meaningful. So this might be who the Giants are at some level. And the bigger issue for me is there's just not guys down at AAA who you're saying, you look at their performance. I hear every day, call up Luis Matos. Luis Matos hit a home run today, but he hasn't exactly been lighting it up at AAA Sacramento. The one guy who has is Elliot Ramos. And if Jorge Soler goes on the IL, Elliot Ramos will get a shot here.
Yeah, I would like to see him up just to get a new look, some new juice, a young body in there. I don't know how Luciano's doing, but Ahmed's not really the problem. Like I said, if I had a guy at second, Ahmed would probably be fourth of the guys I'd want to see up to bat. And that's not that you would be hoping he'd be like your eighth pick because everybody else would be striking the ball. But he's been fine. He's been good defensively and adequate, I guess, offensively for what you expect from him. I was hoping Luciano at some point would kind of push his way, play so well that they would have to say, look, I know the defense isn't quite there, but we definitely need the offense. And, Estrada's been coming around a little bit, but you're right. They don't have those guys, and you need those guys. And you start looking around the roster, the position group, and you're like, okay, how many of these guys are homegrown guys? And it's like, well, no. Catcher, yes. Okay. And then I always go back to the championship years, and you go, yep. I mean, they were all over the place, so that's kind of where they need to get to if they can get there. Uh-oh, breaking news.
Yeah, on cue, Jorge Soler to the injured list with a right shoulder strain.
Okay.
Elliot Ramos up in the starting lineup as the designated hitter tonight.
Look at you.
He will bat 7th for the San Francisco Giants. So there you have it.
Kerry breaking news. Kerry willed it into existence. He made it happen.
Yeah, LeVar Ball, we spoke it into existence, folks. Elliot Ramos is finally at the big league level. On the other side, we'll talk to Ron Wotus. He will join us this afternoon, as will Kyle Harrison at 3:15 today. So, longtime Giants assistant Ron Wotus here on Tolbert and Copes when we come back. Crowley and for Copes, you're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. Bobby Marks joined Greg Papa today and said the Orlando Magic offering Klay Thompson a max deal would be absolutely ludicrous. That podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes Wednesday afternoon, getting you set for Giants baseball this evening here on Leader. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. And our first guest of the day, kind enough to join us, longtime Giants assistant, legendary in the dugout, Ron Wotus. Whoa, how are you?
Kerry, I'm doing well. You're with Tom today. I like it.
It's an absolute pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with Tom. Let's start with this. Well, you've seen plenty of games at Coors Field. You know it can be a house of horrors for a young pitcher. How impressive is 7 shutout innings from Kyle Harrison, even if this Rockies lineup isn't what you're accustomed to seeing from a major league group?
Well, it was well timed, that's for sure. I mean, if we ever needed 7 innings in a good start, it was yesterday to stop the skid. And, we all felt that he was going to do fairly well because he's a fastball pitcher. But that doesn't take anything away from what he did because he attacked the hitters. I thought his game plan was really, really good. And I heard him say it, if you nitpick or you try to be fine there and you start walking people and people on base, then one swing of the bat, you could be down by 3 or 4. So he did a great job pitching yesterday and giving the team exactly what they needed. So it was an impressive start for him.
Other than guys just kind of hitting better, how does this offense because they don't steal bases. They're not a first or third team. They're not one of those teams. And I was saying yesterday, look, it's as simple as the guys you're paying the money to actually hit. And I don't know if it's more complicated than that. Maybe it is. But to my eye, I mean, unless the guys that you're expecting to do something don't start doing something, then this is what you're going to have. You're going to have a team that struggles to score 3 or 4 runs.
I think you're right. There are some other things going on right now, obviously. I mean, they're not swinging. There's multiple guys in the club that are in their own type of slump. And when you have more than one guy, not swinging the way they're capable, it compounds things. And I think, why it feels so bad is also the pitching, for the last 10 days. I think they were close to an 8 ERA, the starting pitching, which is our strength. You said it. We don't steal bases, so it's hard to create. And the other thing is, this is a low point. I know there's a lot of talk about bringing kids up, do this, make changes, but maybe it's the coach in me. I think a steady hand without panicking at this point. You played a Philly club who is one of the best in the game, and they're hot, and we're at a low point. We're cold. We have some issues going on right now, and we got swept those 4 games. But, they lost 2 or 3 in Boston. That could happen when you're playing well. Before that, they won 3 series in a row, and it feels terrible right now, but it's going to get better. And I think what you said, we just need these guys to get on track, and I believe they will. They're not going to be this bad for the whole season.
So you've been in those coaches' meetings when the team is playing poorly, and I always say it's never as bad as it seems. It's probably never as good as it seems. How do you keep that steady hand? How do you keep from saying, okay, we got to change some stuff up? Because to me, that's the hardest part of being a coach, whether it's, in coaches' meetings or during the game. You have a game plan. You go into the season or go into any given game with a game plan, and you feel like, okay, we did a lot of work on this, sound reasoning, we talked about it, and we felt like this is our best way forward. At some point, if things aren't going well, you got to make a change, whether it's like in a game, okay, we got to guard this guy a little bit different, or we got to this pick and roll coverage is going to be a little bit different. But how do you decide when that point is? That to me is like the toughest part of coaching when things aren't going great, deciding when and how to change things up a little bit and try to give the team a kickstart.
I agree 100%. That's $1 million question, and that there's an art to that, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If you look at our lineup, there's not a whole lot of changes that you can make. And
sure,
people are saying, let's call up, Ramos, for example. He's playing extremely well, And in my mind, I think one of the benefits is going to be that these young guys are going to be down there, and let's see them do it for 2 or 3 months. I mean, I know a month seems like a long time, but in baseball, it really isn't. And we have veteran guys on the club, that aren't swinging the way they're capable. But are you ready to get rid of these guys and then go with the kids? It's a big leap of faith. So when you make that decision, you have to be 100%. The other side is I think Bo Mel had a meeting the other day, and I think it was a well-timed meeting, which is a big part of this. It wasn't just the offense. They were kicking the ball around, not running the bases. The pitching hasn't been good, and, it becomes a boiling point for a manager and coaches and for the players that you need your leadership to step up and say something, and he did. Now, they responded against Colorado. I know they're not playing well, but a win's a win. So, it's not an exact science when you do it, but you got to know what your alternatives are and what your problems are. And, I think a lot of teams like to make changes when things are bad, but you got to make sure it's the right change, and you don't want any sort of perception of panic to be setting in with your veteran guys.
Yeah.
The Giants forced to make a change this afternoon. Just about 10 minutes ago, Jorge Soler goes on the injured list with a right shoulder strain. Elliot Ramos does get the call up from AAA Sacramento. He's in the lineup tonight, batting 7th as the DH. What is the biggest challenge going from AAA to the big leagues right now? Because we're seeing a pretty wide gap for some of these guys. The number one prospect in baseball, Jackson Holliday, comes up for the Orioles, incredibly hyped, and he goes 1 for 33 to start his career. There's been a number of other players who struggled. What is it about that leap that gets so much more difficult?
Well, first of all, thanks for the breaking news. I'm down here in San Jose. I was out in the field for 2 hours and didn't even know we made that move. So thank you for that. Sorry that we lost Soler, but he is up. So good. He's in the lineup. Well, it's 2 different leagues is the bottom line. I mean, I had Jacob Cruz, who's a hitting coach in the minor leagues now for us. He had 366 in the minor leagues. He was 3rd in the league in hitting. He had Todd Helton, Todd Walker, and Jacob Cruz. They were the top 3 hitters in the league. He had 60 doubles, and he never really became an everyday guy for year after year. I think the number one thing is the pitching is different. The scouting is different. You get way more pitches to hit in the minor leagues than you do in the major leagues, and, the scouts are on top of it. So when you have a weakness, it's much easier to exploit when you're at the major league level because of all the information. And in the minor leagues, they play the same team a lot now, so you get to know guys. But it's not, the scouting's not, in the preparation is not at the same level. So, when you're evaluating your guys, it's just not batting average. Who's hitting the good pitchers, who's laying off the tough pitches, things like that. But it is a different league. So, hopefully when a guy's hot, I mean, that's the best chance for him to step in, and he's playing, which is important, right? Because if he sits on the bench for a few days and gets a spot start, that's different. They don't do that in the minor leagues. So it's the best case scenario for him, and hopefully he's seeing the ball well and swinging well, that he can get off to a good start and keep that confidence.
How do you – I know where this is like kind of going down the road a little bit, and we're not there, and – things in a season typically work themselves out, but how do you think they're going to play this Jordan Hicks thing? Because he's been, their best pitcher along with Logan Webb, and we know he's not going to go deep into the season or deep in the innings, 160, 180 innings. How do you think they're going to end up playing this if they're in contention? I'm assuming they will be in July or so. How do you deal with maybe if he continues being one of your best pitchers, but you can't extend him beyond a certain amount?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think what you said, a lot of times these things work themselves out, don't they? I mean, whatever sport it is, things seem to happen where you don't have to worry about it. But it's a good problem to have, and it's going to depend on him and what Hicks he wants to do. I know he wanted to come over here as a starter, but, if he has the innings and they want to back him off, he could go to the bullpen if he's willing to do that. And I'm sure if we're in contention, like most players, they're going to do whatever it takes for the team to win. So you would expect he would be open to that. Another guy that might run into an issue is Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
I mean, if he continues to throw deep into the games, his innings are going to be up. And I think that's where you're going to balance out the position you're in and the health of the player. And I know the player is going to have a lot of input with that. So I think we have to wait and see where we're at, see where the team's at. And, if you have a chance to win, it'll be a difficult decision. I'm sure they're going to want these guys on the field pitching. So we'll see how it plays out, Tom. That's a great question.
So this is something I looked up last night. You've been around baseball a long time, and I want to ask Farhan this when we have him on next week, is that they kind of treat these guys with kid gloves when they're in the minors. Harrison, Wynn, I mean, the pitchers don't pitch that many innings, don't go deep into games, and then when they come up, maybe it takes them a year or two to kind of get to full strength where they want them to be. And I understand injury, and they have all the data and all that kind of stuff. So I went back last night, went to Baseball Reference, and looked up Kane, looked up Bumgarner, just for the fun, looked up John Smoltz, looked up a few other pitchers. And a lot of these guys in their first full year, but maybe their second year, maybe the first year they pitched 15 games, they were going 180. I think Smoltz went 216 his first full year with the Braves. And I know it's a different era, and we think about things differently, but a lot of those guys pitched, and their arms didn't fall off. And I'm wondering where are we with this? Are we kind of overthinking it? Is data taking over too much where we don't push guys and say, you know what, if they get hurt in the minors, they get hurt. We're just going to have to deal with some of that stuff. But we want to build up arms and get these guys ready to go so when they come up, they can give us 160, 180 innings, maybe even more. We don't expect that anymore. I mean, maybe Logan Webb's the only one where we expect to go 200 innings, but I'm wondering what's happened, because I don't remember pitchers back in the day just dropping dead all of a sudden, like because they pitched too many innings. I mean, what happened, and is there any way to get back to that?
Yeah, well, I think the one thing is definite, that baseball hasn't figured out how to keep people healthy, because for all the new evaluation tools and things we have in the game today, there's just as many injuries today, or maybe even more. And I think on the pitching side, the era has changed. It's the way these guys train. They throw weighted balls. They, when they're younger, they go to showcases. It's not finesse and location. It's power. Throw as hard as you can, max effort. So they're taxing their arms an awful lot. And these days when they come up, there's a different style of pitching today. And I think that tends to lead to a lot of these injuries. They're throwing harder. They're training different. Their arms aren't getting the rest. So I think out of prudence, the organization tries to keep them healthy. But it's a double-edged sword, as you're saying. I mean, I'm here in San Jose, and most players now in the minor leagues, they have 1 day off a week. That's a planned day off. They give them another off day, and then they DH as well. So really they're only in the field 4 days a week out of 7. Well, when I played, if I was on the bench 4 out of 7, I would have think I wasn't a player. I'm going to get Wally pipped here if I don't get on the field. I didn't want to be out of that lineup. So it's such a different mentality now. I know they lift more weights now too, and there's other things that they ask the players to do. But I've always believed, because I lived it, it's just like outfield arms. You look around the league, guys don't throw. They don't throw well like they used to. Vladimir Guerrero's, Larry Walker's. How many good arms do you see? Because they don't throw. So I'm a believer, if you throw a lot, if you use your arm a lot, and you train properly, and you won't get hurt. But such a stop-and-go game. The training is different, and I don't know how they're going to figure it out, because we definitely haven't figured out how to keep people healthy.
Yeah.
Well, one of the bright spots this season, I thought, at least in the month of April, was how well Patrick Bailey played, because he kind of tailed off at the end of last season, looked fatigued after a really long year for him, a really productive year for him, and he came out, was just lights out in the month of April, and now he's on the IL. You've got Tom Murphy on the IL. Well, what kind of an impact does that have for a pitching staff, and I guess in Patrick Bailey's case, the lineup when you've got your catcher out? Because I know that there were times that you had to go through when Buster's out, and it just changes the complexion of a team and the way that you prepare for a game. What does that do to this Giants club right now?
Well, Kerry, you're right. I think, the number one guy that affects more of the whole club opposed to just, any position player is the catcher, because of the reasons you said. It affects the pitching staff, and that's this team's strength. And there's no question that he's the number one guy. Guys like throwing to him, and And, there's that continuity with him. And when you lose, both your catchers and the backup, so, you have a rookie up there and Jackson Reeds, who I'm happy for him to get the opportunity, and Sabes is back up there. They both know the pitching staff, but it does affect a club. It affects the pitchers. And, pitchers like throwing to particular catchers. We all know that. Back when I first started with Dusty, we used to keep track of the innings in spring training and made sure each pitcher threw to a particular catcher, not only knowing the ERA, but how many innings. Dusty wanted to make sure that all the pitchers got to throw to the two catchers that were going to be on the club a lot, because there's that comfortability with them. So it will affect us. And right now, Bales was swinging the bat good, so we're missing his bat in that lineup as well. So hopefully it'll be a short stint for him, and that's what I'm saying. It's all doom and gloom right now, but we're in a rough patch. I expect hopefully this will be the roughest patch that we have if we can keep people healthy, and this team will start, winning series again, and that's what they need to do, is just win series.
All right, before we let you go, I got to ask you about someone you worked with that was inducted into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame earlier this week, Brian Sabian. I'm just curious what the relationship was like, and what the relationship was like between the coaching staff and the front office back then, and just kind of memories of Brian Sabian.
No, I'm glad you asked, Tom. What a great night we had. I mean, happy for Sabes, ecstatic for him. You got the band back together. All the boys were there, Rags, Flan, Billy Hayes, Mark Gardner. We had everybody, the scouts, Steve Balboni, Keith Champion, Lee Elder. All the guys were there, and when you win together, they're just great memories. And so it was a great night and well deserved. And talking about Sabes, we all loved them. I mean, we cried together, we fought together, we loved each other, and I looking back on it, these are going to be the best years of our lives professionally. There's no doubt, because what we accomplished and how we did it. I mean, Sabes was definitely the man in charge and the leader, and I love him to death. And I'm so happy that he got to have this moment in the Bay Area. So, from day one, he came over from the Yankees with that pedigree, and, he was not afraid to make a move. And I think you will appreciate this, being on the court for all the years that you did, is whenever we had an opportunity to win, we went for it. Yeah. And I love that, because I think the coaches want that, the media wants that, the fans want that. Everybody wants the opportunity to win. We never quit on a season, and it was a lot of fun.
No doubt. So at the end of the night, I got to ask this in closing. At the end of the night, when you were saying goodbye to Steve Balboni, did you go, bye-bye?
Oh, yeah, bye-bye Balboni.
That's right.
Yes. And we didn't say goodbye until the bar was closed, by the way. So
I'm sure you didn't.
We only had one night, and, we just wanted to do it like we used to do it.
Yeah, the bar said bye-bye to you guys.
That's right.
Hey, Ron, thank you so much. It's always fun catching up with you. Hopefully we can do it again in the future, but have a great day, and thanks a lot. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Tom. Good being with you guys.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Appreciate it.
He is Ron Wotus, of course, a legend in the Giants dugout, longtime assistant under Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, then Gabe Kapler as well. On the other side, we'll talk to the man who threw 7 shutout innings at Coors Field last night, got the Giants back in the win column. It's starting pitcher Kyle Harrison. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield sports leader.
The Athletic Sam Amick joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said Andrew Wiggins' trade market is just not valuable right now. Listen to that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Wednesday afternoon. It's our pleasure to welcome in our next guest, fresh off of 7 innings of shutout ball against the Colorado Rockies on Tuesday evening at Coors Field. It's the left-hander Kyle Harrison. Kyle, how are you this afternoon?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well on our end. Looking forward to our conversation with you. And I know you're a fastball guy, so it may not be as intimidating to go into Coors Field, but first time there, knowing what that place can do to pitchers, whose advice did you seek out, and what were you hoping to accomplish last night, knowing that your team really needed you to come up big with a win and a pitch deep into the ballgame?
Yeah, kind of just talked around the locker room, to be honest, with some guys and the pitchers. And, Webb was like, it's all about mindset here. And, I was fortunate enough to have a lot of starts in AAA last year in some high-altitude places like this. So really just wanted to keep the same mentality to go and attack guys and try to get the boys in their dugout as quick as possible.
Well, when you pitched in those high-altitude places last year, Kyle, what did you learn?
Well, you learn a lot. You learn your movement isn't the same, and those mistakes that I'm a fly ball pitcher. So those mistakes could go over the fence. At these high altitude places, so you want to be a little more careful. I think getting ahead was so much more important, just to kind of establish that way you can kind of go off and make them chase a little bit. Don't have to be around the zone too much. So really, just coming out and throwing strikes and proving to these guys that you can get the ball across the plate is huge here.
I wonder from your perspective, going into last night, knowing that the Rockies know you're a fastball guy, and Coors Field can often be difficult to throw the slider or the changeup just because of the break and the altitude. What was your thought process on game planning, and who did you work with in terms of deciding how you were going to attack, if you were going to change things up? Because you still use the fastball 55% of the time, but it is down a little bit from the season average that you've had.
Definitely, and that's something that I'm kind of getting a feel for more and more. And Sabes was really good behind the dish yesterday, and we were really communicating in the dugout what we kind of wanted to do with every guy. And Ryan Price was great too in the dugout, talking to JP as well. So I mean, it was kind of a whole staff conversation going on. And it was a really cool day, and had some great defense behind me as well. So that Sabes was money back there.
At what point did either you or Blake Sable notice that you were getting a little width on the arm side off the plate? I don't know how many of those were called. Gonzalez was pretty friendly on that side of the plate. How long does it take you to notice that, or Sable, and figure, that's a place that maybe in certain counts we can try to exploit?
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's kind of the game within the game. That's something I've tried to pay more attention to, and something I kind of noticed, honestly, that first batter of the game. I think I got a strikeout that maybe wasn't the most favorable hitter call, but
yep.
Just when you see those things, you want to exploit them, and if they're there, I'm going to take them. So yeah.
When you see that early on in the game, under your breath, you go, "Oh yeah."
Oh yeah, you secretly love it, and you want to keep a hit in that he doesn't know.
I've never had you on before, so it's fun to talk to you, and I'm sure you've had this 1,000 times, but I've never heard you talk about it. I'm just curious about what it's like growing up here, going to high school, De La Salle, getting drafted by the Giants, and then playing, at Oracle. Like, does it still hit you when you walk out there to play that, like, geez, this is the team I grew up rooting for, I went to the ballpark? Like, at what point does it kind of become, okay, this is my job, this is what I do? Or does it still hit you from time to time, like, damn, this is pretty cool?
Yeah, it definitely comes in flashes, That's the weird thing, and just because, growing up here and going to De La Salle, I couldn't be more thankful for my time there and the relationships I've made, and everyone that's helped me there, and it was just a brotherhood there. And, all we did was go to the field and practice, and 6-hour practice on Saturdays, and we're lifting in the morning, lifting up after school, just kind of that whole, this is all I've ever known. So really just keeping that same mentality into today, and it's kind of cool that this is really just what I'm doing, and having a real fun time doing it. It is surreal that, it is a team that I grew up watching.
Now, have the numbers whittled at all from like your first? I got to imagine your first start, you probably filled up half the stadium with fans and friends. But have the numbers whittled at all, or is it still strong? Like every time you pitch, people want tickets. They're going to come to the game, or do some of them say, "Bro, we're going to catch you on TV tonight"?
Yeah, I think that's what it's kind of turning more into. And something that I'm a little more thankful for, the ticket cost for me, I don't have to play for free, and it's, but it is cool, at my home debut, my parents were talking to everyone, and they were walking around, and they were like, dude, it's crazy, like the whole town of Danville's here supporting you. So I mean, when you got that support, It's awesome.
Do you still have anyone who shows up to every start? Like, if you're pitching at home, is it a guarantee that your parents are there? I know your brother's playing over at St. Mary's. Like, is it kind of like high school in that regard?
Definitely. It depends. It depends who they want to see that day. Who's playing better, who's not getting on my dad's nerves. In a funny way. But I think it's just it's kind of cool that they have that option to watch both of their kids play in the Bay Area. I mean, not a lot of people can do that. So I mean, I know they're very thankful, and I'm glad that they get to come out and watch me all the time too. So it's awesome.
No, it's super cool. In fact, Kyle, I mean, it's one of my favorite parts of baseball, and we saw it with Mason Black in Philly. And they kept panning up to his girlfriend and his family, and I mean, he must have had like 20 people just in that section alone.
Oh, he had 100. He had 100. I've never even heard of that many too. He told me, he's like, I got 100. I'm like, geez, I thought I had a lot, man. I'm like, geez. Yeah.
It's awesome though, because you don't see that like in football, you don't see that in basketball, but you see it in baseball. When someone's going to make their major league debut, the family is there, the friends are there, and you realize all the support staff that help get that player to the big leagues. I think Mason's a couple of Lehigh coaches were there. It's just a really cool thing in baseball that when you get to wear that uniform and you get to go out there and perform on the big stage, that everyone shows up, and they kind of, it's like, the players feeling the adrenaline, but I'm sure mom and dad are feeling the exact same adrenaline watching their boy out there playing big league baseball. It's just super cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Have you ever talked to your parents about what that was like? Like, I mean, I played, but it's more fun when you get to watch your kids play. It's just, I mean, it really is a thrill. I'm wondering, have you talked to them about that experience at all?
Definitely. I mean, not gone into depth about it, but yeah. I know they're more nervous than me, honestly, and sure. I know that's my mom for sure. And you could see it in their faces as I kind of rewatched some of those videos from my debut. They're like, "Oh crap, is he going to do it? Is he going to get through?" So it's cool that they're kind of riding that roller coaster with you. It's a stressful game, so I mean, to enjoy the moment, that's what you got to really do in those moments.
No doubt.
I wanted to ask you about Mason, just because we did see him on Monday. He made the exact same tough debut that you did, going into Philadelphia, which is a very difficult place for a pitcher. You both have kind of the unfortunate distinction of giving up the Bryce Harper home run. What is that like in seeing a guy go out there for the first time now that you've done it, now that you're in the big league dugout? And I know that he's older and a college guy, but does he come to you for advice on that sort of a thing? What's it like to not be the least experienced guy on the team in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, I guess kind of nice in a sense. That's the thing. Getting comfortable up here is that's the thing. That's trying to find every way to feel comfortable. And I've known Mason for a little bit too in the minors as well. So we've always meshed well and talked with each other. But yeah, we got welcomed to the league by a dude we probably grew up watching too. So that's kind of a cool thing to say, but don't want them to happen ever. But yeah, but it is cool to kind of get some advice from guys, and they could bounce some things off me as well. So I mean, we're all just supportive of each other here. That's the biggest thing. And anytime you got a bunch of guys pulling on the same string together, we're in a good spot.
Well, I went to a game in Philly last year, and it looks like the right field wall is right behind second base. So I don't know how much fun it'd be to pitch there against left-handed power hitters.
I agree.
That is a short porch. One thing that I've noticed, so that I've brought it up a few times on the show, Kyle. We're talking to Kyle Harrison here, nice enough to join us. Last 4 games, you haven't given up a home run. And there was a string of games where you did, and you gave up some last year. Is that something that, as a pitcher that pitches, four-seam fastball, top of the zone, it's going to happen occasionally? Or is that something that you think, okay, because I was saying, if aside from the long ball, I thought you'd been pitching really good all year, and now you haven't given up the long ball in 4 starts, and I think your ERA's dropped 1.5 points. Is that something you think about much, or is that just something that in certain situations that you're willing to go to certain zones where that might lead to a solo shot? Like, for a fly ball pitcher, how do you kind of navigate that, I guess?
Well, I mean, that's the weird thing. You can't control it, and it's that's the thing. I feel like I've been pitching pretty well, but the long ball does hurt you at the end of the day. But as long as we can keep those solos, those aren't going to hurt you. And I think that comes with just attacking the zone. Really, I think that's something that I've been really trying to do, and picking and choosing when to attack the zone in certain counts. I've learned my lesson a few times this season so far, but you learn from those experiences, and all right, maybe I shouldn't have thrown that there. I just had to be a little more fine with this location here. But I mean, it's tough, being a fly ball pitcher. You never want to give up the long ball, but guys telling me all the time, those years that Scherzer, Verlander won their Cy Youngs, they gave up the most home runs in the league. So as long as you limit the damage and they're not hurting you, then we'll be fine with that.
Lastly, before I let you go, I just thought of this. I wanted to ask you, since you did get, well, not just you, but the pitchers got a little bit of a friendly zone last night. Would you be in favor of the computer or the computer strike zone, for lack of a better term? You won't get those calls, and it kind of takes a lot of what Patrick Bailey does away. So good at getting the ball back into the zone, but then again, there are pitches that are on the corners that are unhittable that would be called strikes that maybe aren't called strikes. I guess it's a little bit of a give and take. How do you view it?
It really is. It's kind of like a pick your poison, because you could say it both ways. A guy misses a spot on the outside, but then, he's not giving the one inside. So, I mean, it's tough. So, I mean, but I've never been the biggest fan of the ABS, I think that's something that I really had struggled with last year. And that was something that got my walk rates up, I think. And I don't know. I just don't think they got it perfected right now. And I don't know, man. I'm just an old school baseball fan, and I just don't see how we could get rid of these umpires. I just grew up loving the game, loving the bad calls, loving the missed calls, and it's just I think that's just the nature of the game. It's got some human error to it, and I don't know. That's just kind of my take on it.
Yes, we have a young guy who's old school. Love it. That's kind of the way. That's kind of the way I look at it. Hey, man, we really appreciate you jumping on with us. Congrats on the effort last night. Hell of a game, and see if you guys can get another one today, man. And thanks for the time.
Yeah, let's go get a W today. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks Kyle.
Appreciate it.
Love that.
Yeah, how about that? We got a young guy that says, "No, let's just go back to the old way."
22 years old. He's looking for that. Was it the Eric Gregg behind the plate for Livan Hernandez? Or,
some of those were barely in the other. Some of those were barely in the other batter's box. You kidding me?
Yeah, he did really struggle last year at AAA with the ABS. I mean, the fastball is a pitch that you can get called on the corners. It's not like the breaking ball where it hooks through the zone and it could be okay. The fastball is a really tough one with the ABS, and so I could totally see why he feels that way.
Yeah, I guess the reason, and look, I know there are people out there that want to get everything right, and I'll just reiterate what I've always said. I've never been one that wanted to get everything right. I wanted instant replay for the Don Denkinger call. I wanted something that's so egregious everyone could see it and they could change it. They could just say, you know what, we completely screwed that up. Let's go ahead and change that. I don't need everything to be right. And unfortunately, that's the road we've gone down now with replay. Replay went from that to, well, hey, we have it. Let's get this right. Let's get that right. If we're going to get that right, let's get this right. And now we want everything right to the point where, someone steals second, comes off the bag by 16th of an inch for a nanosecond. But, he kept his glove on him, so by rule, he's out. Like, that's not the spirit. That's not what we need. And I just think with the robo umps behind the plate, if they ever get to that, like, that's just, to me, We're kind of taking a little bit of the soul away from the game. Like, I don't love mistakes, but, you're going to happen occasionally, and you try to minimize them as much as possible. I don't mind a challenge, system. If you want to use a challenge, like a manager's challenge for a strike, I think that's fine by me. You want to have one of those or two of those a game? That's cool. I mean, I wouldn't mind that at all. But I just feel like we're getting so far down the robo rabbit hole with replays in all these sports that you just kind of there's always something that you're giving up to get that. And I don't mind replay. I would still love the umpire up in the skybox or whatever, that he just calls down and says, look, this is something we need to look at. Let's change this. But it just doesn't have to be everything. So it's nice to hear somebody who's like, yeah, I'm young, but I don't want that. That's crap. I want to go back to the old ways.
There's a little bit of Logan Webb, Madison Bumgarner, Matt Cain kind of influence in the way that Kyle Harrison talks. You can see the legacy of Giants aces, and he's on his way to one day getting there alongside Webb and the other guys. But just one last thought on that: you take umpires out, you might as well play every baseball game in a ballpark with the same dimensions. The strike zone changes on a daily basis, just like the ballpark is different. It's part of what makes baseball great. So I very much respect Kyle Harrison for coming out and saying that, because I think that there are a lot of pitchers who maybe feel like umpires have screwed them over in recent years. So great stuff. Love
Wait
Kyle
till he gets
and
Angel Hernandez, then he'll maybe go, maybe we should have the robo.
You see the rain delay game the other day in St. Louis that ended on a call that was like a pitch a foot outside the strike zone after they sat around for 2.5 hours or so.
No,
Yeah.
I actually watched the last 4 innings of that game. I go, it's raining. I'm out of here. I'm not sticking around for this crap. I couldn't believe it. The players are like, it's Saturday night. Are you kidding me? Well, it's just. I think Brebbia was on the mound, and he was telling the umpire, like, I can't hold the ball. Like, you got to call this game or like suspend this game. And finally, they did. I was like, these players got to be thinking, are you kidding me? There's 1 out to go. But no, I didn't see they came back for a missed call.
It ended on just an atrocious
and bases were
call.
loaded too.
Yep. Oh, it was so bad. So bad. So on the other side, we'll take a look at the NBA playoffs. Knicks and Pacers in action tonight. Celtics and Thunder go up 1-0 in their respective series. And we'll get Tom's thoughts on those teams and kind of what the Warriors need to do to get themselves back into this position over the next few seasons. We're here on Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Beavis. This guy talks like you.
Most valued possession.
No way, butthead.
Hindsight is
He doesn't talk like me.
Still a bit fuzzy.
He sort of talks like you.
Julia, destruction.
He just doesn't sound as much like a wuss as we do.
Shut up, butthead.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back here on The Leader. Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert, hanging with you on Wednesday afternoon. Thanks to Kyle Harrison for stopping by. 7 shutout innings, and like I mentioned to Tom, really does give off the confident, comfortable, ace-like vibes, not afraid to get into umpiring and talk about how he likes that compared to the automated ball strike system. So really enjoyed our conversation with Kyle Harrison, and the Giants made a change earlier this afternoon. Jorge Soler going on the injured list with the right shoulder strain. Bob Melvin announcing that, which means Elliot Ramos coming up from AAA Sacramento. He will be the designated hitter and bat 7th for the Giants tonight. We'll do the full pregame show for you, getting started about an hour from now as the Giants take on the Rockies, looking for a much-needed series win. They'll send Jordan Hicks to the hill. Peter Lambert goes for the Colorado Rockies. So Hicks 2-1 with a 1.89 ERA. Lambert 2-1 with a 5.66 ERA, and the Giants could use another game against a pitcher with a really high ERA. They were kind of able to touch up Dakota Hudson a little bit last night, who entered last night's ball game with an ERA well above 5, and they will need Lambert again. It's going to take more than a few good games for this offense to get going and a number of these different players to turn things around. So do want to focus on the NBA as Jim Peterson, Tom's former teammate and current television analyst with the Minnesota Timberwolves, will join us in just a few minutes here talking about the NBA playoffs and what's happened thus far. Timberwolves, one of the obvious great stories as they are taking on the Denver Nuggets right now. 2 great games so far in the Western Conference, and we've got a few other games to tell you about, as you've got the Celtics defeating the Cavs last night, and you've got the Thunder, Tom, taking down the Dallas Mavericks, and was definitely the more surprising results of the evening.
Well, I mean, look, I love the Thunder, and I thought they'd win that series. And look, Luka's got to shoot the ball better. He just does. I would assume he's going to. I'm looking right now because I'm curious what he's shooting from 3 in the playoffs, because he has not been good. And he's damn near a 40% shooter during the regular season. I want to say like 38 and change from 3, but during the playoffs, he just has not been hitting threes. And I'm looking right now to see if I can find it. But, you know, Kyrie was fine. But that team, the Thunder, are just so deep, and they play incredible defense. Like, they get after you on defense. And the problem was with last night's game is you really have to dominate them on the glass. Like, you have to get after them, because that's one thing they're just not built for. They're not built for rebounding. Yet they're the ones that won the battle of the offensive glass, 16-11. Second chance points, they won that 25-15. And if that continues, I don't even care how well Doncic does shoot it. It ain't going to matter. Like, that's an area that they have to dominate. Not just win, but dominate. And they didn't. And Luka, I'll just give you, going back throughout the Clippers series, here's his three-point shooting. Last night, 1 for 8, 1 for 10, 2 for 8, 1 for 9, 3 for 14, 5 for 14. Now, I'm not going to add that up, but
I got it for you. Through the playoffs, it's 17 for 75.
Okay, so what is that about?
That's 20, shade under 23%.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, that just ain't cutting it. I mean, specifically for the guy that's going to shoot 10 a game, like, he's just got to be able to. He just has to shoot better. Great player, but just running cold right now from 3. But like, the Thunder, just, I mean, they literally have everything you want. They got a star in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. This guy is a bucket getter. He gets to the bucket. He has a mid-range game. He has great feet. He can shoot the 3. Then you got the big guy who can defend the rim and then also hit the 3 and finish on pick and rolls. Jay Williams, who wasn't shooting the ball, the Santa Clara Jay Williams, wasn't shooting the ball at all the first 3 quarters, and then caught fire in the first part of the fourth quarter. So he kind of kept them rolling for about 4 minutes. And, Wiggins is coming off the bench and hitting threes. And then you have Dort, who's D'ing up and making life miserable for Luka Doncic. Like, Dort is a Sun Devil. There you go, Kerry.
He is.
He is a Sun Devil. But he's a tough SOB. Like, he's a guy that you could see playing linebacker in the NFL. That's how he's built. And he just gets into guys. So you got the other Jay Williams and come in and spell Holmgren when he comes off the court. But it's just a fun team. It's a young team. It's a together team. And everyone, like I always talk about fit. Teams have to fit together. That team just fits together. And then Dagnall is a fantastic coach. The only thing that bothers me about Dagnall is it looks like he's squinting all the time. Maybe he should wear sunglasses inside, which I'm not usually a fan of. For him, I'll make an exception. It always looks like he's. Next time you watch a Thunder game, look at Dagnall when they show him. It looks like he's looking into the sun all the time for whatever reason.
Be sure to do that.
But like he's a really, really good coach, and like the Mavericks have their hands full in this one. I know they're the number one seed, but. Did anybody like really buy the Thunder? They're like, oh, first round, if you could just get to the Thunder. We even talked about it with the Warriors. If the Warriors could be the 8th seed and play the Thunder, like you don't want the Thunder. Like the Thunder are really good, and they're only going to get better. So I like the Thunder in that series. Although I think Luka's going to play better, and I think it's going to be a long series. The Pacers-Knicks series was a lot of fun. The end of the game sucked. As good a game it was, the last 90 seconds or minute of that game was brutal. The refs kicked that a couple of times, but that's fun watching Brunson do what he's doing. 4 straight 40-point games. The Pacers play with great pace. Halliburton's not healthy, which kind of sucks. But I think the Knicks will probably win that one. And we talked to Jim Peterson about this, and you're going to hear that shortly. Well, the Wolves just look like they're better. Like I'm looking at the Nuggets going, I know they're the champs, and I know they're going to come out with some fight. Because after getting your ass kicked like that and sit around with that for 3 days, they're going to come out and battle. And they're going to fight, and I would imagine that Joker's going to have a big game. I don't know how much Murray's going to have because of the calf, but it might not matter. The Minnesota just might be too good. They match up really well with Denver anyway. Well, let me ask you this. What did you think, and we talk about this, Pete and I talk about this, about the Murray $100,000 fine, because I said I think if it was regular season, he'd be suspended.
Exactly.
They would have suspended him. But
yeah,
it's postseason. This is a TV show. They want ratings. They want the best players playing, and they're down 0-2. So I think all that probably factored in a little bit. So they give him a massive fine, which I think is warranted. I think they could have given him a $100,000 fine and suspended him, and I would have said, okay, that sounds about right. Because you just can't do that. You can't throw the heating pack. And Jim explains when we're talking to him. These heating packs are big and they're heavy. They're not like a small thing. So that was brutal. But I mean, what did you think of that decision?
Zero surprise level. Absolutely zero surprise level, because it is better for the NBA if that series goes long. Because think about the name recognition, and I know that Anthony Edwards is fully transformed into superstar mode, but if you get just Thunder and Thunder and Wolves immediately, and you don't get 5, 6, 7 games out of these semifinal series, it's going to be rough, because Jokic is probably going to win his 3rd MVP award tonight. He is someone with huge name recognition around the league. People love watching him, and the Thunder, for as fun as you may think they are, I'll be honest, I haven't watched much Thunder this season because I just don't know the players as well.
Yeah.
And so they're a year or two away from getting onto my casual NBA radar, whereas the Wolves are firmly on it right now. But if you get to that matchup too soon, the NBA's in trouble, and that's why Jamal Murray was just fine. And that was never going to be a suspension in my mind, unless the series was 1-1 or Denver was up 2-0. In that case, that doesn't happen, but then you start to think about suspending him for the balance of power in that series.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, the people that do know the Thunder probably hate the Thunder because they're getting tired of watching those "What a Pro Wants" commercials. I mean, that commercial's backfired on those two guys because everybody hates them now. They're like, I hate you. I don't want to see you on my TV anymore. You go away. Even during hockey games, I see it. I'm like, stop. It's so bad that when I see it during a hockey game, I'm like, give me the Geico commercial with the goal being scored and the family going, the only thing bad about the house is the red light. Like, give me that one again. That's literally
That's
3
an
years,
all-timer.
3 years old. I mean, they're recycling that thing again. I'm like, give me that and give me more of that. Just don't give me the What a Pro Wants commercial ever again. Like, I think sometimes a commercial gets to a point where it's so annoying you will actively not buy the product because you hate the commercial so much. Like, I hate you. I don't even know your product, but I hate your product, and I'm not buying your product because I can't stand watching this commercial anymore. So, yeah, the people that know the Thunder probably think, I don't like those guys. That's the only time what'll happen is they'll go, I hate that commercial. Then they'll finally watch the Thunder and they go, oh, those are those two guys. I hate them. I'm rooting for the Mavericks.
Exactly. Tom caught up with Jim Peterson earlier this afternoon. That's coming up next. We got our sound soiree. We got some soup at the end of the show, and then we're taking you right into Giants baseball this evening here on The Leader. Giants and the Rockies coming your way at 5:40 Pacific time, I believe 6:40 Mountain time, where the Giants are at Coors Field. So Tom and Jim Peterson, Wolves TV analyst on the other side, Tom's former teammate. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon, KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader. Giants manager Bob Melvin announced that Jorge Soler is headed to the injured list with a right shoulder strain. That means Elliot Ramos is up from AAA Sacramento. He's in the Giants lineup, batting seventh as the designated hitter this evening at Coors Field. That and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. All right, folks, we've got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on board here on KNBR. Steve, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us. We want to take care of it for you. And the bottom line is, so many listeners have said to me, that's it? It's so simple? It's that easy? I say, yeah. I had a listener the other day ask me 6 times, are you sure that's it? Yeah, I'm sure. He just couldn't get over it because for years he suffered with a tax problem that was a very easy fix. Think about it. It's like if you had a medical problem and you're suffering and suffering and suffering, and you just don't go to the doctor. But finally, you break down, you do go to the doctor, and he or she says, oh, that's a simple fix. Just take this pill and you'll be fine. No more pain. That's what I want for your listeners. No more tax pain. Talk to us. We're going to explain your whole situation, all your options, all your rights. And then if you give us the go-ahead, we want to go ahead to the government for you. So you don't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. Let's put your tax problems in the rearview mirror. And the only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve.
Moskowitz at 188-TAX-DEAL. That's 188-TAX-DEAL. Or find him at moskowitzllp.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is time to welcome one of my favorite people to the show, and because the Minnesota Timberwolves are doing so well, which is very cool to see them playing good basketball, it gives me more of a reason, not that I need one, but more of a reason to have my good buddy Jim Peterson on, who is the color analyst for the T-Wolves and now is calling the games on radio for the T-Wolves. And it's so cool that the Timberwolves are doing so well and you get a chance to call some of these games. So Jim Peterson joins the show, as I think I just said. But what's it been like for you, this kind of ride this year? Because you've seen, let's be honest, a lot of crap there over the years, and you've been doing this 20-plus years with the Timberwolves and the team that they put together and how they put it together and the staff that they have. I mean, it's just a really, really cool story.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Yeah, this is my 26th year broadcasting. So, I mean, like, you and I both, thinking about our Golden State days, like, would we have thought we would be, involved with the NBA here some 25 plus years later? I didn't really conceive of it, but here I am. But I have been through a lot of the dark days, and, we went to the Western Conference Final in 2003-2004 season. That was Kevin Garnett, Sam Cassell, Latrell Sprewell. So it's been 20 years since, we've been back into this position where we've gotten out of the first round of the playoffs. And it's been a lot of dark basketball. And every time I come to the Bay Area, especially with your success at Golden State, you guys would be like, Fitz would always be like, your time's coming, and it never came. It never came. It was like, and then we got Tibbs, and we got to the playoffs for 1 year with Tibbs, and it was more like, instead of enjoying it, it was more of a relief because Tibbs was just, it just was not a fun situation back then.
Yeah.
And then the whole Jimmy Butler thing happened, and then Chris Finch came, and since Finchie's been here, it's been incredible. Like, he's just an unbelievable coach. He's very much like Steve Kerr. He's like, you and I were talking off air about Finch's, post-game pressers. Like, I think that's people really they really end up liking him so much more after listening to his post-game pressers. And, Kerr's like that a lot too, right?
Yeah.
Steve pregame and postgame, the pressers are so thoughtful and good and filled with great information. Finch is just like that.
Well, you feel like you're talking to a normal person. You feel like you're just listening to one of the guys who happens to be really, really good at what he does. And it's funny because you mentioned Thibodeau, and there's a lot of words I could use to describe Thibodeau. I mean, he's a great coach. There is no doubt about it. Fun is not a word I would associate with Tibbs.
No.
Not at all.
No.
I mean, this guy, I think he has that same look on his face at his birthday parties. Oh, man. It's not going the way I want it to go. This birthday party is not good. Let's go. Look at a D up at the birthday party. Let's go. And someone has to play 48.
The guy that's cutting the cake. Yelling at the guy that's cutting the cake.
Yeah. Hey, someone's got to play 48 minutes at the birthday party. Someone's got to be Josh Hart. Someone's got to get out there and play every minute of every game. But now he's doing a hell of a job with the Knicks, and what a story
he is.
They are. Last time we had you on, you were talking about Gobert and being Defensive Player of the Year, which he is a Defensive Player of the Year. I'm not sure if Game 2 really bolstered your case because they didn't have Gobert, and they just shoved it right down the Nuggets' throat. I mean, they could do nothing. And I'll tell you what, I agree with you. I think he should be Defensive Player of the Year. But McDaniels is somebody that really makes that defense go. I mean, Edwards, we talked about his defense last time, how it's so much better off the ball. He's really good defensively, and you got some really good defensive players. But, boy, McDaniels is just, oof. I mean, the way he fights through screens, and he's so long, and he can guard. He's guarding Murray and just hounding him. He makes life hell for a perimeter player. I mean, half these guys you can tell just want to get rid of the ball so they don't got to dribble against him, but he's kind of like the tip of the spear for me.
But, Tommy, we've got two of them. We've got two of Jaden McDaniels because Nickeil Alexander-Walker is just as good. I mean, and when I say that, like, everything you said about Jaden is absolutely right. And then Jaden will, he won't take one or two shots in the game. So he doesn't even need the basketball to be effective. I think he's a plus 88 in the playoffs right now.
Wow.
Which is tied with Anthony Edwards on our team right now. So Jaden, he can score, but it's not really what he does. It's not his value. The thing with Nikhil is every bit the hound that Jaden is. He's not quite as long, but
yeah,
he's a little smaller version. But Nikhil also will go 4 of 7 from 3 off the bench, and then you can also start him like when Mike Conley's missed games. I mean, he can become our backup one, and he can initiate and he can run an offense and he can do all of that. So that's really the situation that we're in, is that we've got this incredible pack of incredible perimeter defenders, because Anthony Edwards is really good on ball. He's gotten to be better off ball. Mike Conley is a great game plan perimeter defender. Karl Anthony Towns has become a better perimeter defender. Rudy Gobert, one of the reasons why he won Defensive Player of the Year is because he's really gotten good on switching and defending out on the perimeter and containing people. So it's why we're good. It's because if we have droughts in scoring, we can score 16 points in a quarter, but we can also hold you to 15. And that's one of the keys to us being good.
Yeah. Is the defense, because nobody loves to play defense. It's hard work playing defense, not only physically, but mentally. Like, you got to be in tune with not only what you're doing, but what everybody else is doing. That's what makes Draymond Green so great, is he understands where he's supposed to be, but he also understands where everybody else is supposed to be and what the other team is running. So he's kind of ahead of the game. So mentally, you got to be in tune. Physically, you got to be willing to fight through screens and battle and communicate, which is a huge key to defense. But it seems like with this team, it kind of the defense feeds on itself. Like, it feeds on the success. Like, the more success you have defensively, you see how that impacts the game, and you want to keep doing it. And then you hear people talking about how good you are defensively and the accolades you're getting for your defense, and then you want to do it even more. It just seems like it kind of feeds on itself. Is that the case with the Wolves this year?
Yeah, because all the perimeter defenders I just mentioned to you, and you always say that you're not going to be good defensively unless you're good at point of attack defense. And so getting through a screen, I always say guards who can get through ball screens are worth their weight in gold. And so that's you hate guys that die on screens, right? When you played with players, Tommy, when you're trying to get them through a screen, they die on the screen. Now you're trying to guard two, and you're getting attacked all the time, and it's then the big ends up looking like an idiot, but the thing about it though is that because all of our guys can defend, you don't want to be the one that doesn't give extra effort, and then you're the one that's going to stick out on video. It's one of the reasons why Anthony Edwards has become a better perimeter defender, because he was so lazy defensively when he was off the ball, because a lot of times when you're a great scorer, that's a lot of times when you're getting a break. You know what I mean? Because when you're a high volume scorer and you got to carry an NBA offense, the only time you can really ever relax is when you're off the ball defensively. But if you're going to be a really good team and you're going to defend off the ball, you got to be able to have some awareness. You can't get back cut all the time. And that's what would happen to Edwards. But because everybody puts such a premium, and then I think in video sessions, I think Finchie's really good at coaching these guys really hard. See, that's the thing that has been key for Steve Kerr, I think, in Golden State, is that he's been able to coach these great players pretty hard. You can confirm that for me, but I think
You're
that's
right.
the truth.
Yep.
And so that's what Finchie's able to do. Finchie's able to coach Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns, allow Finch to coach them hard. So in video sessions, he's going after Ant when he's falling asleep on the backside. And so, I mean, that's just kind of what it is. Because everybody's so locked in for 48 minutes for the most part, when you're not, you stick out.
Talking to Jim Peterson, color analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves, who will be playing, I think it's, when is it, Friday?
Friday, yeah.
Friday, yeah. 3 days off, trying to let Indiana and the Knicks catch up to you guys. What'd you think of Jamal Murray getting a $100,000 fine for throwing the heating pad on that. I'd never seen anything like that before, got to be honest with you. Like I said yesterday, I go, there are just some things you don't do. I mean, you just don't do that. I mean, that I don't know that I've seen that before. I've seen maybe somebody flip a towel onto the court, rarely, but not a heating. I mean, was that a just penalty, you think? And did you even know what happened when it flew onto the court? I go, where the hell did that come from?
Tom, he threw a towel and the hot pack.
Oh, I didn't see the towel.
He did. He threw a towel. Yeah, he threw a towel first, and then the hot pack was second. And so I had seen, because I was doing radio, we still have a monitor, and I did see a replay because it was at the other end, right? It was in the Nuggets bench end, and I did see the replay of the hot pack come onto the floor. And, I don't think people understand, like, what these hot packs are. They're like the size of, like a throw pillow on your sofa. I mean, they're not small. I mean, they're fairly large, and they're pretty heavy. They're thick. They're pretty heavy. They've got some weight to them. And it seemed like Jamal Murray was trying to gun it at the official, Mark Davis. I don't know if it was Mark Davis, could have been one of the other referees, but I think he was trying to hit the referee, and it just like flew onto the court. I think if you try to throw something at an official, if you're on the floor, I think you'd get suspended for that. Would you not?
Yes.
If Steph Curry, instead of taking his mouth guard and throwing it into the stands, if Steph Curry would have gunned it at an official, do you think he would have been suspended for that?
Yes.
Yes. And so the fact that Jamal Murray, because it's the playoffs, and because it's whatever the timing of it, the fact that he wasn't suspended, I think, is egregious. It's precedent setting. You can throw something onto the court from the bench and not get suspended. I think it's a dangerous precedent to set. If Karl Anthony Towns or Kentavious Caldwell-Pope had stepped on that hot pack and gotten injured, because nobody got injured, you're not going to suspend him. But if somebody had been injured, it would have been a different situation. To me, that's stupid. So I don't think $100,000 affects Jamal Murray very much. I don't think it's nearly enough of a penalty for what he did because it's so egregious. Tommy, that it's just the hot pack is like that's just another level. I can see maybe a town frustration. But a hot pack, that's way out of bounds.
Well, I would say this: one, if it's a regular season, he gets suspended. I do believe that, and I also say, I know what you're saying, Jim, but results always matter. I always use this analogy. I hate using it, but I use it in these type of cases because we always talked about Draymond. Why is he getting more for this? I go, well, because he has priors, and if you have priors, you're going to get suspended more when you keep doing it. But I always use the DUI argument that if you get pulled over for DUI, that's a fine, maybe it's license suspended. But if you had the same amount of beer, go driving and run into somebody, and now someone gets hurt or worse, that's going to be another penalty. So I think results are always going to matter. He's lucky, as Tim Legler pointed out. It's not surprising he missed Mark Davis because he was 3 for 18 on the night. So it wasn't. It's a great line by Tim. Great line by Tim.
Hey, I've got can I just tell you a funny Steve Kerr story involving Anthony Edwards?
Yes.
That Chris Finch told me. So Chris Finch we were talking about Team USA, and so Steve Kerr had called Finchy about Anthony Edwards, and this was this past summer when Ant played for Team USA. And so Kerr calls Chris Finch, and he goes, I really want Ant to come off the bench for me with Team USA. And, what do you think Ant's going to say to that? And Finch is like, look, Anthony is a great kid. He's going to do whatever you want him to do. So just talk to him. He goes, just talk to him. He'll do whatever you want him to do. And so Kerr is talking to Ant, and he's like trying to get Ant to buy into the idea of coming off the bench. And he was telling him that, look, when Kobe Bryant was on the team for Team USA in the Olympics, Dwayne Wade came off the bench. Like Dwayne Wade, was sacrificing, and that's, he found a role, and that's what he did. And Ant's like, Coach, that's great. I'll come off the bench. I will do that. But he goes, first tell me, who's Kobe Bryant on our team?
I'll have to ask Steve that. Steve for his response to that. That's pretty funny.
But then also, you know what though, too, this is another Steve Kerr thing, is that Ant gives Steve Kerr a ton of credit for what he is right now in the NBA, because Steve, when he came to work out for Golden State, Steve Kerr basically told Ant when he went through his workout with the Warriors before the draft, he's like, if we had the number one pick, we wouldn't pick you right now. You don't work hard enough. And Ant talks about this all the time. Ant talks about that moment with Steve Kerr when he told him that he went back home to his trainer and said, look, we got to figure out what we're doing here, because we're evidently not doing the right things. And it made Anthony Edwards work even harder than he does already. So, you know, our Timberwolves fan base, we got a lot of love for Steve Kerr, man, because he helped Ant become what he is right now in a sense, the sense that he made Ant work harder to be able to be what he is right now. So thank you, Steve Kerr.
Well, consider it Golden State repaying a debt for you guys not taking Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's the least you can do.
We'll call it even. We'll call it even at that point. Hey, man, it's always fun having you on. Hopefully you guys continue on, and we can have you on again talking some Wolves basketball. But go outside and enjoy some of that Minnesota sun, and hopefully we'll talk to you soon, Petey.
Okay, brother. Love you.
Thanks, Petey. Appreciate it, man. Love you, too. That was the voice, or one of the voices, the color analyst for the Minnesota Timberwolves as his Wolves get ready to take on the Denver Nuggets Game 3 of the Western Conference semis, and that will be this Friday. Always love having Jim on. All right, coming up, more of Copes and Tolbert here on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Giants manager Bob Melvin joined Murph and Marcus this morning and said today that Blake Snell is going to have to throw at least one more rehab game before he returns to the Giants rotation. Listen to that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kogelman Law, tax, crypto, and estate planning. They do it all. They help you. You got an estate to plan? You can do that. You have tax issues, or maybe you don't have tax issues, you just don't want to have tax issues. That's the best way to go about it. But if you do have issues, whether it's late filings, whether you're not sure what to do with your crypto, or it's even criminal, set up a consultation with Alex Kogelman. Very knowledgeable, very personable. I've talked to him many times. Easy to talk to, easy to understand. He can lay it all out for you if you have issues. Well, how do you get a hold of him? I'm going to tell you. sftaxteam.com. That's right, sftaxteam.com. Kogelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kogelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamla Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on Wednesday afternoon. It is time for our Sound Soiree. And kicking things off here, a guest on our network earlier this morning, Bobby Marks was on with Greg Papa, and he had this to say about the idea that's been floated out there. And I don't know that this has picked up steam in the mainstream world, but the idea that the Orlando Magic could just say, heck, let's just give Klay Thompson a max offer. Here's what Bobby Marks said about that.
I don't think they would offer 4 years, $212 million to Klay Thompson. I think that's unrealistic. Even how much Orlando needs shooting, and certainly that not just the playoffs. I mean, the whole year, the Achilles heel was, based a lack of shooting with this roster. To pay a guy $57 million when he's 37 3 years from now, I think is pretty ludicrous.
Ludicrous. Yeah.
That's ludicrous speed. I mean, I said the same thing yesterday. They're not doing that. They're just not going to do it. I could seeing them giving him 4 for $120.
Yeah.
3 for 100. 3 for 110, a little shorter deal, give him like 35 a year, something like that. And I don't know if the Warriors are going to be willing to go there, but there's no way. There's no way you're giving a 37-year-old guy who has been healthy, but he's just, he is what he is. We've seen him. He's not a $50 million a year player. Unless somebody pays him, then he is. But ludicrous is, I think, the right word.
I couldn't agree more. So we'll see what Klay Thompson gets. He will get a good offer from the outside, whether it comes from the Magic or somewhere else. And the Warriors will be faced with a tough choice here, and that'll materialize over the next few months, and we'll see what happens for the future. But a max offer is not in the cards right now.
He won't need coupons.
So let's go to our next clip here on the Sound Soiree. One of my favorite baseball moments of the season thus far. Greg Amsinger on MLB Network is preparing to throw from studio coverage to live coverage of the Dodgers and the Marlins. Needless to say, Greg Amsinger is a big believer in Yoshinobu Yamamoto, the right-hander who came over from Japan, got the 10-year, $325 million contract from the Dodgers this offseason. Such a big believer, in fact, that he said this as he was throwing it over to the live stream of that game.
Don't take this the wrong way, but we are already a no-hitter alert. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, before he throws a single pitch tonight against the Marlins, we have a no-hitter alert.
Okay.
Enjoy what could be a no-hitter from Yamamoto.
Jazz, swing your first pitch.
Right here on MLB Network for Harold, CY, I'm Greg. We have a no-hitter alert. Enjoy this game live on MLB Network.
Boy, you're crazy.
Yamamoto comes home, and off we go. And the aggressive Marlins get a first pitch swing and a high fly ball and a home run for Jazz Chisholm on the first pitch.
I mean, could you be more wrong quicker than that? The answer is no. Not only did he not get a no-hitter, his shutout was gone too. First pitch of the game. I mean, that was the best. That was instant shut up. Just instant be quiet. Instant don't be so ridiculous next time. It was pretty funny, but it was even funnier by the Jazz Chisholm home run.
I think it's great. The whole goal there, sell people on staying tuned into a Dodgers Marlins matchup.
Yep.
And ironically, people were probably more likely to watch after that home run. I mean,
so
Jazz
beautiful,
Chisholm going
so
deep.
Good.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite moments of the season so far. And we'll see what comes for Greg Amsinger when he is next appearing on MLB Network and has the opportunity to address that. Austin Rivers, our next piece of sound here. This on the Pat McAfee show. This is a pretty interesting topic. Here's what he has to say about NBA players and the potential of them to come over and play in the NFL. Could they do it? Here's Austin Rivers on his belief that yes, in fact, they could do it and do it quite well.
look at you. You're talking about the Cavs today. You're stretching out. We got to get you outside of that football lane, man, where the guaranteed contracts are, where the best athletes in the world are. That's us. I could take 30 players right now in the NBA and throw them in the NFL. You cannot take 30 NFL players and put them in the NBA.
Whoa. Strong. I would say incorrect. But I would say this, that there are more players that could play transition to the NFL because there's no players in the NFL that could play in the NBA. I don't believe there is. Problem with NBA players is most of them are too tall to play a position. But, yeah, I totally believe that. Like Lou Dort, I believe Lou Dort could play NFL football. He could be a cornerback, outside linebacker, something like that. But I think that you could probably find guys that are good enough athletes, teach them technique, you probably could play in the NFL. Look, we've seen it. We've seen some Hall of Famers that were basketball players that went to the NFL. Tony Gonzalez, I mean, he played at Cal. He wasn't a basketball player per se, but he was a good basketball player. Antonio Gates went to Kent State, Hall of Fame tight end. There have been guys that have transitioned over, but it just the other way around doesn't work. But 30 is strong. Weston told me about that last night, my son. He said, I guess J.J. Watt tweeted back at him and said, he said, whether that be the case, you don't have a job on either network. So I was like, geez, J.J., just crushing him. But I've always felt like that players in the NBA could transition to the NFL much better than NFL could transition to the NBA. But 30, I think 30 is probably ludicrous. Again, we'll use the word ludicrous again.
I like DJ Burns during March Madness, the star of the dance for North Carolina State, the polar bear at center.
Yeah,
I think people were talking about him as a potential defensive lineman, and they wanted to get him looks. And I don't know what materialized out of that, but he is someone who probably doesn't have an NBA future, and maybe football's in his future. Did you and Copes cover the dual sport story of the day yesterday? Former MLB athlete Monty Harrison had a cup of coffee with the Miami Marlins.
We didn't cover it, but I know where he's going.
29 years old, and he's trying out to play wide receiver at Arkansas.
Bro, it's about time to get a job. kind of move on with it. I mean, geez, 29-year-old, like he's rolling in there. I mean, he would be old even if he went to BYU. Are you kidding me? And it's like that says a couple things to me. One, he really loves sports and he wants to stick with it. Two, he doesn't have a whole lot else going on. Figures, I got nothing else going on. Let me go play some football. But yeah, 29. That seems a little extreme to be playing collegiate football against guys that are like 10 years younger than you. Yeah, that was bizarre.
My favorite part of it was there was a story in The Athletic today. Someone got a hold of his high school coach, and apparently Monty Harrison, after he gave up baseball, said, I'd like to try football again. His high school coach goes, okay, let's call the Kansas City Chiefs. Let's see if they could use a wide receiver because he's from the area. So the idea was to have him try out with the Chiefs, and now he's trying out and walking on at Arkansas. So, you go from, hey, let me see if I can give the NFL a call to, if you want to come play at the college level at 29, you're going to need to walk on here too.
That's wild. Yeah. That I mean, at some point you got to get on with your life. But that point is not this point for this young man.
No. Monty Harrison, good luck in your endeavors at Arkansas. Woo Pig Suey. I'll be rooting him on down there. I can't wait. So I think that's it for our sound soiree. When we come back, Tom,
what's he going to be taking at Arkansas? How to plan your retirement 101?
So let's say this is best case scenario for him. He's got 5 years of eligibility to play 4. So if you're really good, you're making $1 million, $2 million a year as a wide receiver in the SEC. You're transferring immediately to a program that can pay you, right? That's a better career than hanging around AAA baseball.
Yeah, I just think he could start doing AARP commercials. Maybe getting paid for those. It'd be incredible.
Big retirement community down in Northwest Arkansas. I can tell you all about it.
Big time.
Well, I'm told that we got a little soup on the other side, so we'll be back with that, and we will get you set for Giants baseball. Pre-game show starts in 15 minutes here. Giants and the Rockies coming your way at 5:40 here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house different, but you probably have one thing in common with a lot of other houses. There's one spot in the house that doesn't get quality Wi-Fi. Everyone should have the same Wi-Fi. Everyone should have blazing speed and reliability. And if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you wouldn't have to worry about it. Doesn't matter if you're in the basement, attic, if you have those things, corner bedroom, doesn't matter. Everyone gets the same Wi-Fi. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your home. And now, through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, go to Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast Wi-Fi that's oh so reliable, and you like it throughout the entirety of your whole home? You will love Xfinity.
Wait. My sweet Kerry is filling in today and I wasn't told. I always love when you fill in. You can always fill me in any day too. Aren't you glad you agreed to do this?
I don't think Tom had his headphones on, so we're not going to address that, Derek. Back here on Tolbert and Coves, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. Oh, Tom, Giants and the Rockies tonight. I'm sure Tim's filling you in on what just happened. But
read my panda story here. Trying to get the lowdown on the fake pandas.
The fake pandas. Getting ready for some soup as you get ready for some Giants baseball this evening. Jordan Hicks takes the mound for the Giants. As good as some of their other starters have been, he's maybe been the best. 2-1, 1.89 ERA, 30 strikeouts on the season. Elliot Ramos up from AAA Sacramento. He's the designated hitter. Jorge Soler on the injured list right now, so maybe Ramos can jumpstart this offense that's in desperate need of some firepower. And Tom, the floor is yours.
Yeah, this is okay, so zoo in China. You go to a zoo in China, you're expecting pandas, right? You want pandas.
Yeah.
You need pandas. Give me pandas, okay? Pandas are awesome. Who doesn't love pandas? All of us who are on social media, you get clips every day about pandas doing, well, panda things.
Every day.
You want to see pandas. That's what you go to, especially when you go to a Chinese zoo.
Panda watch.
They didn't have pandas. How they didn't have pandas, I'm not sure. How they didn't have pandas, but
What the hell, bro?
they thought, man, we got to do something. People come here expecting pandas. Oh, I got it. Let's dye a couple chow chows and throw them out there. They kind of look like pandas, a little bit, don't they? As long as they don't bark, I guess. People will buy it. Well, yeah. If they think a panda went from like, I don't know, 800 pounds to about 50, maybe that's a panda. no one was buying it. No one was buying the ruse of taking your panda and you put it in a like one of those Dr. Shrinker ovens. Like you did, hey honey, who shrunk the panda? We got a couple of little mini pandas running around out there. Like, it's clear. Like, of course it's not close. What am I saying? It's clear. Of course it's a dog. Now, Chow Chow does look pretty badass. So whoever did this did a pretty good job with it. It's like, damn, that's pretty cool looking Chow Chow right there. And the Chow Chow is probably like, damn, I'm getting a lot of respect around here. This is nice. Now, these other dogs backing away, but then they're playing together like pandas. They're not doing a bunch of goofy stuff, which makes you think, well, they're not pandas. You know, some people are complaining, oh, that's cruelty to animals. Shut up. They look happy, okay? How much attention they're getting over there. They got a picture of them playing with one another. They're totally cool with it. Although I did enjoy this quote from, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name. It's a pet shop owner in Chengdu, Sichuan. She told a London paper, I had to read this quote twice, 10 years ago. Now look, this is her saying this, okay? I'm going to make this very clear. This is not me saying this. This is her saying this. A pet shop owner, and I'm not pronouncing her name because she's Chinese, and I'll butcher it. I already butchered the city and the state, or if that's what it's even at, or where it's even at. She said 10 years ago, the natural instinct of Chinese person was to eat a dog. Okay. So it was true. So yeah, don't get on me for those jokes I told 15 years ago. See, I was onto something. So is everybody else. Now we're like Westerner. Don't tell me to. That Tim goes, stop. I didn't say it. She said it.
It's Tom.
Oh, yeah, Tom. Tom for reading a quote from somebody else who is Chinese. So don't give me any crap. Now we're like Westerners and want one as a companion. That's a good thing. Dogs are much better as parts of the family, not parts of your stew. The cute breeds like French Bulldogs and Labradors were the favorites. But now it is the panda dog. Well, yeah, when you can take one animal and turn it into another, what's not to like about that? We do that over here. We make, I forget what the name of the dog is, but they turn them into lions. Like look like lions. Maybe those are chows too. Maybe they just have so much hair they figure, well, we could do this with the hair. We can do that. We can braid it if we want to. We can do that. Hey, let's make it a lion. Let's make this dog a lion. I don't know why. Dogs are pretty cool on their own. I don't think you need to turn a dog into another beast to have it be cool, but well, some people are stupid that way. And I'm a big fan of French Bulldogs and Labradors. Much cooler than the panda dog. Well, the panda dog is pretty cool looking, but the French Bulldogs I love. I thought about getting one, but we got Lou. We got Lucifer instead. Lunatic, as we like to call her, and that's my girl. So, and Labs, I've always wanted a Labrador just because they just seem totally chill, but never got a Labrador. I like picking up my doggy dumps with bags, not trowels, okay? And the bigger dog you get, bigger dump you get. Just makes sense, right?
It's Tom.
Well, hey, and now I'm just speaking science. I don't know why you're getting on me about that. You need 2 doggy bags for that one. So, yeah, so there you go. The panda Chow Chows. And again, look at the picture. Look like they're having a pretty good time out there. They're wrestling around, looking like pandas, but not looking like pandas at all. But yes, I would be disappointed as well. You'd think of like certain parts of the globe, or just certain things you want to see in a zoo. A panda is something you definitely want to see when you go to a Chinese zoo. Not a Chow Chow dressed up like not cosplaying a panda. Anyway, we have news?
We do have news. For the third time in 4 years, Nikola Jokic has been named the NBA's MVP. So his team down 2-0. I don't know that there would have been the breaking news chime, Tom, if you had done a different soup.
I don't give myself these stories, okay?
Yes.
I don't find them. They're given to me. And then I just do what I do, okay? They're definitely accomplices out there. Let's say that.
I believe it. I believe that they're accomplices. I know that.
And then the best part of it is when the accomplices go, "Oh, that's too far. Oh, that's too much."
No worry on that one, dipshit.
Yeah, exactly. You're the one that gave me the story. Yeah, I'm guessing the news that Jokic got the MVP probably would have been received better by him and the Nuggets if they were not down 0-2 off a complete thrashing at home. So I'm guessing it's one of those. Yeah, great. Yeah, it looks a lot better when we're winning. It doesn't look quite as good when we're losing, but it's still. I mean, think about it, because we expect him to win, right? But think about Hall of Famer, one of the best centers of all time. The Nuggets got in the second round. It's really, we take it for granted now just watching him play and how great he is, but it's really stunning to think they got this guy in the second round and what everybody else thought of him and what he's become. It really is. It kind of goes to show you, if you have the skill, which he clearly did and has continued to develop it, but your body isn't very good, you got a bad rig, and you don't move all that well, and people are like, well, I don't know, what can't he do? Maybe he can't guard the pick and roll, maybe he can't play defense. And I think too many people look at what a guy can't do instead of saying what he can do and saying, okay, can we work on the other things? Because look at his body now, look at his defense now, both much improved from when he was younger. And then the skill has just skyrocketed. And you wonder how so many teams looked at him and thought, God, this guy, I don't even know if this guy can play. We'll draft him in the second round. But it's one of the it's going to go down as one of the great stories in NBA history that you find a guy this good in the second round, because if he can tack on another championship or two, he's going to go down as like a top 10 guy that you got in the second round. It's amazing.
Yeah, and, the Warriors, you look at Trace Jackson-Davis being pick number 55, second-round guy, on the same trajectory right now, Tom. Could be the three-time MVP one day. Are
you high?
I just wanted to see the reaction on the stream.
Are you high?
Just wanted to get that.
I'll be happy if he just progresses from what he did last year. Exactly. I thought he was really good last year, and he gave them what they needed last year. But it's different now, because it's seemingly in the last few years teams are taking second round picks more seriously, and you can actually find players in the second round where when the second rounders first came around, I was like, whatever. And you look around, I mean, the Warriors have 3 of them that were really good in the second round. One's going to be a Hall of Famer in Draymond Green. Then you had Gilbert Arenas in the second round. You had Monte Ellis in the second round. I mean, it doesn't happen all the time, and you realize when you draft second rounders, most of them aren't going to make the team. But you could find some guys in the second round, so it's not just those aren't throwaway picks anymore. Like, teams actually covet second rounders because they feel like, hey, cheap, and who knows, maybe we'll find a diamond in the rough. Not Indeed. Like Jokic, of course.
No one like Nikola Jokic, who does win his 3rd MVP award in the last 4 seasons. That announced tonight. So, Tom, should we thank our guests?
Yeah, let's thank our guests. Let's thank Ron Wotus, Kyle Harrison, and Jim Peterson.
Great job, brother.
To Derek, and thank you very much to Accomplice. Appreciate the help. Don't ever do that again. I will kill you in a kind way, though. All right, coming up, time to get you ready for. I love talking about murder and then sending us up to Giants baseball. But let's get us ready for Giants baseball. It's the Giants versus the Fighting Dingers next here on the Sports Leader. It's great to be with you, my bud.
Oh my God!